Chapter 951 System and System. My recent thinking is more and more inclined towards the system, and more towards the civilization of mages. Emolan smiled. Being at a different height, the angle of thinking about problems is naturally different. From the beginning, when Emolan just created the mage profession at that time, Emolan did not even have the idea of mage civilization, nor did he dare to have it. At that time, he was thinking about how to make the mage profession stronger, how to improve the mage profession, and strengthen the mage profession. After all, from the beginning, the mage was just a weak profession with one ring that could cast one spell. It would be beaten by the warrior, who could also cast one spell. It could only rely on spell scrolls to compete with the warrior. After that, the mage profession was gradually improved and became a major profession. After it had initially shown a trend of crushing the warrior profession, people began to think about whether they could completely eliminate the warrior profession, making the warrior just a part-time job, and building a civilization of mages. This was the first time that the concept of mage civilization appeared. At this time, it was only at the level of a civilization with only mages as its profession. Then came the development of magic array technology. The emergence of magic array technology meant that mages had evolved from a profession into a technical discipline, with their own unique technical route. At this point, what we think about every day is how to develop magic array technology, how to promote magic array technology, and how to systematically promote mage technology. I want to extend the ultimate mage technology to every corner of the entire civilization. From the battlefield that determines the fate of civilization to the little things in daily life. At that time, I was thinking about technology. Now, the research and development of mage technology has become a system, and it can even create and construct the world. In terms of combat power, Emolan also has the combat power of the god level, and has basically become one of the top combat forces in the game world. Although Emolan at this level will continue to study his skills as usual, sometimes his perspective and level of thinking are completely different. Emolan often thinks about the system and the system. Only by doing so can he fully enjoy the benefits of the mage profession and technology, and avoid problems as much as possible. Emolan couldn't help but smile when he thought of this. I have come this far, and I can be said to have not forgotten my original intention. Emolan was very pleased with this, and was very satisfied with his persistence. This is what he wants to be after Gongming's achievement, instead of becoming what he hates. It's time to connect the world and construct the demi-plane. Emolan immediately pushed the virtual world towards the open world membrane. As long as the interface is connected, the virtual world will become a part of the game world, and it will become a demi-plane of the game world, which means that Emolan has completed this promotion. Wait, promotion? Emolan glanced at the time, and immediately stopped his virtual world in front of the world membrane, and stopped his actions. I can't connect now. Once I connect, I will be promoted. Most likely, the system update will come. There is still some time before the promotion date I announced. If I get promoted early, the system update will be advanced. Emolan did not hesitate at all. He immediately stopped his actions and stopped the promotion. He used the power of faith to maintain the state of the illusory world. Since he has made a promise, he will do his best to keep his promise, instead of breaking it casually. It's just a few days. He can wait. Emolan immediately sat cross-legged in the star world and began to meditate. During the meditation, he always maintained the stability of the virtual world. But the world membrane of the game world was always open. At this time, the people in the backstage were waiting to prepare for emergency measures. Why hasn't Emolan been promoted yet? The world membrane is ready. Maybe there is something that is not ready. Wait a little longer. It's just a promotion. It won't take much longer. Is it possible that he can be promoted in 10 days, or half a month? Yeah, that's true, but I still hope he can be promoted quickly. I plan to video chat with my girlfriend later. I stood her up for a few days. Today, I promised her that I would video chat, and I felt relieved. If I don't video chat with her today, come to my house for dinner tomorrow. Hey, don't worry, Emolan is just promoted, it won't take long. Besides, the base we are in is a military base, your girlfriend can't come in, so don't worry. Haha, you are really humorous. Thank you for the compliment. But my girlfriend is in the inspection department. So what? If you make her angry, you could expect her to video chat with our department every time. I think my girlfriend, I still have to accompany her, no matter which department she is from. These are two technicians chatting. The time on the clock is 10 minutes after 3 in the afternoon. After Emolan's plan to connect a virtual world to the origin of the world in the game world was approved, they were all called together to prepare to process the data generated. The data of a half-plane connected to a new world is very valuable. This has never happened before, and no related experiments have been conducted. In addition, this is an indirect connection to the origin of the world after all. Once a situation occurs, it must be interrupted and handled urgently, so they must all be on duty. Fortunately, it was only 3 o'clock now, and there were still 2 hours before the end of get off work at 5:30. There was enough time, and it should not affect his normal get off work. So it was 4 o'clock. 5 o'clock. The young man began to panic. 5:30. The young man was confused, and the other young men began to gloat. 11 o'clock. The other young men slowly began to feel uneasy. The next morning, a man with dark circles under his eyes suddenly asked, I remember Emolan announced the time for the promotion to legend. He wouldn't interrupt the promotion and wait until the time is right? How is it possible? How could someone interrupt the promotion? Could he not be promoted halfway and wait? Even if he was Emolan, when would he announce the time? Nearly 2 weeks later. Click. Heartbreaking voices rang out one after another, and the whole office fell into a deathly silence. And Emolan was still waiting. He had nothing to do anyway. Since he had made a promise, he would just wait. It's just that some people are still alive, but some people have already died. Time passed quickly for Emolan, and in the blink of an eye, Emolan reached the day of promotion. Chapter 952 Demiplane. When Emolan was preparing for the promotion, some people were eating, some were sitting at the table with the children. When the alarm clock rang, the people who were eating returned to their respective jobs to work. Time's up. Emolan glanced at the time on the attribute panel, and the seconds on it just returned to 0 from 59. Since Emolan originally announced the date in days, so Emolan chose to wait until the last second of the day to complete his breakthrough. The last second has passed. Emolan directly connected the holes of the world membrane of the virtual world and the game world. Buzz. In an instant, Emolan seemed to see countless data passing through the hole in the world membrane of the game world, as if there was a space inside, and countless zeros and ones made up of data were flowing and changing rapidly. But Emolan only saw the picture for a moment, and then the hole in the world membrane had shrunk and disappeared without a trace, leaving only a world membrane and growth fixed in the virtual world of the game world. As the master of the illusory world, at this moment Emolan could feel the forces eroding the structure of the illusory world, eroding the origin of the illusory world. Although the illusory world has just been born, since the world has been formed, it means that the origin of heaven and earth has been born. Since the origin of heaven and earth has been born, it means the life and vitality of heaven and earth. The origin of heaven and earth will become the absolute core of the illusory world. Once the origin of heaven and earth is eroded by other forces, the illusory world will completely lose its autonomy. And this moment is a process of erosion. The power of the game world is constantly eroding the virtual world. The virtual world is just born with a shallow foundation, and is unable to stop the erosion of its power. Not to mention that Emolan has no intention of resisting at all, and even actively helps the erosion of the power of the game world. This is what Emolan wanted, giving the virtual world to the game world, making the virtual world a part of the game world. This is actually the same as the original players trying to assimilate the gods, but being assimilated by the gods instead. Assimilation is always relative. When you assimilate the other party, strictly speaking, you have also been assimilated by the other party. It's just that the gods and players were caused by the players' failures. And the one in front of us is that Emolan took the initiative to use this principle and this characteristic to carry out the work. The essence is the same. The game world erodes the virtual world, and vice versa. The virtual world can also successfully erode the game world. Isn't it? The size gap between the game world and the virtual world is too big. The virtual world was quickly eroded by the game world from the structure to the origin. From this moment, the virtual world has completely become a part of the game world. But there is another point that cannot be erased. That is, every milligram of matter in the illusory world is materialized by Emolan, created by Emolan. And even from the beginning, the illusory world was just a fantasy of Emolan. Emolan's mark has been entangled with the illusory world. Just like the magician created by Emolan. The concept of magician defined by Emolan. Even if Emolan doesn't want it, others can't take it away. This is the essence. Unless Emolan is dead and Emolan's mark is completely erased after a long world of erosion. Otherwise Emolan still can't take it away. And the same is true for heaven and earth. Besides, Emolan didn't refuse it either. Not to mention refusing it, Emolan even left his own backup plan on it. Emolan sensed his own illusory world. No, it shouldn't be called an illusory world. It is neither illusory nor a world. This is the demi-plane, Emolan said softly, sensing the power in the demi-plane. This is still his power, the power of a legendary mage. But Emolan noticed that the power of the game world was completely withdrawn after eroding and assimilating the illusory world. Nothing was left. Emolan even found that the connection between the demi-plane and the game world had another level of checkpoints that unilaterally restricted the flow of energy. At this moment, Emolan was somewhat confused. The reason why he wanted to integrate the independent virtual world into the game world to become a demi-plane was that he wanted to contribute to the game world, strengthen the game world, and add to the foundation of the game world. But on the other hand, he also considered that the huge foundation of the game world could directly help the demi-plane to cross the long growth period and directly become an adult, and directly have the power equivalent to a world. But now the money has been paid. What the hell is it that the goods have not arrived? Emolan was very surprised. When he was about to contact Professor Chi, he found that the valve blocking the power of the game world was opened again. However, compared to the raging flood at the beginning, it is now more like a trickle. The world power and the origin of heaven and earth are indeed flowing continuously. But the speed is not fast. Of course, the slow speed is only compared with the beginning. If compared with the normal growth speed of heaven and earth absorbing energy, then one day now can be equivalent to the original 3 or 4 months of growth. Now Emolan understood that the full closure at the beginning must be someone testing the function of this valve to avoid the power of heaven and earth from flowing out directly or being forcibly extracted after a gap appears. If this is not prepared, Emolan can understand how big a loophole this is and how big a risk it is. Then, Emolan had a rough idea of the problem of the speed of power flow being limited when the valve is opened. The dispersion of the power of heaven and earth at this speed will not cause too much impact on the game world itself, and will not affect the game world. In addition, it may not be without another meaning. Emolan muttered to himself. He had already guessed. The power of heaven and earth in the game world, the origin of the world, is limited. It cannot be endless. Even if the expansion of the demiplane is a good thing from a long-term perspective, if a large number of demiplanes appear in a short period of time, then too much energy from heaven and earth will be needed. If this continues, it is very likely that the cost of the demiplane will drag down the entire game world before the revenue generated by it has recovered. Under this consideration, the game world will still accept and sponsor the demiplane. But it will only help the mage stabilize the demiplane at the beginning, so that the demiplane does not have to worry about collapse, and the funding will be reduced after it can slowly absorb energy on its own, compared with leaving no room for stabilizing the demiplane at the beginning. After stabilization, it is closer to maintaining survival, maintaining the minimum living allowance for basic growth. And this minimum living allowance is not small. Now the growth rate of the demiplane is basically 100 times that of the original. If it takes 10,000 years to grow, then it only takes 100 years now. Chapter 953, Big Changes Coming. 100 years. Emolan underestimated. If the mage doesn't want to struggle anymore after reaching this point, then he can harvest a complete half-plane by just sitting around for 100 years. For mages whose lifespans have been extended, 100 years is not a span that is too long to reach. As for the game world, it can directly stretch a few minutes of investment to 100 years. The extension of the time span can greatly reduce the pressure on the origin of the game world, and there may even be no pressure, and the game world can afford it if it operates normally. After investing 100 years in this low-pressure way, you can harvest a grown demiplane. This demiplane can continuously absorb power to condense the origin of heaven and earth and strengthen the world itself. If the mage is more powerful, in order to strengthen his own demiplane, that is, to collect various rules with his own power, the origin of heaven and earth can strengthen his own demiplane, which can also shorten the investment time. It can be formed in advance and fed back to the game world, which is even better. This kind of investment is more reasonable. When Emolan was thinking, he found that Professor Chi had sent the message and explained the situation to Emolan in general. It was no different from what Emolan guessed. But the last sentence surprised Emolan. Professor Chi said so. Since we were not sure whether this would work at first, we just did a test just now, in order to run this kind of test in the future. However, you are not subject to this rule, because we did not inform you in advance. So we will still use the method we discussed before for your demiplane. That is, we will infuse a large amount of the origin of heaven and earth at one time, and forcibly materialize the demiplane. Of course, this one time does not mean in an instant. Outputting so much origin of heaven and earth in an instant will also cause a certain impact on the game world itself. So we will infuse it in batches, about 10 times in 1 month, 3 days apart each time, and 1 month later the half plane will be fully realized. Emolan was silent for a moment, and after a long time, the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly rise. Thank you. Professor Chi on the opposite side smiled when he heard it. What are you thanking me for? We are all family members. Professor Chi seemed to have come out of the previous incident, and began to communicate and exchange with Emolan in a more casual tone. This more casual tone made Emolan feel very comfortable and natural. So Emolan thought about it and spoke out. Well, then we are family. I will tell you a secret. Beep. Beep. Professor Chi hung up the phone before Emolan finished speaking. Only the sound of beep slowly echoed in Emolan's ears. Emolan blinked his eyes and smiled helplessly. I was just joking. Never mind. Next time I still can't make such jokes with the elderly, or else it will be difficult to deal with if something goes wrong. Emolan shook his head, and at this time, in his ears, system prompts and system announcements sounded in the attribute panel. Tick, tick, the hour hand was turning gently, and almost all the players were staring at the clock on the attribute panel at this moment, quietly waiting for that moment to come. The time announced by that person is coming soon. This will be a historic moment, a time, in the history books of the future. This moment will be recorded to the second. No one will question this sentence. The time is coming soon. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nothing happened, but even though nothing happened, no one will make a fuss on the forum. Because no matter how hostile to Emolan, no matter how much people target Emolan, they will not doubt that Emolan is not capable of advancing to the legend. Since Emolan said he would be promoted to legend, then he will definitely be promoted to legend. So everyone is still waiting for the news to come out. However, some people are still praying that Emolan will not be promoted to legend so quickly, or praying that Emolan's promotion to legend will not cause a new round of system updates, and will not increase the death penalty again. Each generation of version has its own god. Although the broken game of real game has never weakened any profession, the changes in the environment caused by the system update will still affect the strength or popularity of the profession, the number of employees, and the biggest impact is the repeated increase in the death penalty. At the beginning, there was no penalty for death. The most simple and brutal warriors were the most popular. The operation was simple. You could just pick up a knife and chop. Then, the melee warriors would be weakened by one blow every time the death penalty was increased. By the time we reached the current version, melee warriors had been weakened. There were almost no pure melee warriors among the top players. There was no other way. The death penalty was increased. The melee warriors with short legs and arms had too high a tolerance rate. The mortality rate was too high. Once you died, you would go back to the pre-liberation era. You would lose everything. This is just the tip of the iceberg. In short, as the death penalty continues to increase, professions with stronger survivability will probably become more popular, even in the end. All professions are extremely survivable, and extremely capable of surviving. Surviving is the first priority, and combat effectiveness has to be put at the back. There is no other way. Now if you die once, you can practice again at level 0. At least you can take medicine to speed up recovery. At worst, at least the account is still there, and you can continue to play. At this time, it is still acceptable to die. This is now. But what about the future? All players agree that the next system update will most likely increase the penalty for death to immediate account deletion. You will need to get approval before you can apply for registration again. And the waiting period will probably not be too short. This is very hurtful. Once the system is updated, the penalty for death reaches this level. And no one can imagine what the players will become. What will the player guild look like? What will the player legion look like? What will the combat players look like? If you die, your account will be deleted, which is basically the same as if you really die. In this environment, can players still use their original combat methods? In this case, will the combat players in the player guild still be willing to rush to the front line? And will they still be willing to fight fearlessly like this? Maybe the guild is needed, and the player legion will collapse on the spot after the system update. Even if they don't collapse, the guilds that are mainly composed of combat players will also be greatly shaken. Since it affects all aspects, no one can imagine what will happen in the end. In such a state of anxiety and entanglement, Emolan did not disappoint people. That voice sounded. Ding, system announcement. Chapter 954 opening a new map, Earth. Ding, system announcement. Because the player successfully advanced to Legend. Real game will be updated online in 10 minutes. Please pay attention to the official forum for updated content. I wish all players a happy game. Simple system announcement, simple one time, not even repeated 3 times, it seems not very dignified. But when hearing this system announcement, everyone held their breath and dared not miss even a word. After the system announcement ended, everyone immediately opened the forum to check the updated content. In an instant, hundreds of millions, even billions of players chose to log into the forum. And the terrifying amount of data directly impacted the forum website. Fortunately, the forum website was directly connected to the game system. So even this level of data impact did not shake the website, but only frightened the backstage staff. And their hearts tightened. After all, if the game forum didn't run away, then they should run away. After entering the forum page, what came into view was the top featured and popular triple special effects system update content. At this moment, Emolan also joined hundreds of millions of players and entered the game at the first opportunity. The update content is as follows. 1. The death penalty has been changed in this update. Once you die, you die. After death, your account will be automatically cancelled. To register again, you need to go to the designated hospital for a physical examination and obtain the corresponding physical examination report to apply to the local game company. The list of hospitals is attached. 2. This update will load a new map, and a small-scale player test will be conducted. The new map is called Earth. 3. Fix some bugs. Attachment 1. List of hospitals in various places. XL6 when the players saw the first update content. Their hearts skipped a beat. Many people sighed slightly, but the pressure accumulated in their chests was relieved a little. The death penalty has been increased again. The increase has actually been expected. It can even be said that there is more than 90% certainty. However, even if it is 99% certain, as long as there is no update, many people will still have a glimmer of hope and a little uneasiness in their hearts. Now that it has been announced, it makes people feel relieved. After all, they have already guessed the content of this update, and Emolan has also announced the promotion time in advance. Although the increase in the death penalty will bring great impact and shock, after knowing it for a long time, they have already made all the preparations they can make. They have tried their best. Next, they just need to adapt to the situation and wait for a result in the great changes. Moreover, in the eyes of many people, the shock caused by the increased death penalty this time may not be a bad thing. From another perspective, this shock will also be an opportunity. If you can seize the opportunity in the shock, you may soar to the sky. These are all relative. So for the first expected and reasonable update content, everyone saw it and just confirmed their own guesses. There was not much shock or surprise. But when they saw the second one, new map, all players immediately became interested. If the game updates a new map, it basically means a new way of playing, a new style, not to mention the real game. This new map of the real game, is it a brand new world? A small-scale test is actually sending people to this new world to scout ahead, building a forward outpost? Hiss. They got excited just thinking about it. This is a new world that can be launched in the system update. This may mean a brand new outlet for everyone, an outlet that even pigs standing on it will be blown up. Now the only thing they complain about is that this new world was only announced now, actually announced after the system update. If it was announced before the death penalty was increased, one more life would be one more opportunity to explore. If you die now, you will cancel your account. It is foreseeable that the casualties caused by exploring the new map will be greater. But it doesn't matter. They still have mages, necromancers, archers, beast masters, chariots, cannons. Some of them are professions with strong life-saving abilities, and some are players with strong survival abilities, so it doesn't matter. When all the players were excited and expecting to continue reading, they immediately saw the name of the new map. Earth. Oh, Earth. The player suddenly realized, but in an instant he realized that the name seemed a little familiar. Earth? Earth? When Emolan saw these two words, his eyes widened suddenly, and a mouthful of water spurted out. Puff! Emolan didn't care about anything else, and quickly widened his eyes, and read it again. When he was sure that he was not mistaken, he was really shocked. Earth? Earth. This group of people is playing so big? No, could it be that they really opened a new map and built a fake Earth? Emolan thought of a possibility, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Yes, it should be like this. This group of people should plan to build a fake Earth to play with again. But then again, this set of dolls is a bit too serious. Emolan muttered. It's okay to put a game world outside the Earth, but now they have to put a fake Earth on it. Is this to hide the real Earth, and hide the fake Earth in the game world as the real Earth? Well, if the enemy finds out the function of the game world and sneaks through the game world to enter the Earth, then they should think it is the real Earth. Right? This can indeed avoid sneak attacks, even if there is a sneak attack. It is only the fake Earth that will be blown up, not the real Earth. The real Earth can still survive. Yeah, it's a great idea, very reasonable and powerful. Emolan said softly, but his eyes looked at the update content, looking at the two familiar words, looking at the comments that kept appearing under the system update content announcement. Emolan stopped talking to himself, pressing his chest with one hand. His heart was beating fast, as if it was about to jump to his throat. He had a very strong premonition in his heart. Although what he just said was very reasonable, although it was also practical, but he felt that it was not the truth. This shouldn't be possible. Right? If this is the case, then it's really a big deal. At this moment, even Emolan was shocked and muttered to himself. If this is the case, then this system update will really go down in history, and become a highlight, and become a high-frequency test point and a necessary historical knowledge point in the future. Emolan looked at the forum again, looking at the content below the update content post. At this moment, too many people are reading this post, and too many people are replying. Fortunately, even if others reply, it will not affect Emolan's reading one by one. Emolan watched quietly, until he saw the one he wanted to see. This Earth can't really be the Earth. Chapter 955 Large-Scale Material Transportation. After this system update, the game world will be completely realized, the world will become a real world, and organisms will become real life. And because the rules are confirmed and realized, and the game world is huge, plus the original connection between the game world and the Earth, will the rules of the game world reversely infect the rules of the Earth? Don't ask me. Professor Chi said directly. Emolan blinked his eyes when he heard it. While the rules of the game world reversely infect the rules of the Earth, elements will gradually penetrate from high concentration areas to low concentration areas, that is, the game world will penetrate into the real world, until the concentration of elements on both sides reaches a balance, or the concentration of elements in reality exceeds that of the game world. That is to say, starting from today, as time goes by, professionals who use elements can change their jobs in the real world. By chance, magical beasts that combine with elements will be born, and the Earth will gradually become a world with magic. This is a fact that is bound to happen. So we might as well make a preview in advance and open some holes to enter the real world. This is better than being discovered suddenly and passively exposed. Huh? Emolan was puzzled. What to expose? No way. Is there anyone who doesn't know? Professor Chi couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing this. And at this time Emolan suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh, by the way, there's something." Okay. I'm here. Emolan. I have something to do here. Let's talk next time. Hanging up. Professor Chi seemed to be talking to someone else. And then, he said something to Emolan and hung up. Emolan looked at the hung up phone. And the question on his lips was held back. And he couldn't ask it. By the way, did you treat Professor Chi like this last time? You still don't want to talk to me? Emolan was helpless. Maybe he's afraid that he'll subconsciously reveal some clues during the communication and let me guess some secrets. It's a headache. I can't do anything about it. Pay attention to details, have strong deduction ability, have abundant computing resources. Is this my fault? Emolan was really helpless. The way a person speaks when he knows something is completely different from the way he speaks when he doesn't know something. There are some differences. No matter how you cover it up, or how you keep it secret, some clues will definitely be revealed. It's okay for ordinary people not to pay attention to these, but Emolan will pay attention to them subconsciously, and his memory is strong, so Emolan will grasp some information while chatting, even if Professor Chi has no intention of leaking any secrets. Of course, Emolan actually knew that this was secondary, because Emolan found that his confidentiality level was quite high, and Professor Chi would not hide many secrets from him. He would tell them when he asked. So Professor Chi was worried about some things that Mo told him inadvertently. It must be said that sometimes the confidentiality level that Mo was exposed to was too high. So high that Professor Chi did not want to know. It was not that he could not know, but that he did not want to know. Forget it. Mo shook his head and returned his thoughts to the question he wanted to ask before. Logically speaking, even if the origins are connected, even if the game world and the real world are closely connected, there should be a world membrane in between. The existence of the world membrane will directly block the flow of matter between the two worlds. Therefore, no matter how rich the elements of the game world are, they cannot overflow into the real world, because the two are not connected at all, and they are not together. So how can the elements flow? But since Professor Chi has raised this point, there is only one possibility, that the game world and the real world are already connected. Well, this is a space channel, which is normal. However, the space channel is very small. If only a few space channels are used to flow elements, then the elemental power that has flowed through for decades may not be able to fill the entire world. So the only explanation is that there is a large-scale connection, or a large number of space channels between the two worlds. Mo said softly. For example, large-scale construction of space channels, large-scale transportation of magic potions, magic plants, elemental metals, elemental stones from the game world. Only in this way can the overflow and speed of elements mentioned by Professor Tong Chi be explained. Elemental metals. Mo said softly at this moment. He suddenly realized something. The reason why real technology is limited is never because of theory and technology. In fact, the theory and reality is still ahead of the times. And the technology is also very advanced. From the beginning to the end, it has always been materials that limit the speed of technological progress. Due to the lack of high-quality materials, many designs cannot be realized. Do can only find ways to rely on technology to make up for it. However, how can the defects of materials be easily made up by technology? Mo muttered to himself. Take the simplest example. Why is controlled nuclear fusion so difficult to achieve? Isn't it because there is no material in reality that can contain the temperature comparable to that of the sun? Any material will melt at such a high temperature, so we can only try to rely on magnetic fields and other methods to contain it. And what if there is a material that can withstand the temperature of the sun, and has suitable performance in all aspects? All the thresholds for controlled nuclear fusion are directly pushed down, and it can be achieved in a few days. It is unclear whether it can meet all aspects of performance, but there must be an element of metal that can withstand the extreme temperature of the core of the sun, and can contain the sun. Mo muttered to himself. So under this premise, it won't be long before I can see news about the successful controlled nuclear fusion experiment. And this is just one technology limited by materials. There are countless technologies limited by materials. This even includes a lot of black technology, a lot of technology that can trigger a qualitative change in civilization, large-scale transportation of elemental metals, elemental stones, elemental wood into the world. Mo didn't speak, but just smiled and shook his head. TSK. At this moment, Mo understood that the world will usher in a new round of technological explosion in the future. The lifting of material restrictions will surely be a carnival in the scientific research community. And coupled with the emergence of elements, the emergence of mage technology, the civilization level of the entire civilization will surely make another leap in the near future, making the entire era make a leap. In the past, it was the steam age to the electric age, from the electric age to the information age, so now is another promotion to the information age. As for what the next era is called, Mo is not sure. It may be the mage age, it may be the element age, all possible. At this moment, Mo can feel very clearly that he has been integrated into the wave of the new era, transformed into 1 minute in it, pushing it higher and higher. Chapter 956 Power Valve. System update completed. I wish all players a happy game. After just 10 minutes of waiting, the system update was completed. During this process, no one noticed anything unusual. Only at the moment of success, everyone could feel the changes in the world. A very mysterious feeling that every bit of this world is so detailed, clear, and it feels like this world has become real. At this moment, even if there is no system announcement, everyone can be sure that the system update has been completed. At this moment, Mo also noticed the changes in the world, and even actually noticed the changes in his own power. Mo didn't notice anything unusual at first, because it was always like that. But at this moment, when the real game was completely realized, Mo really felt the difference in power. At this moment, Emolon personally felt the existence of power. And originally? The original way of existence of power was more like existing inside the game world. Existing on the game system. And the game character named Emolon was just an account. Just an authentication account to retrieve power from the game system. And the power itself did not belong to Emolon. Yes, although this power was acquired by Emolon bit by bit. It does not belong to Emolon, but to the game system. It is just like the characters in the game. The equipment does not belong to the players, but to the data of the game company, which is easy to understand. But it is not the case at this moment. At this moment, Emolon clearly sensed the existence of this power. Real power. Power that belongs to him. His power was also materialized. And Emolon could sense that there was only a valve between his body and the game character. This valve firmly locked the power in the game character in the game world. Only when the game character becomes strong to a certain extent can a small part of the power overflow to the body, so that the body can also gain a certain degree of power. If this valve is completely opened, Emolon finds that he has the ability to directly transfer the power of the entire game character to the main body. Valve. Emolon carefully sensed the valve and thought. The existence of the valve is still very hidden. It should only be detected by those with strong enough mental power and strong enough perception. If you want to break through the valve by force, you should have the strength of a god. There are traces of rules on the valve, and its essence is very high, but its power is relatively weak. As long as you have the strength of a god, as long as you break through the god, even the weakest god has the ability to break through. At that time, the power of the god level will directly flow back into the main body, completing the power synchronization between the game character and the main body. However, why do I feel that completing the synchronization will cause other effects? Emolon frowned, and after thinking for a long time without any results, he shook his head and began to think about another thing. Looking at the structure and source of this valve, it should come from the power of the game system. That is, the power of the game world itself. If you really want to isolate the flow of power between the game character and the main body, you only need to use the game system to isolate the real world and the game world. There will be no such thing as a valve. And there is no need for such a thing as a valve. Since it has appeared, it is definitely not to isolate the power of the game characters. It should be a test. Right? Only when you reach the level of gods can you take back this power. And only when you reach the city of gods can you take on some things? Emolon pondered. This is a question he needs to think about, because he is about to reach the level of gods. When? Maybe in a month. The half-plane connected to the game world will continue to receive the infusion of the origin of heaven and earth in the next month. And after a month, the half-plane will be completely materialized into reality. A real small world is enough to support the strength of Emolon's first-level god. So Emolon spent a lot of time and energy in the process of the master's promotion to legend, but after the promotion, it was not so troublesome. It went up by itself after lying down for a month. If it had to lie down for 100 years before it could go up, then this system is really good. This is simply the mature system circulated on the internet. What is a mature system? A mature system is, the system is mature. It is time to practice by yourself and become stronger by yourself. Isn't that right? If the main world is 10%, or the demiplane is 10%, then even if the mage does nothing, the world or demiplane will continuously absorb the power of chaos to strengthen itself, and strengthen the mage's strength. TSK, what a speed! This system is simply wonderful in the later stage. Emolon exclaimed. But then again, I have a system update when I advance to Elite, a system update when I advance to Master, a system update when I advance to Legend, and there will be no system update when I advance to God level strength. Right? This question made Emolon fall into deep thought. What does a God level system update? Update the game so that you will die if you are killed? The kind of death that will really kill you? That's impossible. No matter how stupid the game officials are, they won't be so stupid. If it really reaches this level, then the game world will really only have the function of battlefield, and the training of professionals will be reduced to almost non-existence. And in this case, the state of every player being a soldier will be directly broken. Although there are many people who are not afraid of death, there are still many who are afraid of death and can't let go of their worries. So once this happens, the number of combat players will definitely be greatly reduced. In addition, once an invader starts a war, the casualties will become extremely heavy. This is equivalent to erasing the biggest advantage of the game world. Soldiers who will not die. Once the soldiers know that they will not die, they will become fearless on the battlefield, and their morale will definitely be guaranteed. There will never be a situation of defection or rout. After all, the worst that can happen is death. It's not like they haven't died before. The worst that can happen is waiting for a while and registering another account. Moreover, it is relatively easy to recover from mental trauma, so dead players can quickly return to the battlefield. Well, from this perspective, the game officials will definitely not allow this situation to happen. Even if there are updates, it is impossible to increase the death penalty again. On the contrary, it is more likely to add a resurrection mechanism, such as a wartime resurrection mechanism. Emolan narrowed his eyes and thought. But then again, what is the essence of game updates? I thought it was because I studied the rules and expanded the rules that the game was updated. But now I think this idea is ridiculous. I was really confident at the time. Chapter 957 Reasons for System Update. What does my breakthrough in strength mean? Emolan began to think. Just a breakthrough in my strength is not enough to cause the update of the entire game. Even if I break through to become a god, it's the same as mastering the power of gods. No reason, I'm just not worthy. I'm nothing. I can directly cause such a big change. Every system update means that the progress of the real game is improved. The energy required here is the second world level, and it's not like my floating city, a small world like the half-plane. It is a world so big that it can wrap the earth like a dumpling. In front of the power required at this level, it is a compliment to say that I am nothing. And the game world should be materialized by the origin of the earth plus the power of the player's faith as a bonus. The latter is completely a bonus. There is no difference whether it exists or not, while the former is here, and can be used at any time. From this perspective, it is reasonable for the real game to be fully materialized on the first day of its release. It is very normal. Even if the control of the origin of the earth and the sky may be related to the convergence of human beliefs and mental power on earth. The requirements have been met long ago, and it could have been realized long ago. There is no need to wait until now. And there is no need to wait for my promotion to make system updates. But the update of the real game is based on the time of my promotion. The official cannot just do it for fun. So there must be a purpose. It is definitely not because I studied, created, and developed some rules. Because so far, what I have studied is the game world, which is based on the big framework of the game world. The big framework was built by the game's official website. So the rules inside the game are not a secret to the game's development team. At least there is no difficulty in studying them. Why is that? What are my characteristics? What is the difference between me and them? What is unique to me? Emolan began to think. And suddenly his eyes lit up. I am an ordinary player. Yes, there is only this difference. The biggest difference between me and them is that my most unique identity is the player identity. I am ordinary players anymore, if you want to say a reason. Even because I am an ordinary player. To some extent, I can represent the same thing, know nothing, ordinary player group from scratch. Another point is, my entity promotion is the way out of the professional. It also walked out of the rules, and actual use routes, actual use. Only these 2 points, and I told them differently. And these 2 points should also explain why the update of real games will be directly linked to my progress. Emolan said lightly. Because no matter how many tests are done, no matter how many times the game is run, the official cannot guarantee that the route they take is absolutely correct. No one dares to guarantee it. Even if they test it, introducing all players into the game is actually a large-scale public test to test the feasibility of this model. As an ordinary player, I create a career, and my strength promotion is the result of the test. Even if the path I can take as an ordinary player is not absolutely credible, it will be relatively feasible. Since both the internal test and the public test can come up with feasible solutions, then materializing the game world based on this solution should be an acceptable result. It's not the best, but at least it's feasible. Emolan's face became a little strange now. It turns out that the game world is also using me as a test subject. The degree of materialization will be higher when I advance to the legendary level. When I reach the legendary level, it will be completely materialized. Does this mean that the potential of the legendary level is recognized? Or has this path been recognized? So that's the case. But then again, my route is also derived from the architecture of the game world. The architecture of the game world was determined only after it approved my route. I have become a circle without realizing it. Emolan muttered. Forget it, I am lucky that the route of the game world was feasible in the first place, otherwise I would be dead. And now that the game world is fully realized, the world has been determined, there should be no next system update. Imolan sighed at this moment. At this time, a surge of the origin of the world poured into the demi-plane from the interface between the game world and the demi-plane. The rules of the demi-plane were quickly materialized under the influx of the origin of the world. At the same time, the power of the demi-plane was also growing rapidly, which also meant that Imolan's power was growing rapidly. It's still comfortable to win by lying down, Imolan muttered, but at this moment Imolan suddenly realized a problem. Wait, the game system is in the hands of the game officials. The game system controls the game world. The game world contains the majestic origin of heaven and earth, possessing power that surpasses all titans, gods, Warcraft, and the sum of players, and can be controlled at will. At this moment Imolan was shocked and couldn't help but take a breath. Hiss. No wonder I asked them so many times. They always gave the same answer, whatever. Yes, whatever can't be done with this level of power. This level of power means that any god who enters the game world, or the earth, will not make any waves. If they are obedient, they will die if they enter the world or the radiation range of the world's power. Even if the real god comes, he will die. After all, the difference between the real god and the false god is that the real god never bursts out the power of the god at any time and place, while the false god can only burst out the power of the god in his own world. There is no essential difference in the level of power. So from this perspective, the game system is simply terrifying. It controls the heaven and earth, the gods, the monsters, and the player's full power. It turns out that I have a big thigh to hold? Hiss. Imolan felt different immediately. Of course, Imolan was also very clear in his heart. The origin of the heaven and earth cannot be disturbed. And the gods, titans, monsters, and the player's power cannot be used carelessly. Otherwise, it is easy to cause chaos and even cause damage to the entire game world. But not having it and having it are completely two different states. Although it cannot be used lightly, it can always be used at critical moments. Right? Since it exists, it can give people unparalleled confidence and confidence. At this moment, Imolan instantly felt confident. After feeling confident, he looked at the floating city he was sitting on, looked at the world wall membrane, and looked at the world itself. At this moment, Imolan suddenly had a surge of inspiration. I know how to build a floating city, Imolan said in surprise. The power of heaven and earth is powerful when used directly, but it is only a kind of power after all. If you can find a suitable magic circle to use the power of heaven and earth to drive it, you can definitely double the power of heaven and earth, and double the effect. Chapter 958 True God Level Spells. The sky is high, clear, endless. The earth is deep, heavy, carrying everything. The heaven and earth can contain all the attributes in the world. It can be said that the heaven and earth should be the best carrier. Any magic array can be fixed on the heaven and earth and exert all its effects and power, based on the heaven and earth itself, driven by the power of heaven and earth. Regarding the heaven and earth as a piece of material, after thousands of tempering, it is a real weapon after the fixed magic array. In comparison, directly using the power of heaven and earth to attack and defend seems much simpler. Imolan looked at it immediately. Before that, Imolan really thought about how to exert the power of the floating city to the fullest. Directly using the power of heaven and earth is definitely not an option. The heaven and earth are only one of the components of the floating city. In addition, the power of heaven and earth is limited to the interior of heaven and earth, and the surrounding of the membrane of heaven and earth. Although it can also radiate outward, the distance is always limited. So simply using the power of heaven and earth has great limitations and disadvantages. It is impossible for Imolan to build a floating city with great effort, and then drive the floating city to use the oldest and most primitive captain to help fight in the universe. Right? Although it is not impossible, it is too retro, so we still have to think of another way out. After all, the world is only a part of the floating city. While bringing out the advantages of the world, the role of the floating city cannot be ignored. In Imolan's view, the potential of the floating city is far greater than that of the world. Although this was the idea before, but with such a huge concept of the world, Imolan's vision is somewhat limited and constrained. Now that the pattern and vision have been opened up, the inspiration in Imolan's mind suddenly surges like a spring. A variety of attack, defense, concealment, space jump arrays were conceived by Imolan, in addition to being able to accommodate all arrays and exert their full effects. The world as a carrier has another huge advantage, that is, with the status of the world, the number of arrays that can be carried by the quality is extremely terrifying. This can directly cure Mo-Lan's fear of insufficient firepower to a certain extent. Compared with the original floating city, with the heaven and earth carrying the magic array, this can carry more. However, just when Mo-Lan was about to conceive of a super large cluster magic array that could be continuously adjusted and upgraded, Mo-Lan suddenly stopped himself. He suddenly thought of a problem. Hey, I suddenly found that most of the spells I have mastered can be used in different worlds, even in any place, as long as there are enough elements or I carry enough elements and magic power. Mo-Lan was suddenly a little surprised. When I first entered the Abyss continent, I hadn't noticed the differences between different worlds. So at that time, it was not surprising that the 7th ring and 8th ring spells could be released in the Abyss continent. Now that I think about it, it seems that the main offensive means I currently master, the micro-world and the 4 micro-element world stranglehold, are also universal in the world? Does this mean that these spells are actually using the basic rules that are universal to all worlds in the universe? Or is it part of the basic rules? Mo-Lan was more and more happy. He had been thinking hard about what the rules that are universal to the entire universe are like, and what they are made of. But he didn't expect that the answer was actually right in front of him. Other spells that require the mobilization of world authority cannot be used. And spells that require the use of Titan or divine power cannot be used. But these are relevant. The condensation of the micro-element world alone is already a divine-level spell. Once it is cast, it has divine-level spatial blockade, material blockade, seal, world-destroying annihilation, etc., and can also cause effective damage to gods. And the strangulation of the 4 micro-element realms is not too bad even among divine-level spells. It is a spell that can truly cause fatal damage to gods, and even kill gods. And the first one is the most difficult to start over. After the first one, no matter how difficult the next one is, it will not be that difficult if there is a template and a reference. You can just copy it or improve it to change the effect. Mo-Lan realized. For a mage, the gap between a true god and a false god is not as big as imagined. After all, a mage is not a god. A mage only needs to study the heaven and earth, study the world, summarize the rules, and apply the rules. The real essential difference between a true god and a false god lies in the gods. A false god in one world cannot maintain the god-level strength if he loses his authority in other worlds. It may even be that he cannot maintain the demigod-level or legendary-level strength. But a god-level mage in other worlds. Mo-Lan's tone suddenly stagnated. Well, it depends on how the mage casts the spell. If the mental power reaches the level of releasing god-level spells, then the attributes such as elemental affinity are genuine, and are not obtained by relying on the authority of the world, then he will still be a god-level mage in other worlds. Unfortunately, I am not to mention that I am not a god-level mage yet, even if I become a god-level mage in a month. I am only a pseudo-god god-level mage, and I still cannot release god-level spells in other worlds, because the source of my power is the demi-plane, and the demi-plane gives me power after it grows stronger. I took a shortcut after all, and I still have to make up for it. Mo-Lan's face was normal. Taking shortcuts is not shameful, having the ability to take shortcuts is also a skill, and taking shortcuts is not uncommon. Mo-Lan is not a god. Mo-Lan created the profession of mage bit by bit from scratch. Everything was groping in the fog, crossing the river by feeling the stones. It is impossible to have no mistakes at all, it is impossible not to take detours, even gods can't do this. After all, apart from holding the power of the world, gods are just stronger lives, there is no essential difference between them and humans. As for what to do, if you take a shortcut, just make up for it, it's not impossible to make up for it. Even if it can't be remedied. What can I do? At most, I can just waste my time and start over. I can just start over. Mo-Lan started from scratch and rose from the grassroots. Mo-Lan doesn't mind going through it again. With previous experience, knowledge and wealth accumulation, Mo-Lan will only go faster, better and more steadily. Mo-Lan has the ability and courage. So Mo-Lan doesn't care about these things. It doesn't matter if you make mistakes. Just change it. So Mo-Lan is thinking about how to solve this problem at the moment. The essence of a mage is still in mental power, or in the ability to perceive and change the external environment. As long as you can perceive and change the external environment, mental power is just one of the more convenient and more common ways. And the demi-plane is not useless. I have long known that the demi-plane is just a false god. Chapter 959. Learning mathematics is also necessary for practicing magic. The core function of the demi-plane is to enhance the foundation of the game world, increase the growth rate of the game world, expand the territory of the game world, and increase the radiation range of the game world's power. The power given to me is secondary, just the icing on the cake. So the demiplane is not wrong. It can only be said that the demiplane is not suitable for mages. It can only be said that the road of the illusory world that I opened up before is not suitable for mages. Emolan pondered. Not suitable. But not wrong. This is a wrong path for the growth of the mage profession. A wrong direction. But at the same time, without this wrong attempt, I would not be able to master the micro-elemental world, the elemental world strangulation, and other god-level spells that are common to all worlds. I also cannot master the high-level knowledge of creating the world and structuring the world. Although these cannot connect to the path of the mage, they will also become mages and become the nourishment and fertile soil for the growth of civilization. These are not useless efforts. Emolan thought calmly. To put it simply, there are two things I need to do now. First, continue to practice, temper the spirit, let the spirit reach the essence of the god level. After completing this step, I will be officially promoted from a legendary mage to a god level mage. Although it only takes 1 month for Emolan to master a god level power by himself after the half plane is fully materialized, but at this moment, Emolan no longer recognizes this power. Even if this power can reach the god level, it is obtained through his own practice, and he can fully control it, but Emolan will not think that he has become a god level mage because of this. This is just another god level power that he cultivated and mastered by himself, like the mage priesthood. Originally, Emolan believed that he was still a master mage, and now it is the same. Emolan still believes that he is a legendary mage. Besides, as a legendary mage, isn't it natural for him to master 2 divine powers? It makes sense. Not just now, this point will definitely run through the entire mage profession in the future, unless I jump directly to using soul or consciousness to perceive the outside world, and influence the outside world, in short. The essence is to improve my ability to perceive and influence the outside world, and it doesn't matter what I use. This can't be rushed. It's useless to rush. There is no shortcut. You must accumulate little by little, and improve step by step. So there is no rush. Just set aside a certain amount of time every day to improve, and study the improvement methods. Then the second point is, using the structure of heaven and earth. Creating heaven and earth. To stabilize the large-scale magic array I conceived on the floating city, and completely integrate the heaven and earth into the system of the floating city, rather than just leaving it alone. This is not good for heaven and earth, nor for the floating city. People are not human, and ghosts are not ghosts. This point should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. And finally call Molan and Lu Bin to work together to improve the weapons, detection, and teleportation systems. Raise the combat power of the floating city to the level of gods as soon as possible, even to the level of suppressing gods, killing gods. With the mobile nature of the floating city, after the floating city has the power of gods, it is basically equivalent to the power of true gods, and it has the power of true gods in any world. After having the power of true gods, whether it is to go to other continents in the abyss world to plunder the origin of heaven and earth to strengthen the half-plane, the floating city, or find the sun god from another world to solve the problem, it can take the initiative, rather than just passively taking a beating as a pseudo-god. Emolan looked at the small fireball floating in the floating city. This small fireball symbolizing the concept of the sun is a good thing. It is of great help to heaven and earth, but the fact that its concept of the sun has an owner is very alienating. So Emolan needs to make it ownerless. Or better yet, become its new owner. In fact, there is one thing that is beneficial to Emolan. That is, Emolan does not need to worry about the alien sun god discovering the game world, because the alien sun god enters the abyss continent through the concept erosion. And only after the concept erosion can he master the power of the god level in the abyss continent. This fully shows that although the alien sun god looks very powerful, he is actually a false god. Although there is no difference between the real god and the false god if you go to his world to attack him. This means that even if the alien sun god discovers the game world, it will not pose any threat to the game world. False gods will lose their power when they enter the game world. No matter how powerful the sun god of another world is, even if he is strong enough to sweep across the game world, all gods will be useless. When he arrives in other worlds, he will still fall, unless he uses the method of rule erosion. But the game world is not the abyss continent. The titans in the game world, there are more than one god, and they all belong to the power of the Hall of the Gods. In addition, The game system controls every bit of space and every bit of power in the game world. Want to use rule erosion? It will never be possible in the next life. So Lon was relieved. Since he didn't have to worry about his house being stolen, he could attack without restraint. Besides these 2 points, it's this fission furnace. Lon took a deep look at the fission furnace. Whether in the game world, the abyss world, or the floating city, the fission furnace was operating normally. There was no difference at all, and it was not affected at all. So E equals mc squared is a true rule universal to the entire universe, or is it part of the rule? Lon said softly, and then asked himself. So those theorems and formulas are actually part of the true rules? Isn't there a saying that the rules may change, but mathematics will not? Lon was silent. This seems to be true. Although these were born on Earth, they have not touched any authority or any rules. They are not created by gods, but are explored and researched by mortals bit by bit. From this perspective, it is natural that these are the true rules. At least it is part of the real rules. At this moment, Lan's thoughts were a little complicated. I once said that you have to learn mathematics to practice magic. I once said that knowledge is power. These are all facts, but I didn't expect it to be implemented so thoroughly. From this point of view, the various systematic knowledge of modern civilization, theory is an extremely huge gold mountain, a treasure of unimaginable value, and it has definitely reached the level of gods. If anyone can learn all of them, no, you don't need to learn all of them. As long as you learn one of the branches and add some tips, some ways of application, then you will be a true god-level wizard? Chapter 960 Technology and Magic. Hiss, this is outrageous. Lon really thought it was outrageous, but after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the case. No matter how outrageous it is very likely to be the fact. Why? Because the essence of a mage is to use the perception of the outside world to study the world, and then use the ability to influence the surroundings to apply the knowledge gained to transform the world. Where does the knowledge of modern science and technology come from? From studying the world. Where is this knowledge used? To change the world, to change the living environment of human beings. What is the difference between modern people with knowledge and mages? The difference is that mages have the ability to influence real matter, and can directly use the knowledge they have, while the knowledge holders in reality do not have this ability, and need to use various media. For example, by making various machines, various creations. It is like an airplane. The flight of an airplane cannot be realized directly. It is impossible for a person to fly after studying and building an airplane. So people use this knowledge to make an airplane, and realize this knowledge of flying, so that the airplane can carry people to fly. If you become a wizard, the wizard can directly use this knowledge, but not to create an airplane out of thin air, but to create a flying technique to allow people to fly. In essence, there is no difference between the two. Both use knowledge to make people fly. The only difference is the means and efficiency of realization. This is just a very simple example. This example can also be derived to nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs, and other strategic deterrent weapons. If there is a wizard who has the knowledge of manufacturing these nuclear weapons, and the related knowledge behind them, and then uses this knowledge to directly manufacture hydrogen bombs and throw them out, why can't it be called a divine level spell? Why can't it be called a divine level wizard? And can't it be done by directly using spells to manufacture hydrogen bombs? What can't be done? Isn't it enough to take a piece of uranium-235 as a spell material? As a wizard, it is reasonable for me to consume some materials when releasing a divine level spell, right? Is it a spell if the materials are consumed? Yes. Why not? Then why is it not a divine level wizard if a divine level spell is released? That's it. So at this moment, Lon discovered that there is only a fine line between modern technology and spells. In essence, they are all the use of rules, but the realization methods and efficiency are different. In reality, those top professors and academicians only need to master the ability to influence reality. As long as the ability to influence reality reaches the level of gods, they will instantly transform into powerful gods. This is the power of knowledge. They have knowledge, and they can simply transform it into power. Okay. Learn math. Learn physics. Learn chemistry. Learn biology. Learn everything you need. Lon said with a sigh. A poor student cannot become a mage. If anyone thinks that becoming a mage does not require learning these subjects, then that is too naive. It was fine before, but from today on, Everyone who wants to change his job to become a mage must learn these subjects. Not a single one can be missed, and there are more stringent requirements, more stringent assessments. And it is not just a matter of learning at a certain stage. You cannot give up learning these subjects throughout your life. Emolan glanced at the floating city, and the next moment a gate to another world slowly formed in front of Emolan, and opposite the gate to another world was the Mage Association. Emolan had to use his divine power to tear open a gap before he had to endure the punishment from the heavens in order to obtain the spatial coordinates here, and then build a spatial channel. In this way, Emolan and others can easily get the materials up and down, without having to fly such a high distance every time and tear open the sky every time. Every time he came up, he would be punished by the heavens. If Emolan was not killed by the punishment from the heavens, he would be beaten to death by the God King. What a joke. After the gate to the other world appeared, Emolan's mental power immediately immersed in it. A projection appeared in the warehouse, and a projection appeared in the office. The projection of the warehouse directly extracted some elemental metals, and after some elemental stones were packed into the space box, the projection directly flew into the space channel again with these space boxes, and appeared outside the sky. The space box opened, and pieces of elemental stones flew out of it and assembled in the void. And the structure, under Emolan's control, the prototype of a building quickly emerged in the blink of an eye. For this building, Emolan did not use the common open-type shielding model, but directly chose to build a fully enclosed building with elemental stones. Elemental stone has strong elemental resistance, and has excellent isolation effect on elemental penetration, which is a characteristic of all elemental stones. This characteristic makes elemental stone also very effective in blocking various rays in the universe. Of course, it would be foolish not to mention the thickness. As long as the thickness is about 50 centimeters, most cosmic rays can be blocked. Emolan chose an outer wall thickness of 70 centimeters. As long as it is closed, a safe environment can be created. This is why Emolan chose elemental stone as the raw material for building this space station. If it is a high-density stone compressed by magic, before the density exceeds a certain limit, the performance in this aspect is still not as good as that of elemental stone. If the density reaches a certain limit, the production cost, which was originally suppressed to a very low level, will increase rapidly, and the cost performance will not be as good as that of elemental stone. After all, many elemental realms have been developed now, and the Abyss continent has been developed for so long. Especially after the development of the Earth elemental realm, the Mage Association really has no shortage of ordinary low-level elemental stones, and can basically use them at will. The reason for the full closure is that the cosmic rays that Emolan can easily block with a shield are actually very difficult to isolate. Block. Emolan can block it with a shield because this is Emolan. The elemental stone can block it because of its characteristics. It is normal. Ordinary constant shields may have strong defense, but they cannot completely block the highly penetrating cosmic rays. Of course, Emolan can also find a way to build a shield that can block cosmic rays, but it is still a cost issue. If there is no way, then Emolan will definitely study it. However, if there is a way, then there is no need for Emolan to waste time on it. Using elemental stone to build a closed space station has no disadvantages except that it is ugly. Outside the sky, Emolan used the elemental stone structure to build a space station. In the Mage Association, Emolan's projection contacted Lin Wei and Lu Bin. Something's going on. Come here quickly. Now. What's going on? Urgent? Lu Bin's projection took shape in front of Emolan. The next moment, Lin Wei's projection also appeared and looked at Emolan. Seeing this, Emolan smiled slightly and said, "The way to become a true god-level mage." Chapter 961 Communication. What do you mean? Lin Wei and Lu Bin's expressions suddenly froze. They already had a clear concept of true gods and false gods. They had a vague idea before Emolan mentioned it, not to mention that Emolan had told them directly before. They understood the meaning of true gods. The meaning of true gods lies in the initiative of civilization war. Whoever has the stronger power of true gods, whoever has the initiative in the war. A civilization without true gods can only shrink in the world where they were born and wait for others to invade, passively taking a beating, without any ability to fight back. The nuclear bomb is the real god. Emolan smiled. The two were stunned when they heard this. Lu Bin was still a little confused, but Lin Wei reacted instantly and said directly, E=mc²? Emolan nodded with a smile, and Lu Bin next to him also reacted instantly, and said a little unbelievably, "Is this a real rule? Why not? A destructive attack of the god level can be launched anywhere, even if the world is different, and the planet is different. Isn't this our definition of a true god? Offensive true god level spell." Linhua and Lu Bin immediately started thinking. Neither of them was a fool. On the contrary, they were geniuses, evildoers, otherwise they wouldn't have achieved what they have today. In Imolan's eyes, they were all his peers, with the qualifications and strength to go with him all the way. They didn't react before, but now they were all connected after being enlightened. At this moment, they thought about many things. At this moment, they had thousands of thoughts in their minds. But they only said one sentence. Knowledge is power. Learning is eternal. Huh? The two of them took a long breath, as if they wanted to spit out all the shock just now. I searched for him thousands of times in the crowd. But when I turned around, he was in the dim light. After Lu Bin's voice fell, Linhua said softly, "The way a mage transforms knowledge into power is through the spell model. By controlling the elements of heaven and earth. The way scientists transform knowledge into power is by making all kinds of machines and products. Indeed, there is no essential difference. Then our next goal is to systematically and deeply study the knowledge in reality." Right? Yes. Imolan nodded. Although they are still in the process of continuous learning, the content of learning is not coherent. They are all relatively deep. If you want to learn in depth, you still have to learn from the path of small, medium, high, and large. This is a ready-made and planned path. From shallow to deep, from simple to complex. As long as you follow the steps, you can lay a very solid foundation. As for after college, it is no longer a foundation, but you can choose a direction for in-depth study. Okay. Lu Bin smacked his lips. I have a feeling that my style will change again. When the time comes, I will use fireballs with a ball of gunpowder, and use combustion with gasoline. His. Exciting. Linhua smiled when he heard it. Why do you have to hold gunpowder? We are learning knowledge, not copying it rigidly. I have always been on this route. Do you think there is anything wrong with my style? Lu Bin rolled his eyes. It's just an example. But do you have any misunderstandings? When has your painting style ever been right? When has your painting style ever been the same as mine? Or Imolan's? Linhua was slightly stunned, turned his head to look at Imolan. Imolan blinked, and asked in confusion, "Have you always thought that your painting style is the same as ours?" Linhua couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he heard this. Imolan smiled at this. "By the way, I have 4 things to tell you. First, the world I built on the floating city was successful. And I successfully used the origin of the world of the Abyss continent to materialize a part of it. Now I plan to conceive a large-scale cluster array that can be modularly upgraded and adjusted to be fixed on the world itself. And there is also an attack weapon system on the floating city that uses the power of the world. A detection system, etc. And I will need your help when the time comes. Second, about the system update. When you see the system update, you should know that I have successfully broken through to the legendary level. Didn't I tell you that I changed my route before the breakthrough? What I changed was to connect the virtual world and the game world together. Becoming a part of the game world. Becoming a half-plane of the game world. And you and the heaven and earth control that half-plane together. This is beneficial to both yourself and the game world. The only disadvantage is that this power will disappear if you leave the game world. Third, I built a space station in the demiplane. These are the space coordinates. When the time comes, you can go to the space station to study technology and study the true rules. After all, although the true rules run through every world, run through the game world, they will be disturbed after all. There are too many impurities. I think the environment outside the world is more suitable for the research of true rules. The space coordinates are given to you, you go by yourself. As for the space station, if it is not enough, you can build it yourself. It is not difficult anyway. Fourth, this matter is related to the second matter, which is the future path of the mage. I have a lot of insights from the virtual world to the half-plane. The most profound point is that everything is external. Only the knowledge you have mastered, the ability to perceive the outside world, and the ability to influence external materials are the core. At present, I have placed these 2 abilities on mental power. So I think it is necessary to always persist in the cultivation and strengthening of mental power. This is the way to become a true god-level mage. Of course, mental power is only my current choice. As long as these 2 abilities can be improved, You can choose soul, consciousness or other, all are fine. These are roughly the 4 points. In addition, here are some of my experiences, including the experience of condensing the illusory world to temper the soul, consciousness, mental power, the methods and techniques of structuring the world, and some understanding of true gods and false gods. You can refer to them. While speaking, Emolan also directly packed a group of information into the brains of Lu Bin, and Lin withdrew the mental connection. The two of them listened quietly, accepting the information package while thinking on their own. What Emolan said was very useful to them. But none of them had the same path as Emolan. There were some differences, so they had to absorb and modify it in a targeted way before they could use it. After Emolan finished speaking, Lin also spoke, talking about his gains and experiences in this period of time in terms of machinery, nuclear fission destruction of energy, high-efficiency energy conversion and utilization, and shared information. When he spoke again, Emolan also listened seriously, thinking, and he could also learn a lot from Lin with sharing. Chapter 962 Civilization Type. During this period, I have basically been able to freely close and filter, and close people who use the space origin. For those who I have given permission, the space origin can be used normally. For those who have not been given permission, the space origin is the same as if it does not exist, and will not generate any feedback. This involves cross-space identification, screening, permission granting, sensing and other technologies, respectively. After Linhua, it was Lu Bin. When Emolan and Lu Bin were busy, Lu Bin was not idle either. Or no matter which of the three people was busy. They were basically immersed in busyness every moment. I can only say that they are simply too busy. And the mage's mental strength is too strong. With the strength of Linhua, Lu Bin, and Emolan, they can at least persist in a month of high-intensity research without sleeping and still maintain a normal state. And then rest for 10 hours to be in a state of complete victory. If they set aside a fixed time every day for meditation during the high-intensity research, then the fatigue of the day can be recovered with just a few hours of meditation. As long as they keep meditating, the mages can continue to study. Not to mention a month of high-intensity research. There is no other way after having such conditions. They are simply too good to be stopped. With the current immature status of the mage system, with the talents and abilities of the three, there are research results of varying sizes every day, every week, and every month. The three will also gather together regularly. Each person will explain their own research gains during this period, share their experiences, share their ideas, and bring out the difficulties encountered during this period to communicate and learn from each other. In addition, after the three have new results, even if they have not communicated or have no time to communicate, they will actually organize the knowledge and store it in the Tower Spirit, and when the Tower Spirit finds that they are free, they will pass on this knowledge. This is the experience between Emolan and the other two. They exchange knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. At the same time, they teach each other their latest achievements, so that each other can also master the most cutting-edge spells, techniques or routes outside their own fields. This is just like the breakthrough method for master-level mages that Emolan researched. After Emolan researched it, he shared it with Linhua and Lu Bin. Of course, whether the other party uses it or not is another matter. This does not affect their sharing with each other. The three people's communication lasted for a whole day. And there was also a period of quarrels and disputes during the period. This is also a common thing. Sometimes Emolan is not 100% able to convince Linhua and Lu Bin. After all, there are two most difficult things in the world. First, take the money in other people's pockets. Second, change the thoughts in other people's heads. Although this is a little different, the meaning is similar. Emolan, Linhua, and Lu Bin are all proud. Sometimes you can only convince the other party with facts. Therefore, communication usually ends with the design of an experiment. After the end, Emolan stood up and walked to the window of the Mage Tower, looking at the vast blue lake and said, "Hey Linhua, Lu Bin, what kind of civilization do you think is more common in the universe? Why do you suddenly ask this?" "Because I'm about to meet a god from another world, I'm a little curious. I'm curious whether there is a complete civilization behind the god from another world. If so, what kind of civilization would it be? Barbaric? Technology? Magic?" Linhua and Lu Bin pondered after hearing this, and Linhua said after thinking for a moment, "It depends on what kind of planets are the ones that give birth to life in the universe. If they are all magic-free planets like the Earth, then I think there will be more technological civilizations, because we can only develop technological civilizations, which is the only path. At most, different environments, different resources, different races develop into completely different forms of technology, but the essence is technology. If the Earth is just a special case, and most of the life planets have elements or other extraordinary powers, then it will most likely evolve into a magical civilization. A cultivation civilization. Or a cultivator civilization? But no matter what kind of civilization it is, it will definitely not be a technological civilization. Because in a world with demons, it means that individual extraordinary people will appear more easily than the technological route, and it will be easier to attract everyone's attention, and it will be easier to give birth to faith and gods. God's faith. I think I don't need to say more about the ignorance of individual extraordinary people in their thoughts. This will suppress the development of science and technology. Even if the buds of science and technology appear, they will be extinguished by them, because the rulers who hold extraordinary power, people at the top of the pyramid, will not allow people at the bottom to challenge their authority in the form of technology. Even if the ruling class at the top of the pyramid actively develops technology, it is useless, because technology is not based on a few elites, but on a technological civilization. Enlightening the people is a prerequisite. Only educated people can support high-level technology in order to maintain faith or facilitate rule. It is almost unthinkable to spend a lot of money to enlighten the people in this environment. How can they bleed to subsidize the lower-class people? Therefore, in a world with magic, technological civilization must be suppressed. And the civilization that is finally born is most likely a magical civilization under slavery or feudalism. It is not ruled out that professions similar to mages are born in these worlds. They study everything in the world, acquire knowledge, and then challenge the gods. However, it is estimated that in the end, the brave will become a dragon, and the mage will become a god, and there will be no essential difference. Of course, perhaps in very rare cases, these professions similar to mages choose to cultivate mages on a large scale, and embark on a feudal or slave-based mage-like civilization. I feel that the final development of this civilization will be closer to scientific and technological civilization. Linhua pondered. To sum it up, there are 3 types of civilizations, right? One is a technological civilization like ours. One is a civilization dominated by gods and spirits. And one is a supernatural civilization dominated by supernatural professionals. Emolan nodded thoughtfully. If nothing unexpected happens, the worlds where life is born should mostly be demon worlds. And the Earth is just a special case. Most of those civilizations started with god civilizations, and then transformed into supernatural civilizations by chance. But how do you know that most of them are demon worlds? Is there any evidence? No evidence. After all, we have only come into contact with 2 worlds. What evidence can I have? It's just a pure feeling. Emolan shook his head and said lightly. Chapter 963 Nuclear Explosion Mage. Okay. Linhua shrugged when he heard this. But if it's really like what you said, then our civilization may have certain advantages in the entire universe. It's hard to say which is stronger between the extraordinary civilization and the technological civilization. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. I feel that the 2 can coexist, and can complement each other to form a technological extraordinary civilization. Such a form of civilization will be more superior, more powerful, with unlimited potential, at least much stronger than a single civilization. But the extraordinary civilization will suppress the technological civilization by nature. So it is almost impossible for the extraordinary civilization to become a comprehensive civilization of technological extraordinary. There is only one way to become a technological extraordinary civilization. That is, technology first and then extraordinary. Technological civilization will not exclude or suppress extraordinary civilization. After forming a technological civilization, it is completely possible to absorb the advantages and strengths of extraordinary civilization, and then change its own civilization form. Just like what we are doing now. This is what we are doing. Technology first, then extraordinary. Emolan nodded slightly when he heard this. That's true. If the Earth is a special case, then the changes that the Earth is currently undergoing and its future potential will be quite impressive. Emolan, Linhua, and Lu Bin all pondered and deduced this question. But there was too little information and insufficient evidence to prove it. This was still just a guess, and could only be a guess. So after thinking for a while, Emolan directly changed the topic to another question. Then barbaric civilization, technological civilization, and extraordinary civilization all exist. In the past, Science fiction novels use the level of technology to distinguish civilizations. The basis for civilization classification was the level of technology. The level of civilization was based on surface civilization, the level of civilization with controlled nuclear fusion, the level of civilization that could fully utilize stellar energy, and the level of civilization that could travel at the speed of light. But obviously, this level of classification is not applicable to the current situation. After all, they may have powerful gods that can destroy interstellar civilizations, even though they seem to be in the backward slave era. If this civilization is still judged as the lowest level of civilization, it would be really laughable. 3 types of civilizations coexist. The level of divine civilization must be assessed according to the level of gods. Technological civilization can still be assessed in the original way. Supernatural civilization can be assessed comprehensively by combining divine civilization and technological civilization. But what is the assessment standard? Combat power is definitely not good, because you will never know how strong a civilization is until the war of civilization destruction. Linwa was silent for a moment after hearing this, and shook his head. We are not qualified to assess the level of civilization now. We don't even know what levels of power the gods have, what types of supernatural civilization there are, and what stage of super technology the technological civilization has. We know nothing, so how can we assess the level of civilization? To truly assess the level of civilization, let alone how strong one is, at least one must have a deep understanding of different levels of civilization, different strengths of civilizations to have this foundation. Otherwise everything is just empty talk. Emolan nodded immediately after hearing this. That's true. At present, we don't have the standard to assess the level of civilization. Emolan shook his head and said, That's all for today. I'm leaving first. In addition, the space station will be completed soon. You can bring a projection up to see it when you have time. After Emolan finished speaking, his own projection slowly dissipated. Lu Bin and Lin Wu looked at each other after hearing this, and their figures dissipated. The next moment, Emolan found that 2 projections were slowly forming in front of his body. They were Lin Wu and Lu Bin. Lin Wu, after Lu Bin and the others condensed the projection, they immediately turned their eyes to the fully enclosed space station suspended in the vacuum. The space station at this time was not very large. It could only accommodate 10 or 20 people for living and research, but the basic functions were designed to be relatively comprehensive, and it could be put into use directly after the experimental equipment was installed. And at this moment, the experimental equipment was being installed. It's really ugly. If you think it's ugly, build it yourself. You all have the space coordinates anyway. Emolan said unhappily. Lin Wu. Lu Bin stopped talking immediately after hearing this. His eyes drifted around, and said casually, Come to think of it, we haven't really come out before. Huh? We didn't have the ability before. And we didn't pay attention to it when we had the ability. It's only now that we come to this vacuum to take a look. Lin Wu turned his head to look at Lin Wu after he finished speaking, but found that Lin Wu closed his eyes, and seemed to be sensing something, and opened his eyes after a while. Lu Bin, what are you doing? I'm sensing my spatial origin, and I found that I can still sense the spatial origin here. Well, isn't this normal? If the spatial origin cannot be sensed outside the world, then what is the structure of the cross-world spatial channel? How to locate the world space coordinates? Isn't it based on the sensing of the spatial origin? Lin Wu said casually. But Emolan was shocked when he heard it, and turned his head to look at Lu Bin. He seemed to understand the meaning of Lu Bin's words. At this time, Lu Bin also spoke out. What I mean is, I can also sense the existence of the space origin and its power outside the world. Since I can sense it, then there is a basis for calling it. Does this mean that the concept of space origin I defined is not only a concept within the game world, but also a concept of the external universe? Or my 5-dimensional space origin coordinates have penetrated the game world and directly nailed to the external universe? These 5-dimensional space origin coordinates are part of a certain rule of the external universe? Hearing these at this moment, Lin Wu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Although the radiation range of the origin of space is not too large in astronomical units, it should not be too difficult to cover several worlds in a circle. In other words, if I operate properly, my power will at least not be limited to the game world, but can be expanded to several worlds, and I can continue to strengthen the origin of space, so as to increase its radiation range, which can also increase my free combat range. Emolan thought quietly for a moment, and then said, Maybe it's feasible. At least there is a foundation for success. Well, There are still some problems. I'll try it later. Lu Bin didn't say anything after he finished speaking. And Lin was said after a moment of silence. Then I will study and research the knowledge related to nuclear weapons in depth. And improve my mecha and spacecraft energy systems. At the same time, I will also try to create a nuclear explosion attack directly by architecture and model without relying on raw materials. Linwa continued after a moment of silence. After all, I think being a mecha nuclear explosion wizard should be pretty good. Chapter 964 Spaceship. I'll build one too. Me too. Linwa, Lu Bin started right away, but compared to Imolan's construction with pure elemental stones, they were different. First, Lu Bin directly brought a bunch of elemental stones up. Imolan thought Lu Bin also wanted to build a fully enclosed space station like him, but something went wrong as Lu Bin was building. Imolan saw that Lu Bin's space station was flat all the way, just a flat surface, with no intention of building walls or roofing. Lu Bin, what do you want to do? Lu Bin chuckled when he heard this. After he built a square plane, Imolan watched him lay down nodes one by one, and the structures were fixed on the plane one by one. During this process, some elemental metal space bronze was also used. In this process, Imolan could detect very obvious spatial fluctuations. Lu Bin, do you want to use the space barrier to cap it? Although the space barrier is easy to use, it is also. Before Imolan finished speaking, he found that the space above the square plane had shown signs of distortion. Under Imolan's observation, those cosmic rays were either deflected to the sides, or directly shot to the back of the square plane along the space channel. It was like forming an invisible and immaterial barrier, which directly blocked all the rays, forming a survivable space on the square plane. Imolan opened his eyes slightly. If it was just like this, there would be no need for Imolan to be surprised. Imolan would not even have any reaction, but the real key question was, what the hell, Lu Bin? How did you deflect other rays, but leave certain rays? In theory, since the cosmic rays were deflected and transferred, then the human eye would only see a black hole, instead of still seeing the square plane suspended in the vacuum of the universe. Since it can be seen, it means that the light can smoothly pass through the distorted space that blocks cosmic rays, and can be smoothly reflected and received by the human eye. Only in this way can the human eye, an optical observation organ, smoothly observe the existence of the square plane. Lu Bin smiled when he heard this. Hee. President, I am not as good as you in other aspects, but you are not as good as me in space research and application. Imolan smacked his lips. Okay. How did you do it? Just when Lu Bin was about to explain the principle to Imolan, he was suddenly stunned, turned his head to look in the direction of the space channel, and Imolan also turned his head to look over there. A sharp tip slowly emerged from the space channel. Imolan could tell at a glance that the tip was made of pure gold, flashing with dazzling sharpness. The bottom of the tip expanded rapidly, and a dark silver machine appeared in front of Imolan and Lu Bin. The dark silver machine was very large, and it reached the limit of the space channel in a blink of an eye. However, at the moment when the dark silver machine supported the space channel was directly pushed open, getting bigger and bigger, as more and more of the dark silver machine was exposed. Its bottom was directly flattened, and a Squad A appeared in front of Imolan and Lu Bin. Soldiers, the sound of the space channel breaking, thousands of space fragments flying wantonly, but there was no trace left on the dark silver machine, and it continued to move forward. Finally, the dark silver machine completely shuttled through the space channel and turned into a spaceship with Class A. At this moment, Lin was stood in front of Class A, flicked his fingers, and it was like flowing metal flowing out from his waist and covering his entire body. In a blink of an eye, Linwa was wearing an extremely gorgeous armor, with his hands behind his back, staring quietly ahead. Imolan. Lu Bin opened his eyes wide and looked at this 100-meter spaceship that could satisfy all fantasies, and was a little dazed. And Linwa's voice came. Haha, I built an empty shell model on a whim before. The materials are good, but it's just for looks. Doesn't this need a space station? I thought about it, and decided not to build it. Just bring it up. It's just right. I think the universe is more suitable for placing this model. After all, with the elemental metal used in this model, it should be relatively easy to resist radiation and cosmic rays. Just when Imolan and Lu Bin were about to believe it, an electronic sound suddenly came from the spaceship. Develop the meteorite. Start flight trajectory calculation. Calculation completed. There is a threat. Use the first-level laser secondary gun to eliminate it. Charge. Fire. The meteorite has been eliminated. The threat has disappeared. Molan. Lubin silently watched a laser cannon emerge on the plane on one side of the spacecraft. The moment it appeared, the meteorite in the distance was directly vaporized by the high-energy laser, and the machine gun also sank directly into the interior of the spacecraft. After watching the whole process, he turned his head and looked at Linhua. Linhua smiled awkwardly but politely. As a spaceship model, is it reasonable for me to install a tower spirit as a ship spirit? As a spaceship model, is it reasonable for me to install a few laser cannons to make it more like it, to restore it more realistically? Molan and Lu Bin looked at him like a fool. Is your model like this? Isn't this it? Linhua stepped on the spaceship under his feet and nodded. You call this a model? Linhua nodded sincerely. Yes. Ugh. Ugh. Anyway, this is a spaceship model. I will use it as a space station in the future. Molan, Lu Bin could not help but fall silent after hearing this, turning his head to look at his own space station. Among them, Lu Bin glanced at Linhua's spaceship and then looked at his own square plane. Lu Bin was originally quite satisfied with him, but now he feels disgusted and dissatisfied no matter how he looks at it. But after seeing Molan's fully enclosed space station, Lu Bin suddenly became much more satisfied. Well, there is nothing wrong with this space station. Molan looked at Linhua's spaceship, then looked at Lu Bin's flat space station, and then looked at the matchbox he built, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Hey, President, don't think too much. It's just a space station. A matchbox is also a space station, and you can do research casually. That's right, that's right. Although I have a spaceship, I still envy your matchbox space station. Simple, pure, simple, conducive. Then let's change one. Faced with a sudden problem, Linhua said subconsciously without thinking. No. Molan rolled his eyes. Linhua also reacted, smiled, and pointed at the spaceship under his feet and said, formally introduce. This is my spaceship. But I was not joking just now. It is indeed just a model. Just an empty shell. With a tower, a few guns, and a detection and aiming system. That's all. So the effect you just saw actually shows the full capabilities of the spacecraft, haha. Chapter 965 Working Fluid Propulsion. It's really all empty. Molan's mouth twitched slightly after entering the spaceship, and he said aloud, even he was scared just now. It looks like the real thing, but the distance is really not far. Molan glanced at the structure inside, sensed the constant magic array in the keel, and the flowing terrifying energy, as well as the overall structure of the spaceship, the magic array, and the gravity that is almost the same as in the game world. Molan couldn't help but sigh. You have already completed the most difficult main part, and the gravity system has been installed. How long will the rest take? It's like building a house. The house has been built. All that's left is the decoration and furniture. How much time will it take? Amid Molan's praise, Linhua smiled. It will still take some time. Only a few secondary guns have been installed, and the main guns have not been installed. How long will it take? By the way, the elemental metals you applied for recently should have been spent on this. Right? I think they are basically the top alloys. Just relying on this hull without any shield can withstand a few attacks. What is your expected combat capability? What is its positioning? Linhua was quite serious when he heard this. When I designed this ship, I positioned it as a long-distance reconnaissance ship. It mainly focuses on speed, concealment, scanning, and has a certain degree of self-sustaining ability. It can meet the needs of a small team to carry out long-distance missions. The reconnaissance range includes, but is not limited to other worlds, precious resources, enemies. As for the combat capability, it is set to be god-level combat capability. The speed exceeds that of ordinary gods, the concealment ability exceeds that of ordinary gods, and the scanning range exceeds that of ordinary gods. At present, there is still a long way to go to reach the goal. But as long as it succeeds, I think it can become a strong supplement to our space. It should also meet our own space experiment needs. After listening to Linhua's thoughts and plans, Molan had a general understanding, nodded, and said, if you need anything, just tell me and Lu Bin. Your idea is good. I really need some help. Linhua smiled, and then said, I coated the hull with a layer of elemental metal that isolates energy and light, and combined with my constant arrays, as long as it remains silent, the hidden ability can be concealed from the god's perception. When it is moving, As long as the force does not exceed 50%, the god should not be able to find it. But there are still some problems with the speed and scanning direction. After all, these 2 points require speeds and scanning capabilities that exceed those of ordinary gods. And the scanning ability also needs to ensure the concealment of the scanning state. TSK. It is still difficult to meet the standards I designed. That's true. But it's normal to have difficulty. If it is really designed according to your design standards. As long as the attack power is not bad, the gods can be killed. In front of it, ordinary gods have no ability to fight back. How can it be easy? Lin was smiled embarrassedly. Isn't this the design standard? From the beginning of the design, I didn't plan to complete the design standard. I just try to make this the goal, try to get as close as possible, that's all. The design standard is for reference only. Of course, it's best if you can complete it. If you really can't complete it, then focus on speed and scanning. As long as the speed is fast enough, it doesn't matter whether it's concealed or not. Only a fast speed can guarantee the survival rate of the task force, so that they won't be unable to fight and run away when they are discovered, which would be too hopeless. Speed is the most important. If neither of the two can be achieved, then we should focus on speed. We can give up on attack power, as long as we have the ultimate speed. After all, mobility is always the most important. In modern warfare, mobility is the eternal king. Of course, space warfare will definitely be very different from modern ground warfare. But don't we have space warfare experience? Starting with ultimate mobility. At least we can ensure that we gain experience and pay less tuition for lessons. Emolan nodded and thought. Extreme speed Lin was added as Emolan just started to think. Oh, right. Space direction is not good. Because compared with normal flight speed, space is too easy to be restricted. Emolan nodded and thought again. Extreme speed in vacuum. Then we have to start from the propulsion method in vacuum. After excluding space-related flying spells, the common flying method we usually use in normal flight is to use the Earth's magnetic field, the propulsion of airflow, and the support of mental power. There are thousands of flying spells, but most of them cannot be separated from these 3 principles. If flying in a vacuum state, the first one uses magnetic field and is only applicable within the radiation range of the world's magnetic field, so it cannot be applied to a general vacuum. The remaining 2 are nothing more than air flow and mental force. Airflow can be pushed inside the world and can also be pushed by the air in nature. But in a vacuum, there is no air to help, so it can only consume its own wind element to create wind for propulsion. The principle is nothing more than the vacuum propulsion method used in reality. Working fluid propulsion. Then, there is the mental force lifting method, using your own mental force to push yourself forward. The efficiency of these 2 propulsion methods varies, but the threshold for using it is still lower for airflow propulsion, and the upper limit is also higher for airflow propulsion. After all, if mental force propulsion wants to be fast, it requires high-quality mental force. If you want to surpass the gods, then the quality of mental force required must at least surpass the gods. The cost effectiveness is too low, so there is only one option, airflow propulsion or working fluid propulsion. The problem with fluid propulsion is that if you want enough endurance, you must carry enough fluid. But the problem is, the more fluid you carry, the more fluid you need to consume to speed up, and the shorter your endurance. Even if you carry wind elements, the elemental power also has mass. This problem has not been solved even in reality, so we hope that the curvature flight mode can solve the biggest drawback of fluid propulsion. In fact, we can already solve curvature flight, it can already be realized, and we are even using it. Lubin has played it out, but we can't use it. The first prerequisite is to kill the curvature flight method. Emolan said lightly. So my idea is to use 2 propulsion systems. The first one is curvature recommendation or space jump. This is the normal propulsion method. It can also be used when the enemy is chasing in space. The second one is the working fluid propulsion method. The working fluid is stored, but not used under normal circumstances. When trapped in a space blockade, it can escape by working fluid propulsion. What do you think? Chapter 966 My own thoughts. That's the only way. Linwa nodded. Okay, then let Lubin take care of the space propulsion. I see you have done a lot of work with the space shield, so the curvature flight shouldn't be a big problem. Right? No problem. Lubin nodded and said easily. Well, in addition to curvature flight, you can also consider aspects such as breaking free from space constraints. Since the goal is to build an extremely fast reconnaissance ship, then max out all the attributes, such as speed and dodge. You don't need anything else. Just fill these 2 points. Okay. No problem. Emolon nodded. Well, I'll do the fluid propulsion. It's not a big problem for me to create a high-quality fluid propulsion method. I think I have some understanding of the characteristics of elements. President, please tell me. And Lu Bin. It's okay. Just help each other. Emolon said casually. In addition, you thanked me too early. Didn't I say it before? The magic array of the floating city, the weapon system, the space jump system, etc. still need your help to improve. There are some things you are better at, and you are more suitable, and the effect will be better. Emolon pointed at the floating city and said, and the two of them felt something was wrong when they saw it. Hey, that's not right. I remember the original specifications of the floating city foundation were 1,000 in length. Was there a deviation when measuring it? This is impossible. President, did you compress some rocks to expand the city foundation? As a mage of this level, Linwa is also mechanical, and has extremely high requirements for the precision of metal material processing. Therefore, he directly fixed a passive spell on himself. He didn't name the spell, and called it an auxiliary spell. The effect of this spell is also very simple. Once this passive spell is loaded, Linwa will see the corresponding data when he looks at anything. By looking at the stick, you can get the length, diameter, and arc. By looking at the person, you can get the height, waist thickness, arm length, and other attributes. What is more important is that the accuracy is extremely high, which has definitely reached the highest industrial grade accuracy. After all, Emolon uses the accuracy of this passive spell to build mechas. If the accuracy is not enough, the mecha cannot be driven at all. Linwa has kept this spell constant on himself for a long time, which makes Linwa extremely sensitive to the values, although it is not as accurate as when the spell is blessed. A rough glance shows that it can basically be accurate to the millimeter level at a distance of a kilometer. The shorter the distance, the more accurate it is, and the longer the distance, the greater the deviation. So now he just glanced at it, and the data of the length, width, and thickness of the floating city had already emerged in his mind, with 2 decimal places. No, it's just that it is now a mature floating city, and it will grow up by itself. Stunned, floating city world? Lu Bin reacted and pointed at the floating city and asked, but your world growth can also customize what kind of stone it grows, and where it grows. Yes, it can generate soil. Why can't it generate stone? If it can generate stone, why can't it generate high-density rock? Since it can generate, why can't it fix the survival position? Not to mention generation. I also set a fixed shape and size. This is just like how a person grows. Genes control what tissues a person will grow. And genes can also control what a person will look like. The same path, just slightly adjust the rules. It's very simple. It's very simple? I don't believe you. Lu Bin couldn't help but said directly. This is ridiculous. It's as simple as editing genes. You edit a gene for me, and create a new creature? I really can't find editing genes. I lack relevant knowledge. Maybe some biology master changes his job to become a mage, and his mental power reaches a very high level. Maybe he can edit genes to create creatures. I can't do it. But for the world, rules are the genes of the world. If I need to change something in the world, I only need to change the underlying rules. Don't forget that the illusory world, the predecessor of this world, was created by me. The rules in it were defined by me. Everything else was deduced through the rules. The rules were embodied by me with the origin of the world. I can create them. I have the authority to completely control the world and the rules. It's easy to modify the rules, isn't it? Just have hands. It's true for me. I don't need to think through my brain. Lu Bin and Linwa were both silent. You make a lot of sense. Linwa turned his head and looked at his spaceship. When will my spaceship become more mature? Linwa sighed again. Oh, forget it. I'll try to build a fully automatic and fully functional excavator production line. Automatic mining machines. Automatic smelting plants and other equipment to find a planet to dig a planetary fortress. Accumulate experience. Technology. And when you have enough experience, equipment and technology, you can go dig a neutron star. It is one of the top war fortresses in any science fiction novel, Neutron War Star. Linwa showed a trace of yearning on his face, but then he calmed down. The current technical strength is still far from the transformation of neutron stars. Neutron stars are still life-restricted areas. Whoever goes up will die. No one can resist the extremely terrifying pure power. So now it is still just a beautiful fantasy, but Linhua is serious about digging a planetary fortress. Planetary fortresses can be driven by curvature. As for space confinement, don't be afraid. Who can directly confine a space as large as a planet? And the planetary fortress must be in a moving state. If you want to use space confinement to lock a planetary fortress, the star field that needs to be confined is extremely terrifying. I can't imagine what kind of strength can reach this level. And even if it is blocked, the blockade of space is relative. There is no problem with using a layer of iron to restrain a bicycle. But isn't it asking for trouble to use a layer of iron to restrain a heavy tank? The mass of a planet can break the space confinement. This is the tonnage. The tonnage alone is a terrifying force. Obviously, Linhua's plan was carefully considered. And it is indeed feasible. At least with the existence of the Tower Spirit. The construction of a planetary fortress, which is an astronomical unit of engineering, can be completed automatically by the Tower Spirit controlling the machinery. Emolan generally agrees with Linhua's ideas. None of the 3 presidents of the Mage Association is a vain title, and none of them is a pushover. As a mage, Emolan is not the only one who has ideas. Lu Bin Linhua, as Emolan's colleague, naturally has his own ideas and his own way of interpreting mages. Not only that, Lu Bin is the same. Chapter 967 Half of the Mask appears. Every mage has his own thoughts. Every mage has his own opinions. Emolan is not only happy with this, but also thinks that this is a real mage, not just his vassal. If it were just a vassal, Emolan would have thousands of them in an instant, but the number of mages that can walk the same path as Emolan is only a handful, and the only ones who have been studying and communicating with him for a long time are Lu Bin and Linhua. After a brief exchange, the 3 returned to their own lab tables. However, they had never left their own lab tables. What they had gathered together was just a projection. They just sent their thoughts over. So it could only be considered that the projection was cancelled and the thoughts returned. At this stage, the 3 were still mainly studying Emolan's floating city. Because Linhua and Lu Bin knew that Emolan wanted to remove the hidden dangers that might lead to the exposure of the coordinates of the present world. That is, the sun god from another world. Although the sun god from another world currently only had the coordinates of the Abyss continent. But the players are too active in the Abyss continent. And there are a lot of gates to other worlds on the Abyss continent. Once the otherworldly sun god arrives in the Abyss continent, it is only a matter of time before the coordinates of the game world are exposed. Although it is unclear why the game officials turned a blind eye. Emolan will definitely take steps to deal with it now that he knows about this situation. As for whether the official is unaware of this matter, Emolan has never considered this point. It is impossible for the official to be unaware of this matter. It is just that they did not pay attention to it. Or Emolan is not clear about the way to deal with it. Of course, in order to avoid the occurrence of such a bloody thing that the official really didn't know. Emolan knew but thought the official knew, but didn't say anything. Emolan once mentioned in a chat with Professor Chi that he planned to take the initiative and go there himself. But he didn't get any response at that time, which made Emolan really firm up his thoughts and guesses. The world is as peaceful as ever. Well, the world is not peaceful, because all the gods withdrew from the main material world. And many legendary and master-level Titan tribes began to move in the main material world. While the original top-level combat power of the indigenous people was only the master level. And even if there was a legendary level, it was just a foundation that could not be easily used. The natives with such strength simply could not withstand the impact of the legendary titans. And their original dominance collapsed instantly. A new food chain is forming. And in this chaotic transitional period, when all the gods have left the main material world, and the main material world does not allow the emergence of god-level power, the players feel that they are doing well again. No, not feeling. They are indeed doing well again. Even among the titans, demigods who are only one step away from gods are not common, and can even be called rare to a certain extent. And the more common top combat power is legendary. Although the legend is strong, it is not untouchable in the eyes of players. Compared with the titan gods, who have no ability to fight back, the legend is only the unique world boss in the eyes of players. No one can beat it, but it can be challenged. Uniqueness, world, big boss. These can definitely scare players. Instead of making them more excited, smile. Due to the recent system update, the death penalty of players has been increased again. and the professions and fighters among players have to undergo another round of reshuffle. This is equivalent to adding new variables to the players, who originally represent chaos. In a chaotic transitional era, the players who symbolize chaos bring new variables to join the game. Hee hee. It's so lively outside now. And there is fun everywhere. It's just that at Emoland's level, he has become a person who watches the fun, not the fun itself. After all, there are no gods. And the Titans are dead. So the world is still peaceful at Emoland's level. Emoland did not go out to watch the fun. After all, in Emoland's view, people who like to watch the fun will sooner or later become the fun. In comparison, Emoland prefers to study quietly, learn, and become stronger. After concluding that knowledge in reality is a manifestation of rules, Emoland pays more attention to and loves learning more. So during this period of time, in addition to studying the magic array and meditation of the floating city, Emoland maintained the habit of attending classes and reading books every day, and learned all kinds of valuable knowledge in reality every day. In this process, every once in a while, a force of heaven and earth would flow into the demiplane to materialize the demiplane. And each time the materialization of the demiplane would advance a little. In this case, a month's world passed in a flash. On the last day, Lu Bin, Linhua, and Emoland gathered again on the sky. Not only that, Emoland also summoned all the masters who had been promoted to masters, and all the mages who were condensing the illusory world to watch. The opportunity to watch a half-plane completely condensed is rare even in the Mage Association. Watching the whole process, coupled with the explanations and exchanges of Emoland, Linhua, and Lu Bin, this opportunity is extremely precious to these mages who are at this stage or about to condense the illusory world. It can help them avoid many mistakes. It is not surprising that several master mages were born on the spot. Emoland looked around at the mighty crowd of hundreds of people and couldn't help but sigh. Our Mage Association is strong indeed. Linhua and Lu Bin smiled upon hearing this. Indeed, although most of these hundreds of people are only in the stage of preparing to condense the illusory world, and although there are only a few master mages among them, the Mage Association can still be considered strong even so. As they spoke, the valve between the demiplane and the game world had been opened, and the surging world power flowed into the demiplane along the channel. The original demiplane was already very, very close to reality. But even if only 1,000th or 1/10,000th was not realized, it was illusory, and had a qualitative difference from the real world. At this moment, under the surging world power, the last trace of illusion collapsed in an instant, and the power and the origin of the world mixed and it were completely integrated into the demiplane. At this moment, the originally surging world power seemed to be frozen. At this moment, the entire demiplane seemed to be frozen, and everything fell into stillness. But only Emoland, the owner of the demiplane, could perceive how much surging power or rules were hidden under the column. Ping! The freeze of the demiplane was broken, and a rule like a chain appeared directly in front of everyone, visible to the naked eye. Ping! 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 The crisp sound continued. Chapter 968, Divine Transformation. This moment is like the most beautiful symphony sounding in the vacuum of the universe. The vacuum of the universe is silent, because there is no air as a medium in the vacuum, and sound cannot be transmitted. But the echo of this rule directly ignores this point, sounding in everyone's mind, echoing in everyone's mind. At this moment, the moment when the rules are fully realized, these rules seem to show their secrets without reservation, and the echo in everyone's mind is the aftertaste of the Tao. Every mage understands the structure of Tao, the information of Tao, just like a dry sponge absorbing water. This is Emoland's half-plane, which contains Emoland's understanding and knowledge of Tao. These are extremely profound. Normally, other people may not understand what Emoland said, but at this moment, the sound of rules is like breaking them up bit by bit and feeding them. Such profound knowledge, such an effective way of transmission. At this moment, even Linhua and Lu Bin are enjoying and absorbing it. Emoland's knowledge of rules is also very useful to them, and they can learn a lot. Being able to learn such profound knowledge, it is obvious that many mages will have breakthroughs after returning this time. If not a breakthrough in strength, their foundation will be further improved. At this moment, everyone's mouth corners can't help but curl up, and they are happy from the bottom of their hearts. Except for Emoland. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. Emoland not only doesn't think the sound of rules is interesting, but also thinks it is noisy. All of these are the knowledge that Emolan has mastered. Even the half-plane was created by Emolan. He had all this knowledge when he created it. Now that so much time has passed, Emolan has made a new breakthrough, so this knowledge is not only useless to Emolan, he has already got more advanced knowledge. After all, this demiplane was created by Emolan. Emolan knows everything very well. It has no secrets for Emolan. After all, it is impossible for the demiplane to produce new rules and knowledge by itself. Even if it can be nurtured, it will collide with new knowledge. But it is not just now. Forget it. Forget it. Although it is useless to me, it would be good if it can make dozens of masters among these hundreds of people. It would be worth the trip. Just when Emolan thought that this was useless to him, something happened suddenly, making Emolan a little stunned. The sound of rules played by the demi-plane kept echoing in his mind. There was nothing unusual at the beginning, but as the echoing time lengthened, and as the number of echoes increased, the sound of rules seemed to penetrate deeper. Body, spiritual space, spiritual origin, soul, finally reaching consciousness. The sound of rules continuously reverberated in the depths of Emolan's consciousness, directly evoking the imprint of rules left by the last transformation. The first step of the last demi-plane from the illusory world. At that time it was still an illusory space. At that time it only existed in Emolan's thoughts, only existed in Emolan's consciousness. During that first step of manifestation, the sound of rules also rang out. It was the sound of rules that continuously transmitted and reverberated from the depths of consciousness to the soul, spiritual origin, spiritual space, body, directly leading to and presiding over Emolan's transformation, greatly enhancing consciousness, soul. The source of his spiritual power reached the standard of a legendary mage during that transformation. And even his body underwent a transformation. Not only did his elemental affinity and other aspects of the mage's life improve greatly, but even his physical strength, power, and agility were comparable to those of ordinary warriors. He could crush ordinary elite mages with his physical strength alone without any spells. Who would believe this? If Emolan could add a batch of legendary body-strengthening spells and status-enhancing spells to this, he might be able to become a master of force. That transformation was directly initiated and guided by the sound of rules from the inside out. After the transformation was completed, the imprint of rules was left on Emolan's consciousness, soul, mental power, and body. At this moment, these imprints were again triggered by the sound of rules, which was more powerful and more magnificent. The sound of rules resounded in the depths of Emolan's consciousness. The difference between this time and the last time was that the sound of rules had just materialized and was only at the legendary level. But this time was different. The sound of rules that resounded this time was triggered by the demi-plane after it was fully materialized. This time, the sound of rules was truly divine. The legendary sound of rules triggered a legendary transformation, and the divine level would naturally trigger a divine transformation. The divine level sound of rules resounded in the depths of Emolan's consciousness, transmitting outward layer by layer from the depths of consciousness, but it was also weakened layer by layer. Consciousness, soul, the source of mental power, body. In the demiplane, all the rules were fully materialized, all the rules flew out a light spot, all the light spots gathered together to form a little essence. At this moment, this bit of essence directly emerged in the depths of Emolan's consciousness. Or in other words, the essence of the rules already existed in the various sounds of the rules, but it only emerged and condensed at this moment. The sound of the rules brought this bit of essence to thoroughly cleanse Emolan's consciousness, soul, spiritual power, and body. In a short period of time after just undergoing the legendary transformation, Emolan began another transformation. A higher level transformation. A transformation of the God level. In the echo of the divine level sound of rules, under the cleansing of this essence of rules, Emolan was ignorant and selfless, undergoing a transformation. After the half-plane was fully materialized, the complete world seemed to give it a unique feeling. Incompleteness and perfection. It is like the difference between 99% and 100% materialization. And that trace of essence of rules seemed to be able to appear, condense, or be given only when the half-plane is complete. At this moment, the specialness of the divine level sound of rules, the specialness of the complete world, all of these were transformed with that trace of essence of rules, and were completely integrated into Emolan's consciousness, soul, spiritual power source, and body during the transformation. Under the cleansing and integration of this essence of rules, Emolan's consciousness, soul, spiritual power source, and body all underwent very strange changes. At this moment, the core consciousness of the transformation became extremely tough, which made Imolan feel that even if his soul was destroyed, his consciousness could still exist independently. At this moment, Imolan's soul became extremely tough, and at the same time, a force from the soul and consciousness seemed to emerge from it. This force was different from mental power, and it was higher, deeper, and more special. Chapter 969 Immortal Characteristics. The emergence of this new power makes the soul stronger. The origin of the spiritual power has also made great progress under the transformation at this moment. The spiritual power is more condensed, the quantity is more numerous, the unit particles are smaller, and qualitative changes have also occurred. The sound of the rules leaves a mark of the rules on the spiritual power, and the essence of the rules gives the spiritual power a tenacious characteristic. The unit spiritual power at this moment seems to have some characteristics of basic particles, as if it can no longer be erased, indelible. As for the body at the end, in the afterglow of the sound of the rules, in the last trace of the essence of the rules, it also underwent a transformation. The body became stronger. The magic immunity was higher. The elemental affinity was higher. And it seemed to be stained with a trace of characteristics. A trace of characteristics from the complete half-plane. Imolan was immersed in this transformation, and it took a long time to come back to his senses. He sensed the consciousness, soul, spiritual power, and the strength of the body. These were all within Imolan's expectations. Only the trace of the essence of the rules, and the characteristics given by the complete world surprised Imolan, and made him very interested. This characteristic. Immortality? Imolan murmured doubtfully. At this moment, he seemed to sense a trace of immortality in this characteristic. This trace of attribute seemed to make Imolan's consciousness, soul, spiritual source, body possess a certain degree of immortality. Of course, it's not immortality, nor is it eternal immortality, it's just a trace of characteristic, which still shocked and overwhelmed Imolan. Imolan had another feeling. If the strength before the transformation was 1, after removing this trace of characteristic, the transformed strength was 10, then after adding this trace of characteristic, it would directly become 100. Of course, this is just a metaphor. This degree of enhancement is not just a quantitative change, it has already involved the degree of qualitative change. It cannot be simply quantified, but it is enough to illustrate the importance of this trace of characteristic. The weight of this characteristic seems to have surpassed the consciousness, soul, spiritual power, and the degree of strengthening of the body. In this transformation, this characteristic is crucial. Or is this the root of its transformation to the god level? Imolan muttered to himself. Maybe this is divinity? Imolan thought for a moment, and shook his head. No. It's not worthy of divinity. Imolan's tone was very calm. But it was this calmness that highlighted the disdain in Imolan's mouth. I have reached the god level before I have divinity. How is it possible? And the several gods I fought before should not have this kind of immortality. Otherwise, the feel is not right. Imolan thought. This characteristic gives me the feeling of being indestructible, the feeling of an indestructible golden body. Of course, there is still a big gap now, but if this characteristic continues to grow, it may really reach the state of immortality. Imolan thought carefully, this indestructible characteristic is simply too tempting. Just a little bit of it has made such a big change in him. In Imolan's view, this is even more important than this god-level strength. If he needs to choose between the two, Imolan will definitely choose the former without hesitation. I don't know where this characteristic comes from. If it is produced by the sound of rules resonating and refining during the process of the world's complete realization, then we need to consider starting from this aspect. Imolan muttered to himself, and then shook his head. Let's put this matter aside for the time being, and carefully feel the body that has just completed the transformation. The source of mental power, the soul, and the most core consciousness. Needless to say, the physical strength of the body that has completed the transformation again is enhanced. No matter how strong it is just a bonus and not important. The really important element affinity, element resistance, for Imolan at this level, these are not important. And the mental power has also changed synchronously because of the change in the source of mental power. The most obvious is that the mental power basic particles have become smaller through recondensation. Imolan's mental power can already reach a more microscopic angle. Imolan can even try to peek into the internal structure of the basic particles. This is extremely terrifying. In the macro aspect, Lan's mental power coverage has completely changed compared to the legendary 50,000 meters. The coverage range has directly reached a terrifying million meters. The mental power detection can easily cover 1,000 kilometers within the detection range. The coverage range is a sphere of 2,000 kilometers so far. In addition, due to the rescaling of the mental power basic particles, the concealment of Lan's mental power has been enhanced again. In addition, there is the indestructible characteristic. Lan's mental power has become very tough. Not only can it adapt to various extreme environments, but it is also not easy to be cut off, disturbed, or attacked by the enemy in a collision. In addition, apart from the consciousness that can be maintained directly in the soulless state, the biggest change is the soul. In addition to becoming stronger and more condensed in this transformation of promotion, the soul has also undergone a very wonderful change. A new force has been generated in the soul. A force without substance, without form, but existing, originating from the soul, and seemingly originating from consciousness. Mysterious and mysterious. Lan immersed his mind in this power, and spread this power to cover the surroundings. At this moment, the world in Lan's eyes suddenly changed, and Lan's perspective suddenly changed wonderfully. In Lan's perception, the colorful mini chains in the outside world formed a three-dimensional network that covered the entire world. Everything in the world was within the coverage of this network. Lu Bin was, Linhua was, and Lan was also. The demiplane was, the floating city was, and the game world was also. While the floating city is covered by this network, it also has a three-dimensional network made of colorful mini chains. The same is true for the game world. The three-dimensional network of the half-plane is connected to the three-dimensional network of the game world. It is the same and a part of it. Lan already knows what these three-dimensional networks and mini chains he sensed are. What really puzzled Lan was not these chains, not these networks, but those lines. Lan sensed that countless lines of different thicknesses and colors radiated from his body. Or in other words, these lines were connected to his body. Lan gathered his strength, carefully sensed one of the thicker lines, and sensed the direction of the line. When the strength touched the line, it was integrated into it. Lan then began to sense the past from within. It seemed like a long time had passed. It seemed like only a moment had passed. A picture slowly formed in Lan's consciousness. That was Chapter 970, Cause and Effect? Mage Priesthood? Lan sensed this picture and was slightly stunned. Why does this line connect me and the Mage Priesthood? Lan pondered, and then changed another line to sense. Floating City. Changed another line. Mage Association? Linhua? Lu Bin? Lan sensed Linhua and Lu Bin's current situation in this line, and sensed directly along the line. The lines connecting them all had several forks. Some of the forks were smaller, and some were thicker. Lan saw their real bodies on one of the forks, and saw their projections on the remaining ones, one of which was the projection next to Lan. Lan could even sense the colorful lines connecting them, but they were much dimmer and more blurred, but still enough to support Lan to follow the connection of the lines, and send his perception over. Lu Bin's magic tower, Linhua's giant mecha, Lu Bin's inner space, etc. all appeared under Lan's perception. As long as they had dealt with Lu Bin and Linhua, and had intersections with objects and people, they all appeared within Lan's perception. Lan could even sense the colorful lines on these objects, but they were too dim and blurred, and it was no longer enough for Lan to send his perception over along the connection. During the whole process, Linhua and Lu Bin were completely unaware, did not notice anything wrong, and did not feel anything strange. This means that if Lan wanted to, he could investigate Linhua and Lu Bin thoroughly as long as he spent time. Any object or person would be transparent in front of Lan. As long as he had interacted with them and touched them, there would be no secrets for Lan. Lan also found that when the projections of Linhua and Lu Bin were around him, he could directly use the lines on their projections to spread his perception to them, and such lines would be clearer and easier to perceive. Before, Lan could only sense the second layer, but in this case, Lan could actually sense the third layer. If Lan wanted, he could go to the third layer at this moment, and then sense along the third layer. In this case, as long as a connection is made, nothing can hide under Lan's nose. This feeling made Lan a little confused. This kind of power, this way of perception is simply too outrageous. Right? With this kind of power, wouldn't I have already achieved the attribute of omniscience in disguise? Lan said softly. although I am far from omniscience at present. As long as I want to investigate, there is no connection between any items that can be hidden from me. It is still a long way from omniscience. But it is already similar to the inferior version of youth. Right? This is outrageous, Emolan said softly. But just after he finished speaking, Emolan found that this was not the most outrageous. And something even more outrageous was coming. In Emolan's perception, in addition to the thicker threads that were always connected to him, there were also extremely thin threads that emerged from time to time. This thread is thinner than the thinnest spider silk, very thin, very fuzzy, as if it does not exist, even if it appears. It will soon disappear. After catching a thread that just appeared, Emolan immersed his perception into it, and in an instant a picture appeared in Emolan's mind. This magic net that Emolan created is really a good thing. Hey, do you think we can make a projection clone, and use the magic net for remote control? I play games in virtual reality games. So as long as we create a strong enough projection, then the player can immerse his mind in it through the magic net. That's another group of heroes who are not afraid of death. Death will have no punishment except for spending money. The thin thread was about to disappear, but Emolan found that the thread was consuming his strength, and maintained this connection. We can sell design projections, or authorize others to use our technology. Emolan took the initiative to disconnect, relocked on another thread that had just emerged, and immersed his perception into it. Emolan. Emolan changed another thread. Emolan. Emolan changed again. Emolan. 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 Emolan followed these newly formed threads and immediately discovered a common point behind all the threads, or the only common point. That is, they all mentioned Emolan in their conversation. At this moment, Emolan felt a little shocked, but this is the fact. As long as you recite my name, you will have a connection with me, and I can sense the past through this connection. So those who recite my name will be watched by me. Emolan said softly, no longer sinking his perception into a certain thread, but just quietly watching the colorful lines. Many lines are stable and always exist, but there are also many lines that appear temporarily and then disappear. Whether it is the normal stable lines or the temporary lines that appear temporarily, they are all densely packed, and their number has reached a very large number. Emolan watched the lines appear and disappear, quietly watching and thinking. These lines are the connection between objects or people and me, whether it is said that they belong to me or that my name is mentioned. In short, it is because the connection is established that it will turn into lines and appear here. These cannot be called lines, but should just be the embodiment of the connection between objects, people and me, expressed in the form of lines. Emolan said softly. Connection, if you want to give this connection a suitable name, it might be cause and effect. Right? Cause and effect, these two words are indeed, just hearing them once will make people understand the nature of this connection. After Emolan determined the name of this connection, he began to think about another question. So how do I have this ability? How do I have this power to perceive cause and effect? Is it born naturally when the soul reaches this level? Is this the basic ability and basic characteristic that every god will have when it is born? Or is it my way of transformation? This is the characteristic of my soul given by the essence of the complete demiplane rules? This power is brought by the nature of the characteristics. Emolan thought quietly, then said softly, no, it is definitely not something that gods can have. At least the group of titans in the game world cannot have it. You are not worthy of them. But believing in gods and gods needs to be carefully considered. Cause and effect. Emolan couldn't help but start to think back to the previous heavenly punishment. The previous heavenly punishment, Emolan felt that it seemed to have a bit of this flavor. Chapter 971 Mental Strength. Faithful gods should also have similar means to collect faith. The true names of faith gods also have power. Reciting their true names should also be sensed. Emolan silently recalled some knowledge and secrets about faith gods, because reciting their names will generate a trace of power, and at the same time, it will naturally be discovered. As for the way of locking the punishment, the specific locking method was not clear before, but now, through the magic array I set up, it can accurately lock my people, which should be locked by the cause and effect relationship between the magic array and me. After all, I have already cleared away the remaining breath on the magic circle. Emolan thought, and then a stone appeared in his hand. But the moment Emolan took it, he found the formation of a cause and effect relationship. What a person touches and breathes will intersect with the outside world, and once the communication occurs, a cause and effect relationship will be generated. The moment Emolan took it, The cause and effect relationship was naturally formed, but this connection is very weak, very delicate. Emolan thought, the power born from the soul directly acted on the silk thread symbolizing the cause and effect relationship. But this time, Emolan did not want to blend in, but directly acted on this strand of silk to destroy it. The extremely weak causal connection was broken in an instant. Emolan could feel that the connection between himself and this stone had been erased. Can this power not only be used to sense this connection, but also erase this connection? Emolan pondered. I just don't know what kind of changes will be caused by erasing the cause and effect. Will the erasure of cause and effect affect the object itself? The cause and effect of the things I destroyed were erased by me. So will the place I destroyed be restored directly to its original state? After all, the cause and effect caused by my destruction have been erased. Emolan pondered. If this can be done, it would be terrifying. Doesn't this mean that the people I killed can be directly resurrected by erasing the cause and effect? Isn't this equivalent to reversing the operation? Just as Emolan was thinking, he was suddenly stunned and looked at the stone in his hand intently. The cause and effect relationship that had just been erased had reappeared at this moment, but Emolan quickly realized that it was not that his erasure effect had failed, but that he was still holding this piece of stone, which led to the causal relationship being achieved again. So erasing the causal relationship is not permanent. If you are still connected to it, then even if you erase it, a new causal relationship will be formed again in an instant. If you really want to erase the causal relationship of an object, you must also stay away from it and not establish causal relationships again. Emolan scratched the stone with his fingernails while thinking, and a groove was left on it with just a light scratch. The causal relationship instantly became much stronger when the groove was left, especially on this groove, which was entangled with a strong causal relationship. Emolan immediately mobilized the power in his soul to destroy this causal connection. But just to create an extra groove, the power consumed by Emolan to destroy the causal connection was already dozens of times, nearly 100 times, and it became very difficult to erase the causal connection. Emolan whispered, "Is this the difference between interfering and not interfering? Just touching the causal connection? Once it is interfered with, the causal connection will be dozens or even 100 times stronger. Erasing this causal connection has almost exhausted the power from the soul." Emolan even feels that the perspective of seeing the cause and effect is about to disappear. At the same time, a sense of fatigue from the soul surges into his heart. But Emolan succeeded. He had successfully erased the causal relationship between the scratch on the stone and Emolan. But when Emolan looked at the stone again, he found that the scratch was still there, without any change. At that time, there was no causal relationship from the perspective of causality. From the perspective of causality, this scratch appeared out of thin air. But anyone who is not blind can understand that the scratch was made by human beings by looking at this scratch. Although it did not achieve the effect of time going back, this effect still made Emolan very satisfied. From the beginning, Emolan didn't think that erasing the cause and effect would have the effect of reversing time. Just now, it was just a casual thought, and he didn't expect it. And now the effect is actually a little higher than Emolan expected. The only disappointment is that this power is too weak. It has almost exhausted the power to erase the cause and effect of creating a scratch. If it is really necessary to erase the cause and effect in actual use, the power consumed will probably be an astronomical figure. It's okay if it's weak. As long as you find a way, there will always be a way to become stronger in the future. And this power from the soul, let's call it heart power. Emolan thought, the name heart power has nothing to do with the soul, but Emolan thought it was appropriate, and if you want to use this name, then just use it after all. It's just a name. We still have to find a way to increase heart power. It's impossible to wait until the soul transforms every time, and then let the heart power increase naturally. Right? Emolan shook his head, his fingers gently crushed the stone, then a decomposition technique directly decomposed the stone into the forward elements. The elements were decomposed into elemental basic particles by Emolan. The elemental basic particles were decomposed into basic particles by Emolan again, luckily. Emolan has not yet mastered the method of decomposing basic particles, otherwise Emolan could even disassemble the basic particles for him. When the stone completely disappeared from this world, and even the basic particles were dispersed by Emolan, Emolan found that the causal relationship that had just been re-established disappeared without a trace. Sure enough, it is more efficient and simpler to just let it evaporate from the world. Causal relationship. Causal relationship is just a kind of relationship. Since it is a relationship, It needs two parties. If one party disappears, it is naturally not a relationship. I knew it was like this. As long as it evaporates from this world, the causal relationship will naturally disappear. Emolan shook his head again after speaking. But no, this is a crooked way. As a mage, I have the energy now, so I can try some advanced operations. Emolan smiled. But then again, if the punishment is looking for people according to cause and effect, then as long as I erase the cause and effect I left behind, the punishment will not be able to find me. Emolan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If it is really feasible, then can't I set up magic arrays with explosive power at the level of gods all over the world, without any consequences? Can I just watch the punishment come? Emolan's eyes lit up. Chapter 972, The Weakest God? It's a beautiful idea, but the reality is cruel. After thinking for a while, Emolan gave up this tempting plan. After all, this is not a separate world, not an isolated world. This game world also has a group of administrators and titans. If there are no titans, the world is just the world, then the world is just a computer program with fewer loopholes. Although it is powerful, it is also bound by its own rules. It has no thoughts, no emotions, no reason, and is just a machine that runs according to the established program. If it was just like this, when Emolan's mental power reaches the level where he can erase the cause and effect of the divine level magic array, Emolan will definitely play recklessly, provoke recklessly, and use it however he wants. But the problem is that the computer program of heaven and earth actually has a group of administrators. If there is a loophole in the heaven and earth program, it is easy to trigger the administrator's usual investigation. Heaven and earth follow rules, but administrators don't. Emolan doesn't want the God King to grab him and beat him up as soon as he sees the magic array. And the more outrageous problem is that although heaven and earth are bound by their own rules, the administrators can modify the rules to a certain extent. Oh! If there are loopholes in the current rules, I will change them. Although such a hasty change will inevitably result in more loopholes, Emolan will definitely be suppressed to death, or disabled if he doesn't die, as the game says. In this version, Emolan is greatly weakened. Mage is greatly weakened. So even if Emolan has this ability again, he will not use it indiscriminately. At most, he will occasionally secretly put the blame on others. When he puts the blame on the administrator level, he will also put the blame on the cause and effect. The world and the administrator will lock it at the same time. So it is confirmed, and everything will be fine. After all, this method can only work best if it is hidden. Once people know that Emolan has this method, then Emolan will definitely be the scapegoat in the future. If anything happens, anything will be blamed on Emolan. Who said that at present? Emolan is the only one who has this method and ability. If you don't take the blame, who will? And even if he doesn't take the blame, Emolan can't withstand the pursuit of the God King and other gods, and he can't withstand it in terms of strength. He can escape, but he can't fight. So Emolan is not a coward. It is just that after careful consideration from many aspects, Emolan still feels that the gods should not take action in the main material world. It will cause too much damage to the rules and structure of the main material world. The world belongs to everyone. Everyone must shoulder their own responsibilities, and cannot do whatever they want just because they have the ability to do it. Yes, I can't do whatever I want just because I have the ability. I am still one of the 10 decision makers in the Hall of the Gods. I have to shoulder my own responsibilities. Stick to my heart, follow my heart, and stick to the bottom line, Emolan said righteously. Emolan looked around and saw that Linhua, Lu Bin, and many other mages were still experiencing and comprehending. So he did not disturb them. Nor did he move, but just looked at the demi-plane and thought quietly. At the beginning, I thought that the materialization of the real world was a powerful way to reach the true God. And in fact it was, but I denied it and rejected it. So I changed the materialization of the real world to the materialization of the demi-plane. At this time, I think it has become a false God path. And even if I reach the end, I will only create a false God. That is, I can only show off my power in this world, or I can only defend in this world, passively take a beating, and have no ability to fight back. But now it seems that this may not be just a pseudo-God path. The pseudo-God path is indeed a pseudo-God path. The power given to me by the demi-plane can still only be used in the game world, and the radiation range of the game world. From this point of view, this is undoubtedly a pseudo-God path. But at the same time as it is a pseudo-God path, The beginning of the demiplane's realization, and the complete realization of the demiplane will give its owner a transformation. One transformation is directly from master level to legend level. One transformation is beyond demigod level, directly from legend level to god level. Of course, the me who transformed in this way is very weak if we only look at the data on paper. After all, the power granted by the demiplane is the most critical factor to have god-level strength. Others, including the transformation of the body, the transformation of consciousness, the transformation of the soul are only secondary, are only incidental, and do not account for a large proportion of the total god-level strength, and can even be called insignificant. After stripping off the power granted by the demiplane, I won't talk about whether my strength can reach the standard of a god. Even if I can reach the standard of a god, I am definitely the weakest among the gods. I can bully those below the gods, but the gods can beat me. Maybe even a stronger legend can be on par with me. From this perspective, I am indeed extremely weak, so this can only be regarded as some of the side effects of the pseudo-god path. Emolan couldn't help but recall the period when he just changed his job to a mage. But when I just changed my job to a mage, I was also beaten by the warrior if I didn't rely on the spell scroll. If I don't have a spell scroll, then the only offensive power I have is my mental power, and I can only use mental power to bully people. It's okay to fight those who haven't changed their job, but fighting professional warriors? Although professional warriors don't pay attention to mental power, they have been tempered by extraordinary power even if they are weak, and they have also been tempered by themselves. It may have an impact, but I will definitely not win. Even if someone with a stronger innate mental power comes, or an ordinary person with a stronger willpower after going through hardships, they may be able to survive directly. I was so weak at the time, it can even say, after arriving at the master level, I created elements to fulfill the mage's body's weakness, and the mage became stronger. Others are extremely weak at any time. In addition to a stronger soul and spiritual power, nothing. But whether it is the soul or the mental power, there is basically no direct combat effectiveness. Even if the mental power is a bit harmful, it will definitely not work for the same level. Not to be fighting. The mage itself has no fighting power. From the beginning to the end, it is knowledge that is fighting power. Knowledge is power. Just like me, I am so weak and pitiful just looking at the physical data on paper. I am just a waste among gods. But this waste-like body contains my will, contains my soul, and more importantly, contains my knowledge. Knowledge is power. So it can also be called as containing my power in disguise, and this waste-like body is enough to guide out my accumulated power. Emolan saw a huge meteorite flying at a high speed from a distance, and a miniature flame world appeared in his palm instantly. The universe is silent, and in the silence, the miniature flame world is like a blooming gorgeous firework, and the huge meteorite is directly shattered in it. Chapter 973 The True God-Level Mage Path Hidden in the False God Path. Weak. Emolan waved his hand. A barrier that covered the sky and the sun instantly appeared to block the aftermath of the explosion of the miniature flame world. Not even a trace of elemental fluctuations were missed. Not even a single person was disturbed from understanding the sound of the rules just now. The weakest god? Emolan's mouth curled up slightly. If I give this data to others, then it is indeed the weakest god. I can fight directly with a little preparation at the legendary level. But in my hands, or in the hands of a magician? Emolan smiled. Enough mental power to control the elements required for divine spells, enough computing power required for divine spells. I already have both, so I already have the power to cast divine spells, so am I still weak? For ordinary people, this is a useless god, the weakest god. But for professionals in the profession of magician, this is a step into the threshold of the divine level, and it does not require any external force, in any area, in any world. It has the true god-level strength. Whether the strength is the weakest, or what strength, or the strongest, this does not depend on the data, but on the research of the magician himself, and on the power of the knowledge the magician possesses. So this is barely a path to true God. After all, in terms of the strength of this body, it can only be considered a relatively strong legend or demigod. So it can only be called a demigod level path at best. And it is not good at fighting. But there is an exception. That is, the profession of the person who takes this path is a mage. In this case, this path is an absolute path to true God. The illusory world can only be condensed by mages, and it is a part of the mage profession system. And the materialization of the illusory world, and the complete materialization of the demiplane are exclusive to mages. So the problems of other professions do not exist. This path is a true God path. This is a true god path that belongs exclusively to mages. Or a true god-level mage path. Emolan experienced these two words, nodded, and confirmed. Yes, gods are creatures after all. But because of their extraordinary strength, they usually like to use the true god level to describe this powerful strength. This path does not make people become gods, but only makes people become mages with god-level strength. So it cannot be called a true god path, but a true god-level mage path. After sorting out his thoughts, Emolan smiled slightly. A path to a true god-level mage hidden in the path to a false god? That's great. Emolan smiled. But then again, the names of the mage professions used to follow the warrior profession system. Professional level, elite level, master level, legendary level, demigod level, true god level. In the past, there was a gap between the mage's profession system and the warrior's, but it was barely too big. But at this point, the mage profession system and the warrior profession system are already worlds apart. Do mages still have to use the same professional system level names as warriors? A magician with divine strength still uses the description and title of divine magician? It's okay. And it's not a big problem. But since it has come to this, the mage system should still be necessary and qualified to have its own set of professional levels. Emolan thought, Emolan is planning, or wants the mage system to design a set of names that are more in line with the characteristics of each level of the mage profession. Seeing the name at a glance, the characteristics of this stage are clear. It's not that there is any special idea, any special requirements, it's just that Emolan simply wants to do this. But after thinking for a while, Emolan still shook his head. He couldn't think of a name. No, it's not that he couldn't think of a name. In fact, it's relatively simple to think of a few names that are both practical, good sounding, easy to remember, and catchy. At least it won't be difficult for Emolan. Mainly, for such a big thing, Emolan felt that he chose it so simply, and it was a bit hasty to decide so simply, and it was a bit disrespectful to other mages. So Emolan planned to gather ideas from all sides, absorb other people's good ideas, and then discuss the most recognized and most suitable ones, and finally decide which one to use. Emolan thought quietly for a moment and nodded. Yes, that's right. That's it. When Emolan was thinking, he suddenly found that Lu Bin and Lin opened their eyes almost at the same time. They have sorted out their insights, and this time's gains will take them a long time to digest, and it will also give them a relatively large harvest. When Emolan saw them wake up, he pointed directly at the demiplane and said, True God-level mage path. Huh? President, have you become a true God-level mage? Linhua. Lu Bin looked at Emolan in surprise. If he had not succeeded or had a successful case, Emolan would not have been so sure and said it so confidently. Since he said it, it means that someone succeeded. And it is clear that this person is Emolan. It must be said that they guessed well. Emolan nodded lightly when he heard it. Yes, it's done. Linhua and Lu Bin looked at each other, and saw surprise in each other's eyes, and then asked, President, didn't you say before that this has become a pseudo-god path? How come it has become a true god-level path now? This is indeed a pseudo-god path. I just discovered that there is a true god mage path hidden in this pseudo-god path. Note, it is not a true god-level path, but a true god-level mage path. Emolan repeated his previous guesses, thoughts and gains. Emolan didn't have any reservations. There was nothing worth keeping. This was knowledge, which was indeed precious, but knowing this knowledge didn't mean that one could have the same strength as him. The textbooks in reality were all systematic knowledge, and there were even systematic people who broke it down and explained it bit by bit, but there were still many people who didn't know it. Knowledge, it's not that you can use it just because you know it. What's more, Linhua and Lu Bin deserved Emolan's trust. Emolan also hoped that they could go one step further and step onto his level. Not only them. Emolan hopes that more mages can reach the level of the gods. The more mages at this level, the more people Emolan can communicate with. This means that the profession of mages and the system will become more prosperous. This will only benefit Emolan and not harm him. So Emolan said calmly, after reaching this level of strength, the world will be completely new in front of me. Chapter 974 Cause and Effect to trace the reality? What is the difference? It's like the difference between before and after the release of mental power. Before the release of mental power, we all perceive the world with our naked eyes, and all we see is the reflection of light. After the release of mental power, we have the perspective of mental power, and we can not only see front and back, left and right, up and down, but also perceive the colorful elemental world and the breath of living things. This is the superficial difference, Emolan said lightly. And the deeper gap is in the research direction. When you study a rule, you need to use various precision instruments to capture some traces and information left by the rule, and then use various formulas based on this information. After the conclusion is drawn, conduct experiments and collect some information from every corner to compare and see if the experiment is successful. If it fails, start over. This experimental method is vague and inefficient. But we can only use this method before we have a suitable direct observation method. And I said that the deeper gap is here. After I was promoted, I can see the rules directly, I can directly perceive the rules, I can perceive the changes of the rules under my experiment, I can capture every detail, every reaction. In this case, I can do experiments with half the effort, and the results are accurate and clear. Emolan said lightly. After saying that, Linhua and Lu Bin's eyes lit up instantly. President, can you help me observe a few experiments? President, can you help me synthesize a few alloys? The former is Lu Bin, the latter is Linhua. Emolan was stunned. I've become a god. Yeah. We know. When you become a god, your perception will be greatly enhanced. Yeah. We know. Then you let me observe experiments for you. And synthesize alloys for you? Yeah. Don't you have the ability? Linhua looked Emolan up and down, hesitated for a moment, and said. Lu Bin immediately looked at Emolan suspiciously. Not much harm, extremely insulting. Yes. Yes, helping me observe space experiments is within the scope you just mentioned. Helping Lin with synthesized alloys requires perception and control in the microscopic field, which should also be within the scope you said. Are you bragging? Emolan's mouth twitched slightly, looking at Linhua and Lu Bin. How could he not know that they were doing it on purpose? Thinking of this, Emolan's eyes suddenly became a little unfriendly. Ah, President, we are joking. We just think that we are still a long way from becoming gods. No matter how tempting your words are, it is impossible to achieve them in a short time. And you have become a god anyway. So you should use it. Right? Linhua immediately caught a bad breath and explained quickly. However, this explanation did not seem to be very good. But Linhua still reacted. I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Linhua's projection was about to dissipate, but was directly fixed by Emolan. Seeing this, Linhua's heart tightened. And then he breathed a sigh of relief, because his thoughts had been withdrawn. Seeing this, he couldn't help but think proudly. TSK. The crisis is always one step behind me. Seeing this, Lu Bin, who was next to him, also hurriedly ran away. Just as Linhua, Lu Bin breathed a sigh of relief in the main body of the Mage Association. But at this moment, a sinister laugh came to their ears. Jie. Hallucination? The two of them rejected this idea in an instant. How could they have hallucinations at their level? Although the two people had no contact, their minds were instantly tense. Various magic arrays in the Mage Tower were activated, and spells entered the pre-prepared state. Dozens of detection methods spread out instantly. But in this state of high alert, they suddenly felt something appear on their heads. A hand? Their scalps instantly went numb. Someone had silently touched their Mage Tower and put his hand on their heads. How could this be possible? Not even gods could do this. However, the familiar voice that came the next moment made them confused. Escape? TSK, you are really too naive. When they heard this familiar voice, they reacted instantly, but that was also why they panicked. Fuck, President. You misunderstood? Fuck, President, you are so powerful, what kind of trick is this? You can't even detect the magic array the gods can detect. President, are you so powerful? How did you do it? Awesome. 66. Hee, flattering is useless, it's too late. Emolan's faint voice came, and the hands above their heads gradually gained strength. Emolan looked at the two projections without will in front of him, and felt the extremely strong cause and effect connection above, while using this extremely strong cause and effect connection to do things, while thinking. Fortunately, I didn't let them disperse the projection. Once the projection disperses, the causal connection will probably be broken. But the causal connection between the projection and the real body is so strong, so direct. Emolan muttered to himself. Even I, who have just come into contact with causality, can follow this trace of connection to trace, and touch the real bodies of Linhua and Lu Bin. What about those who are more advanced? Now I can only scare Linhua and Lu Bin, but I can't cause any substantial harm to them. But if my attainments in causality are stronger, can I directly follow this trace of causal connection to wipe out their real bodies? Can I wipe out the real body just by seeing the projection? This should be possible, as long as my mental strength continues to increase. My ability to interfere with others through causality will become stronger, and it should be no problem to eventually reach the strength of directly killing people. Emolan continued to think deeply. In that case, can I continue to attack them directly along the connection between their game entities and their real entities? Or even wipe out their real entities? Emolan felt his scalp tingling at this moment, because he knew that if he could do it, it meant that there were other people in the world, or other lives that could do it. I'll use you two as an experiment. Be honest, or I'll come back to deal with you. Linhua and Lu Bin, who were tingling, nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Emolan closed his eyes, concentrating on using his mind to sense the causal connection wrapped around Lu Bin and Linhua, first looking for the thickest causal connection line. According to the strong causal connection between the projection and the clone, the causal connection between the game character and the real body will only be stronger and more conspicuous. Mecha? Inner space? Mage tower? Girlfriend? Laboratory? Close-fitting armor? Smelting furnace? Emolan searched one by one, trying to find the causal connection that symbolized the body. Chapter 975 Linhua, male, born on April 29, 1996. Can't find it? Emolan searched for the top 100 causal connections in terms of coarseness, that is, the causal connection strength, but he couldn't find the causal connection that connected the main body. President, is it done? Linhua, who was sitting there and dared not move, said weakly. Oh, you guys do whatever you want. You're going anywhere won't affect my experiment. You guys are free to do whatever you want. Linhua, Lu Bin smacked his lips when he heard this. The damage is not high, but it is extremely insulting. Okay. After saying this, Emolan focused his perspective on the causal connection again. Logically speaking, the connection with the main body must be the strongest. How can there be a connection with other things that is stronger than the connection with oneself? This is impossible. If it is just one person, it would be fine, but two people are like this in a row, so there must be a problem. Emolan thought quietly. Forget it, to be safe, I will track down another 1,000. Emolan adjusted his breath for a while, after recovering his mental strength. He entered the causal perspective again, and began to check the first 1,000 causal connections between Linhua and Lu Bin. This took Emolan a lot of time. Emolan's mental strength is still too weak at present, and most of the time was spent on recovering his mental strength. After spending a lot of effort to look through the first 1,000 causal connections between the two, Emolan still couldn't find the main body. Now Emolan was sure that there was a problem. The causal connection with the main body is either cut off, or hidden in these extremely weak causal connections. Emolan looked at the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, billions of causal connections in the causal perspective. If the causal connection with the main body is hidden in it, it can't be traced at all. After all, it is too simple to form weak causality. Someone chanting his name can form a weak causal relationship. Someone learning his knowledge can form a weak causal relationship, or he can form a causal relationship with a place he passes by, or he can also form a weak causal relationship with someone by talking to him. This is too simple, too common, it is simply endless, it is impossible to check, it is impossible to perceive. Of course, it can be cut off one by one, but simply cutting off does not make any sense, at least it is like this now, it has no practical significance. And even if everything is cut off, as long as it exists in this world, as long as it is still famous, as long as it is still being passed down, as long as there is still knowledge circulating in the world, then in the blink of an eye, a series of causal relationships will be formed. So Emolan can no longer continue to investigate. The conclusion is that it is impossible to find its real body through causal connection. The causal relationship between the game character and the real body must be very strong, just like the causal relationship between the projection and the body is also very strong. The projection can trace the body. There is no reason to say that the game characters cannot trace the real body. There is only one explanation. This causal relationship is cut off to the point of disappearance or extremely weak, hidden in the endless causality. Emolan affirmed. And the projection and the real body can be traced back even though they are separated by a world. So the world membrane between the game world and the real world should not be the reason for the separation of causality. In this case, there is only one possibility. Emolan said softly. Game system. Emolan patted Linhua and Lu Bin's head after he finished speaking. Okay. It's over. Go do your own things, Emolan said, and immediately withdrew his energy, and began to think about the answer he had just received. There are game systems everywhere. Every corner, visible and invisible, is silently protected by the game system. So this is also the protection of the game system for the players? Even if a strong person from the outside world comes to perceive the cause and effect, the result will only be that the player is the real body. In this case, even if someone is killed by the cause and effect, it will not have any impact on the real body in reality. Emolan showed a smile on his face. So that's how it is. It turns out that the game system has this function. After getting this answer, Emolan suddenly had a lot of inspiration about cause and effect in his mind, both offensive and defensive. There is such a strong cause and effect relationship between the projection and the main body, which is blinding in front of people like me. As long as my willpower is strong enough, I can directly kill the main body by following the cause and effect relationship of the projection. The projection is no longer enough to protect my own safety. Although we usually use projection to be lazy, too lazy to walk, but protecting the main body is also a factor. Can I try to study the way the game system cuts off causality and also cuts off the connection between me and the projection? This way my projection will be safe again. In this way, I can even use the projection to disguise the real body, if there are no other clones. What is this not the real body? Well, I can find a way to develop a projection spell with causal camouflage effect. But it is probably impossible to study the game system. This thing is too advanced and too valued. I can't touch it at all, let alone use it for research. I'd better find a way to study it myself. After Emolan recorded this idea, he jumped directly to another idea. When someone chants my name, a causal connection will be established between him and me. Or anyone who chants a person's name with a specific purpose will establish a weak causal connection, just like what happened to Linhua and Lu Bin just now. It's just that I can only perceive it at my level. Since I can feel the causal connection between others and me, then what about the causal connection between me and others? After all, this causal connection is mutual, and it's not a problem for me to find the causal connection that I just established. After all, it's still easy for me to lock on to the causal connection that just appeared. Emolan smiled slightly, and picked a name at random. Well, this one, Lu Long. The moment Emolan pronounced the name, he found that hundreds of causal connections had been formed. Failed? Emolan reacted instantly. Or are all these people called Lu Long? Okay, that's probably the case. I need to add a few more screening conditions, and screen these people. Emolan muttered, and directly grabbed a piece of stone to sculpt it into the shape of Linhua, and then wrote Linhua's name and date of birth on the back. Well, this is Linhua. Emolan nodded and said. And then Emolan found that there were indeed many more causal connections on him. But the stone sculpture in front of him did not react at all. There was no causal connection between him and others, let alone Linhua. So it still doesn't work? Emolan's face did not show any abnormality. Failure is normal. Failures like this, and occasional success can directly select the correct answer area for Emolan. After thinking for a while, Emolan spoke again. Linhua, male, born on April 29, 1996. Chapter 976. Death is death. Oh! Emolan smiled, and looked at Linhua on the other side of the causal connection. Several causal connections were formed the moment Emolan read out the information. Emolan looked at them all, and soon saw Linhua. The other causal connections should also be named Linhua, and they were born on the same day, month and year as Linhua, which means they have the same name and the same date of birth. This kind of causal connection can lock the direction. For exploration and tracking, you can directly open a space channel to attack it, or directly use something similar to an intercontinental missile with a causal locking function, and directly launch it from a long distance to kill it. If one's willpower is stronger, one can directly kill him from a distance by following the causal connection. Emolan sensed the effect of the causal connection and said softly, "It is also very simple to establish a causal relationship with a person. You only need to know the name or some characteristics of the target." Emolan muttered softly. The vice president of the Mage Association, Lu Bin. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, a causal relationship was formed under his gaze. There was no other interference, no other options, and he directly established a causal relationship with Lu Bin. This is too simple. As long as you know a little bit of information, you can easily contact them, and easily lock the target's position and status, and you can easily attack remotely. This is a good thing for me. It means my means have increased again, with this ability. I am more like the god described in the legend. But we must also be vigilant, which means that others also have similar means. Others can easily locate my location. Others can also easily locate my relatives and friends. I don't have any countermeasures. The only thing I can do is to make sure that when they are investigating, they will also have a causal relationship with me, and I will find out. Emolan thought about it. He has a very cautious habit. The first thing he thinks about after having a certain method is to find a way to restrain and deal with it. Although he can be more proficient in this method and become more familiar with it in the process. What Emolan considers most is how to deal with it after others have mastered this method. I can only say that Emolan likes to daydream. Sometimes he worries a lot and prepares a lot in advance. Either he feels that his defense is insufficient and he may not be able to stop the enemy for 100 or 80 years. Or he feels that his attack firepower is insufficient and he cannot face any number of enemies and blast them into pieces in an instant. Emolan tried to cover up the cause and effect, but it was impossible to tell. Emolan tried to erase the cause and effect, and still found that he could not do it. There is no way. At present, Emolan's mental strength is too weak. It is no problem to erase a weak cause and effect relationship, but the huge cause and effect relationship that can be said to be deeply rooted cannot be shaken at all. After trying several times, Emolan frowned slightly and shook his head. Fortunately, the game system is blocking the game world and the real world. If nothing goes wrong, all the causal connections between the real world and the outside world will be cut off, and a closed environment will be formed in terms of causal connection. As long as no enemy enters the real world, there will be no problems in the real world. Without breaking through the game system, other people will not be able to directly affect people and things in the real world through causal connections. So I can ignore this aspect for the time being. But I have to have my own means to deal with this kind of cause and effect exploration. Otherwise, everything will be transparent. Emolan thought quietly, but then shook his head. I have just come into contact with the power of mind, and it is still too unfamiliar. I am not even very clear about the characteristics of mind power. It is too early to talk about creating these skills and methods. But this matter must be put on the agenda. After Emolan wrote this down, he began to think about another thing. His promotion to a divine-level mage did not trigger a system announcement or system update, but something that appeared after the last system update did not match his understanding at the time. But now it matches. So Emolan has to check it out. Emolan recalled the power valve he sensed at the time, and after careful perception, he found that the power valve isolated from reality still existed, and he locked its position with just a slight perception. Following the induction of the power valve, Emolan explored all the way, and finally encountered a barrier. After the mental power touched it, the system panel automatically popped up without Emolan summoning it, and Emolan suddenly realized it. The power valve is in the attribute panel. Emolan looked at the attribute panel quietly. This is a page he has never seen before. The title of the page is Reality. Emolan can feel that the power valve is on this page of the attribute panel. As long as it is broken, the power of his game character will be directly integrated with the real body in reality, making the real body also become a god-level wizard. And the real body in reality is only equivalent to a professional-level wizard. Because of the scarcity of surrounding elements, it takes a long time to prepare to release a spell. Apart from other things, if the power penetrates, then the original body in reality also has the power of a god. At least it will be safe. Moreover, there will be no problem in going to the sky, the earth, the universe, Mars, and the moon. This is very tempting. Emolan shook his head, threw away the distracting thoughts in his head, and looked quietly at the font that appeared on the attribute panel. If the power penetrates reality, it has met the conditions and can be done at any time. If you rush through reality without reading the prompts carefully, you will have no place to complain if any problems arise. And you can't blame anyone if you die. Congratulations to the player for successfully reaching the god-level strength level. We express our sincere congratulations to you. You have reached the god-level strength and have met the relevant standards we set, that is, the standard for the fusion of the game character and the real body. As you expected, you only need to use your strength to break through this valve to merge the game character with the real body, so that the real body also has the essence and strength of the god level, but this will also produce a series of related effects. The specific impacts are as follows. 1. After the game character and the real body merge, the player cannot create a game character again, and the player cannot log into the game through the game device again. The player can contact the game customer service, and the customer service will arrange for the staff to replace your game device with a space gate, and the player can only enter the game world through the space gate body if he wants to enter the game world. Note, once the player body enters the game world, he will die immediately and cannot be resurrected. The note behind the first point is in red bold font, and the 3 scarlet exclamation marks behind it made Emolan's eyes slightly condensed. Chapter 977 Origin Traces. Once you die. You die? These 4 scarlet characters made Emolan's heart palpitate slightly. Once you die. You really die. This is a very normal sentence, right? Once you die. You really die. Can someone still live after death? Of course not. But before this, no matter how severe the death penalty is, you can be resurrected, or at worst, if your account is deleted, the 4 words once you die. You die can really give people a very big shock. Huh? Emolan thought about this for a long time just by seeing this point, thought for a long time, and then slowly calmed down his thoughts and looked at the second point after a long time. Second, after the game character merges with the real body, all changes in the game character's body will appear in the real body, and the physical origin of the game character and the real body will directly merge. It will have an irreversible impact on the purity, originality, and plasticity of the real body. Emolan's eyebrows twitched after seeing the second point. The first point was a bombshell, but the second point was no less bad. The amount of information was huge, and even Emolan was shocked by the information contained in it. You are so good at playing, and you are so awesome, Emolan said softly in shock. Even Emolan had never thought of these things before, but now he suddenly realized it after being reminded. It turns out that the game has such a big function. There is almost no limit to changing professions in the game. Today you are a warrior, and you think that warrior is not suitable for you. You can find a way to change to a mage tomorrow. You have played the mage for half a month and feel that the mage is too difficult. If you want to play the warrior again, there is no problem. You can continue to practice the warrior system directly. In the whole process, there is no loss except the time consumed and the resources invested. Restrictions. Career choice is completely free. No matter how big the impact is, you can still play again from a blank game character after deleting your account. Although this process takes a long time, any traces left by the previous game account will not affect this account. In this way, it is equivalent to allowing players to be completely free and choose a career that suits them without any restrictions. The career that suits them may not be the most suitable, but it is definitely relatively suitable. In this case, it is impossible for things like going the wrong way or burying one's talent to happen. Before, Emolan subconsciously thought that it was just a profession, and that he could change his profession freely without any restrictions. He thought so from the beginning of the game, and later he could get to this level. But because he had never changed his profession, he never realized this, and always subconsciously thought that changing professions was completely free, without any restrictions or influences. It was not until now that Emolan realized that in the process of practicing a certain professional system, in the process of promotion, it would leave marks on the origin of a person. If you don't change your profession, then these marks are proof of your level, proof of your strength, the improvement of your status, and your ability. But if you change your profession, Emolan said softly, then the marks you carved with your own hands, the evidence of your hard work and cultivation, will be the biggest limitation to changing your profession. Emolan pondered. With his ability and knowledge, after knowing that profession will affect people's essence, he can deduce other related situations in an instant. Emolan took a long breath and looked down again. I have already explained to you the disadvantages of strength penetrating reality, and I will not explain too much about the advantages. With the power of a god, you must have the ability to make your own decisions, weigh the pros and cons, and make your own choice. If you choose to penetrate, please contact customer service to replace the game equipment on the day of penetration, and report to the local relevant departments on the same day. Is it over? Emolan slid down, and found that there was no more below. So Emolan slid it up again, and looked at the 2 points quietly. There are only 2 hints. Not much, but any one of them is a bombshell, and each one is worth Missouri Land's long pondering. After a long time, Emolan took a long breath and called Professor Chi. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Professor Chi's voice came as soon as the phone was connected. Emolan wanted to say a few pleasantries before getting to the point, but now he heard Professor Chi say this. And he immediately got to the point and asked, why can't the game character be created again after the game character and the real body are combined? Professor Chi did not directly answer Molan's question, but asked back, Molan, what do you think game characters are? Avatar? You can say that? Then do you know where this avatar comes from? Molan frowned, then thought of something, and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Shaped by cutting the player's essence? Yes, it must be like that, otherwise the game character can't directly merge with the real body without any obstacles. But how do you solve the problem of integrity? Although I haven't studied it in depth, I definitely know that an incomplete essence will definitely limit the extraordinary. If it is incomplete, how can I reach the level of God-level strength and essence? So there must be no problem with my origin, that is. When I cut, I made the origin complete when I created the character. What kind of method is this? Professor Chi's heart began to twitch. He knew that this situation would happen, with just a little click. He could figure out many things, and get a lot of information. Fortunately, he had reported it in advance. Haha, he predicted it. Professor Chi did not respond to Molan's question, but said directly, it is very difficult to cut the origin of the God level. And even if it is cut out, it will only be incomplete. We can't shape it into a game character. After all, you have to know that at the God level, its origin has already possessed quite special characteristics. The God level is not to be used casually. Molan immediately reacted after hearing this and nodded. I understand. Well, hang up. After Professor Chi hung up, Molan began to think about a question. Professor Chi should only have said the first point. He did not say the second point. I just don't know whether Professor Chi doesn't know or knows, but doesn't say it. Molan said softly, he just thought about it on the phone, but decided not to ask Professor Chi. Because whether he doesn't know or knows, but doesn't want to say, it's a very inappropriate move for him to ask directly. Maybe it directly stimulates Professor Chi's heart. Although the effect of the powerful heart pill has become stronger after having various magic potions, it can't withstand stimulation. And the second point Molan thought about was Chapter 978 Lifespan Issue. After my game character merged with my real body, this means that my real body has directly reached the level of a god. Separating the origin and shaping it into a game character is one part. Cutting off the cause and effect is really crucial, really difficult. Right? If the cause and effect are not cut off and isolated, even if the origin is successfully separated and shaped into a game character, it is at most a clone, which can be called an external incarnation at best. In essence, this is no different from Molan's real body entering the game. If you are going to die, you will die. If you don't die, the main body will not die either. If Molan didn't know that the game system can isolate cause and effect, he would definitely not have thought of this. But now that he knows that the game system can completely isolate cause and effect, and the cause and effect between the player and the main body are separated, Molan has some guesses in his mind. The pros and cons are now very clear. So do I need to merge the game character with the game main body? Molan thought quietly. Bit by bit. From the perspective of origin fusion, I should have no problem with a fixed career. I am quite satisfied with my current career, and I will not change my career. As for the internal career, I think it should not be too difficult to adjust even if the origin is fused, and the impact will not be too great. Molan pondered. And the fusion of the body is actually the fusion of the origin. At most, it is to add a series of structures and frameworks such as elemental true body, soul particles, spiritual particles, but in the end, there are more benefits, and any problems can be solved. In fact, these are only secondary. What is really important is that, once the fusion is completed, the only way to enter the game with the main body is through the space gate. No matter how strong I am, there will always be stronger than me in the world and the universe. In other words, even if I have the power of a god, as long as I enter the game with the main body, there will be a risk of complete death. The risk of death doubles instantly. This is the real core, the problem that needs to be considered. Molan said softly, and then fell into deep thought. According to the hint, after the fusion, the essence of the body, the origin will be elevated to the level of a god. This means that my real body in reality is still just an ordinary person. A mortal, whose lifespan is only 100 years. And it is impossible to reach the second 100 years. As for my current lifespan, I can't even feel the end. Even if it is not immortality, it can be called longevity. I have a long life, and 100 is just a fraction of my life. In addition, a series of improvements in status can also bring a series of benefits. But I am only in my 20s now, and there is still a long time before I die, so there is no need to rush to merge because of concerns about lifespan. As for the fact that the mortal body of a god-level mage in reality is killed in an accidental car accident, I don't need to worry about it now. After all, I also wear a life-saving pendant, which can save my life even if a meteorite falls from the sky, the earth collapses, or a nuclear bomb hits my face. I think it should also be immune to most intentional attacks or accidental dangers, and it won't lead to my home being robbed. So there is no need to rush to merge the game character with the real body because of personal safety issues. If it doesn't work, I will use my current ability to make a few more advanced, safer, and more reliable pendants to protect my own safety. Generally speaking, as long as I can hold on for a period of time, I can directly merge the game character with the real body to deal with the crisis. If the life-saving pendant I made with all my strength can't even hold up for a short period of time, then it's useless for me to merge the game character with the real body. At most, I can die decently. There is no need to worry about this aspect. So the advantages and benefits of the fusion of game characters and real bodies are basically what I can't use at present, but the disadvantages are unavoidable. So for now, the fusion of game characters and real bodies has disadvantages but no advantages. Why should we rush to do such a thing? Obviously, Emolan has made a decision in his mind at this moment. Closing the attribute panel casually, Emolan thought about it. I am still young, but my parents are so old, I must not live alone in the future. There is no meaning in living in that case. I will ask my parents to create a game account. Let them enter the game. And then even if I have to use resources to pile them up, I will pile them up with gods. It is not okay to believe in gods. It is easy to be polluted and distorted by faith. It is not guaranteed that the person who finally becomes a believer in gods is still the one who believes in gods. It is not okay to be a god-level magician. The threshold is too high. It is difficult for others to help with things like building an illusory world. After all, it is built in the depths of one's own consciousness, and no one can intervene. The illusory world is really something that requires a high level of magician talent and knowledge reserves as well as corresponding comprehension and understanding. Otherwise, you can't even eat it. Then, there is only one choice. Emolan looked at the rules of the game world. Titan is the embodiment of rules, the son of rules, but it is not affected by rules at all. Even gods have so many brain paralysis. No need to comprehend, no need to learn, no need to be affected. The most important thing is a qualification and a connection. This is simply great, even if it is just a false god. You can let your parents learn some magic knowledge first, see if they have magic talent or learning talent. If so, that would be the best. However, if they didn't lay a good foundation when they were young, it would probably be difficult. But learning the knowledge of mages can at least lay a certain foundation for them to master the power of gods. When the need arises, after studying it clearly, you can choose a rule to make your parents become innate gods similar to titans. As for whether to kill titans to take the throne or create a rule yourself, it depends on fate. And see if there is any titan who is blind. Well, but the rules of the game world. Titans have owners after all. Strictly speaking, they all belong to the game system. That is, they belong to the official game. So my parents, and my sister occupy 3 thrones. And if they occupy 3 rules, it is not impossible. But it is not very good. Set a bad example. Emolan thought for a moment, and shook his head. Forget it, I'll just find a way to let them control the demiplane. The demiplane I created myself is in the hands of my parents and sister. And no one can say anything. It's reasonable, as long as you have the ability, anyone can do it. After all, if you want to quickly create a demiplane of the god level, you just need to go out and plunder the origin of heaven and earth in other worlds. The more demiplanes you create, the more beneficial it is to heaven and earth. When the time comes, let alone creating a few gods, even if you create dozens of gods, no one will gossip. Emolan thought quietly. Chapter 979 Supercomputing Power. Some people may not be willing to make contributions to the world before obtaining the godhood. But if people make contributions to the world while obtaining the godhood, then no one will be unwilling. Although this is actually just a concept, there is no change at all. Emolan said lightly. This way it won't cause too bad an impact. Emolan is now too famous, and too influential, and every move will affect the thoughts of all players. At this point, Emolan couldn't help but be cautious. Of course, Emolan was just doing his best. And he certainly wouldn't ask others to do so. Lan didn't like to use his own moral standards to ask others to follow. That was just a saintly bitch. So by then, there would definitely be a clever person who would find the shortcut of Titan. But Lan looked up at the sky, with a smile on his face. Huh? Let's get to work. No matter what idea you have. You can't realize it just by thinking about it. Lan muttered, looking back at the floating city. Looking at the world wall membrane of the floating city. The sky and the earth. The next moment, the overall world structure and rule structure of the floating city also appeared in front of Lan in the form of projection. As the creator of the floating city, he owns everything on the floating city. And even the floating city world. There is no secret for Lan. And everything is clear and transparent to Lan. According to this layer-by-layer structure, Lan's spiritual power basic particles, which are far superior to the legendary level in both quality and quantity, are activated instantly. Each spiritual power basic particle is a separate computing unit, with independent computing power. Each mental power basic particle is a part of a mental power. With the strength and indestructible nature of Lan's mental power at this moment, the computing power of a mental power basic particle alone is comparable to that of an ordinary computer. And a mental power composed of thousands of mental power basic particles relies on a special architecture and computing power integration method. Its computing power is comparable to that of an ordinary large server. As a god-level mage at this moment, Lan may not have reached the god level physically, but his will, soul, and mental power are already at the true god level, both in quality and quantity. Lan has no idea how much spiritual power he has, which is comparable to the computing power of a large server. Humans have an extremely excellent architecture. As for Lan, who has been promoted to a god, his soul and spiritual power have a more efficient architecture. When Lan is serious, even the computing power of supercomputers is not as good as Lan. Or at this moment, Lan himself is a supercomputer, and his technology has surpassed the real supercomputers by several generations. The terrifying computing power is like a terrifying mountain torrent, but it is extremely obedient under Lan's thoughts, calculating data one by one, numerical calculations, fuzzy calculations are all no problem, as if the human brain calculation method and computer calculation method are perfectly integrated together. Of course, if you only have computing power, no matter how strong it is, there are limitations. However, Lan not only has advanced computing power, but also has profound knowledge and endless inspiration. At this moment, a structure covering the entire floating city is slowly formed with one stroke. Each stroke has been calculated countless times, and each stroke is the optimal solution calculated. Of course, Lan is not calculating a certain spell, but directly calculating the optimal solution of a certain spell effect, because Lan understood that using spells directly would not give the best solution. Different spells have different limitations, which makes the best solution impossible to achieve. At that time, he could only compromise. But the best effect of the mage can be achieved. As for how to achieve different spell effects in the end, Lan had already thought about how to deal with the conflicts between these spells. Wouldn't it be better to create related spells directly according to the required effects? Is there any spell that is more suitable than tailor-made? Anyway, Lan has long passed the stage of looking for the required effect in the ready-made spells. Lan has always created the spells according to the effect he needs, and can also adjust freely to maximize the effect directly. After all, creating spells is easy for Lan at this moment. While Lan was conceiving and designing magic arrays for the floating city, further improving the floating city, and increasing the strength of the floating city, Linwa was also conducting an experiment at this moment. At this moment, Linwa was in an uninhabited area of the Abyss continent, holding a cannonball in his hand. There was a light golden color on the surface of the cannonball, as if it was coated with a layer of refined gold. In fact, it was true, the surface of the cannonball was covered with a thin layer of refined gold, to ensure the strength and defense of the cannonball itself. Linwa opened his hands, palms facing each other, circles of electromagnetics emerged, and instantly formed a long gun barrel, and this pale golden cannonball was suspended in it. Linwa did not use too much force, but simply launched this cannonball. Not long after the cannonball was launched, the set program was activated, and instantly, waves of power spread out secretly, directly summarizing the nearby situation to the tower spirit or intelligence inside the cannonball. And Linwa took a plane behind the cannonball. Sitting inside the plane, the background information and data of the intelligence inside the cannonball were projected in front of him. It can only be said that the power of Lin with shells is really not great. A plane can fly behind the shells of the electromagnetic railgun. But this is not the point. On the projection in front of Linhua, the intelligence inside the shells is constantly scanning the surrounding situation and processing a large amount of information. Terrain, organisms, level of civilization, minerals, traces of civilization and other information are processed quickly by intelligence. Everything about traces of civilization and intelligent life is marked in red by intelligence. After marking in red, the flight trajectory of the shells is directly adjusted according to the marked positions. From the point of view of adjusting the flight posture of the artillery shells, this is no longer just an artillery shell, but a missile. This missile keeps moving away from civilization, and continues to explore after it reaches the range of intelligent life. The surface with rich minerals is marked in red, stay away. The minerals with low mining costs below the surface are marked in red, stay away. The traces of civilization activities are marked in red, stay away. It adjusts its flight posture again and again, hiding and searching at the same time. Finally, a deep layer in the missile's detection, which is extremely difficult to mine and extremely difficult to find, appears in the missile's detection information, and is quickly marked in green. The next moment, the missile quickly adjusted its posture and flew towards the green position. After arriving, it dropped vertically, and sharp rotating threaded blades instantly appeared on the surface of the shell. Spinning at high speed, the surface of the missile in flight was covered with threaded blades, and they broke directly when they touched the ground, and drilled into the depths continuously. Chapter 980 Mechanical Base. Deploy. When the missile entered the depths of the Earth, the command line representing the mechanical deployment action circulated in the intelligent background. In the deep of the Earth, with high pressure and temperature, the temperature of the missile shell rose rapidly, turning the surrounding rocks into magma. Then, a small hole appeared on the surface of the missile shell, and magma was continuously sucked into it. Although the small hole was only the size of a fist, it swallowed up the magma continuously, and soon, a large underground space appeared in the depths of the Earth. In this underground space, cracks appeared on the surface of the missile, and fine parts surged out, like the nano-armor transformed by Iron Man, extending and spreading rapidly. The small shell contained a huge machine inside. The missile was quickly deployed, and a mini-factory covering only dozens of square meters was formed, accompanied by the sound of mechanical assembly. A threshold appeared in the mini-factory, and a suspended ball flew out of the mini-factory and flew directly to the wall of the underground hole. When the ball came to the wall, a laser shone on the high-density rock wall, melting it directly into magma. The magma was taken away by the suspended ball, and a channel was slowly formed. The suspended ball kept moving forward in this way until it encountered ore, and each ore was collected into the suspended ball, classified, smelted, stored. When the suspended ball returned to the mini-factory again, the various metals in its storage space had piled up into a small mountain, of which steel accounted for the largest proportion, and other metals were less. After these metals are taken out by the suspended balls, they are placed directly inside the mini-factory. The mini-factory looks mini, but the space inside is not mini. Every bit of space inside is perfectly utilized, and one multifunctional production line after another is on standby. After the metal materials are placed in the material area, one production line after another starts working, and one component after another is produced. One component after another forms a larger component on the production line, and after these components are finally assembled, they directly become a mining car with different shapes and functions, a prospecting car. These mining carts are not as beautiful and advanced as the floating balls at the beginning, but they can already perform simple mining work deep in the earth. What is the most terrifying thing about machines? The most terrifying thing about machines is that machines can make machines. What is even more terrifying? What is even more terrifying is that humans do not need to intervene in this process. Deep in the earth, the mini-factory first uses the floating balls to complete the basic raw material mining, and then begins to manufacture machines for large-scale mining, builds smelters to increase metal production, and builds production lines to increase the production of construction machinery. The progress was slow at the beginning. Even if one mechanical vehicle broke down, Linhua would be worried. But he felt relieved when he saw the mini-factory rebuild a mechanical vehicle and successfully recycle the broken vehicle. From 1 to 2 is slow, from 2 to 4 is much faster, and from 4 to 8 makes Linhua a little dazzled. 4 to 8, 8 to 16, 16 to 32, under Linhua's gaze, what was originally a small shell expanded directly into a huge mechanical city. More specifically, it should be a purely industrial mechanical city. The whole city is for industry. There is no other occasion. The whole city is made up of factories and assembly lines. There is no building for other purposes. This underground city is a three-dimensional city. It perfectly utilizes every inch of space, maximizes the use of space, and makes this city full of regularity and neat beauty. The obsessive-compulsive disorder is overjoyed. After the city reaches a certain scale, the proportion of production machines changes. Originally, most of the production machinery was equipped with a small number of detection machinery. Everything was for the expansion of scale and the soaring productivity. The most important thing at this stage was concealment and increasing productivity. Concealment was the most important thing throughout, and increasing productivity was the core and most important task during this period. After reaching a certain scale, the proportion of detection machinery began to increase. When the proportion was the highest, it could even exceed that of production machinery. Most of the productivity was used to produce detection machinery. Various machines with both concealment and detection functions were scattered like snowflakes. East, south, west, north, and below. Except for the top and the surface, a large number of micro-detection machines are deployed in all directions to detect minerals. However, these detection robots will not stop even if they encounter minerals, but will continue to move forward. Later, robots will come to mine and continuously transport resources back to the mechanical city. Then, these metals will be used to mix into alloys and wrap up the entire mechanical city, leaving no gaps, and all places except for an entrance and exit that can be blocked at any time. There is no upper limit on the thickness. As long as the metal is transported, it will be poured continuously. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. During this process, the detection robot is still continuously detecting until the trace of elemental metal is found. When the trace of the element is found, the mining force of the entire mechanical city will be fully activated, first to open up the channel, then to mine, smelt, and store in the warehouse after smelting. The detection machine continues to search. At this moment, the focus of the entire mechanical city is on elemental metal ore. Of course, the common metal minerals found in normal times will not be abandoned. When there is no elemental metal to be mined, they will continue to mine ordinary metals without stopping. After making alloys, they will be poured outside the mechanical city, wrapping it into a large iron lump. Even if the large iron lump reaches a terrifying thickness of 30 or 40 meters, it will not stop. After enough elemental metals are collected, hundreds of nearly 1,000 production lines in the core of the mechanical city will be put into operation. Each production line has multiple functions. Some can produce several different parts, while others can directly produce dozens of parts. One elemental metal after another is transformed into one precision part after another on the production line. Hundreds of parts produced on production lines began to be assembled into ferocious weapons. Tesla coil, electromagnetic rail gun, God-killing cannon, space storm generator, distorted space shield, elemental shield, ice crystal seal, electromagnetic network generator. One terrifying weapon after another, shields were assembled and formed. All were installed in various reserved locations in the mechanical city. Chapter 981. Constructing a cross-world space channel. Fully armed. At this moment, the mechanical city is already fully armed, just like a turtle shell that is armed to the teeth. What is hidden behind the tens of meters of terrifying alloy layer is not soft weakness, but terrifying fangs. If anyone thinks it is over after working hard to break the terrifying alloy layer, he will be fatally hit by the mechanical city. In the deepest part of the mechanical city, the fission furnace roars, and the majestic energy supplies these weapons, and the normal operation of the shield. After all these equipments were completed, the hundreds of production lines at the core of the mechanical city were all activated. They were disassembled, dispersed, and reassembled into new production lines one after another. The production line is not the key. The real product is produced by the machinery on it. The outrageous part is that the machinery on it has undergone extremely clever changes during the assembly, and has been completely assembled into another completely different production machinery. Emolon can assemble the magic array at will, which is almost perfect, and can overlap the magic nodes infinitely. Linwa couldn't do this at all in the spell model, but his attainments in machinery were no worse than this. Mo Lan's spell model looked like a work of art, and Linwa's machinery was also a work of art. A nearly perfect work of art. After the assembly line was completed, the remaining elemental metals all entered the production line and turned into parts one by one. After all these parts were assembled, it turned out to be a giant cannon with a caliber of up to 10 meters. After the giant cannon was formed, the fission furnace was running at full power, and the surging energy poured into the giant cannon, activating the constant magic arrays one by one. Countless magic arrays, all of which were spatial attributes. Energy poured in. After the magic circle was activated, a silver-white smoke brewed in the muzzle. Boom! The cannon roared, and the space in front of it was instantly shattered, and the dense space fragments turned into bricks and stones, and piled up in the void, extending. And during this whole process, the terrifying space fluctuations directly swept across a huge area, and the rule shock caused by the opening of the cross-world space channel directly spread throughout the entire rule network, spreading to every corner of this world. As long as the demigod level, even some legendary level can sense the terrifying fluctuations here, not to mention the gods. Lin was sensed this terrifying spatial fluctuation and rule oscillation, and noticed that many high-level demons were abnormal, and directly mobilized the power of the demon throne. The terrifying demon throne turned into a projection and floated in the air. All the high-level demons that had abnormal movements instantly felt that it had nothing to do with them, and went back quietly. The rule oscillation of this level. The spatial fluctuation lasted for a long time. So long that the most distant demigod in this world could rush here, then go back, and then come back 2 or 3 times. After a long time, the space fragments finally constructed this cross-world space channel. And behind the void channel was Mo Land's floating city. You can stop now. Linhua, who had been watching the scene, took a step forward and appeared at the core of the mechanical city. Although the core of the mechanical city was equipped with the most rigorous space barrier, and the most insidious space storm trap, as Linhua's creation, this naturally would not restrict Linhua himself. Linhua looked around, looking at this mechanical city, and thought, the rich mining area found in advance, multiple mineral veins, plus the ores I buried myself, elemental metal ores. My efforts were not in vain. Although the help was huge, the experiment was basically successful. Linhua quietly looked at the floating city on the other side of the space channel, without any intention of stepping over. This is a one-way cross-world space channel. There is nothing wrong if you come from the floating city end, but if you go from this end, there will be nothing wrong when you just enter the space channel. But after walking halfway through the space channel, it will collapse directly, and trigger the most terrifying space storm. If a person or god falls into the depths of the void, even if he does not die, he will be lost. Linhua himself is no exception. There is no way to solve this problem at all. Linhua, the person who arranged it, can't do it. This is the most basic function, which cannot be changed. It is specially set by Linhua and cannot be changed. Linhua looked at the floating city quietly and thought, it's not in vain that I spent so much effort to prepare and build it. Although there are still many problems, although the duration is super doubled in the actual use environment, although there are still some very fatal problems, but it can be used after all. It's not unsolvable. Emolan thought. The time problem can't be solved by doubling it. After all, the detection of mineral materials is random. Even if all metals are found in the real use environment, the elemental metals will definitely cover a very large range. The time for metal detection, mining, and transportation will definitely be very long. It can't be solved. Of course, there is no need to solve it. We just need to strengthen the concealment again. Then it's about the casting of weapons. Linhua thought as he looked at the terrifying weapons scattered throughout the mechanical city. I placed these elemental metals in advance. The elemental metals in different worlds will definitely be different. So it is impossible to find the elemental metals to make weapons, let alone find all of them. It is not possible to find even one that is exactly the same. With the current settings, if you can't find it, then everything will collapse. So it won't work. Linhua pondered. Although the elemental metals in different worlds are different, they have only a few physical properties. As long as the physical properties of the elemental metals in the other world are tested, they can basically be replaced. The weapons made by replacing elemental metals in this way may have some problems. The power and stability will fluctuate, but they can still be used. Well, weapons and shields must be tested after they are produced. Otherwise, if they misfire at a critical moment, everything will be over. Then, there is the problem of concealment. Linhua looked at the tower spirit intelligence at the core of the mechanical city, and decided after thinking about it, it is better to prepare 2 more tower spirit intelligences and put them in there. After the construction of the first tower spirit intelligence reaches a certain scale, the 2 new tower spirits can be separated. Build 3 completely independent bases. If one or two of them are discovered by accident, or fail to withstand the siege when setting up the interworld space channel, the second and third ones may also be able to complete the task. Well, just add 2 more. Linwa flipped through the records he left while watching, while thinking, conceiving ways to improve. Linwa attached great importance to this mechanical base, otherwise Linwa would not have spent so much effort. Chapter 982 Long-Term Preparation. Mechanical Base. This is the latest machine designed by Linwa. In terms of function, it is better to call it a base than a machine. So Imolan called it a mechanical base. The function of the mechanical base is actually similar to that of a base vehicle in a well-known game. It can build the technological architecture of the entire system and produce it by itself. So as long as the mechanical base is given some time, sufficient materials can be used to manufacture most of the creations of the magic technology system that Linwa said he created. And most of the magic arrays can be stabilized. This is like a seed. As long as it is in the right environment, it will take root and sprout, and burst out with amazing power. Of course, because the intelligence of the mechanical base is just a cluster of tower spirits, although it has intelligence, although it has supercomputing power, although it has no less knowledge reserves than Linwa, Imolan and others, but the intelligence of the tower spirits is not creative. No means no, just like mathematics, cannot mean no, it will not change at all due to any situation. Therefore, the upper limit of the system carried by the mechanical base is determined by how advanced the technology Linwa loaded into it is. The top of the technological architecture set up by Linwa in the mechanical base is to build a cross-world space channel. And the constant ultimate goal in the mechanical base tower spirit is to build a cross-world space channel to connect the floating city to its location. This is the meaning and function of the mechanical base. And everything on the mechanical base serves this purpose. The electromagnetic railgun launch method in the front simulates the orbital launch state of the super-large electromagnetic railgun that Linwa is going to build in the universe. The mechanical base in the form of a cannonball is accelerated to the extreme with the acceleration capability of the ultra-long electromagnetic track. The function of the missile is mainly to adjust the flight direction of the mechanical base when discovering the alien world, and to find a suitable base location inside the alien world. And everything in the future is even more needless to say. Ordinary steel, the role of metal is to build mechanical cities, build various production lines to improve productivity, prepare for the later stage, and in the later stage, it can also be used to build the first line of defense. Although it is just ordinary metal. When the thickness reaches 20 meters, 30 meters, or 50 meters, it will be necessary to withstand the attack of nuclear bombs with a smaller equivalent. If the thickness reaches 100 meters, ordinary nuclear bombs will only scratch it. And the power and radiation of the explosion alone will not hurt the people inside. After the productivity is improved, weapons made of elemental metals found by various detection instruments are used to guard the interworld space channel. After all, the interworld space channel is a space channel that allows gods to pass through. With the huge size of gods, if you want to accommodate gods, the specifications of this space channel can be imagined. The opening of this level of rule channel will directly cause the vibration of the rule network, and then attract the attention of the strong in this world, and even the gods. Needless to say, in this situation, except for those who are very confident and want to fight back along the cross-world space channel, other people or gods who see this cross-world space channel will definitely tend to interrupt and destroy it. The structure of the cross-world space channel cannot be completed in a short time. The time required for its construction is completely enough for the gods of other worlds to discover, rush to, and then destroy it dozens of times. If there are no weapons and shields, then this kind of cross-world space channel has no chance of success. Not at all. Unless you are lucky enough to go to a world without magic, without gods or extraordinary beings. Then there is a slight possibility. These weapons that can touch the level of gods are prepared for such moments, used to attack and intercept gods. However, although these weapons are powerful, they also have a limit. It is okay to temporarily stop some gods. Maybe it can be done with difficulty, but it is basically impossible to stop and kill them all the time. But Linwa didn't need to block or kill all the time. What Linwa needed from the beginning to the end was just to delay time, delay until the cross-world space channel opened. As long as the space channel opened, Imolan, Linwa and others would control the floating city, and the mecha would attack. As for what to attack, Imolan, Linwa and others were not kind people. Whether it was forcibly taking the origin of heaven and earth to cultivate a half-plane, or forcibly incorporating the other world into the game world, both were possible, and both could actually enhance the power of heaven and earth. The former is to directly integrate power into the game world, and the latter is also a way to increase the power of the game world. According to Lin was speculation, and some things he heard from Emolan. There are probably some guesses. If a world is directly incorporated into the control of the game world, it will directly lift the game world with the origin of the world. Although it will not be completely swallowed, it will be connected together. You must be a little bit. If there are enough worlds under the jurisdiction, Linwa even suspects that the game world will be directly raised to a higher level. Of course, it is too early to say these now, and these are still in the distant future. From Linwa's perspective, the future is not far away, and now is the time to prepare. After all, Emolan has become a true god-level wizard, and his floating city will soon have true god-level power. In addition to his own machinery, his current strength and timing are almost the same. Just right. If we don't start now, it may be too late by then. Linwood took away the mechanical base that was reorganized into a cannonball, leaving only the mechanical city deep in the earth silent. In the past, Emolan was always at the front, and then Linwa and Lu Bin took turns and competed with each other, but when Lu Bin defined the origin of space, Lu Bin was one step faster again and surpassed Linwa, while Linwa did not move for a long time. But is Linwa really behind? Can't catch up? No, it's just that Linwa's perspective on the future is somewhat different from Emolan and Lu Bin. It's just that Linwa did not define the concept, and did not try to condense the priesthood from the technical content and ingenuity of the mechanical base in front of us. We can see how much time and energy Linwa has spent on it. But then again, if the intelligence of the tower spirit of a mechanical base goes out of control and develops the idea of freedom, what will happen to this mechanical base? Linwa thought about this and blinked. Wait, it seems that after the president's mental power demon, I have created a mechanical base that can completely replicate itself? Linwa couldn't help but click his tongue when he thought of this. It shouldn't go out of control. Right? Chapter 983 Optimizing the Heaven and Earth Structure. Hiss. Linwa couldn't help but fall into deep thought, but then he thought it didn't matter. If the president isn't panicking, why should I be panicking? Besides, I know everything about what I created. Why should I be afraid? It should be others who should be panicking. Linwa smiled, and then he continued to immerse himself in the research and improvement of the mechanical base. At this moment, Emolan was further improving the magic array of the floating city. Since the floating city's heaven and earth enveloped the entire floating city, and the heaven and earth have their own unique structure and veins, Emolan suddenly had an idea and tried to use the heaven and earth structure and veins as the veins of the magic array. In Emolan's view, the heaven and earth are a perfect spell, and the heaven and earth structure is the spell model of this spell. If there is a magic array that can fully display the power of heaven and earth, then there is no doubt that this magic array must be based on the structure of heaven and earth. Although the heaven and earth structure has been formed, it is still a long way from the effect that Emolan wants. In Emolan's opinion, isn't this the same as the previous spell? Ready-made spells, ready-made spell models, ready-made spell effects, but Emolan was not satisfied with the spell effects, and felt that the spell effects could be better. What did Emolan do at the time? Emolan at the time chose to transform the spell model, improve the spell model, remove all unnecessary things from the spell effect, and put the power of the entire spell on the effect that Emolan wanted. In this way, the original spell model can meet Emolan's needs. In Emolan's opinion, the structure of heaven and earth is exactly the same as this situation. For heaven and earth, the structure of heaven and earth is the most perfect magic model, without a doubt. Any magic array, no matter how perfect the components are, no matter how excellent the components are, no matter how advanced the components are, can never be more suitable than the original structure of heaven and earth. But the power of heaven and earth used by the current structure of heaven and earth is too dispersed. So what should be done? Improve the structure of heaven and earth. Delete all unnecessary effects. Reduce all unnecessary effects. Concentrate all the power of heaven and earth in the direction that Emolan needs. And what does Emolan need? Emolan thought for a long time, and then selected the 2 points he needed. 1. Defense. 2. Attack. To put it bluntly, the floating city is a fortress for Emolan to fight. Life, research are just incidental. Or in other words, a strong enough battle fortress can protect, can support the life and research work of the mage, especially the research work. Why doesn't Emolan care about the mental demon? Why doesn't Linwa care about the mechanical base that can replicate itself infinitely? Why can they study all this unscrupulously, without being timid? To put it bluntly, isn't it because they have strong enough fighting power, have enough confidence, believe that their strength can suppress any changes when they occur, and force the rhythm back on track? The floating city also has such a function. Of course, other things like protecting civilization are fine. Conquering other worlds is also part of the research in MO-Land's view. After all, studying the structure of the world in other worlds, studying the rules of the world in other worlds, collecting research materials for better research, element alloys, potions, monsters, etc. Aren't they for research? So the fundamental thing is combat effectiveness, defense, attack, everything is for combat effectiveness. What I need is defense and attack, then what I don't need. Circulation, survival, growth, ecosphere, weather, etc. These are all things I don't need. MO-Lan thought calmly. Of course, MO-Lan knew very well that these were all important components of the world. Once they were reduced or even removed, it would inevitably lead to the collapse of the entire world cycle, the imbalance of the entire world, if that was the case. The collapse of the floating city was inevitable, and it was impossible to maintain it. MO-Lan knew all these. But he knew even more. That when improving the spell model, all of them were inevitable. How could a naturally evolved spell model have any redundant parts? You have to know that every spell node that a monster bears has a price to pay. Natural evolution will not directly evolve the spell model, but it will kill and eliminate those monsters with useless spell nodes. With the passage of time, basically all the spell models of all monsters will not have any useless spell nodes. In this case, deleting any spell node will cause the entire spell model to change or even collapse directly. But what does it matter? MO-Lan can still improve it as he pleases. It is no exaggeration to say that. The spell model is like a ball of plasticine in front of MO-Lan. You can knead it as you want. Collapse. It is no exaggeration to say that. The spell model has to look at MO-Lan's face if it wants to collapse. At this point, the probability of the spell model collapsing is smaller than the probability of MO-Lan's perfect improvement. After changing the task from designing a magic array that perfectly utilizes the power of heaven and earth to optimizing the structure of heaven and earth, and then again from optimizing the structure of heaven and earth to optimizing the spell model, MO-Lan laughed. Isn't this my specialty? A guy who makes a living. However, although MO-Lan said it was easy, there was no contempt in his eyes. Because of the perfection of the structure of heaven and earth, and because the structure of heaven and earth was created by MO-Lan. Every detail and every structure was created by MO-Lan himself and optimized with great effort, and was finalized after improvement. Because it was for the purpose of constructing the world, MO-Lan was extremely serious and attached great importance to it from the beginning, and basically stopped after optimizing it to the point where it could not be optimized any further. So, this seems to be a more difficult spell structure optimization, but it is essentially a process of MO-Lan competing with his past self across time and space. About the incident of me competing with my past self when I had no opponent. You know, the structure of the floating city world is not far away from now. In other words, this is basically a self-challenge for MO-Lan. Of course, the good news is that this world structure was constructed during the legendary wizard period, and now MO-Lan is already a god-level wizard. Although the progress in knowledge is not great, the hardware conditions have been improved a lot, which provides a basis for further improvement and optimization of the world structure. Otherwise, even if MO-Lan successfully challenges himself, it is unlikely to achieve great changes and improvements. At least this level of improvement is not enough to satisfy MO-Lan. It is impossible to improve to the effect that MO-Lan wants to achieve. Let's do something challenging today, MO-Lan said softly. Then he waved his hand to retrieve the heaven and earth structure of the floating city. After looking at it for a while, MO-Lan fell into silence. At this moment, he wanted to slap himself. Why did I make it so perfect in the first place? Chapter 984. The sun god from another world arrives. It's fucking perfect. MO-Lan often said this, but never said it so harshly, and it was directed at his own work. It was too perfect at the beginning, which made it twice as difficult now. Really, I should have left more loopholes at the beginning. MO-Lan regretted it. If you know the situation today, I would have created a few loopholes even if I didn't have any. Of course, MO-Lan was just joking. Not to mention that he didn't know at the beginning. Even if he knew at the beginning, he wouldn't have done it. It's not that you have to pursue perfection if you have a professional quality. MO-Lan has the professional quality of a mage. MO-Lan also likes to pursue perfection. The pursuit of perfection will make MO-Lan feel that he is creating a work of art, and his sense of accomplishment will be doubled. But this is just a pursuit, not a necessity. Moland's professional quality is still relatively flexible. Different situations have different considerations. It is not impossible to specially create a magic array with flaws. But the main problem is that it is impossible to do it. The structure of heaven and earth must be perfect. But this also means a problem in reverse. Only perfection can become the structure of heaven and earth. What do you think the structure of heaven and earth is? It can be a magic circle? How is it possible? The virtual world does not need to pursue perfection, and can have huge flaws, because it is just a virtual world imagined by a person. What is visualization? What is a virtual world? To put it bluntly, it is imagined by oneself, and you can think of anything. But the real key is that, once the structure of heaven and earth that constructs the virtual world is not perfect, then when the origin of heaven and earth, or the power of belief begins to materialize, the structure of heaven and earth will be torn from the flawed position, and then directly cause the collapse of the entire structure of heaven and earth. The huge volume, status, and power of the world will overwhelm its own world structure. An imperfect world structure cannot be materialized. As long as it is materialized as a world structure, it must be relatively perfect. This is the real reason why there is no room for flaws. Otherwise, if it were possible, with Moland's mature and flexible professional qualities, he would have already started to create a virtual world with flaws to prepare for materialization. Oh, no. What flexible professional qualities? The profession of mage was created by Moland, and the professional qualities of the mage were also shaped by Moland. Whatever Moland said was the professional qualities of the mage. That was it. So the truth of the matter is that Moland strictly abided by the professional qualities of the mage and never went beyond the limits. Go ahead, Moland said softly. There is no trick. So just rely on your real ability. Isn't it the me of the past? Isn't it the me of not long ago? Isn't it a perfect heaven and earth structure that performed beyond the level at that time? What's the problem with this? If the level has not improved much, then improve it. If the normal level is not enough, then perform beyond the level again. Who am I? I am the mage Moland. At this moment, Moland's pride surged from his heart. The four words mage and Moland are not easily linked together. Although Moland said these four words calmly, and his voice was not loud, they symbolized Moland's pride. Just like the mage Moland outside Hongfeng City. Just like the mage Moland in front of the gods. With the pride of a mage, Moland calmed down and immersed himself in the study of the structure of heaven and earth. And kept studying. Study, meditation, and research. 3 points in one line. Moland's life is full of rules. Moland's life is extremely fulfilling. 24 hours a day. Not a minute is wasted. Even rest has been directly replaced by deep meditation. Adjust the structure of heaven and earth. Adjust the rules of heaven and earth. This is just like Moland's previous adjustment of the rules for generating soil to the rules for generating high-density rocks and regular arrangement. The floating city heaven and earth were not born naturally, nor did Moland move in halfway, but it was dominated by Moland from the very beginning of the concept. Even the structure of heaven and earth was created by Moland. The origin of heaven and earth used in the present was snatched by Moland, and no one else invested in the heaven and earth itself became the owner. The floating city heaven and earth has no secrets for Moland. There are no restrictions at all. Moland can adjust the structure and rules of the floating city with just a thought. This may be the absolute authority of the God of creation. This authority and autonomy are even greater than Moland's autonomy over his own demiplane. After all, the demiplane sacrificed a lot of things in order to quickly and completely materialize. One of the most important points is the partial ownership and investment of the game world. Of course, there is authority, and there are no restrictions at all. You can mess around. But if the mess causes flaws or even large loopholes in the structure of the world, it is also normal for the world to collapse. So even if Moland has such a high authority, he will not mess around easily. The structure of heaven and earth is linked to the whole structure. If he messes around and causes problems, he will have to fix them himself. It is too troublesome. So Moland first uses the virtual world to deducing little by little, then conducts experiments based on the results of the deduction. Finally, based on the experimental results, the data is deduced again, and the progress of the entire project is advanced little by little. Time passes by inadvertently like a white horse passing by, and a week passes in the blink of an eye, and every day is extremely peaceful. Just when Moland thought that this peaceful life would continue until he had adjusted the structure of heaven and earth, an accident happened. President, the gods from another world are invading. When Emolan saw this message, he was shocked and continued to look down. Abyss continent. Sun god. Emolan's eyes suddenly opened. When he saw this message, Emolan immediately reacted. The sun umbrella from another world that he wanted to find but hadn't found yet came by itself. At this moment, Emolan was in high spirits and looked up at the small fireball suspended above the floating city. At this moment, the light of the small fireball bloomed, as dazzling as the sun, as if a newborn sun really descended on the floating city. At this moment, the small fireball has transformed into the sun. Anyone who takes a look at it will immediately have an idea in their mind. Sun! A divine charm emerges in the sun. At this moment, Emolan understands at a glance that this sun has become the incarnation of the sun god from another world, an anchor point. The sun god can always follow the connection to bring his thoughts to this sun. That is, the descent of the gods. However, no matter who the small fireball belongs to, it is a part of the floating city world. The moment the small fireball turns into the sun, Emolan feels that the power level of the floating city world has reached the threshold of the god level power, and then he enters the god level gate without any obstacles. However, the growth of the power of the floating city world not only did not make Emolan happy, but made Emolan look gloomy. Chapter 985. But the world is destroyed. Tomorrow and the accident, you never know which one will come first. Emolan did not expect the accident to come so suddenly. This alien sun god came so suddenly. Of course, it is not enough to call it an accident if it is not sudden. But although Emolan looked ugly, although it was unexpected, he did not panic, still kept this calm. Since it has come, then we have to face it. Panicking will only make the matter worse. When the enemy comes, we will fight him with the generals. When the water comes, we will cover it with earth, that's all. Emolan, who remained calm, immediately thought of one thing. The gate to the other world must be closed. Not only the gate to the other world owned by the Mage Association, but also other gates to the other world that were distributed, and other gates to the other world that the Mage Association secretly developed and put into use. All of them had to be closed at once. Emolan had a backup plan for the gates to the other world owned by the Mage Association, and the gates to the other world that were distributed, which could be easily closed, but the gates to the other worlds of other guilds needed to be notified to them. When Emolan was about to close the gates to other worlds that were distributed by the association, and those that were distributed by the association, he suddenly found that all the gates to other worlds had been closed just now. It was not him who closed it, nor was it Lu Bin, Linhua and others who did it. After asking, he retrieved the records of the Tower Spirit, and found that all the gates to other worlds were closed at the same time in an instant. It was a strong external force. Game system. This thought suddenly emerged in Emolan's mind. Only the game system has this kind of power, this ability, and this motivation to take action. It must be that the game officials or the game system discovered the advent of the alien sun god, and thus all the space channels leading to the abyss world were cut off. Huh? Emolan looked up at the small sun again. The world is like a joint stock company. As long as you meet certain established conditions, you can invest, become a shareholder, and control the company's shares, which means you control the authority of heaven and earth. Whoever invests more money can control more shares. Whoever controls more shares is the master or son of heaven and earth. The power brought by the little fireball turning into a little sun just now directly made the power of the floating city reach the level of gods. This means that the power of the little sun in the floating city has increased, which is equivalent to the little sun dispersing some of Emolan's authority. There is no way, if the floating city is a pure and pure world, then Emolan can still find a way. Emolan can find a way to refuse the joining of external forces. Want to invest in the company? Sorry, I don't want your money. Do you think any cat or dog is qualified to invest in me? That's probably what it means. Emolan can find a way to refuse. But the key to the problem is that this sun umbrella from another world has already had some power in the small world of the floating city. The basis for the appearance of the small sun is the small fireball. It is the new energy that flows into the small fireball, which produces new variables, and then transforms into the small sun. The small fireball has been changing from beginning to end, which Emolan cannot intervene in. What is even more terrifying is that it is so easy to transform the small fireball into a small sun. The power behind this is too strong. Emolan looked at the small sun with a gloomy face, and with a thought. He tried to separate the small sun from the world of the floating city again. Emolan had tried many times before, but the fireball was like a strand of wool in a sweater. and it was still running through the whole sweater. It was basically impossible to remove the strand of wool without taking apart the whole sweater. So all previous attempts ended in failure. This time, Emolan was promoted to a god-level mage. And the fireball also transformed into a small sun, which was larger in size. Emolan wanted to try again to see if he could strip away the power of the small sun, even if it meant reducing the power of the floating city to below the god level again. But when Emolan started to try, not only did he not gain anything, but he seemed to have touched the little sun, and an extremely powerful thought was coming down along the connection. Just one thought was already very powerful, and it put a lot of pressure on Emolan. Child, don't try. The power of the sun is unshakable. My light will shine, nourish this land, and last forever. A warm, ancient, huge, and shocking voice sounded in Emolan's mind. Emolan thought, and with difficulty cleared this voice, isolated it from the outside, and raised his head with an indifferent expression. I knew that some things cannot be left to chance. I thought I was special. I thought I could solve this hidden danger. I thought I could turn it into the power of the world itself. But now I think about it, I thought too simply, I thought too much of luck. And some things cannot be left to chance. Emolan's words without any emotion echoed in the world of the floating city, and the next moment Emolan took a step out of the world of the floating city. You will pay 100 times the price for your luck. This is a lesson. This is a very expensive lesson. I remember it. Emolan's voice echoed, but no one in the universe could hear it. In fact, Emolan was not speaking to anyone. This sentence was spoken by Emolan to himself. It was a warning to himself. Then destroy it. Emolan pressed his palm lightly, and the entire floating city seemed to have been paused. The wind, water, fire, space, everything was paused. The next moment, the invisible structure of the floating city appeared directly. At this moment, anyone could directly observe the huge structure that penetrated the heaven and earth with their naked eyes. Everything seemed insignificant in front of it. However, at this moment, the next moment when the structure was fully exposed, cracks appeared on all the structures. Ping! It was like a sound from the end of the universe. The structure of heaven and earth completely collapsed. The collapse of Mount Tai was eclipsed by the collapse of the structure of heaven and earth. There are no words in the world that can describe this scene. All structures, all the power generated by the collapse of rules all poured out at this moment, wreaking havoc between the sky and the earth of the floating city, destroying buildings, roads, weapons, city foundations, space, void. Everything had no ability to resist this terrifying power. Like paper in a person's hand, was easily torn into pieces, twisted into a ball. Under this level of power, even the little sun was directly torn without any hindrance. The terrifying power contained in the sun was completely released, making the power between the sky and the earth of the floating city even more chaotic. The structure of heaven and earth is spread all over the world, and the rules of heaven and earth are hidden in all things. The power of the collapse of these two bursts out directly from the root of the universe. Everything, even the most basic particles, are destroyed in it. Nothing remains. Emolan is the god of creation, and the god of destruction. Since I have been lucky before, then let's make up for it. But it will destroy the world. Chapter 986, The World-Destroying Artifact. The terrifying energy exploded at the location of the floating city. Everything in the floating city was completely destroyed in the collapse of the structure. Next to the floating city was Emolan, 2 space stations, a spaceship, and the game world. Emolan stood in the void, watching all this with cold eyes. He spent countless thoughts on the floating city. Just the foundation of the city alone was accumulated in the depths of the abyss of the Earth elemental world for a long time to form a high-density, high-quality platform of 1,000 meters by 1,000 meters by 100 meters. The design of the entire floating city required a great deal of manpower and material resources, calling on the entire gaming community to assist with the guild. And it was created with concerted efforts. During this period, Emolan, Linhua, and Lu Bin put in a lot of effort. In terms of power, let alone the effort spent on the design and construction of the fission furnace. The solid raw stone in the fission furnace was taken out from the blood pool after Emolan overturned the nest of a demigod. As of now, there are only 4 pieces, one for each 4th level blood pool, which cannot be mass-produced, cannot be regenerated, and cannot be found again. In terms of the manufacturing of the floating city, it was subcontracted to many factories in the entire gaming industry, countless players, and the factories worked together to build it bit by bit. In terms of weapons, the God-killing cannon designed by Lin, the God-killing bullet stored in the magazine. In terms of space transmission, Lu Bin's cross-world space channel technology with a constant architecture, not to mention the resources spent on the final architecture of the virtual world. The origin of the world used to materialize the floating city was forcibly extracted by Molan from the Abyss continent. Extracting these origins almost caused a serious loss of vitality to the Abyss continent. It can be said that the floating city was not created by a single person. It is the result of the efforts of thousands of mages. The crystallization of the embryonic form of a magic civilization. The blossoming of a system. And the top mage researchers and ordinary mage producers behind it. They represent a mage system, mage industrial routes, and numerous mage industrial branches. None of them can be missing. Everything is right. Everything is perfect. What is a miracle? This is a miracle. This is a miracle accomplished by human power. The miracle accomplished by millions of mortals, ants, is truly God level, enough to kill gods. But there was only one mistake from beginning to end. When materializing the floating city, Molan used the origin of the world of the Abyss continent. At that time, he had a fluke in his heart. It was just the concept of the sun god from another world. The sun is a good thing. Wouldn't it be good to have it in the floating city? Molan has thought of countless ways to use the sun after it is formed, shaping the sun into an energy core or shaping the sun into an attack weapon, etc. The sun has a huge volume and can do so many things. The sun is a good thing. As for the owner of the sun concept, as long as his whole body wakes up, or Molan can't wake him up, even if it can't be done now, it can always be done in the future. Anyway, this sun god from another world hasn't woken up for so long. He shouldn't wake up so soon now. Right? At that time, Molan had such a fluke mentality, so that he encountered such a situation now. It can only be said that a little bit of luck must pay 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times the price. On the road to miracles, on the road to the true God level, there is no chance at all. All chances are hidden dangers. You don't know when it will explode in the future and destroy everything you have. Only by keeping your feet on the ground and taking one step at a time can you reach the sky. These flashed through Molan's mind. And Molan still watched the collapse of the world quietly. As the master of the world, the creator god, he has control that is unimaginable to everyone. Even when the structure of heaven and earth and the rules have collapsed to this point, Molan still has a trace of control and influence over the world of the floating city. It can be said that Molan created the world like this, as the god of creation, as long as this world still exists in the universe, no matter what the situation is, even if the control is taken away by others. Molan must still have a certain influence. Because no matter what the world has experienced, as long as it is still this world, there is one thing that cannot be changed, cannot be denied. That is its creator, that is, the god of creation. This is the unique status of the god of creation. And at this moment, even when it has collapsed to this extent, Molan still maintains enough influence and control over the world of the floating city. Under the influence of Molan, the floating city's heaven and earth structure, the power of the collapse of the rules did not spread outward at all, but was all compressed inward, restrained, and tore everything apart. This is collapse, not explosion. Under the influence of Molan, the power of the world's collapse all strangled the original power of the sun. And after strangling the sun, it continued to strangle the world itself, and strangled all the remaining materials in the world. At this moment, even the will that had just descended was speechless, looking at Molan outside the world. Although the world was influenced by him, the world itself was expanded. Although the original creator God's share was reduced, the total amount of power that could be mobilized was still increased. He still had a larger share, and was still the master. Moreover, the shining of his sun was a perfection for the structure of heaven and earth. And the benefits to heaven and earth were absolutely endless. Therefore, the others could only speak harshly. And several times they pushed him out. In the end, they had no choice but to speak harshly again. And that was all they could do. But this one is hell, extremely decisive, without saying a single harsh word, directly destroying the world, collapsed the world, directly flipped the table, smashed it, leaving no residue. A ruthless man, said destruction and really destroyed it. The descending will remember this breath deeply, and then lost its carrier and collapsed in the destruction of heaven and earth, and was destroyed. In this level of structure, in the face of the collapse of rules, even the will could not remain. Finally, The power of the collapse of the floating city's heaven and earth was summed up at one point, and then burst into a terrifying strong light, and then disappeared, and the universe returned to peace. The floating city and everything in the floating city disappeared completely in the universe, without a trace of residue. No, that's not right. Emolan looked intently, and saw a metal ball the size of a basketball at the place where the floating city disappeared. Although the metal ball was only the size of a basketball, Emolan felt that gravity seemed to be twisted around it. The metal ball itself contained the charm and violent power of the collapse of the world and destruction. There were even some remnants of the collapsed structure and rules of the world. This is a rare treasure. The creation of the world may be bred by a divine artifact, and the destruction of the world may also be possible. This does not require any refining. This is a natural artifact of world destruction, which is a metal material or a world-destroying artifact refined by the collapse of the world structure and the collapse of the rules. Chapter 987. The sun is a good thing. The sun god is not a world-destroying artifact. You can feel the terrifying power contained in it without trying. This is the last remnant after the collapse of the world. Emolan only took a glance to understand where the remaining part of this metal sphere mainly came from. It mainly comes from the casting of weapons, the casting of fission furnaces, the refined gold used in the casting of the god-killing cannon, and the constant array structure, and other high-level elemental metals, elemental alloys. It must be said that the level of these elemental metals is really very high, so high that they have their own rules. The destructive force of the collapse of heaven and earth destroyed their form, and smelted them thousands of times, and even the rules and structures inside were destroyed by the collapse of heaven and earth, but at extremely high quality and extremely high level. There is still a little bit left. In the end, only this part of the huge amount of refined gold and other elemental metals remained, a little bit the size of a basketball. What's more important is that anything that is not strong enough will be destroyed in the process of the collapse of the structure of heaven and earth, and the collapse of the rules. Even if something is strong enough, it will be completely purified by the broken structure, broken rules, and violent power. Even if there is some residue in the end, it will not have any connection with the original. So theoretically speaking, this ball of metal the size of a basketball is a new creation born in the destruction of the world, and it has no connection with the previous one. Theoretically, this has nothing to do with the sun god. Even if it is still possible that it is not clean, it can be stored and used when it is strong enough to deal with it. It is not a big deal. But Emolan looked at the metal ball indifferently, glanced at it a few times, and then broke through the space and pushed the metal ball in. With a fierce force, he pushed it directly into the depths of the void, and then threw a space spell into it, which directly rolled up a terrifying space storm. The space storm blew over the metal sphere. Even the sharp space fragments could not leave any marks on the metal sphere, nor could they cause any damage. They just made it blown. Under the influence of the space storm, no one knew where the metal sphere would fly to. It might have been floating in the depths of the void. It might have fallen on the head of a god by chance and killed him. Or it might have fallen in front of a son of destiny and turned into a terrifying artifact controlled by him. All of these were possible. But in short, it had no chance of being with Emolan. Emolan looked at all this indifferently. It was not that he was overly cautious. Although he paid a heavy price for a little luck this time, he would not be so paranoid as to be paranoid. It was just that he needed to be bold when he should be bold. He took a gamble and turned a bicycle into a motorcycle. But he could not be careless when he should be cautious. He must be 100% cautious. Sun God. Emolan's eyes were cold. There had never been anything that made him remember such a god deeply. Emolan could remember this for the rest of his life. Actually, it can be said that the sun god did not do much wrong, but things have already happened. The floating city has been destroyed. Someone has to take the blame. Someone has to be responsible. No way, no way. No one thinks that Emolan will take the blame himself. Right? Why should he take the blame that can be thrown to others? Anyway, they are enemies. What's wrong with taking one more blame? And then again, the sun god did not do much wrong. But why is he infusing power into the floating city and increasing the share of the sun? Isn't this Sima Zhao's intention? Everyone knows it. Although Emolan will do something when he encounters such a situation, there is no special reason. It's just that the cake is in front of him, and he doesn't want to take a bite. If he doesn't take a bite, he will feel sorry for himself. Understanding is understanding, but you have to take the blame and bear the grudge. Although the source is that Emolan plundered the origin of heaven and earth from the Abyss continent, the origin of heaven and earth is not this kind of alien sun god. It can only be said that the more you talk about it, the more confused it becomes. No one can make it clear. Emolan doesn't want to talk about it. And he can't make it clear. But there is one thing that Emolan is very clear about. For humans, the sun is a good thing. Emolan said softly. But the sun god is not. Humans need the sun, need the earth, need the ocean, need light, but do not need the sun god, the god of the earth, the god of the ocean, the god of light. Emolan muttered to himself. The world we live in is sick, a supernatural world with sick development. Perhaps this is right in itself, but it must be sick for humans. Objects are objects, concepts are concepts. These things should not gather faith to evolve into gods, or transform into gods. Emolan took a long breath. At this moment, he had a clear goal. There should be no gods. Even Titan gods evolve from nature. If it cannot be erased, if faith must have a destination, if these gods must exist, then it can only exist as a god, and can only exist in a way controlled by humans. Just like I used the god of mages staff to obtain the god of mages. Even if gods need to exist, they cannot have independent wills. They can only be transformed into gods, and continue to perform the duties of gods under the control of humans. As for the controller, it can be determined by selection and replaced regularly, and it can only be classified as a more special profession. In this way, the person who controls the god should not turn into a dragon like the hero who killed the dragon, and should be able to ensure the normal operation of the god. Emolan thought. At this moment, his determination was stronger than ever. It was nothing before. Whether it was a titan or a god, in Emolan's eyes, it was just a kind of life, a powerful life that was born in conflict with the mage, and there was nothing wrong with it. It was not put on the attitude of killing or abolishing it. But after seeing this sun god and hearing his words, Emolan had made up his mind. If one morning when I wake up, the sun shining on me, the air I breathe, the ground I step on, and the starry sky I look up to are all given by the gods can take them away at any time if they want to. If the gods are happy, they will operate as usual. If they are unhappy, they will carry out a world-destroying purge. What future do humans have like this? Emolan's eyes became extremely cold when he thought of this picture. He once again made up his mind to clean up all the titans and gods in the game world if he had the chance. If there is really no chance, then create an opportunity. At this moment, all the titans and gods in the game world felt cold all over, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. What's wrong? What happened? Chapter 988 Purify the Demon. God. Emolan's eyes were indifferent, and he uttered this word slowly. The next moment, a door to another world opened in front of him. Emolan stepped into it, and appeared in the Abyss continent, and appeared above the demon throne. Linwa was right next to him, looking solemnly at the sun in the sky. Missouri Lawn also looked around, and finally looked up. The Abyss continent at this moment seemed completely different from before. The originally dark sky was replaced by the dazzling sunlight. In the sunlight, wisps of abyssal breath that had just risen slowly dissipated, and the demons on the continent wailed in pain. Demon worms were roasted in the sunlight, and wisps of flames condensed from the sunlight, and fell on the demon worms. The abyssal breath that continued to flow out of the demon worms collided with the flames, annihilating each other. After a few breaths, the demon worms lost their resistance, and the flames fell directly on the bodies of the demon worms, turning them directly into ashes. The weakest demon worms died first, followed by the little demons, and the big demons. The weaker demons began to die, and only the demons with strength above the elite level barely had the strength to resist. Finally, tens of thousands of demons gathered together, and the abyss breath emanating from their bodies gathered into a cloud in the sky to block the invasion of sunlight. However, the clouds gathered by the abyss breath also dissipated continuously under the sunlight. Once the clouds of the abyss breath evaporated completely, these demons could not escape the disaster, and could only be burned to death by the scorching sun with wailing. Only demons above the master level could barely protect themselves in the sun. But how many demons above the master level could there be? President, is your floating city okay? Linwa asked directly when he saw Emolan. Don't worry. Something happened. Oh, nothing happened. Huh? I destroyed the floating city and the floating city world. Linwa nodded, and did not discuss this topic anymore, but pointed to the sun in the sky and said, I have been doing experiments in the Abyss continent for some time. So I found him when he just came over. At that time, the sun projection directly transformed into the sun, and then the brightness increased by one level, and it reached the current level. Under the sun, Ordinary people will not be affected in any way. And even the abyss breath on their bodies will be directly purified. And some negative breath will also be purified. Of course, the dead air on the necromancer and the undead will also be purified. But it will not have any effect on ordinary people. Except for a little sun exposure and a little heat. But whether it is the native demons or plants on the abyss continent, they all contain a lot of abyss aura in their bodies. Or in other words, their roots and origins are inseparable from the abyss aura, and are dominated by the abyss aura. And the abyss aura will be purified under the sunlight. This is no different from purifying demons. If the sun shines for a long time, all these demons and plants will die. The plants are basically burned out. And the demons are really miserable before you come. Each one is like being in a frying pan. The more they are exposed to the sun, the weaker they become. When the abyss aura on their bodies is insufficient, the sunlight will directly condense flames to cremate them, cremating them alive. That is, I led them all to the blood pool and gathered them together, and they spontaneously condensed the dark clouds of the abyss. And then they barely survived. Linwood paused for a moment after he finished speaking. I originally planned to gather them together next to the blood pool and protect them together. But later I found that they had generated the dark clouds of the abyss by themselves. So I didn't do it. Linwood narrowed his eyes and looked at the sun, and said, although there is no evidence for the time being, I feel that it will not be good for you if the demons die in large numbers, or even all of them die. Emolan nodded when he heard it. It's really no good. The power I can control is decreasing. And the power of the demon throne is decreasing. Emolan said lightly. And the demon throne's control over the foundation and origin of this world is being shaken. If all the demons are really killed or there are too few left, the demon throne will lose control of this world. Emolan sat down while speaking. When he sat down, the demon's true body condensed. When Emolan sat on the demon throne completely, a humanoid demon with a terrifying aura appeared. The humanoid demon leaned on the demon throne, with his right leg supporting his left leg, and instantly turned into a blood-red light column that shot up into the sky. Not just him, blood-red light pillars shot up into the sky one after another across the entire abyss continent, forming a huge demon throne directly in midair, forming a huge demon god. At this moment, anywhere in the abyss continent, if you look up, you can see this huge demon throne, and this huge and terrifying demon god. At this moment, high-level demons walked out of their hiding places, looking up at the huge demon throne, looking at the terrifying demon god that protected them. The demon god sitting on the demon throne quietly looked at the dazzling sun in the sky. And a faint voice echoed in the abyss continent. Purifying demons on my territory. Did you get my consent? A golden figure slowly emerged from the sun, and opened his eyes the moment he emerged. In these eyes, Emolan seemed to see the heavens and the worlds, as if he saw thousands of huge, magnificent and majestic churches, as if he saw the terrifying throne held up by hundreds of millions of believers in enthusiasm, the terrifying kingdom of gods. At this moment, Emolan suddenly felt that even the most powerful god of faith in the game world, the god of light, was just like a child playing house in a mud pit. Emolan's heart was awed, and he instantly became more solemn. But he did not show it on the outside. I am the sun god, and demons are the enemy of all living things. Why are you stopping me from purifying the demons? Purifying the world? After this golden figure appeared, a voice echoed between heaven and earth. In this voice, the eyes of the players seemed to become worshipful and fanatical. But they were shocked and looked at the golden figure in fear. The golden figure glanced at the players below and uttered a sigh. The next moment, his voice, his figure, and his sight were blocked by a barrier covering the entire abyss continent. God? The God who bewitched the world? I have never bewitched anyone. It's just that those who see my divine body and listen to my divine voice spontaneously worship and believe in me. The sun god did not seem to be in a hurry, and explained to Emolan calmly. God from another world. The abyss devours the world, and the devil destroys all living beings. Why do you betray all living beings? Fall into the abyss, and become a devil? You can turn back, enter my kingdom of God, and purify the pollution. Chapter 989 God War. I am. At this moment, Emolan was silent. At his level, it had been a long time since he encountered such a thing, and hadn't suffered such an insult. He could hear that. The sun god said this from the bottom of his heart, not deliberately mocking or provoking him. The sun god really thought it was a great honor to be able to enter his kingdom of God. At this moment, Emolan was speechless. If he encountered something bad, he could still argue with him, and even curse him, but what could he do when he encountered a madman or a fanatic? Or he could stay away, don't make contact, don't communicate. If there is really no way to avoid him, what should he do if he makes contact? Hit him. Hit him to death. Hit him until he dared not say it even if he had such an idea, but flattered him hypocritically. Boom! Emolan could already treat the construction of a miniature flame world as a normal attack. This spell has various functions: high blasting damage, high smelting damage, good trapping effect, and it is not difficult to release. It is really a well-rounded one. It is suitable for the first move to test, and you can use other spells later according to the opponent's reaction. Before it is officially deployed, it looks like a small fireball, and the damage is also fire damage, so it can be called a small fireball. Of course, attacking the sun with fire damage is obviously not a good idea. In fact, Emolan did not intend to use the miniature flame world to achieve success. The miniature flame world is just a starting move. After the start, 3 miniature element worlds are deployed in an instant. 4 miniature element worlds stand in 4 directions, and the terrifying strangling force is formed instantly. Nice move. The golden figure raised his finger and lightly tapped it. A golden beam of light instantly burst out. The terrifying nuclear explosion hit the 4 microelement realms. The 4 microelement realms vibrated wildly under the nuclear explosion, and the structure made a wail. Obviously, the body of this sun god from another world is probably a real sun, or a real star. The terrifying fusion nuclear explosion is not difficult for him at all. He can do it easily. The fusion nuclear explosion is the most normal attack for him. This is the horror of the real sun god. When the power of a star is mastered by an individual, this individual can easily destroy the star and the world. The so-called Earth. The world is like an ant in front of its main body, which can be destroyed at will. The only thing to be thankful for is that this is just a divine clone formed by projection. Although its strength is strong, it is also limited. But unfortunately, no world can withstand the power of the sun. The golden voice gently pointed out with a finger, and a finger-thick light shot out. At this moment, Emolan's pupils shrank sharply. The strangling power of the 4 elemental realms was instantly broken, and the 4 elemental realms blocked by Emolan were also pierced in an instant. This extremely condensed high-energy light was directed at Emolan. This sun god had extremely rich combat experience. He did not get entangled with the 4 microelemental realms created by Emolan, nor did he waste energy to destroy them. He released a move to block them, and then directly bypassed the 4 microelemental realms to attack Emolan. Emolan's mental power analyzed the information just collected by the microelemental realm, formed one terrifying shield after another, and finally condensed a projection on the spot, erasing the cause and effect, and directly broke through the air and left. Boom! Emolan condensed his figure in the distance. The devastating explosion at his original location destroyed everything. This high-energy pipeline has strong penetration. After penetrating all the shields, it directly sank into the projection body, and then triggered a terrifying fusion nuclear explosion in the projection body. The nuclear explosion from the inside out was enough to evaporate everything, and Emolan did not hesitate at all. He swung his right hand hard, and the 4 microelement realms instantly devoured a huge amount of energy, and directly evolved into a huge world phantom that enveloped the sun. Collapse? The moment the voice fell, the structure of the world's phantom, the rules collapsed. The terrifying energy was released from it to form a turbulent flow of rules and rush towards the sun. Is this what you learned from the previous world collapse? Or have you destroyed many worlds? Nuclear explosions occurred again and again on the surface of the sun. The terrifying power blocked the invasion of the world's collapse. In front of the high temperature of this sun, even the rules were melted by it. But the power of the world's collapse is not only the rules, but also the collapse of the structure, the collapse of all materials in the world. The sun god himself had his own rules, and did not collapse. But the collapse of his environment tore scars from him. The sun itself was swaying in it, and the sun god seemed a little angry. An invisible but terrifying force spread out from the sun and twisted instantly. Gravity. Emolan caught this force instantly, and his face changed slightly. The next moment, the world was broken, and Shiwan's power was completely shattered and decomposed under the terrifying gravitational distortion. The force of gravity was too terrifying, and Emolan could sense that the gravity of the ground beneath his feet was being drawn by the sun god, helping him to completely tear apart the already broken force. The next moment, Emolan found that the twisted gravity was acting on him, wanting to tear apart his body. Everything on his body. Demon throne. Emolan sat on the demon throne, and a repressive force spread out, carrying all the blood pools on the entire continent, carrying the power of the Abyss continent, and using the power of the Abyss continent to suppress this twisted gravity. From the beginning to now, only a few seconds have passed. In just a few seconds, Emolan and the Sun God have fought back and forth. Each step is thrilling and fatal. However, it is obvious that Emolan is still at a disadvantage. This Sun God from another world is simply too terrifying. Just a clone relying on the projection of the Sun God is enough to make Emolan unable to match it. I really can't imagine how terrifying the real strength of its original body is. Sure enough, it is still a little weak in the encounter. Emolan sighed faintly. It's been too long since I've fought in actual combat. The only attacking method I have is a weapon refining spell for smelting metals, an energy absorption spell for materializing and casting an illusory world, and a world collapse spell that I just learned. It's okay if I encounter a god of average strength. Even my ordinary attacks can't be blocked, but those with a little strength can't be defeated. Really, it's bad. Emolan muttered to himself, then looked at the Sun God, and said softly, "Then let's enter the second stage now. Don't forget, this is my home court." The moment Emolan's voice fell, the magic circle that was just responsible for protecting the Abyss continent just now glowed. Chapter 990. First test of the God-killing bullet. Arm the formation. The moment the words fell, blood-red light pillars shot up into the sky again, directly breaking through the barrier and appearing above the 9 heavens. The thick blood-red light pillars formed a cage to bind the sun inside, and a terrifying suppressive force appeared in the space in the center of the cage. If the Sun God previously broke the bondage by pulling the gravity of the Abyss continent, then now Emolan was using the power of the entire Abyss continent to suppress the Sun God with weight. The world of the Abyss continent is ultimately a world that wraps the sun inside, rather than a world that revolves around the sun. In this world, the volume of the Abyss continent is much larger than the sun, and the terrifying suppression force directly crushes it, even if the Sun God is of a higher status. It will be useless. At the same time, Molan's thoughts moved. The power of the entire blood pool network gathered towards Molan. Abundant power was bestowed on Molan, and was controlled by Molan. The more terrifying Abyss aura, the power of the Abyss surrounded Emolan, and was called upon by Emolan. Under Emolan's weaving, these Abyss auras also surrounded Emolan to form a huge black sun. And Emolan stood in the black sun. Boom! The black sun and the sun collided violently, and the terrifying aftermath spread. The sunlight evaporated the Abyss aura, but the Abyss aura also quickly extinguished the flames that made up the sun. When the two suns of different colors collided, in the simplest, most direct, and most dangerous way, Emolan and the Sun God inside the sun also collided directly, and a terrifying battle broke out. With a tacit understanding of the two sides directly broke the dome, and fought from inside the world to outside the world. After reaching the outside of the world, the two people's concerns completely disappeared. After not destroying the world, they all took back the power to control the aftermath. The level of the battle instantly rose by 1 level. The aftermath of the battle made the chaos surge endlessly. At the same time, inside the world, Lu Bin and Lin was stood together and looked up at the battlefield outside the world. When Emolan came over, he had already come. "Are you done?" "No," Lu Bin said simply. "This path to becoming a god is too difficult. It's not that easy to accomplish. However, I have some experience. It shouldn't be a problem to control the Sun God in a short period of time. What about you?" "I haven't done it yet either. But by chance, I was doing experiments here before, and arranged some things." As Lin spoke, the mountains behind him surged, and large-caliber electromagnetic railguns pointed straight to the sky. Lu Bin looked back at the weapons covering the mountains, and the super cannon with a caliber of more than 10 meters. And his mouth twitched slightly. "A little bit? Is there any problem?" Lin looked at Emolan in confusion. Lu Bin shook his head. "No problem, but I think the god-killing cannon should not have any effect on the Sun God, who also uses nuclear energy." "Right. Oh, I don't plan to use that. My main attack method is this." Lin waved his hand, and several god-killing bombs made of pure gold appeared in front of him. After Lin took them out, he saw Lu Bin's strange eyes, and spoke directly. "Don't look at me with that weird look. As a mage who mainly uses machinery, is there any problem with me carrying a few god-killing bullets?" "No. It's fine if you carry them. Then I will try to control it. You attack the moment I control it. Okay. The two of them communicated directly using mental power. And the communication process was also the preparation process. The moment the voice fell, the two of them were actually ready. Lu Bin took a step forward and appeared directly outside the world of the Abyss continent. Directly appeared in the battlefield between Emolan and the God of Light. And spoke directly. President. The moment Lu Bin appeared, without waiting for Lu Bin to call him, Emolan suddenly burst out, the Abyss aura on the Black Sun surged, and tightly entangled the Sun God. And Lu Bin directly seized this opportunity, and lightly tapped his finger. A tiny black dot emerged from his fingertips, and quickly flew towards the sun, leaving a black mark wherever it passed. There was no material on the black mark, as if even the space itself was erased. No, it should not be erased, but swallowed. As the black dot flew, it was rapidly growing. When it flew next to the sun, the black dot was already the size of a fist. The next moment, the terrifying gravitational force burst out, and the surrounding vacuum dust, meteorites, and space were all pulled over and swallowed by it. In this process, the black dot expanded rapidly. This size, watermelon size, 1 meter size, 10 meter size. Under the terrifying gravity, the flames that make up the sun are all swallowed up by it. This is actually a black hole. After releasing this black hole, Lu Bin's face turned pale, floating in space and unable to move, unable to make any movements, only muttering. If it's a real black hole, I can kill you by myself. Alas, what a pity, I cultivated it with great difficulty. As Lu Bin muttered, a space gap opened behind him, wrapping him in. Several holes appeared silently on the world wall of the Abyss continent. 8 gold-made god-killing bullets turned into a golden rainbow and flew out. At this time, the size of the black hole had expanded to an extremely terrifying degree. Even next to the sun, it was not small at all. At this moment, the sun was like an apple with a bite taken out. The terrifying black hole took a bite out of the sun, and also took a bite out of the black sun pulled over by the sun god. Both sides were bound in place by the terrifying gravity of the black hole, and could not move. They could only fight each other, while being swallowed by the black hole. Emolan resisted the swallowing of the black hole while fighting with the sun god in close combat inside the black sun and cursed. When he noticed a few golden lights, he exploded instantly, and suddenly shrank the black sun. When he cursed, he didn't just curse Lu Bin, this time he cursed Lin as well. But before he could finish his curse, 6 of the 8 golden rainbows sank into the interior of the sun, and the remaining 2 were blocked by the sun's black sun. This was the result of Emolan forcibly shrinking part of the volume of the black sun, otherwise he could have blocked more. The next moment, a terrifying number of golden threads burst out from the interior of the sun. One by one, golden threads, golden surfaces bloomed from the core of the sun, and not only bloomed, these golden threads, golden surfaces were moving at a speed of several blocks, like a big hedgehog plowing directly through the interior of the sun, and on the black sun side of Emolan, the god-killing bullets directly penetrated and flew out, flying into the depths of the universe. The entire process only created a few holes, with a diameter of tens of centimeters on the black sun. That's all. Considering the huge size of the black sun, these holes seemed to be non-existent. On the other hand, the sun was cut into pieces, and the black sun was almost unscathed except for a few pieces that were accidentally cut off by the sun. Chapter 991 God-Killing. God-Killing Bullet. Lin on the Abyss continent smiled when he saw this victory. He was very satisfied with the power of the God-Killing Bullet. He did not waste so much effort. No way, no way. No one would think that the difficulty of manufacturing the God-Killing Bullet lies in the smelting. Right? No way, no way. No one would really think that the God-Killing Bullet is only made into a high-penetration bullet by relying on its sharp characteristics. Right? The God-Killing Bullet looks simple, but the technical content is not simple. It can even be said to be extremely complex. No matter how strong the penetrating power is, even if it is the best, it is just like the one that hit Emolan just now. A penetrating wound. For people at the level of gods, no matter how fragile their bodies are, they still have extremely strong vitality. Unless the penetrating wound hits the vital part, it is not considered an injury at all. And if it hits the vital part, if it is a weak god who will die if hit in the vital part, then there is no need to use the god-killing cannon. Other attacks hitting the vital part will probably kill the person. So if someone really thinks that the god-killing cannon is just a cannonball with extremely strong penetrating power, then they are really stupid. Of course, The first one is indeed like this. It was just a rough shape made by Emolan. And the following ones are completely different. The golden black steel has the property of extending the edge from the corners by injecting gold elements, increasing the sharpness. The refined gold smelted from the golden black steel also has this property, and it is even more powerful. The super strong penetrating power of the god-killing bullet is the use of this property. The real killing power of the god-killing bullet is the same. The seemingly smooth surface of the god-killing bullet actually has many edges and corners. Once these edges and corners are injected with gold elements, they will show the ultimate sharpness. Once all these edges and corners are activated, a three-dimensional network composed of golden edges will unfold. Not to mention other things, the molecular level processing of the edges and corners of the god-killing bullet is already extremely terrifying. If the processing accuracy is not enough, the angle of the edge is not right at the least, the gap is too large, or even the edge length may be too short, or the edge may hit the teammates backwards. In order to better attack the target, for the extreme speed of the god-killing bullet, for the extreme armor-piercing ability of the god-killing bullet, this network of sharp edges cannot be deployed in advance. Once deployed in advance, it will be very powerful, and the original concealment of the god-killing bullet will be completely lost. Once deployed in advance, the three-dimensional network of sharp edges will also act like a windshield to provide an extremely good deceleration effect for the god-killing bullet, which can reduce the difficulty of the enemy's dodge, which is simply great. In addition, deploying in advance will consume the gold element in the god-killing bullet in advance, reducing the duration of the three-dimensional network, and will also disperse the sharp edge of the cone, reducing its armor-piercing ability. Some defenses that could have been penetrated may not be broken directly because of the decline here, and the opportunity to attack will be lost. The real attack method of the god-killing bullet is the same as the one that attacked the sun god just now. That is, first gather all the power at the top of the cone to provide the strongest armor-piercing ability. When penetrating all defenses and entering the fragile interior, the gold elements that were originally gathered at the top of the cone spread out, forming golden edges inside its body, forming a three-dimensional network, which would directly tear its body into pieces. The god-killing bullet originally flew at an extremely fast speed. During this process, the god-killing bullet continued to fly, directly driving the entire three-dimensional network forward. It was like thousands of knives plowing through. Under this mode of attack, any enemy with a physical body would be completely torn to pieces. However, the idea is good, but it is far from easy to realize. In order to achieve this series of effects, it is unknown how many arrays are integrated into the god-killing bullet. The difficulty of both array design and array stability is far beyond everyone's imagination. This is the root of the power of the god-killing bullet. And this is why a few god-killing bullets can cut the sun into pieces. At this moment, the moment the sun is cut, its power to resist the gravity of the black hole is linearly weakened or even disappears, and a large area of solar fragments is swallowed by the black hole in an instant. After swallowing these fragments of the sun, the black hole seemed to become restless and unstable. After a few flashes, it stopped expanding and collapsed inward. At this moment, Emolan's heart did not jump wildly. He sensed a trace of dangerous breath on the collapsing black hole, which made his mouth twitch. He quickly broke free from the restraints, while the power of the sun was greatly reduced. He went directly behind the sun. After hiding behind the sun god, Emolan immediately felt a full sense of security. After feeling safe, Emolan breathed a sigh of relief and cursed inwardly. Damn you, Linhua. Lu Bin. If you keep fighting like this, I will either be killed by the sun god or by the two of you. None of you are worry-free. All your attacks are area damage, and they all cover me within the attack range. As Emolan cursed, the black hole collapsed to the extreme, as if it had formed a small dot with no size, but extremely high density. Of course, it was just as if, because Emolan was hiding behind the sun and still observed its size. But even so, it was still very terrifying. Both the energy it possessed and its mass were incredibly high. What's even more terrifying is that it is very unstable. It loses balance almost at the moment of collapse. The energy and mass compressed inside it all leak out. In just a moment, a considerable part of the sun is wiped out, with the terrifying energy and mass leaking out. The fragments of the sun are blown away and extinguished. Even Emolan feels that he has been impacted by the terrifying energy and material flow. The black sun has been dispersed a lot. Emolan even feels that his body hiding in the core of the black sun has been hit hard. Hiss, Although this thing takes a long time to charge, it looks really exciting. Imolon was the smelter and forger of the previous god-killing bullet, so Imolon was not surprised by the existence of the god-killing bullet and its power. But this black hole is different. Imolon has never seen Lubin play with a black hole, let alone Lubin creating a black hole, let alone Lubin using a black hole. If it was just an ordinary method, it would be fine. If you haven't seen it, then you haven't seen it. But this black hole is different, whether it restricts the sun from leaving, or directly tears and devours the flames that make up the sun itself. It even traps Imolon himself there, and is swallowed by the black hole together. In addition, the black hole collapsed into a point later, and the power after the imbalance and collapse made Imolon even more excited. Imolon's mind moved, looking at the sun god whose power was weaker than ever before. He grinned. Die! Chapter 992 sees the power. Die! Imolon stretched out his hand and waved. The abyss aura in the black sun surged. In the blink of an eye, an abyss version of the four elements was formed, the world framework was formed, and the false rules were established. Crash! The terrifying disintegration force penetrated all the substances within the coverage area. The remaining sun around the sun god was torn apart, revealing the golden sun god. The sun god at this moment was also a little embarrassed, with several penetrating wounds and countless scratches on his body. There was a trace of sharp aura left on these wounds, which hindered the healing of the wounds. Obviously, the sun was the source of the power of the sun god. After the sun was torn apart, the power of the sun god also declined greatly. It was even to the point where it was impossible to quickly remove the sharp aura and recover from the injury. This also meant that the sun god no longer had enough power to tear apart the illusory world, and had no power to resist the world collapse level attack. Ping! 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 In a deep and crisp sound, the structure and rules completely collapsed, and the terrifying power was released from it. The power of the entire world collapsed from the outside to the inside, forming a terrifying energy wave. Space, rules, soul, consciousness, etc. Everything cannot escape from this energy wave, and will be blocked inside the collapsing world, and will be continuously pressed inward, making the enemies inside bear more and more powerful collapse power. After releasing it just once, Imolon's understanding of the world collapse technique has become deeper, and he has become more proficient in using it. The loopholes in the spell are rapidly decreasing. In this situation, the sun god did not rush out at all. He chose to keep his dignity. He could not escape anyway. He was just a clone anyway. It would be the same if he was destroyed. It would be better to keep his dignity. To keep his dignity as a god. The sun god quietly stayed in the core of the collapsing world. His eyes seemed to be looking at Imolon through the energy waves of the world's collapse. And he shook his head slightly. There was no fluctuation in his eyes. And he was extremely calm. The golden sun god died in the power of the world's collapse. Many players who could observe the outside of the world were full of joy and cheered. But Linhua, Lubin, and Imolon did not show any joy on their faces. And their faces were extremely calm. Amid the cheers of many players, a sun projection slowly formed. And as the projection of the sun slowly formed, all the players fell into a deathly silence. Imolon, Linhua, and Lubin were not surprised at all. They had expected this. The concept of the sun had already deeply eroded into the interior of the Abyss continent. Even the projection and concept of the sun had appeared in the origin of the heaven and earth of the Abyss continent. Can you imagine the extent of the erosion of the concept of the sun? At this point, the concept of the sun was no different from the concept evolved from the Abyss world itself. Unless the owner of this level of concept did it himself, and paid a huge price to extract the concept of the sun. It was impossible to remove it by normal means, since the concept cannot be separated. What is the point of killing the clone of the sun god? If the sun god's body is killed, it will be fine. Imolon can still find a way to master the concept of the sun. At worst, if the concept of the sun is not controlled by anyone, it will not have any effect at all. But it is only a clone that is killed. Although Imolon has found the approximate range of the sun god by following the cause and effect relationship, it is difficult to beat a clone of the sun god. How dare Imolon go there directly? It is better to go to the home court of the sun god. Who knows who will fight who if he goes there? Even if it was only the game characters that died, it was unacceptable to do so. You had to rush forward even though it was obvious that you were going to lose. Are you looking for death? You could only keep the position for later use. Then I knew something. Although the sun god was quite powerful, He seemed to have no ability in causality. Emolan shook his head. No matter how poor his causal ability was, Emolan could not directly kill his body with causal means. When one day he had enough strength to kill the sun god's body, he could also contact his clone. It would be okay to kill the soul completely. In short, it was just killing a clone. And the rules were not removed. In the blink of an eye, the sun projection was condensed again. However, a problem arose. This sun god was transmitting energy through the air, and he was going to transform this sun projection into a real sun again. Not only that, this sun god was forcibly injecting capital into the Abyss continent by borrowing the concept of the sun through the air. He wanted more control over the Abyss continent. He wanted to deprive Emolan of his control over the Abyss continent, using the most costly, simplest, and most brutal means. Obviously, after making an attempt, the sun god was not going to try again. He wanted to crush Emolan directly in the most brutal and impeccable way, and forcibly seize control of the Abyss continent, even if it consumed several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times the power. I don't plan to play anymore. At this moment, the extraordinary decisiveness of the sun god made Emolan, Linhua, Lu Bin's faces change slightly. This is different from what is written in the novel. Linhua complained helplessly. According to the process, the sun god should send a slightly stronger clone to fight us now. Molan didn't say anything, directly controlled the blood pool network covering the entire continent, activated the demon throne, condensed the 5th level blood pool phantom, moved the origin of heaven and earth, and then simultaneously collapsed the origin of heaven and earth, the structure of heaven and earth, the rules of heaven and earth, destroyed the world. This matter is familiar to him. Everyone. I'm sorry. I couldn't save the world. So let's just destroy it. Emolan's faint voice echoed in the Abyss continent. Echoed in the ears of all the demons. And echoed in the ears of all the players. At this moment, all the players were stunned. Was it an illusion? How could Emolan look so skilled? At this moment, the world had collapsed. And the world became dark. Everyone felt a great fear. And all the demons without wisdom couldn't help but become manic at this moment. If the world had consciousness, it would definitely curse Emolan. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth have no consciousness. The heaven and earth are like a building. They will not express any opinions on their own destruction. Nor will they take any actions. At this moment, hideous cracks appeared in the sky. At this moment, valleys appeared on the earth. At this moment, invisible and intangible space gaps appeared between heaven and earth for no reason. At this moment, stop it! How can heaven and earth be so childish? The sun god, who had said nothing but silently snatched the power of heaven and earth, finally spoke again. There was a sense of helplessness in his voice. But Emolan smiled coldly when he heard this, and he had no intention of paying attention to the sun god at all. Chapter 993 Compromise and Opportunity. Emolan showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He had no intention of stopping it at all. He didn't even want to waste a word with the sun god, because the sun god who was calling him to stop had no intention of stopping at all. The surging power was still pouring into the interior of the Abyss continent. He was still robbing the authority of the Abyss continent. And even the speed was a little faster. Talking was just to delay Emolan. Even the helplessness in his tone was mostly deliberately disguised. Who dares to say that gods are stupid? Is believing in God stupid? These bastards often have infinite lifespans. After surviving for hundreds or thousands of years, even pigs become spirits. What's more, when believers believe in gods, they often give them wisdom, wit, omniscience, and other attributes. In this way, except for the newly born gods, these believers are absolutely not stupid. And this method, thinking has been seen many times in their long lives. So they naturally understand it. Talking, delaying, speeding up behind the scenes to continue to grab power TSK. But Emolan didn't care. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster. He was quite skilled in destroying the world. Plus, the sun god didn't have much of a share. It was easy for him to destroy the world before his power was taken away. But then again, why was he so skilled in this kind of thing? At this moment, Emolan was even distracted by thinking about something. It was like destroying the world was a small matter. It didn't matter. But Emolan really didn't care. Anyway, he didn't feel bad about destroying the world that was destined to be taken away by the sun god. It was better than leaving it to the sun god as a bridgehead to invade the game world and the real world. As for the demons on the Abyss continent, they will be burned to death in the most painful way after the sun god occupies the abyss world anyway, it is better to give them a quick death. As a demon god, Emolan was very sad and made this decision for them with great difficulty. Ah, my heart hurt so much. Okay, the process is over. Next one. The next one is also the last one, the player. Although because the gods in the game world have withdrawn from the main material world, most of the player guilds have withdrawn their main forces from the Abyss continent and reattacked the main material world. But there are still a large number of players and industries on the Abyss continent. The industries will be destroyed, although the players will not die. The death of the game characters means the deletion of the account, which means that they cannot register an account in a short period of time. Even if they register an account, it is just a new account. They have no strength and suffer heavy losses. But if the Abyss continent is occupied by the God of Light, they will not survive. The game world cannot take the risk of being invaded by the Sun God to take back a group of game characters. The main body is fine, but they cannot give up and be saved. But the game characters, huge losses? Forget it. Everyone has the obligation and responsibility to protect their homeland from being invaded. This is irresistible, compulsory, necessary. Instead of letting them stay in the Abyss continent, actively or passively becoming the guide of the Sun God, it is better to die. At least leave a good name for dying to protect the world. At least in the future. You can brag that you personally participated in this great battle against the Sun God of another world, and personally protected the world. Smile. When Emolan ignored the words of the Sun God, and was leisurely absent-minded, the process of destroying the world was finally about to enter an irreversible stage. Once it entered, even if Emolan took the initiative to stop it, it would be impossible to stop it. It was too late to reverse the situation. At that stage, the world would really be destroyed. Alas, the Sun God sighed. Stop it. As he spoke, the Sun God also took the initiative to stop the input of external forces. Emolan smiled at this, paused the process of destroying the world, and successfully saved the world. What, you don't want to continue? Go back. An abyss world full of demons is not worth it. And this abyss world already has an owner, it's mine. This abyss world is the original demon god I killed. You are just a shameless thief, a thief. Oh, you don't want to leave? Emolan tilted his head, and instantly the enterprise-level understanding master Emolan came online, and understood the meaning of the solar myth. So he pressed some more buttons to continue in the Abyss continent. This world is not worth saving, I won't save it. Let's destroy it. Seeing Emolan's decisive energy, the Sun God was a little confused. Stop, this world is indeed yours now. Next, I will not take the initiative to invade the authority of heaven and earth, and you will not destroy the world. No one above the level of gods in both worlds shall take action, and shall not participate in the war. People and objects below the level of gods shall compete for the ownership of this world, and your node in this world shall be the target of the competition. Emolan still ignored him, just pretended not to hear, and regarded the words of the Sun God as a story to delay time. Who knows if this alien Sun God will have any special means to counter him? Even if this possibility is very small. It means that the Sun God has a bridgehead for invasion from the game world to the real world. Emolan will not have such a fluke mentality now, let alone gamble with the safety of reality, and he is not qualified to gamble. Tick. A message. But Emolan did not read it. How can he have the time to read the message now? Don't you see that the world is being destroyed? Be serious. Be respectful. But at this moment, Emolan suddenly exclaimed in his heart, and saw a gate to another world opened on the Abyss continent. Opposite the gate to another world was the game world. Aren't all the gates to the game world and the Abyss continent blocked by the game system? Who could open the gate to another world at this time? Emolan reacted immediately, and immediately paused the process of destroying the world, and then opened the attribute panel and looked at the message. As expected, Emolan was not wrong. The message was indeed sent by Professor Chi, but Emolan did not read it. So he notified Emolan with a gate to another world. Emolan, don't worry about the game world being discovered, don't worry about the Abyss continent being occupied. When deciding whether to destroy the Abyss continent, don't consider your family, the game world is meant to be discovered. Emolan's heart was suddenly silent when he saw this news, thinking silently, this piece of information contains a lot of information, it must involve a lot of secrets. Don't consider your family, the game world is meant to be discovered. This wording is a bit interesting. What does it mean to be discovered? Emolan muttered to himself in his heart. Indistinctly, he understood. It seems that my family regards the arrival of the Sun God from another world as an opportunity. Chapter 994 I kill you. What does it have to do with you? If so, Emolan thought again. Does the family intend to turn the Abyss continent into a training ground? Or to make it a platform for communication with the outside world? It should be both. War itself is a very good means of communication. In war, whether intentional or unintentional, a lot of information will be revealed. Information on the level of civilization, information on the level of strength, and even the way of thinking of civilized races can be well reflected through war. The only question now is whether the players below can beat the people who have defeated the Sun God once. No, I don't say they can beat them, but I ask if they can hold on. Emolan thought about it. Emolan understood that as long as he agreed, he would lose the qualification to breach the contract, even if he did not sign any contract. Moland's control over the Abyss continent comes from the Blood Pool Network. The Blood Pool Network coordinates most of the power of the entire Abyss continent, and uses the shadow of the Fifth Order Blood Pool structure to affect the origin of heaven and earth. The foundation of the projection formed by the Fifth Order Blood Pool structure is the blood pools throughout the Abyss continent. In other words, the blood pool is the key node for Emolan to control the Abyss continent. Once the blood pool node is breached and occupied, then Emolan will gradually lose control of the Abyss continent. Once he loses control of the Abyss continent, Emolan has no qualifications to destroy the world at all. Even if he uses the strongest spell to completely bombard the Abyss continent, it is just a scratch on the Abyss continent. At most, it can change the terrain, and it cannot destroy the world at all. After all, the power that the world can exert may only be at the level of gods. But its basic size is here, and you can't finish it even if you leave it there. This size has reached the level of qualitative change from quantitative change. In other words, as long as the blood pools occupied by the Sun God are enough, Emolan will directly lose control of the Abyss continent and lose the ability to regret. Once this step is reached, the Sun God can ignore Emolan and others and directly seize the control of the Abyss continent and its accompanying ownership. Of course, unless the Sun God has already formed a crushing situation at the beginning of the battle. Then Emolan will tear up the contract and destroy the Abyss continent without any care. But even the most mentally retarded gods will prolong this process as much as possible, even if they have to hide their strength, while slowly eating away at the blood pool, leaving Emolan with a little hope of a comeback, and avoiding provoking Emolan to destroy the world directly, while doing other preparations. Once Emolan is ready to tear up the contract and destroy the world directly, there are other countermeasures, or directly control the Abyss continent. Therefore, even if the Sun God's side is strong enough to crush the opponent, it will not show its strength, but hide its strength and slowly fight against Emolan and the others. As for the players, if they start this battlefield for the purpose of understanding the outside world, they will tend to prolong the time, and they can naturally understand it slowly after a long enough time. When both sides hope to prolong the war world as long as possible, the time span of this war will definitely be very long. Although this may be the situation and result that the family wants. If nothing unexpected happens, there is only one result of the war, which is that the Sun God controls this Abyss continent. Because from the beginning to the end, Emolan had no way to constrain the Sun God in this contract, and could only intimidate the Sun God by destroying the world. And the player is the defender, and the Sun God is the attacker. The end of a war never depends on the defender's will, but on whether the attacker is willing to continue fighting. Emolan thought for a long time, and the Sun God also waited quietly during this process, and did not make any small moves secretly. Obviously, since Emolan stopped and started thinking, it means that the next situation will basically go in the direction he said, until he controls this world, although this time span will be relatively long. As a god, he does not lack time and patience. And if the final harvest is a world, then it is worthwhile to spend some time and patience. In this case, there is no need to be clever and use some sneaky tricks to anger the other party, which will lead to the other party's rejection or even destruction of the world. As expected, Emolan's decision did not surprise the Sun God. After a long period of thinking, Emolan agreed. It's okay for people below the level of gods to sense the fate of this world. I also think this is a good suggestion. However, with the world that originally belonged to me as a bet, if I lose, the world belongs to you. And if I win, the ownership of the world that originally belonged to me remains unchanged. Emolan smiled. Your idea is really interesting, but it's not fair. The Sun God's tone did not change at all. Your strength is not enough to maintain fairness. When this sentence fell, Many players who were concerned about this matter on the game forum fell silent, and their faces were slightly gloomy. Insufficient strength, no qualifications to talk about fairness. This extremely realistic, but extremely true words made people curse in the relevant posts on the forum, but more people just kept silent, powerless. At this moment, more and more players began to pay attention to this matter, and learn about the whole story through some player guilds that could observe the world outside the world to start live broadcast or text live broadcast. And Emolan did not show any anger, just nodded lightly, agreeing with what the sun god said. Well, what you said makes sense, our strengths are not equal, not enough to maintain fairness. Emolan smiled after saying this. Well then let's do this, after today, people with the strength of God level and above are not allowed to enter this world, are not allowed to enter, and are not allowed to fight. People below the God level will fight for the blood pool, and when it ends, it will end when I lose the ownership of the world. When Emolan's words were forwarded to the game forum, the entire forum seemed to become depressed, and the sky seemed to become gloomy. This feeling of being unable to control oneself and powerless makes people depressed and desperate. However, at this moment, Emolan in the starry sky slightly grinned. Since tomorrow's affairs have been discussed, let's talk about today. As soon as the voice fell, Emolan instantly appeared in front of the sun god, and the spell in his palm exploded directly on the sun god. No matter whether you win or lose in this battle, it has no meaning. Yes, it has no meaning. But it doesn't affect me to kill you again. Emolan smiled after saying that. Who made you not strong enough? After all, what does it have to do with you if I kill you? Chapter 995 Large Scale Faction Wars Expansion Pack. Ha ha ha, well done, kill him. Emolan is awesome. Emolan, I used to disobey you, but what you did today is authentic. Don't you say that strength speaks for itself? Then, what does it have to do with you if I kill you? This Emolan just wants to take advantage of the moment to feel good, but he beat the sun god. What if he doesn't want to talk anymore? He doesn't know how to consider the overall situation. You are young and hot-tempered. What happened among us? What happened among us? A weird thing happened among us. Ignore it, the more you pay attention to it, the more excited it gets. If you think the sun in other worlds is rounder, then don't bask in the sun in your own world. Emolan is awesome. Awesome. Emolan finally killed the clone of the sun god. The sun god's previous decision was not wrong. If he had just projected a stronger clone, the result would have been the same. He would still have been killed by Emolan and his men. Although the Abyss continent has not been run as long as the Mage Association, since they had known about the existence of the projected sun for a long time, Emolan, Linhua, and Lubin had made preparations in advance, and they had put a lot of thought into it. Later, we can only say that the sun god used his absolute strength and the simplest and crudest but impeccable means to make Emolan helpless. This alien sun god and the ordinary gods in the game world, Titan, are not creatures of the same level at all. If the gods in the game world and this alien sun god are put together, it is hard to believe that the one in the game world is also a god. It is incredible. Perhaps this is because the alien sun god has been around for too long, and has accumulated too many believers. Although there is not much contact, but judging from the performance during this period, this alien sun god is very likely to have existed for a long time, and its beliefs may have spanned multiple worlds, and has a large number of believers. The power accumulated by several worlds for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years is definitely stronger than the power of a region that has believed in it for a few years. It is very easy to understand if you think about it this way. However, if you say that, the god of faith in the game world is also a god, and the god of the sun god in the other world is also a god. I am not insulting anyone, but I can only say that the gap between gods is greater than the gap between gods and dogs. Emolan stood on the corpse of the sun god in the other world, and watched the projected sun take shape again, and his hands were ready to move again. Why don't we kill him again? I think. Before Emolan finished speaking, he suddenly felt that the formation of the projected sun was paused. There was only a small projected sun hanging in the sky, and it stopped. Emolan was stunned. He was really helpless. However, this also made Emolan see that the sun god had some personalities. At least, he had very good control over his emotions. Emolan took a step back to the interior of the Abyss continent, and stood next to Linhua and Lubin. It consumed a lot of accumulated things. Linhua said. They killed the clone of the sun god from another world. But it was not without loss or cost. You know, although the sun god from another world came with only a clone. It was a clone that Emolan could not do anything with. It was at least at the level of a god. And it was a powerful god that basically far surpassed the ordinary titans and gods in the game world. Being able to kill such a god, putting it in the game world can easily kill most titans, gods, and things that can play a supporting role or even a key role in the battle to kill gods of this level are so precious. Even if the Mage Association has too many in stock, use it, although it doesn't mean much, but sometimes people always need to do things that don't mean much. Isn't this what a human being is? Not a machine. Emolan said casually, and Lu Bin shook his head when he heard it, opened the forum page and projected it in front of Emolan and Linhua. Although it is meaningless, it is very meaningful. In a small way, it has inspired the morale of all players, and lifted people's hearts, and then injected a strong force into the spirit of our association with practical actions. It is a strong and effective booster. While speaking, Lu Bin put it away again, and projected the chat records of the internal group of the Mage Association. In a big way, it has erected the backbone of the entire Mage civilization, and played a positive role in the civilization spirit of the entire civilization, which can effectively promote the formation of the civilization spirit, and strengthen the cohesion and centripetal force of civilization. Isn't this much more effective than any propaganda? Is this meaningless? Then what is meaningful? This is very meaningful. Sometimes you just can't care about gains and losses. Sometimes being a little emotional is not a bad thing. When you meet such a god, just beat him directly, beat him to death. Who cares what the meaning is? Yeah, what Lu Bin said makes sense, I thought so before. Emolan nodded without changing his expression. Linhua also nodded after hearing this. Me too. After the voice fell, Emolan and Linhua looked at each other, and then both nodded. Well, that's it. While he was talking, a system announcement suddenly sounded. System announcement, exploration. Exploration is the original driving force for the growth and progress of a civilization. When many players explored the Abyss continent, the sun god of the other world also set his sights on this world, and fought for the control of the Abyss continent in the hands of player Emolan. Players Emolan, Linhua, and Lu Bin fought angrily and successfully crushed the plan of the sun god of the other world. But the sun god of the other world did not give up and retreat. With the efforts of player Emolan, the sun god of another world was forced to sign a contract. The gods cannot take action, and the ownership of the world of the Abyss continent is determined by the combat power below the gods. The large-scale faction war expansion pack, the Sun God's Sorrow, is launched. Players can accept faction tasks by clicking the link below. Completing tasks can earn corresponding military merits. Military merits can be exchanged for, including but not limited to, the quota to explore the new map Earth, God-level magic arrays, God-level potions, war profit distribution shares, account registration permissions immediately after account deletion and other resources. The number of high-level resources is limited, first come, first served. Please click the link below for details. For specific mission details, please click the link to jump to the relevant announcement in the forum. Note, the mortality rate of this WarCamp mission is extremely high. Please be cautious when accepting it. Attachment 1, Jump Link. The announcement is very long, but everyone read it patiently. When everyone saw the names of Emolan, Linhua, Lu Bin appeared in the system announcement. They were envious. This way of becoming famous, I am simply envious and jealous. And when I saw the content that can be exchanged for military merits, I was shocked at first, and then I took a breath of cold air. In just a moment, everyone became crazy. Who can stand this? Chapter 996, The Fourth Calamity, Request to return to the team. The names of Emolan and others actually appeared in the Faction War expansion pack, and this expansion pack was created with their efforts. This is simply incredible for a player. For others, this is just going through the process, going through the plot, watching the CG, shocking CG. But for Emolan and others, this shocking CG is their battle. This is not just going through the plot, Emolan is already creating the plot. This kind of scene of watching a player personally create a plot, directly creating a faction war expansion pack, makes people feel an inexplicable feeling in their hearts. This feeling is strange, sour. And then, there is the detailed list of war merit exchange. The top of the detailed list is the test quota of the new map Earth. Almost everyone's eyes are extremely hot, and only the long series of numbers behind can make people calm down a little. And the reason why almost everyone is used is that Emolan, Linhua, Lu Bin and others' faces did not change. For Emolan, if he wants to apply his strength to reality, he can do so at any time. Although Lu Bin and Lin would still have some gaps. They just have their own pursuits and ideas, and want to realize something of their own. They also have their own pride, and want to become gods with some of their own creations, and become true god-level mages directly. This is their arrogant side. Of course, they also have talents that are worthy of this arrogance. They are not blindly confident. They have already found the direction, and it is only a matter of time before they can achieve it. Of course, for other players, the chance to go to the new map is like a magnet that attracts their attention. You know, now they are basically sure that the new map should be the real world. How could he not be tempted after learning this? After the system announcement, countless people searched, but no one found a way to get a quota. No one found a quota. No one found a way to enter the real world, and Lu Bin's spatial origin sensing was not effective. Lu Bin has blocked the alien world sensing function and authorized its use. In addition, after Lu Bin successfully located the real world once, the game system has also blocked this method. System update. Fix a small number of bugs. Lu Bin's spatial origin sensing to obtain the real world coordinates is one of the fixed bugs. In the absence of any way to enter the real world, in the absence of any way to obtain a place in the new map test, War Merit Exchange is currently the only way to obtain a place. Ordinary individual players, small guild players are fine, but the presidents of those large guilds, top guilds looked at this exchange page, and the description on the exchange page. New map Earth test quota *5. Looking at the number 5 at the end, the eyes of these presidents all turned red, and red, looking scary. Compared to many presidents, more players skipped a variety of magic arrays, potions, weapons, techniques, and directly locked their sights on another exchange item, that is, the right to register an account immediately after deleting the account, unlimited. Compared with the quota for entering the new map, this exchange item is very superior in both price and quantity. In comparison, the latter is cheap, and there is no limit on the quantity. In other words, if you want to exchange, as long as you have enough military merits, it is endless, and you can exchange it at any time. What do players fear most in battle? Death. They are not afraid of their strength being reduced to 0 after death. Although this is also scary. It has been like this for a long time. Moreover, even if the strength is reduced to 0, the account still exists, and you can still play. And you can still slowly recover your strength or rely on previous accumulation to speed up the recovery of strength as soon as possible. So the most fearful thing is not the loss of strength after death. The most fearful thing is that the account is deleted after death, and you cannot register again in a short period of time. If you cannot register, you will lose your account, you will not be able to play, and your wife in the game will think you are strong. Can you bear this? Do you dare to die? But here comes the permission to register an account again immediately after death. What does this mean? This means that the shackles on the player's hands and legs have been unlocked. Not to say that they have been unlocked completely, restoring the heyday of the fourth disaster, but at least a considerable part of it has been released, so you can put down some worries and fight. As for the other part of the worries, some players had an idea and searched for potions and treasures suitable for quickly restoring strength in the exchange list. Since the strength is reset to 0 after death, the original strength has been increased. Although the account is re-registered, the knowledge in the head is still there. The consciousness is still there. The experience is still there. And the realm is still there. Therefore, to restore strength, it only requires the accumulation of energy, the transformation of physical fitness, the transformation of mental strength, the transformation of the soul, etc. Therefore, you only need to gather potions with different functions. And then, you can restore your strength at a very fast speed. Of course, due to the huge demand from players, these potions, unless they are in huge stock, are basically priced quite high. After searching by players, they quickly found one potion after another that can restore strength in the exchange list. They are complete in variety, large in quantity, high in level, and more importantly, the war merits required to exchange these potions are not too high in comparison. According to the materials searched above, if there are enough war merits, a master-level professional who has re-registered an account can be restored to his prime in a very short time. In other words, if you can earn enough war merits, it is worth it even if you die. In other words, as long as the benefits are big enough and the merits are great, it is worth it to sacrifice one's life. Report. The self-destructing truck requests to return to the team. Click. Click. At this moment, a crisp click seemed to sound in the minds of all players. The last shackles that bound the players were untied. At this moment, the players suddenly felt that their breathing was smooth. Their mood was cheerful. The sky turned green. And even drinking water felt sweet. At this moment, many players involuntarily had a sentence in their minds. And someone sent this sentence to the forum. In just a short time, this sentence was pushed to the front page of the forum by all players, and it was at the top of the hot search list. Just seeing this sentence makes people's scalps numb and tremble all over. Emolan also saw it when browsing the forum. Looking at this sentence, Emolan said softly, "The seal is lifted, the fourth disaster, request to return to the team." Chapter 997 Mind Upload. The fourth calamity. Emolan said softly, with a little sigh in his mouth, and he missed this word a little. By the way, since the death penalty has been gradually increased, I haven't heard this word for a long time. The unruly fourth calamity, when the game was just launched, was eventually smoothed out by the gradually increasing death penalty. Especially when the money in the game is basically linked to the money in reality, the responsibilities in reality have added another shackle to the fourth calamity. Indeed, Linwood nodded beside him. Only those who are not afraid of death, not afraid of everything, remove the walking key and only have the jump key, are the real fourth calamity. And these were actually erased little by little in the process of system updates, and the process of increasing game influence. But now it is released, and it can be considered half revived. Right? Linwood said after a moment of silence. Then again, why do I feel that this is intentional by the authorities? Seal the fourth calamity when there are no external enemies, use the ever-increasing death penalty to hone the player's ability to save their lives and their degree of caution, and at the same time avoid the serious internal friction caused by the endless fighting between players, avoid wasting a lot of materials, time. Raise the ability to save life, and the level of caution to a fairly high level. When facing external enemies, take out the accumulated supplies, and then release the restrictions on death and resurrection. In this way, the two advantages of extremely strong ability to save life and extremely high level of caution are combined with the fourth disaster, and then released to the outside world. Hiss. Why do I feel that this is the case? Emolan smacked his lips and nodded when he heard this. It is very likely. It is probably the case. Lubin also nodded. I can already predict how difficult it will be for players in this state. Oh, by the way, Linwa, why don't you just take this opportunity to gather a group of players to experiment with you? Use the excuse of free trial of the new technology of the Mage Association. With the nature of your technology, which is safe and easy to gain military merit, it should be able to attract a large number of players to participate for free. Yeah, Linwa, a battlefield of this scale, but without the participation of gods, is the best weapon testing ground. Normally, such a large-scale war between the two worlds would definitely involve gods. But not now. This opportunity is really rare. Moreover, this war will definitely last for a long time, maintaining a certain intensity, but not overwhelming. Only under such a coincidence can such a perfect situation be formed. That's true. Let me think about it. Linwa's research project is actually nothing special. To put it bluntly, it is just a concept that has been played out in science fiction movies. Upload thoughts. Flesh and blood are weak, and the machine ascends. It is similar to this, but the difference is that Emolan will not give up his original body, but will copy his thoughts and upload them to the machine when he needs to go to the battlefield, becoming a mechanical life. If the war is over, the thoughts will be transmitted back to the body again, and the two thoughts will merge. If the machine dies, another thought will be copied to control the machine to fight again. To put it simply, thoughts are consciousness, and this thing can be divided. Linwood did use a method similar to projection and branding to copy temporary consciousness. Consciousness is the consciousness of the person, but it is separated from the consciousness of the person. And after a period of time, the consciousness will dissipate. And the dissipation of this copy of consciousness will not have any impact on the original body. At the same time, Linwood was inspired by the elemental body and used similar technology to achieve consciousness. That is, uploading thoughts. In terms of machinery, Lin will also use the relevant principles of the Tower Spirit to make a circuit board that can carry will, or a magic array board, which can perfectly upload thoughts and integrate them with machinery. This sounds very beautiful. In fact, it is also very beautiful. Lending only needs a steady stream to break through the higher technology, make more high-end weapons. Mechanical body can continuously improve your strength. And because the mechanical body and the mage technology basically belong to the different world, therefore, then Lin Peng can become a true god-level strength. Because Emolan uploaded only thinking, control the mechanical body, or use the original control system of the mechanical body, so there is no problem that cannot be controlled. Linwa only needs to continuously improve his consciousness strength, reaction speed, control proficiency, and combat skills. All this is very beautiful. There is only one problem at present. This problem was raised by Emolan. At that time, Emolan said this. Hey, you have such a thick causal line. If I were stronger, I could kill you along this causal line. Linwa was silent. Even if the consciousness is copied, there is a causal connection. Therefore, in front of the existence that can see through the cause and effect, it makes no sense to copy or not copy the will. It doesn't matter in low-end games. There is definitely no one who can see through the cause and effect. Those who can see through the cause and effect will not go to low-end games to bully noobs. The problem will only occur in high-end games. But the high-end mechanical bodies that Linwa intends to use are at least at the god level. That is the so-called high-end game. This in short. Linwa is stuck in what he intends to use for himself. Linwa cannot leave such a fatal loophole in the things he uses, the professional system he wants to develop in the future. So Linwa is stuck here studying cause and effect and how to cut off cause and effect. But this does not affect the use of low-end games. The practicality of this technology is still quite high. Of course, some people may ask why we don't use tower spirits. Linwa can only say, tower spirits are free. Right? Are the soldiers also equipped with tower spirits? The battlefield is so complicated. Do you dare to let tower spirits go? No matter how smart a tower spirit is, it is just an artificial intelligence. No matter how smart it is constrained by the program and the rules and regulations of the array. How can it have the reaction speed and adaptability of a human? Artificial intelligence is expensive, and the cost is high, and the performance is not as good as that of artificial intelligence. Why not use artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence can also learn, even if the same mechanical body is on the battlefield. The more battlefields it is on, the stronger its combat effectiveness will be. Anyway, the biggest problem of artificial death has been solved by will replication. Low-end mechanical bodies can be produced by turning on the assembly line. Using the tolling assembly line, mass production can reduce the cost to below the horizon. In this way, there will be an endless army of mechanical soldiers. And they are all experienced veterans, who are not afraid of death. This is low cost and easy to use. Isn't this uncomfortable? Linwa thought for a moment and nodded. Then give it a try. Chapter 998 Lost. But if I come up here again, wouldn't that mean that 3 of the 4 natural disasters will come? Intelligent machines, demons, zergs, players, add to that the undead, among the 5. We have intelligent machines, demons, players? Linwa suddenly said with a smile. President, how is your experiment going? Did you make a finished zerg? Emolan shook his head when he heard that. No, currently. Some brain worms are playing with a group of demon worms. The current demon worms are still a little bit lacking. The real zerg can at least analyze the high-quality genes of other creatures and incorporate them into the zerg gene library, and then customize different types of worms with different genes according to their needs. Although the genes of the current demon worms will change rapidly with the changes in the external environment, then in the final analysis, it is the changes in the surrounding environment that affect the genes, rather than actively modulating the genes. The difference is too big, and it has not yet formed a climate. After Emolan finished speaking, he paused for a moment and continued. I've been thinking about one thing recently. That is, whether to take some biology textbooks and gene modulation data, and show them to the brainworms for them to learn. TSK. With the learning ability currently shown by the brainworms, they should be able to learn. And once they learn, they will definitely be driven to develop in this direction. And the variability of the demon worm's genes gives it the foundation for success. So there is a chance to cultivate the zerg in this way. That is. Emolan paused for a moment and said very soberly, my reason tells me that this is courting death. TSK. It's strange that I hesitated. Lu Bin and Lin Wu looked at each other, and suddenly felt a little suspicious in their hearts, and said after coughing twice, President, let's consider the undead. Don't we have such a large stock of necromancers now? Development can still form the basis of the undead scourge. After all, the undead are so cute and useful. Indeed, intelligent machines, demons, undead, and players are also the 4 major scourges. Lu Bin agreed. Emolan smiled and said, don't worry about it. I'm still hesitating. By the way, shouldn't this be more worrying? Emolon blinked when he heard it. Ahem, speaking of Linwa, demons, the players are genuine, but your machines should not be considered natural disasters. Right? The real natural disaster is the intelligent machine, not the machine. Machines are made by people, controlled by people, just tools, not natural disasters. Only intelligent machines with their own independent wisdom and the ability to self-replicate can be considered natural disasters, intelligent machine natural disasters. The machines you created by uploading your mind are nothing, on the contrary. I think the mechanical base you experimented with before has great potential. If you can truly complete the will replication, then upload the unrestricted tower spirit to the mechanical base, and give it the ability to replicate its will, then maybe there is hope to form an intelligent mechanical disaster. Forget it, it's good to have intelligence. The intelligence that can automatically replicate is a big pit. I am scared when I hear you say it. The demons are weak chickens and have no threat, and the players are also constrained by the game system. There is no need to be a good baby all the time, and transform into the fourth disaster when needed. As for the skeletons of the undead, they have not yet developed advanced intelligence. Although the group of necromancers have begun to find ways to load intelligence into the undead, there is no progress so far. First, they are well controlled. Second, they are relatively safe for the time being. That is to say, the Zerg, the intelligent machines make me a little scalp numb. Not to mention anything else. The main reason is that these two are too prone to variables. Especially the Zerg, which has strong adaptability, strong survival ability, and high intelligence. You don't know if there will be any accidents that will cause the Zerg to escape into the natural world and then expand instantly. So I am still hesitating. Emolon smiled. But Linwa and Lubin rolled their eyes. You are still hesitating. Isn't this enough to explain the problem? Hee. Emolon chuckled, looked up at the sky, and looked directly at the projected sun. After forming a simple projection, the sun god stopped moving instantly. Not a single bit of power was projected, and no space channel was built to transport anything to his world. No creatures came over, which made Emolon sigh slightly. Alas, why are you so cowardly? I was thinking that the sun god would come over, and I would kill a few more of his clones. It's not working. If there is really no clone, then killing some demigods, legends, and even level ones can also vent your anger. Emolon was a little disappointed, and Linwa beside him smiled. President, he is a god who has lived for many, many years, and he is not a fool. You have made it very clear in your words. Starting tomorrow, the gods cannot intervene. He has died again. Is it possible that he will come here and die another clone? No matter how strong this alien sun god is, no matter how much energy he has, he will not give it away like this for no reason. TSK. Boring. Emolon shook his head, and at this time Lin was suddenly asked, Hey, President, have you dealt with the floating city? I remember there is also the mark of the alien sun god on it. Emolon was stunned when he heard this, and then he said calmly, Was the spell I released to destroy the world powerful? Yes. Was I skilled in destroying the Abyss continent? Looks quite skilled. Wait, President, you don't mean to say. Well, the floating city was exchanged. Emolon said lightly. Puff. Linwa was stunned, and then felt a little distressed. President, did you destroy it just like that? Yes. It was gone in a snap. Emolon gestured and said, Nothing is left? Linwa asked distressfully, obviously not wanting to accept this fact, and still wanting to struggle. Oh, that's not true. Emolon said after thinking for a moment. Linwa breathed a sigh of relief. That's what I said. If such a big floating city is destroyed, it will blow up a lot of fish. How could there be nothing left? What is left behind? Are the weapon systems and the city foundation still there? It's like this. In the process of destroying the world, I guided the entire collapsing world to collapse inward. In this process, all the parts that were destroyed but could not be completely destroyed were melted together by extreme power, the collapse structure, and the collapse rules, forming a metal sphere the size of a basketball. It cannot be destroyed even when the world is destroyed. I don't need to tell you about its material. It even contains some collapse structures and collapse rules, as well as terrifying destructive energy, like a divine weapon melted by the destruction of the world. This sounds very precious. Linwa was relieved when he heard it. After working so hard for so long, it's not like nothing is left. Where is it? Let me see. Let me see. It's lost. Chapter 999 Player Core. What did you say? Did I hear it wrong? Linwa was confused, and then hurriedly said. You said you lost it? Where did you lose it? This can barely be attributed to you. There should still be a causal relationship. Right? I'll pick it up after tracing it along the way. I hit it into the depths of the void, in order to prevent it from staying in the depths of a certain space. I triggered a space storm to blow it into the depths of space. In order to avoid being implicated by the causal relationship again, I also interrupted the causal relationship. Without positioning, unclear direction, I don't know where in the void it is, I can be sure and certain that, unless it happens to float in front of you and fall, you will never find it. You have considered it quite comprehensively. Linwa said after a long silence. Hey, I think so too. Emolan nodded, agreeing. Linwa's mouth twitched slightly when he heard it. President, why do I feel that you are still proud? Such a precious thing, you actually lost it. This may be the best material we have ever encountered. The kind that even refined gold cannot compare to. After all, refined gold is just one of the materials. After all, it was smelted by destroying a world. After all, it even contains the destructive energy of world destruction. The shattered structure, the shattered rules. You just threw it away like this, and you are afraid that you can find the same one. You lost it very thoroughly. Linwa couldn't say any more, covering his heart. Hiss, I feel so bad. As a mechanical person, Linwa is particularly sensitive to metal materials. After all, as the first mountain restricting the development of modern science and technology, the biggest mountain is materials. As long as material science can break through, there will be a technological explosion in an instant. Similarly, as long as material science is stuck, the development of science and technology will be almost the same. A metal material with a level significantly higher than all current materials. And just by listening to Emolan's simple description, Linwa basically began to conceive alloys, new weapons, and new super technologies with this material as the core. As a result, he heard Emolan say that it was lost. It doesn't matter if it is lost. Just pick it up. As a result, Emolan said that he was thoughtful and blocked all the ways to find it back. Hey, why are you sad? Let's make a world with some refined gold, other elemental metals, and elemental materials again. Right? Maybe we have invented a new smelting method, which is exclusive to high-level smelting materials. It's just a piece of material that may have hidden dangers. There's no need to feel so bad. Emolan comforted him from the side. Linwa felt better after hearing that, but he couldn't help but complain. President, we will never know how much of each element metal and element alloy there were in the floating city at that time, what the proportion was, and whether there were other materials integrated into it. And we will never be able to create a second world that is exactly the same as the floating city. The structure cannot be exactly the same, the rules cannot be exactly the same, the energy level cannot be exactly the same, the matter and the energy cannot be exactly the same. Everything can't be exactly the same. I won't say whether this smelting method can succeed or not. Even if it succeeds, the metal smelted every time the world is destroyed can't be the same. The material smelted every time is unique and out of print. If you miss it, you may never be able to smelt it again. Hiss. Linwa took a breath. I can't say it, I'll feel bad if I say it again. Linwa took a deep breath to calm down. Emolan looked at Lu Bin. Lu Bin shrugged. Hey, I wonder if we should accept a faction mission as a unit of the Mage Association. Emolan opened the forum page to show Linwa and Lu Bin. This post on the forum explains the methods and types of accepting faction missions. In such a short period of time, someone figured out the matter of accepting faction missions and summarized it and posted it on the forum to earn attention. The page that Emolan showed was a relatively high-level task among the faction tasks. Build a legion. Anyone can click this task, but to accept it successfully, a specified number of people must participate within the specified time after clicking. There is a minimum level threshold for this number of people. It is impossible to use newbies to fill the number. Of course, a high-level person can also be used as multiple people. There is a specific strength conversion table for this. This task is the top-level task besides the theater staff task, the sub-theater commander, the deputy commander selection task, the headquarters staff task, the chief commander, the deputy commander selection task. This task is basically prepared for these top guilds. They have formed player core and native core in their guilds. They have sufficient experience in core organization and core war. They are fully capable of this task. They only need to organize to form a main core and be responsible for a defense zone. So when seeing this task, many top guild presidents already understand that the current situation of the player guild should have been guided all along. It is prepared for this situation. Otherwise, it would not be so coincidental. It can only be said that in some plans, the player guild itself has this function. Lu Bin read it and thought about it. And Lin Wei calmed down and browsed it after hearing it. After a while, they both gave a positive reply. Yes, it is good for the work of our association to establish a separate legion. And it is also good for the accumulation of military merits. After all, although the things on the exchange list are not very attractive to us, they are still very attractive to the brothers below to directly register an account again. We can accumulate some military merits and exchange them for some benefits for the brothers below, which is still possible, although the number of people in our association is not too large. The average strength is high, and we should be able to gather enough people to form a legion. In the end, a legion was formed. After enjoying the benefits of the legion, we must fulfill the responsibilities of the legion and accept the command of the war zone and the headquarters. Emolan waved his hand. It doesn't matter. With our status, there is no possibility of commanding to make things difficult for our association. Since there will be no targeting, we will just execute the normal military orders. This is also a good way to accumulate military merits. As for the three of us, the degree of freedom will definitely be higher. It doesn't matter. Emolan said, and clicked on the page to accept the task. Then I will accept the task and establish a legion. Let's call it the Mage Association. As he spoke, Emolan accepted the task and forwarded it to the association's main group. Everyone come in, the benefits are coming. Chapter 1000 Commander Selection. The boss is awesome. The president is awesome. Emolan took a look and saw Zhang Guangmo and Mu Qian. He couldn't help curling his lips. Stop being funny. Join the Legion quickly. You can save some military merits to give benefits to your brothers. Great. When Emolan sent the message, the number of legions in the Mage Association soared. It wasn't long before the number of people who joined reached the standard for the Legion's mission. When the standard was reached, a system prompt sounded in Emolan's ears. Beep, system prompt. The Mage Association Legion has been successfully formed. This system prompt not only sounded in Emolan's ears, but also in the ears of all the Legion members. Emolan did not react to this system prompt. At this moment, he was browsing other tasks. For example, the selection of sub-war zone staff and headquarters staff. For example, the selection of sub-war zone commanders and the selection of general war zone commanders. Forget about the previous staff selection. Emolan took a quick look and did not pay too much attention to it. But the selection of the commanders of the war zones and the commander-in-chief attracted Emolan's attention. Emolan learned that anyone can click on this task and then block all strength to enter a highly simulated virtual game and become the commander of one side, and only be eligible to accept the task after leading this side to victory. In this game, the strengths of both sides are similar, and the high degree of simulation is reflected in this game. Whether it is soldiers, generals, or civilians, everyone has his own personality, thoughts, and interests. And according to some leaked information, the internal structure of the forces controlled by the players is extremely complex. It is an alliance composed of many forces, and the army is composed of people from these forces. Although these forces are gathered together, each has its own interests. More importantly, the identity loaded when the player accepts the task is a city that is airborne. On the forum, Emolan can see many interesting ways of death, including some people who rebelled and were killed by their own people without fighting. There are also many who read some strategies online and thought they could do it. Then when they entered the game, they found that many things were completely random, and then they were killed by their own cleverness. There are also ways to die by being assassinated by the enemy, two armies fighting each other, players falling to death, all kinds of strange ways of dying, which made players laugh on the forum. In addition, it is worth mentioning that each player can only take this test before accepting the task once, whether he succeeds or fails. So far, there are very few players who have passed this commander selection and registered for the task. In Emolan's opinion, the selection of commanders is not only a test of the commander's command ability, but also, even more importantly, the player's ability to coordinate the interests, relationships, and conflicts of various forces. Obviously, this is a test designed specifically for commanding the player army. After all, judging from the current situation, each player legion is composed of different player guilds. Although the overall goal is to protect the blood pool, they are more inclined to earn more military merits. It's just that there is an overlap between military merits and protecting the blood pool, since they are different forces. And since they are all for the purpose of earning military merit, conflicts are bound to occur. Where there are interests, there will be conflicts. And this time is no exception. How to unite all the players requires the commander to control, whether it is to conquer the hearts of all players with absolute strength, or to make them follow you wholeheartedly. Use iron-blooded means to deter. Emphasize military discipline, or give a carrot after a beating. Only after uniting as one can the player army form a strong force. And then it can be considered a battle. This is quite difficult. After all, there are many guilds that have hatred for each other. Hey, do you think the game officials will send people to participate? They are definitely better in command, Lin was suddenly said. But Lu Bin expressed his objection when he heard it. Well, it's hard to say. If it's a purely modern mechanical war, I admit that. These players below, these civilian bosses are definitely not as good as the official bosses. But this is a super war, this is an era of change, changes in attack methods, changes in defense methods, changes in detection methods, etc. The emergence of each new technology may lead to a significant change in the command method. Not to mention such a radical change in the command of the super war. These players and the official bosses are on the same starting line. The commanders among the players can often fight on the front line, and they have fought countless bloody battles, and they probably died a lot. No matter how many exercises the official leaders do, and how much they fight each other, it is definitely not as good as the most real bloody battles under the competition for interests, and their experience is definitely not comparable. In this case, the leaders among the players may not be worse than the official ones. Change is right, but it may not be the same starting line. The official command system has a rich theoretical foundation. War is war. No matter how the means change, it is still a fight between people and creatures. No matter how it changes, it remains the same. You just need. Suddenly, Linhua and Lu Bin started a heated discussion around this issue, and Mo Lan was speechless when he heard it. Why are you arguing? How can you argue about such a problem? Have you ever thought about a question? Linhua and Lu Bin looked at Mo Lan in confusion. Mo Lan smiled helplessly and said, Is it possible that the excellent commanders among the players will be recruited by the official to go for further study? And the commanders trained by the official will be filmed to play games by themselves, join guilds by themselves, or even form guilds to fight guild wars? To fight in actual combat to learn? Linhua and Lu Bin looked at each other after hearing the words, slightly confused. I'm just surprised that you keep talking about the official commander. The player commander. Are these two conflicting? Don't these two identities and states coexist? And which one is stronger? These two must have two identities at the same time? Why are you still arguing about who is stronger and who is weaker? It all depends on the individual. Under the same understanding and resources, whoever learns better and who has more talent will be stronger. Linhua and Lu Bin were silent. You look at the current situation and say that the official has not sent anyone to participate. But I open my eyes and see that all the participants are official. Linhua and Lu Bin opened their mouths when they heard this. Ah. 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 Chapter 1001 10,000 meter black cloud. You make a lot of sense. Linhua said after thinking for a long time, because it is very likely, no, this is definitely the situation in reality. It's just like when he was playing a game before. He heard that a game commander was a military academy student. These two are not contradictory, they can coexist completely. While the three of them were talking and laughing, one after another, the gates to the blood pool were formed, one after another, one after another, one after another. The player army entered their own defense zone. Although the commander-in-chief of this battle has not been selected yet, this does not affect the deployment in advance. After all, the fact that the commander-in-chief of this battle has not been selected does not mean that there is no commander. If the player is not online, then let the human computer take over first. As we all know, there cannot be a bank clerk behind the ATM machine. So there must be no commander behind the human computer commanding in real time. Game system. Don't you think so? One after another, the player legions entered the defense zone. And the mages of the Mage Association were also assigned to their own defense zones. Many members of the Mage Association have begun to deploy inside the defense zone. In addition, the human machine commander also sent a lot of tasks. Many mages from the Mage Association took the tasks and dispersed. going to one defense zone after another to command the deployment of magic arrays and weapons. During this process, Emolan, Linhua, and Lu Bin did not leave, but waited here quietly. Emolan could not leave, and only he could successfully shock the Sun God in the Abyss continent, because Emolan not only has the ability to destroy the world, but also has the courage to destroy the world. As long as the Sun God dares to mess around, Emolan will dare to destroy the world immediately. This was not said by Emolan, but believed by the Sun God himself. The Sun God had seen Emolan's decisiveness. That's why Emolan was able to successfully intimidate the Sun God. Others might not be able to do this even if they had the ability to destroy the world, let alone not having it. So Emolan must not leave. As for Linhua, although Lu Bin could leave, he was still worried about this place, and planned to stay in the Abyss continent for a while, waiting for the war situation to stabilize before leaving. The Sun God is really cowardly. He didn't even open the space channel, and he didn't even take action, Emolan said with a click of his tongue, and Lu Bin beside him smiled. I'm not stupid. It's not tomorrow yet. You can still take action. He will definitely wait until tomorrow when the gods and spirits can no longer take action to open the interworld space channel. He doesn't lack this little time. Indeed, the initiative is in his hands. Emolan closed his eyes, and thought quietly, and suddenly opened his eyes, and made a decision. Yes, I can still take action now. Emolan's figure flashed, and appeared above the Abyss continent. The demon throne emerged, and Emolan's tiny figure instantly swelled into a terrifying demon body. At this moment, all the players on the Abyss continent couldn't help but look up, and saw that the demon god waved his hand, and blood-red light pillars rose into the sky again, transforming into a magic array structure covering the entire world. But then, what is Emolan doing? Now everyone knew that the demon god was Emolan. A magician looked up at Emolan's movements and said in surprise, Emolan is modifying the structure and function of this magic array. A shocked voice sounded, and the news quickly spread on the forum. One magician after another on the Abyss continent looked up at the sky, saw Emolan, and looked at the structure of the magic array. Upon hearing the news, the mages came one after another, hurriedly entered through the gate to the other world, and then looked up at the sky. In the sky, the demon god waved his arms, and the height, thickness, and angle of each light column changed. The end point of each light column means a node of the magic circle, and this series of adjustments of the light column means the adjustment of the spell node. In the process of adjustment again and again, the function of the magic circle changed quietly, and every action and adjustment of Emolan was observed by countless mages, and every real mage above the level was watching all this carefully, learning, and could not bear to blink even once. No real magician can resist this temptation. This level of array structure adjustment is something they dare not even think about, and Emolan is not only doing it, he does not cover it up, he is directly doing it. It is obvious that Emolan is giving a super large public lecture. Who can resist this? However, although Emolan does mean this, he did not slow down or explain at all, he just did his own thing. Others can learn as much as they can by watching, they are happy to learn, and if they don't learn anything, Emolan doesn't care. Too lazy to cover it up, just do it casually. Under Emolan's control, each blood pool's light column began to become thinner. Each blood pool's light column began to become illusory, transparent. Obviously, the energy contained in these blood columns is less, and the blood pool's consumption is also less. But this also means a decrease in the instantaneous energy output rate, which means a decrease in the power and effect of the magic circle. Indeed, Emolan is lowering the overall strength of this magic circle. Emolan's modification and adjustment is still continuing, and as time goes by, a faint aura of the abyss begins to permeate the height of the magic circle. Gradually, the breath of the abyss became thicker and thicker, gradually turning into dark clouds. The dark clouds gathered, turning into a dense black cloud city. At this time, there was no light on the abyss continent. The entire abyss continent was pitch black, but then balls of light rose from the earth, replacing the sun to provide lighting for the earth. The dazzling and soft balls of light turned into stars under the black clouds. At this moment, the black cloud city was still thickening continuously, until the thickness of the cloud city reached tens of thousands of meters, and then it stopped, just maintaining the thickness of the black cloud layer. After the black cloud formed, Emolan came down from the demon throne, through it, and used the fifth order blood pool phantom Isuha to project a blood column to support the demon throne. The power of the demon throne penetrated the black cloud city. Then, a cloudless hole formed in the black cloud, which was also the only hole in the abyss continent that led to the sky, or the only hole in the sky that led to the ground. At this moment, everyone found that, except for the gate to the other world that was maintained now, the space under the black cloud had been suppressed, and it was impossible to open the space channel. At this moment, everyone discovered that the 10,000-meter black cloud layer could block all currently discovered detection methods, and if the mental power was used to detect, it would be quickly eroded by the abyss breath that constituted the Cloud City. The mental power was like this, obviously, once any creature entered the 10,000-meter black cloud layer, it would be eroded by the extreme abyss breath, and if you want to pass through the black cloud layer, you must withstand this erosion intensity and penetrate 10,000 meters. At this moment, Mo Lan's faint voice echoed over the abyss continent, and echoed in the ears of every player. Why do we need to disperse our forces to defend each blood pool individually? Why don't we gather at one point to defend? Wouldn't that be better? Mo Lan smiled. Other players didn't feel any disgust when they heard Mo Lan's boasting. Instead, they were extremely happy. The pressure was instantly relieved. Everyone laughed. The quasi-staff officers who had just exhausted their brain cells to complete their respective combat plans, except the quasi-commanders, whose combat plans were completed, happy. Good news, the battlefield has changed. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Quasi-staff officers, quasi-commanders. Smiles gradually disappear. JPG. Chapter 1002 Bait. If you want to get to the sky, or if you want to get to the sky, you must pass through this hollow position, which is where the 5th level projection blood pool is located. Mo Lan said lightly. And I directly erased the shield function, leaving only the black cloud layer as thick as 10,000 meters, which greatly reduced the energy required for the array. With the demon throne sitting in the array, the energy required for the array is less than the ability of the blood pool to recover itself at any time, that is to say, the energy consumed by mobilizing the entire blood pool system to maintain the array is not as fast as the blood pool recovers by itself, and it can be opened all the time without closing. This black cloud layer is composed of a thick and sticky abyss aura, with strong erosion and adhesion. It will not be blown away by the wind when the magic circle exists. After the magic circle fails, it will rely on its own properties to maintain for a long time. Although this cloud layer with a thickness of 10,000 meters does not have a hard shield, its highly corrosive and chaotic structure can still corrode and destroy all spells that enter it. Of course, the premise is that it cannot exceed the god level. With the thickness of this 10,000 meter cloud layer, the god level spell has undergone a qualitative change and can survive. At most, the power will be greatly weakened, and spells will be corroded, people, and of course creatures will be corroded even more. After 10,000 meters, everything will be corroded into slag. Even a piece of steel will be turned into slag, not to mention flesh and blood. Of course, divine creatures cannot be corroded either. You just need to cast a defensive spell to get through. In addition to supporting the 10,000 meter cloud layer, the remaining function of this array is to suppress space. While maintaining the gate to the other world and defending the space channels in any other direction, it is similar to the effect of the dimensional anchor, but it covers the entire world. Well, same as above, this space sealing effect is only for those below the god level. Those below the god level can't even hit it with their heads, but the god level can just use their hands, so it's easy. So in fact, this magic circle is not considered advanced except that it covers a larger area. There is no technical content. It would be a piece of rubbish if it were put in normal times. But what's the problem? The problem is that this war does not allow those above the god level to enter and take action. Mo Lan smiled. Do you know how big a qualitative change is between gods and non-gods? The energy level is much higher. If the hardness of the shield below the god level is thatched, then the hardness of the shield at the god level is the trunk of a tree. Thatch is vulnerable to tree trunks. There is no need to defend against god level enemies. This reduces the energy consumption of the magic circle. Otherwise, how could I make it without external energy and directly rely on the self-recovery ability of the blood pool to support the operation of the entire magic circle? Even if this magic circle is vulnerable to gods, as long as it is past 12 o'clock tonight, then these gods will be helpless against this extremely fragile magic circle. Mo Lan said with a smile, looking at the black clouds in the sky. There was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Linhua and Lu Bin also understood what Mo Lan meant instantly, looking up at the sky, laughing, looking forward to it. What about before tomorrow? Linhua said with a smile, and Lu Bin beside him continued. Can the sun god tolerate the existence of such a fragile shield that seriously affects the situation? After the words fell, the three of them looked at each other, and then laughed slyly, rubbing their hands, eager to try. And at this moment, a friend suddenly sent a voice call request on Molan's attribute panel. Gung Tao? Molan muttered. Why did Gung Tao call me? Molan signaled to Linhua and Lu Bin to be quiet before answering the call. Hello. President Gung. What brings you here? Emotion. What's the wind that blows me? Gung Tao smiled. I just want to ask you something. I wonder if Emotion has paid attention to the recent selection of the Commander-in-Chief? Molan was startled when he heard the words. He had some guesses in his mind. After thinking for a moment, he directly played the voice call as an external sound and answered. Of course. Such a big thing, and it's related to my immediate boss in the future. Although I don't have the ability to fight for it, I will definitely pay attention to it. What? Do you have any inside information? Which one has a better chance? Gung Tao smiled when he heard it. No inside information, but I have heard a lot of gossip, and it has a lot to do with Emotion. Oh, what gossip has it got to do with me? Molan was really curious now, and asked out loud. Don't you know Emotion? Well, I'll start with the selection method of the Commander-in-Chief. As the saying goes, an incompetent general can tire out the whole army. The importance of the Commander-in-Chief is self-evident, so the selection of the Commander-in-Chief is very strict. The current selection method is that all those who successfully accept the task will make a command plan based on some current core information and war information. It doesn't need to be comprehensive or perfect, but at least there must be a formed command concept and idea, and use a general command plan to reflect your own concept and idea. These command plans are not judged by the judges, or in other words, every prospective commander who participates in the selection is a judge, analyzing and evaluating each plan and idea, while exchanging and learning and integrating. Of course, the rest are not very important, so I won't talk about them. Emotion. You understand one thing, this command plan is very important. Emotion. You can understand it. Right? I understand. I can definitely understand it. What's wrong? Molan asked in confusion. Their command concept and ideas have been determined, and the framework of the command plan has basically been set up. It can be said that the main work has been completed. The next step is to refine the plan and improve the details. Molan, Linhua, and Lu Bin were stunned when they heard the words. And then they reacted. Molan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Linhua and Lu Bin couldn't help but laugh. After waving their hands to release a soundproof spell, they laughed suddenly, full of gloating. Molan laughed for a while, coughed twice, and said, What's this? The planet exploded before the paper on a planet was published? The graduation project of the Agricultural University was stolen? It would have been better if Molan didn't say anything. As he spoke, he began to laugh. Gung Tao couldn't help it and laughed along. Linhua and Lu Bin laughed uncontrollably. After the four of them laughed for a while, Gung Tao spoke up. That's about right. In short, their plans, concepts, ideas all have to be redone. And the deadline for the mission is not far away, and they are all working overtime under the new situation. Emotion, do you think this has anything to do with you? Molan was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then asked in confusion. Wait, when did I say that the current situation will not change? Huh? Chapter 1003 time is up. Emotion, what did you say? Gung Tao was confused, and then asked quickly. I said, when did I say this is the final situation? Molan repeated his previous words again. Gung Tao was slightly confused, and asked subconsciously. Why? Because the 10,000-meter cloud layer I held up is just a bait to lure the sun god to take action at the last moment of the day. This way I can find a reason to kill him again, even though I can't kill his original body, but killing another clone can also relieve my anger. This. So I don't know what will happen in the end. Maybe the sun god completely wiped out the black cloud and the magic circle. Maybe I blocked the sun god's attack, and the magic circle was intact. Maybe I blocked it but not completely, and the black cloud had a few holes or half collapsed. The first two are fine, but the latter will lead to more variables, and it is basically difficult to predict. The last possibility is the most likely. Can't the sun god see that this is a bait? Yes, then what's the problem? Just sit back and do nothing. Then the black cloud will have a great impact on the battle situation, and it may even directly reverse the balance, and the active and passive positions will be replaced. This is no joke. It would be nice if the sun god didn't make a move. I'd get such a big advantage for free, Emolan said casually. But this is basically impossible. The sun god will definitely make a move at the last minute. Well, that's another problem. According to the rules, no one above the god level can make a move tomorrow. The sun god will definitely destroy the magic circle at the last moment. He will definitely not leave Mo God a chance to make a move. Wouldn't it be against the rules if Mo God still made a move? Well, Gung Tao, are you scared by the labels of god level, otherworldly sun umbrella? Emolan did not answer directly, but asked aloud. Gung Tao was stunned. Emolan continued. Why should I follow the rules? What if I don't follow the rules? The worst result is that the sun umbrella from another world goes berserk, and then I will overturn the table and destroy the world. Then who suffers? Me. Yes, my world is destroyed. I do suffer, but I was planning to destroy it. I was ready to destroy it. Who really doesn't want it to be destroyed? It's the sun god. He doesn't want to overturn the rules, but it's just killing a god-level clone. I've already killed it once. He can actually tolerate killing it again. Because he knows I dare, I also definitely want to destroy the world. This is his pain point. This is actually no different from people after being caught by the pain point. You can reduce the bottom line again and again, try the bottom line. Isn't this what you are best at? Nonsense, nonsense. I never do such a thing. Gung Tao quickly denied. Emolan smiled and continued. So the sun god can tolerate, and what is unbearable? He really affects the war below the gods. He can't bear it. It's like this black cloud layer. If I still take the shot after he is destroyed, I will restore it, then the sun god really can't bear it. At that time, you can't avoid playing anything, then it collapsed the whole world. So what this black cloud layer is destroyed. What it looks like, I can't mess up either. No. Understand? Gung Tao often plays this kind of trick, for these ways of clearing and cleared before. It was scared by the labels of the alien gods, and did not respond for a while. It can't be said that he was frightened by the gods from another world. It can only be said that in his mind. Since this camp war has already started, it will definitely continue. Since it has already started, it is necessary to avoid the situation of the world being destroyed as much as possible. In this case, under the pressure of the world being destroyed, it is inevitable that Gung Tao's thinking will have some blind spots. And now that it is a little bit, Gung Tao can naturally figure it out. In other words, those who are competing for the commander-in-chief have to start over no matter what. They have to wait until this battle is over. Gung Tao couldn't help but speak out after he finished speaking. Emotion, it's a big test for me to analyze all this for me. What if I can't help but tell this information to a certain quasi-commander? Or Emotion. You can just tell everyone this news, so as not to test me here, and save these quasi-commanders from wasting energy and time. Emolan smiled when he heard this. Do you think these quasi-commanders won't think of this when they see this 10,000-meter cloud layer? Gung Tao was stunned. Players who can't think of this are still qualified to compete for the position of commander-in-chief? How is it possible? These tactical players are all black-hearted, and the twists and turns in their hearts are more complicated than a maze. What I just told you has long been figured out, and they have figured it out. If such a simple change of influence is not thought of in advance, to be honest, it is useless. Even if you tell them this, you can't win against those people. This kind of tactical, strategic gap can't be made up by a piece of news. And if you tell a player who has already guessed this matter, they already know it, what difference does it make whether you tell them or not? There is no difference. Emolan said with a smile. So it doesn't matter? Then you said it before. I just heard you say that they are all working towards this direction, and then I said it. And that's what I said. When did I say this was the final situation? I didn't say anything else. Did you misunderstand it? Gung Tao was silent after a long time. He slowly said, Emotion, you have changed. You have also started to play tactics. Am I a bad person? Emolan shook his head after saying that. No, I don't deserve it, and relatively speaking, I'm too lazy to play tactics. I always crush them with absolute strength. I can rush, I can crush. Why waste my brain? It's just that I barely moved when I met someone I couldn't beat recently. Gung Tao felt that he had no common language with the person in front of him. He originally thought that the person in front of him was someone who could recklessly join him. But now that he thinks about it, he had misjudged the person. He could only recklessly, while Emolan chose to recklessly. Let's go, Emotion. Come on. Oh, bye. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Linhua and Lu Bin also removed the soundproofing spell, and looked at Emolan happily. President, you have a dark heart. After Linhua finished speaking, Lu Bin interrupted. Hey, that's not what I said. I clearly said that the president started to play tactics. It's not that direct. Okay. Is there a difference? Didn't the president just say that those who play tactics have dark hearts? No, haha. As soon as the voice fell, the two of them laughed, and Mo Lan's face darkened a lot. You know I have a dark heart. But you still want to die. Right? But before Mo Lan could do anything, there was a sudden movement in the sky. Time's up. Chapter 1004. Kill the clone again. Boom. Mo Lan, who was always paying attention to the sun god, showed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it fiercely. For huge elemental worlds instantly appeared around the abyss continent. If the 4 elemental worlds directly shaped by Mo Lan were grapes, then the 4 elemental worlds prepared in advance at this moment were 4 big pumpkins. The quality and quantity of the prepared in advance far exceeded those that were instantly released. After the huge 4 elemental worlds appeared, the chi was directly connected together. The 4 elemental auras merged with each other, transformed into each other. The power of the 4 elemental worlds was directly connected into one. And the huge power directly poured into the water and earth elemental worlds. The rapidly expanding water and earth elemental forces suppressed the sun power of the sun god. Quickly suppressed it and weakened him. At the same time, the terrifying strangling force rolled in with water and earth as the main body. And the momentum of the sun god's clone was directly suppressed. The situation at this moment was completely different from the first time Mo Lan fought with the sun god. Before, Mo Lan was at a disadvantage. But at this moment, the sun god was at a disadvantage, and even showed signs of defeat. Mo Lan below showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, attacking a mage position that was anticipated and prepared in advance. Do you really think that mages are vegetarians? Mo Lan curled his lips and said, but this behavior is not like the sun god. Judging from the cunningness he showed before, this sun god should not be the kind of person who would underestimate the enemy. And it is impossible for him to underestimate the enemy who has successfully killed his clone. So this clone of the sun god actually didn't intend to go back alive. From the beginning, the sun god's goal was to use this clone to exchange for the collapse of the 10,000 meter cloud layer. The sun god has also determined that although I will kill his clone, I will definitely not forcibly repair the 10,000 meter cloud layer. Mo Lan's thoughts turned back in his mind, and in a blink of an eye he figured out the sun god's plan and intention. However, Mo Lan's actions did not change. What the sun god could think of, he would naturally think of. And as long as the sun god made a move, he could forcibly kill. But once the black cloud layer was broken, there would be no time to repair it. In this way, Mo Lan could still distinguish the priorities. So no matter what the sun god's purpose was, Mo Lan's purpose from beginning to end was to protect the 10,000 meter cloud layer first, and then use this excuse to kill the sun god. Otherwise, Mo Lan would definitely not start with the refining of the 4 elements, but directly use the 4 elements to build the world structure, rule structure, and then collapse and destroy. Of course, Mo Lan knew very well that even if he tried his best to block the sun god, he would not be able to completely block it. It would definitely leave a few holes. That's why Mo Lan said that when he talked to Gung Tao on the phone before. After all, the current magic skills and spells are all based on offense. Perhaps it is influenced by the modern technology route and thinking. The intensity of offense is definitely always greater than the intensity of defense. In other words, modern technology has formed a pattern. That is, to replace defense with offense. As long as the attack is fast enough and strong enough, there is no need for defense. Even the opponent's attack can be crushed with a sharper attack. This is the principle of the missile interception system, bombing the incoming missile with missile attacks. In this way, interception is achieved. And in the end, the modern technology route formed a stalemate because the attack far exceeded the defense. No one could defend against the opponent's attack, so no one dared to attack. Although Mo Lan took the magic route instead of the modern technology route, Mo Lan is also a college student under modern education, and has been influenced by the modern environment for more than 20 years. This kind of thinking has already penetrated into Mo Lan's mind. Of course, this kind of thinking is indeed effective. At least now Mo Lan and his team's attack methods have far exceeded their own level. This has given Mo Lan and his team the ability and confidence to fight against powerful enemies at a higher level. However, it also allows them to provoke more advanced enemies, which makes their defense methods so weak. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions resounded throughout the abyss continent. Countless players, who were preparing for battle, looked up and saw 5 fingers, as big as mountain peaks, appear in the 10,000-meter cloud layer in the sky. The mountain-sized finger pierced downwards, and the 10,000-meter cloud seemed to be completely pierced and torn apart, but at this moment, the mountain-sized finger froze, and then was pulled back little by little. Boom! 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 5 explosions in succession, and the 5 mountain-sized fingers seemed to have triggered a nuclear explosion, and the terrifying red flames, and the shockwave directly tore 5 gaps in the 10,000-meter black cloud, revealing the sky again. And when the 10,000-meter cloud was torn into 5 gaps, players could also see the 4 worlds in the sky that locked the sun god and the sun, and the terrifying thunder that pierced the sun god, and the machine that looked like a mountain. If someone has good eyesight, they can even see the black line that splits the sun in half. Boom! 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 A terrifying battle broke out in the sky. Except for the first attack that had been accumulated for a long time, the sun god had no chance to get close to the black cloud at all under the joint suppression of Imolan, Linhua, and Lu Bin. He was suppressed above the sky. At this time, the time had passed. It was the second day that the gods were not allowed to take action. However, Imolan had no intention of stopping. The gods are not allowed to interfere. Do you want to break this agreement? The voice of the sun god resounded over the abyss continent. Imolan grinned when he heard it. I broke it. Do you want to give up the bet and destroy the world? Okay, I'll help you. After Imolan finished speaking, the sun god stopped talking. Destroy the world? How is it possible? I have invested so much, and there is a great hope that the abyss continent will fall into his hands in the future. The one who will suffer the most if the abyss continent is destroyed is him. What a loss. So what to do? Just bear with it. TSK TSK. Imolan didn't say much. The sound of TSK echoed over the abyss continent, and other players burst out laughing when they heard it. Imolan's words are too much. So shameless, but I like it so much. Is there something wrong with me? What's the problem with this? The enemy's enemy is my hero. Although Imolan is shameless, untrustworthy, bullies too much, and takes advantage of others' weaknesses, he is still a great hero. Ha ha ha, brilliant. At this time, Imolan was also looking at the sun god with a smile, looking like a supervillain. How to say it? Although the villain's fate is not very good, but I have to say, being a villain is really comfortable, really refreshing. And more importantly, every villain is a winner in life, and as long as they don't meet the protagonist, they are all reliable. Puff. Imolan laughed. Unfortunately, the sun god is not the protagonist. The sun god's clone dies. Chapter 1005 Angel. Imolan, I will remember you. The faint voice of the sun god echoed in Imolan's ears, and along with the voice, the sun above the abyss continent slowly dissipated again. The sun god's clone was cut down by Imolan again. And listening to the voice of the sun god, Imolan curled his lips in disdain, and after thinking for a while, he said to Linhua and Lu Bin, it is said that the belief in gods will be influenced by believers, and it is not certain that they will become the gods imagined by believers. As for the gloomy voice of the sun god just now, I am sure that no believer would think of their sun god in this way. This must be the character born from the sun god himself. And it has been maintained, and has not been affected. Imolan narrowed his eyes, and said lightly. Linhua beside him smiled when he heard it. This is also normal. Although I don't know the details of this sun god from another world. It is most likely a god that symbolizes the concept of the sun in a certain world. In our game world, it is a titan god. And it should be said that it has collected faith and gained a lot of faith to become a titan god of faith again. Since they are titans, isn't it normal to have their own personality? Just like the titans in our game world. There are so many weirdos. So many idiots. You know that, President. As for the titans in our world, I feel that they don't even have the intelligence of a normal person. Or their social skills are too simple. And they are too invincible. They don't need intelligence or brains at all. And they can live well and be basically invincible by relying on muscles. Think about it this way. Isn't it normal to have a personality like the sun god? After many years of accumulation, the middle school boy finally turned from a middle school boy into a very scheming Voldemort. Isn't it easy to understand if you think about it this way? As for the influence of faith, it can only be said that as a titan, it is okay to anchor the personality to a certain extent. And isn't it very reasonable to get a way to resist faith over a long period of time? That's true. Imolan nodded lightly. and then looked up at the 10,000-meter cloud layer in the sky. At this moment, the 10,000-meter cloud layer was hit by the long-accumulated attack of the sun god. Directly on the cloud layer, the magic circle was torn open with 5 huge, hideous gaps. Fortunately, the magic circle designed by Emolan had a lot of margins, and even had a certain self-adjustment ability, so it did not collapse directly under the charged attack of the sun god. Under Emolan's gaze, the huge magic circle adjusted and repaired itself according to the established procedures. However, due to the severity of the damage, it could not be repaired safely. Only a part of it was repaired, while the gaps and holes on the 10,000-meter cloud layer were restored bit by bit. After a moment, only 3.5 of the 5 hideous gaps on the 10,000-meter black cloud layer remained. One of the 5 gaps was completely restored under the self-adjustment of the magic circle, and the cloud layer was restored to a thickness of 10,000 meters, which was no different from other places. Although one gap seemed to have been restored on the outside, Emolan knew at a glance that although it looked restored on the outside, there were actually many holes inside. The concentration of the abyss breath in this area was roughly only 60% of that in other places. 50%. And the lowest place even had only 37% of the abyss breath concentration. This place can only be said to be no longer a loophole, but it is still a weak point. The remaining 3 have only shrunk a circle, and the loopholes are still loopholes, standing in the sky, like a wound in the sky. The automatic adjustment of the magic circle only makes some abyss aura float between the loopholes, but the concentration of abyss aura is not even 1% of that in other places, so it can only be said that it is better than nothing. In addition, due to the shock of the sun god's attack, some areas of the magic circle also have loopholes. These loopholes are not big, nor are they obvious. From the outside, nothing can be seen. However, as the architect of the magic array, Emolan can see clearly that there is a problem with the concentration of the abyss aura inside. There are many such loopholes, which are found throughout the entire abyss continent. One of the most serious loopholes has a concentration of abyss aura of only about 19% of the original one. But it looks no different from the outside. It is very inconspicuous. It cannot be repaired, and Emolan cannot repair it. Emolan looks at these loopholes. His eyes are as deep as the starry sky, and each loophole is directly reflected in Emolan's eyes, as if it is transparent. Emolan stretched out his hand and gently grasped it. All the information of the loopholes appeared directly in Emolan's hand in the form of a 3-dimensional structure projection. There were small light spots in this projection. Just click on the small light spots to browse the loophole characteristics represented by the light spots and the internal situation. Looking at this loophole map, Emolan smiled. These loopholes may not necessarily be bad. From another perspective, this kind of loophole may be a benefit to the commander, Emolan thought, and his hand subconsciously compiled this projection into a small spell. You only need to release this spell to create this projection, and you can get all the loophole locations and detailed information of the 10,000-meter black cloud layer. After thinking it over, he looked at the spell structure in his hand, directly opened the attribute panel, opened Professor Chi's chat page, and sent the spell structure over. The magic array covering the abyss continent has many loopholes and weaknesses. This is the specific information. You can see it after releasing this spell. The commander-in-chief hasn't decided yet. Right? Please pass it to him after he decides. Okay. Professor Chi replied to the message quickly. It was very simple. He replied with okay. After Emolan sent it, he looked up. At the end of his sight was the black cloud covering the abyss continent. But Emolan's eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the 10,000-meter black cloud and stare directly at the dome below the sun projection. When the sun god's clone was killed, the moment the sun dissipated, the projection of the sun began to condense, and now it has almost condensed. At this moment, under Emolan's gaze, a golden beam of light fell. The huge golden beam of light was towering and had a very large diameter. At this moment, there was a strong spatial fluctuation and a distortion of space. At this moment, the strong spatial fluctuation almost spread throughout the entire abyss continent. Then, all those who could sense this spatial fluctuation could not help but look up at the sky. Interworld spatial channel. Emolan muttered to himself. At this moment, a spatial channel leading to another world slowly took shape in the golden beam of light. Then, a golden figure slowly emerged from it. Behind the golden figure, wings slowly flapped. Looking at this figure, Emolan could not help but whispered, "Angel." Chapter 1006 Highly Overlapping Western Myths. Angel. Emolan muttered to himself. An angel emerged from the golden light column in front of him. An angel with 3 pairs of wings. 6 wings slowly flapping behind, maintaining the angel suspended in the air. This is an angel in myths and legends. Exactly the same as the angel described in Western myths. Symmetrical and beautiful slender wings, handsome neutral cheeks, evenly tall hair, quietly suspended in the air like a perfect, holy creature. When the 6-winged angel flew out of the golden light column, Emolan discovered that the 6 pairs of golden wings behind the 6-winged angel were not reflected by the golden light column, but were golden in color, as if they were cast in pure gold. Moreover, Emolan felt extremely rich and powerful power fluctuations in these 3 pairs of golden wings. The top demigod level. Sensing this power fluctuation, Emolan muttered to himself. But he was not too surprised, as he had already made similar preparations. As a world with a god of the sun god level, demigods are certainly not a problem. And there are certainly people with superior talents and fighting power far beyond normal demigods. In this kind of battlefield where gods, and above, are not allowed to intervene, there must be peak demigods. Players are an exception. Who said that players don't have peak demigods? Oh no. I'm wrong. Players don't even have demigods, let alone legends. At most, they can kill legends with some means. There is a huge gap between this and the angels on the side of the sun god. But what does it matter? Anyway, the sun god dare not win, at least not in a short time. Not to gain too much advantage in a short time, the sun god will definitely leave a glimmer of hope for the player, the hope of having a chance to defeat him. After all, Emolan still has the ability to destroy the Abyss continent, so before being able to stop Emolan from destroying the Abyss continent, even if the player's side is at a disadvantage, in a losing position, it can still hold on. That's fine. Although the player's side will bear great pressure in this process, it's not him who bears the pressure, it doesn't matter. Moreover, Emolan believes in the potential and foundation of the players. The pressure of war is the most effective catalyst for the development of science and technology. For science and technology, war is the best catalyst. A war on the verge of defeat can maximize the potential of everyone, guide more effectively, catalyze the outbreak of science and technology. Of course, the premise is that the entire industrial system and logistics system in the rear area have not collapsed. If even these collapse, then war is the source of destruction. Catalysts, there is no place for development. The seeds are all dead, no matter how many catalysts are added. It is useless. It can only be said that it is like throwing a wink to a blind man. It is useless. The problem is the player's rear base. Will the player's technology system be destroyed? How is it possible? The player's rear base is not in the Abyss world, but in the game world. In the real world, the war can't be fought there at all. So this is simply the most suitable war. No wonder the game officials want to agree to the request of the sun god and start this war. It can not only catalyze the rapid development of technology, but also train a team of elite soldiers. No, it can't be said to be a team of elite soldiers. It should be said that it is a war command system that has been tested, precious tactical, and even strategic commanders. And a team of legions that have fought for 100 battles. What's even more outrageous is that this is clearly a meat grinder, clearly a battlefield that needs countless lives and blood donations to maintain, but the final result must be only one, that is, 0 casualties. Hiss, who can bear this kind of temptation? The exercise may also cause casualties. Not only will this not cause casualties, there will be no slackness and holding back mentality like in the exercise. This is definitely the best real blood battle. This kind of mutual checks and balances is extremely difficult to form. This time it was also formed under various coincidences. I didn't think much of it before, but now Emolan thinks about it carefully, and suddenly feels that if it were him, he would not give up such a good opportunity. It seems that golden wings are also a special case. Emolan said, as he looked at the angels that appeared one after another in the golden light column. Ordinary 6-winged angels are only at the legendary level, and the golden 6 wings are at the peak demigod level? Then is this golden color the characteristic of the gods? Or is it just a special bloodline? Emolan pondered, and then looked at the 4-winged angels, the 2-winged angels, probably based on the comparison of their energy intensity with the energy intensity of the players, and determined the strength of these angels. The strength of a 4-winged angel is probably at the master level. A 2-winged angel is at the elite level, which is stronger than the normal elite level, and there is no more below that. From this, we can see that the strength of angels is divided according to the number of wings. The more wings an angel has, the stronger the angel is. If we talk from this perspective, the demigod level angel should be an 8-winged angel, but demigod cannot be considered a separate level. After all, demigod is only used to describe those who have reached the realm of the gods, but have not become gods, and even have a long time to become gods. But since he has touched some characteristics of the gods, his strength has far exceeded that of ordinary legends. It is no longer appropriate to call him a legend. Some places even have the demigod level, while some places do not have the demigod level. So does the demigod level not exist in the angel level system? After the legend, he is directly a god, and the demigod level should be reflected in these 3 pairs of golden wings. This angel should be on the verge of being promoted from a legend to a demigod. Emolan has a great interest in these angels from other worlds. Angels are creatures from another world. If that's all, it's fine. Demons are also creatures from another world for Emolan. But angels have another identity, that is, angels that are highly overlapped in Western mythology. Why are angels in Western mythology exactly the same as the believers and gods of the sun god in another world? If it's a demon, it's just a general description, which is nothing, understandable, just a coincidence. But angels are different. Not only do these angels look the same as those described in Western mythology, even the division of strength levels is exactly the same as in the description. This makes Emolan wonder. Emolan can't control his thoughts. Is this a coincidence? Well, this is probably just a coincidence, bullshit. No one believes this is a coincidence. No one believes this is just a coincidence. Chapter 1007, Start the War. Coincidence? I don't believe it. What kind of coincidence can be so coincidental? There must be some connection between them. Emolan doesn't know what level this connection is. Could it be that the sun god from another world actually came to the real world a long time ago, and then summoned angels in the real world, leaving a strong impression on the life in the real world, so that it directly formed the Western myths and legends of later generations? Emolan pondered. Emolan even had an extremely bold guess in his mind. Could it be that this foreign sun god was actually a religious god born on Earth? Angels are just religious beings born along the way? Although the sun god was born on Earth, the environment on Earth is too harsh, and religious gods simply cannot stay there, so he simply found a way to shatter the void and flow to other worlds to develop, and then somehow became the sun god? When Emolan came up with this idea, even he felt it was outrageous. He couldn't help but shake his head, and gave up the idea of making groundless guesses, and just decided to go back and look up the part about angels in Western mythology, to see if he could find some clues. Of course, Emolan knew that from this moment on, the part about angels in Western legends would definitely be studied countless times by countless people. Because he was not the only one who saw the angel at this moment. I don't know how many players saw the golden light column directly through the loopholes in the 10,000-meter black cloud because of the right angle. I don't know how many eyes saw those angels. I don't know how many players took screenshots and sent them to the forum. Maybe many players just think it's a coincidence and don't care. But there will always be someone who will wake up. And there will always be someone who will react. And then check all the legends. As an official, Emolan believed that when this scene came into their eyes, many of them would definitely work overtime all night. All this also greatly aroused Emolan's interest and curiosity. Angels, Emolan said softly. And then Emolan suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? Don't these angels have gender characteristics?" Emolan found that he did not find gender characteristics and reproductive organs in the angels. What does this mean? The former means that angels are not divided into male and female. And angels have only one gender, which is neutral. The latter means that angels are not only genderless, but also have no reproductive ability. If they are elemental life, silicon-based life, it would be fine. And it is normal for them to have no reproductive organs. But in Emolan's opinion, angels are flesh and blood life. Flesh and blood life has no reproductive organs, which means it has no reproductive ability. It is impossible for nature to give birth to a group without reproductive ability. Individuals without reproductive ability cannot leave offspring. Such genes will be directly eliminated by nature when the individual dies. There is no possibility of inheritance, let alone forming a group without reproductive ability. This means that the race without reproductive ability must be artificially created. Emolan couldn't help but recall the legend of angels, and said softly, "So these angels are the same as those in Western mythology. Not born naturally, but created directly by the gods?" The continuation of the race is not reproduction, but just the continued creation of the gods? Emolan pondered. Or is it that the alien sun god is actually hiding a highly developed technological civilization, which has the ability to create a new race, and the potential of this race has reached the level of demigods? Emolan was shocked. And then he let out a long breath. Forget it. Don't scare yourself. If it is really a highly developed technological civilization, then there will be some signs. And the more technological civilization develops, the greater the conflict with gods. In theory, advanced technological civilizations should not believe in gods. At least they will not believe in ordinary gods, because in their opinion, they can do what gods can do, and gods have no secrets for them. The shortcomings of gods are no secrets to them, even if they are not as powerful as gods. As long as they have enough knowledge, they will not believe in them. A technological civilization without belief in gods will not revere gods. And for this kind of technological civilization, Emolan smiled. Blasphemy is simply a routine operation. I don't believe that anyone in this kind of civilization can refuse to use a god as a test subject, can refuse to use a god as a standard. Absolutely no one can refuse. Someone will definitely have such a bold idea. Whether it is belief in gods or Titan gods, or the so-called belief in Titan gods, it is impossible to allow such a high-level technological civilization to exist. Unless the two are equally powerful, they cannot coexist. So angels are created by gods. Or gods use the legacy of advanced technological civilizations after destroying them. In short, the source is gods. Emolan scanned the body structure and energy structure of hundreds of nearly 1,000 double-winged angels. Emolan wanted to scan them all, but he was repelled by a familiar force after just scanning a few hundred. Emolan sensed this force, and immediately understood that it was the sun god who took action. Retreat! The indifferent voice sounded, Emolan's eyes condensed. At this moment, Emolan instantly understood. I don't know whether it is true or false, is it pretending or true. In short, at this moment, the sun god has lost all patience. He did not say any harsh words, nor did he make any attacking means, but Emolan was almost certain that, as long as he dared to do something out of line, as long as he violated the contract again, then he would definitely take action, even if it meant destroying the Abyss continent. As a god of faith with a very long existence, and with the cunningness he had shown before, Emolan had no doubt that the sun god had such courage. After all, the sun god was not one of those Titan gods in the game world that Emolan could easily manipulate. When Emolan thought of this, he withdrew his mental power with a little disappointment, and then sent the scanned hundreds of two-winged angels, the body structure diagrams of four-winged angels, and the energy structure diagrams to Professor Chi and some laboratories of the association. Then he started to study it himself. Angels were still gathering above the sky, and many players were ready. One magic circle after another, and one weapon position after another were arranged around the gap. Every gap had been deployed, and the permanent engineering had begun to be arranged. In the rear, the floating fortress, the magic circle used for floating defense and attack, the technology began to enter research and development. And when an angel appeared next to a gap, the war began. Chapter 1008 Militarization Management. Boom! When an angel holding a spear-like weapon appeared in front of the cloud hole, it was greeted by dozens of electromagnetic railguns. Along with the electromagnetic railguns, Gung Tao's wailing also sounded. Ouch, boys, that's just an elite angel. Look carefully, the information said by Emolan. 1 pair of wings is a relatively strong elite level. 2 pairs of wings are equivalent to a relatively strong master level. 3 pairs of wings are equivalent to a relatively strong legendary level. And the 3 pairs of golden wings are the demigod level among the angels, only 1 step away from the gods. So when you meet an angel, you should first judge its strength based on the number of its wings. The more wings it has, the stronger it is. And the 2-winged angel just now is only equivalent to a relatively strong elite level monster. Oh my god, you only need to use 1 electromagnetic railgun just now. The electromagnetic railgun shells you use can bury this 2-winged angel alive. Oh, I will kick your asses with my boots. This is exactly Gung Tao's defense zone. In his wailing, dozens of electromagnetic railguns bombarded the 2-winged angel. From the perspective of the 2-winged angel, it looked like a wall of shells was hitting it hard, blasting its body to pieces. There was a trace of confusion in its eyes, as if it was puzzled by this. Save some for me. Gung Tao laughed and cursed, and at this moment, angels appeared in the gap, completely blocking all the light. Gung Tao's mouth twitched slightly when he saw the outrageous number of angels. Is this the Zerg? So many angels? Fight. Fight, don't save ammunition for me, fight to death. Hey, okay. As soon as the voice fell, mini-weapon operator said excitedly, and immediately pressed the launch button hard. Boom. 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 The angel's wings were vibrating, without any fear, and it dived directly downward. During the dive, golden lights flashed on the body one after another, and the golden lights linked to each other, and then gathered together, turning into a huge cone of golden light to resist all attacks and dive down. When the cone of golden light formed a cone of golden light, the energy, appearance, structure, weak point scan map of the golden light appeared directly on a screen in the underground command center of the defense zone. In addition, according to the existing weapons, the way to deal with the force and its success rate, the possible impact, etc. All the detailed information is projected in this command center. This page also shows each squad of the player's army, and even each mental connection status and specific location, the weapons controlled, the strength level, etc. If necessary, every player in the army can be contacted within this system, and all the situations of each player can be known. Although the players look messed up without command, they are actually a mess. But this does not mean that the players do not have a systematic command method and the ability to integrate together. In fact, the way players fight has long gone beyond the scope of group fighting. Ever since some shameless people used military training, military management, advanced war command mode to conduct guild wars, all the top guilds have rolled up. There is no way, these are simply a dimensionality reduction attack for ordinary player battles and guild wars. Ordinary player guilds have no ability to fight back at all, and are defeated by the blow. In this case, those that have not rolled up are no longer top guilds. After rolling a scroll, the players under their command have long become a well-trained army. It is indeed difficult to make players listen to others honestly when playing games and not act recklessly. But it becomes easy to let them choose between a salary of 5,000 and 20,000. If it is still difficult, it is not impossible. But it means that the salary will be increased. The player army is formed on this basis. In addition, various technologies developed by the magic research laboratories of each top guild, the spiritual connection of the mage association, etc. A modern command system based on magic has long been built. If necessary, the Supreme Commander can directly command or talk to every ordinary soldier. The command is extremely precise. Therefore, the moment the command system is established, all players feel a sudden change. If it was just casually talking and laughing, at this moment, a solemn atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire team. The original laughter and playfulness disappeared instantly. And at this moment even the ammunition fired by the weapons in their hands became neat. In the eyes of every player, the trajectory of the angel's movement and the trajectory of the shells in their hands were directly projected. Then, they only needed to overlap the trajectory of the shells with the trajectory of the angels to launch the most accurate attack. In addition, there were prompts and coordination in their minds. And the rhythm of the artillery fire was completely different. Every time it was a volley, not a common firing. Firing together looked like a volley. But in fact, if it was a volley, the shells would be different during the flight due to various reasons. It may be because of the initial velocity of the shells, or it may be other reasons. There must be a sequence when the shells hit the target. Under normal circumstances, it doesn't matter. Even if there is a time difference in the bombing of the shells, it will not affect the effect. Is there anyone who can escape because of these few seconds? A fraction of a second? It is impossible. So it is usually enough to use ordinary volleys. But this moment is different. At this moment, the angel used an unknown method to support a golden shield, and relied on the golden shield to quickly approach, trying to directly resist the player's artillery bombardment and quickly approach the ground. According to previous attempts, the dense artillery fire had no effect on the golden shield. The huge power of the electromagnetic railgun had no effect on the golden shield. It only caused a ripple around the point of impact, and our power was unloaded. Therefore, in order to effectively damage the shield, the shells must hit the golden shield at the same moment. If all of them hit, then even if the shield has the ability to unload force, it would be useless. As long as the attack power of the salvo reaches a certain standard, the golden shield can be directly shattered. This salvo method only needs to calculate the trajectory, the speed of the shells and various factors, and adjust them to launch at different times, but hit at the same time. Just like now. Boom. Chapter 1009 Battle. Boom. Countless shells were fired at the swooping angels. At this moment, countless shells hit the golden shield at the same time. The golden shield is formed by the integration of many angels' power. In the final analysis, it is a shield formed by a structure. It's just that the methods used are different. As long as it is such a structure, such a multi-person structure will definitely have problems. Even if you are lucky and there are few problems, there will definitely be a lot of weak points in the structure, but it can't be seen from the appearance. Of course, even weak points cannot be defeated by ordinary attacks. Even weak points of steel frames cannot be defeated by normal people. After the scan of the Tower Spirit Command System, almost every flaw and every weak point were greeted by a large number of shells. Under the greeting of a large number of shells, the angels are still advancing rapidly, and the artillery fire continues. Ping! Suddenly, the golden shield suddenly made a crisp sound. This crisp sound was extremely crisp even in the roar of artillery fire, and it was extremely eye-catching. In this crisp sound, everyone can see the crack on the golden shield. There is a first crack, and there is a second crack. The first crack is often the most difficult. When the crack appears, it is like the moment before an avalanche, unstoppable. Ping! However, the angel immediately speeds up again after noticing this, and dives towards the player at a very fast speed. Boom! 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 The player welcomes the arrival of the angel with more crazy artillery fire, and while slowing down the angel with artillery fire, it also continuously bombards the weak points on the golden shield. Ping! 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 At first, it took a long time for a new crack to appear on the golden shield, but as time passed, and the bombardment of artillery fire, the sound emitted from the golden shield was like a piece of music. Ping! Finally, under an electromagnetic railgun, after a crisp sound, the golden barrier of the sheltering angel completely shattered, turning into golden dots all over the sky. However, at this moment, nearly 10 swords of light rushed out from the angel, and the scanning component of the Tower Spirit instantly completed the scan and sent the data to every player. But when seeing the above information clearly, many players instantly took a breath of cold air. Each of the angels that rushed out had 6 wings. 2-winged angels are elite, 4-winged angels are master, 6-winged angels are legendary. Although the legendary is like an ant to Emolan and others, but for ordinary players, no, even in the eyes of the top guilds, the legend is still a strong enemy. Every legend is a strong enemy, not to mention that there are nearly 10 here. 10 legends. This is a number that makes many players suffocate. Behind the nearly 10 legendary angels, there were streams of light that instantly broke away from the angels. Behind the 6-winged angels, there were 4-winged angels. That is, master-level angels. Nearly 10 legendary 6-winged angels. Dozens of master-level 4-winged angels. At this moment, everyone held their breath. At this moment, it seemed that the Tower Spirits, who issued orders in their minds, were suffocating and going crazy. The next moment, the terrifying firepower poured out, and the artillery fire like a wall instantly covered the legendary 6-winged angels and master-level 4-winged angels. Although there was a lot of artillery fire, none of them was fired randomly. Every shell, every laser is aimed at the 6-winged or 4-winged angel, either for direct attack, or to block the evasive space. Every shell, every laser has gone through countless calculations. Every dispatch, every laser has its own mission, and none of them is wasted. At this moment, the main engine of the Tower Spirit is hotter than the muzzle of the electromagnetic railgun. At this moment, the technicians sent by the Mage Association are doing their best to maintain the status of the Tower Spirit. The urgency of the battlefield in the rear is no less than that of the front line. The intensity of the war at this moment was at least dozens of times greater than before. It can even be said that this moment is the real beginning of the war. The tragic war kicked off. The power of the 6-winged angels does not need to be emphasized by anyone at this moment, and everyone has deeply experienced it. When one 4-winged angel after another died under a cannon, and a variety of weapons, when countless artillery fire was exhausted to suppress the 6-winged angels, the 6-winged angels still broke through the blockade and sprinted to the players. Entering the close combat distance, all artillery fire became restrained, so the killing began. Nearly 10 6-winged angels rushed into the crowd to kill, destroying the electromagnetic railgun, destroying various magic arrays, destroying various weapons, in a short period of time, reducing a lot of pressure for the dozens of ordinary angels behind. So that one after another 4-winged angels began to break through the artillery fire, and appeared next to the 6-winged angels. With the addition of the 4-winged angels, these angels were simply wanton destruction after landing. The top players have just entered the master level. Master players can resist 4-winged angels at most, but the main ones are 6-winged angels, which are comparable to legendary 6-winged angels. Not only is it useless to resist 4-winged angels, but it is also easy to be killed by 6-winged demons. Although you can delete your account and register an account immediately after purchasing the permission, this is good. But they are masters after all. Master level means strength, but also means that it will cost more to recover. At this cost, these players are not reluctant to die, but if the dead are worthless, it is unnecessary. At least one life must be exchanged for the capital. If you can make a big profit, it would be even better. So at this moment, the 6-winged angel led a group of 4-winged angels to kill wantonly on the battlefield. No one can restrict it. At this moment, the commander was watching from the side. At this moment, Gung Tao was watching from the side. But the strange thing is that neither the commander nor Gung Tao's expression changed at all when they saw the scene, as if they had already expected this scene, until the formation starts. The commander suddenly shouted, "Just a moment," the players suddenly surged with power. These forces surged into the sky in a specific position and structure. In just a moment, a large formation with players as nodes was formed. All 6-winged angels, and some 4-winged heaven and earth were locked inside the formation. All artillery fire within the formation stopped. One by one, players turned around and looked at the 6-winged angels, with their mouths slightly open and smiling. Just now it was your turn. Now, it's our turn. Chapter 1010 Top Technology. Using people as a formation. Using people as a formation. Since magic nodes with elemental power can be assembled into magic models, since materials with elemental power can replace magic nodes to form a magic formation, then, can the human body with elemental power become a magic node, and can people form a magic formation? Undoubtedly, this is feasible, because the 19 from the beginning, and the resonant spell casting created by Emolan are all based on this principle. The spell is composed of people as spell nodes, gathering all people's power together in the form of spell models. The method adopted by the Knight Squad is based on the same constant spell model in each warrior's body, so as to achieve resonance, and regard them as spell nodes of the same spell model with a high degree of similarity. The spell casting of the mage core is that the mage controls the spell to become a node of another spell model after releasing it. If the spell casting of the mage core is far from the human body becoming a node, but the resonance mode of the Knight Squad is almost using the human body as a spell model node, and it is only a thin layer of window paper away from the real human body becoming a spell node. At first, Emolan did some research, but did not go into it in depth. But other players and other mages noticed this, and spent a lot of money to make a lot of attempts, starting from the Knight Squad of the Aboriginals, the Knight Secrets, and in-depth research on the spell model, the constant array, and once again looking for a way to use people to construct the array. The two biggest problems with using people to construct the array are that everyone is a living being, and has their own consciousness. The energy in the body with consciousness will be subtly affected by consciousness and branded. So the seemingly same elemental power is actually different. It is extremely difficult for different energies to form a stable magic array. Each energy rendered by human consciousness is prone to collision and conflict. It is fine if the number is small, but the more powerful the magic array is, the better the effect is, the more spell nodes there are, which means the more people are needed, the more different energies there are, and the difficulty increases exponentially. The second problem is the degree of coordination and the accuracy of real-time calculation. The magic array is an extremely delicate structure, and every part of such a highly sophisticated structure can be moved, which is a very, very scary thing. This means that any movement of a person may cause the power of the magic array to change, which can reduce the power slightly, greatly reduce the power, or even reverse the effect, or even make it impossible to form a spell. If every position is fixed, then there is no point in forming a magic array with people. The greatest use of studying the formation of magic arrays with people is flexibility. Both the location of the array and the type of array are flexible. What is the ideal state of forming an array with people? It is to form any array in the shortest time at any place. If it really succeeds, then how terrifying it will be? The power of the array is hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands times greater than the spells released by a single person. The biggest limitation is that it needs to be arranged in advance. Once arranged, It cannot be moved. And it is almost impossible to change the type of array. This is impossible originally. The reason why we need to it almost is because Emollon just modified a large-scale constant array in front of all the players. There is no other way. We can only change impossible to almost impossible. We have to be rigorous. But there is only one Emollon. I don't know if there are more people who have the ability to modify the constant array. Even if there are more, the deviation will not be too big. In this case, the array cannot be moved after it is arranged. The inability to change is the biggest flaw. After all, the enemy can use artillery, and will not foolishly enter the magic circle. After all, once the magic circle is set up, it will definitely leave traces. And the rough ones can directly feel the energy fluctuations of the magic circle. The arrangement is precise. And there are many clues, especially those that have been camouflaged. After all, setting up a magic circle is a huge project. And the more you do, the more traces you will leave. And it will be difficult to hide from others. But if you can realize the formation of people, these problems will not be a problem. Not only will you directly obtain the power of the magic circle that far exceeds ordinary spells, but you will also perfectly solve the shortcomings of the magic circle that cannot move and cannot change. Of course, it may be a little difficult to transform into any kind of array, but if it can be transformed into several different types of arrays, it is also okay to have only one or two arrays of each type, which can also meet the use requirements. Of course, this is very difficult. If you want to form an array with people, you must solve the problem of people moving. In the array, if one person moves, all the people who make up the array must move together. And they are not just moving randomly. You also have to know the direction of that person's movement before he moves. And then calculate the relative position of all spell nodes and yourself. And move together, always maintaining a fixed relative distance and relative angle. This is simply a nightmare. But as long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. Both problems have been solved, not by the Mage Association, but by a research room of the top guild. In this way, the top technology of forming a formation with people, which has extremely high strategic significance, has been mastered. This is a top strategic technology that is not inferior to the floating city, and is of demi-plane significance. It is a technology that can allow a civilization to gain a foothold. When Emollon heard it at the beginning, he was very surprised, because he knew how difficult it would be after just a few glances. But this was still solved by a research laboratory of a top guild, which instantly increased the market value of that top guild several times. This made Emollon very happy, because top technologies were also emerging in places other than the Mage Association, which was not a provocation to the status of the Mage Association, but the gradual growth and maturity of the Mage civilization. A mature civilization cannot have only the Mage Association. A mature civilization must be 100 flowers blooming, 100 schools of thought contending, and it must have countless talents. There are always higher mountains. And the next point made Emollon even happier. That is, after developing this technology, this top guild did not keep it to itself, but chose to register a patent and license it to other guilds. Although the value of the licensed use is very, very high, Emollon is still very happy. They have the technology, and they deserve to make money. The more the better. Only in this way can there be more continuous top technologies, and not just stop there. For this reason, Emollon also personally ordered to use the power of the Mage Association to fight a group of very difficult infringers for this top guild. He directly used unreasonable heavy punches to show his clear position. Of course, this top guild is definitely not Gung Tao. Gung Tao just bought the license. Smile. Chapter 10:11 Angel's Wings. Laugh. Of course, I am not laughing at the Niehua Guild, nor am I laughing at Gung Tao. I am just laughing at Gung Tao. In short, now the technology of forming a human array developed by the top guild has been licensed, although it is really expensive. So expensive that the bosses of these guilds feel distressed. But there is no way. This unique business has to be bought at a loss even if you don't want to. Others have it, but you don't, then wait to be beaten. There is no peace between top guilds. Which top guild did not fight in the bloody storm? Even Gung Tao is the same. Although Gung Tao is usually naive, you should know that. Gung Tao is the one who planned to steal the treasury of the Kingdom of Morse. If it weren't for Emollon's intervention, the other guilds in the capital fought hard to conquer the capital. But the most precious things, the most valuable things, had been quietly taken away by Gung Tao. He looks stupid, maybe he is the president, and his heart is dark, bold, careful, flexible, but he always behaves kindly in front of Emolan. He is just stupid. This is different. Because there is an old saying, when you have money, everyone in the world is a good person. And when you have no money, so the top guilds basically have the authorization to use this technology. There are only some differences in the types of arrays. Since this technology is not particularly mature at present, it is difficult to train and the cost is high. So these top guilds generally only select a comprehensive large array for specialized training. Strengthen one, rather than blindly choose multiple arrays to train. Otherwise the human and financial costs are too high. Even the top guilds can't afford it. As for how ordinary guilds choose magic arrays, ordinary guilds are not qualified to play this. And Gung Tao's guild chose a suppression, defense-type magic array. This magic array can suppress the internal with high intensity when it is turned on, and at the same time it will form a high-intensity substantial shield to resist internal and external attacks. In general, this magic array has no attack ability at all, and all the spell nodes are on suppression defense. So the suppression effect is very superior, even for strong enemies that cannot be suppressed. It can slow down and weaken them. At this moment, the power of an entire player army gathered together to outline a large magic circle. Generally speaking, this level of magic circle will only appear on permanent buildings that have been operated for a long time or constructed with great effort. For example, the current wizard tower, some magic castles, and some guild bases. But at this moment, this level of magic circle appeared directly on the battlefield. This is simply a violation level operation. When defending, it can let others experience the power of the permanent fortress. When this large magic circle was completed, a strong repressive force enveloped it, and a huge sealed space was formed here instantly. And the seal of this space is from the outside to the inside. It only takes a moment to complete the external blockade and quickly spread to the inside. Strengthening. In this process, several relatively fast double-winged angels were affected. The double-winged angels were directly broken by the suppression force and turned into mincemeat. Even their souls and mental power were directly crushed. Although this magic circle has no attack power, it is only relative. For elite double-winged angels, this level of magic circle can kill them even if a stream of energy touches them. After killing several two-winged angels, the suppression force instantly fell and suppressed the four-winged angels and six-winged angels within the range of the magic circle. When the suppression force fell, these angels reacted instantly, scattered and dodged instantly, and at the same time, they bombarded in all directions. But when the suppression force came, the four-winged angels were like insects falling into amber, and they were directly frozen. The six-winged angels were worthy of being legendary. Even in the face of such a terrifying level of suppression force, they did not lose their ability to move. They still flew within the range of the magic circle and attacked continuously. Gung Tao grinned slightly at this and waved his hand. Kill! As soon as the voice fell, the roar of electromagnetic rail guns sounded. One shell after another. Lasers again and again. The four-winged angels within the suppression range of the magic circle directly turned into blood mist or evaporated. The electromagnetic railgun itself has the ability to kill the four-winged angel. The only problem is to hit the target. That's all. Under the suppression effect of the magic circle, the four-winged angel can't move at all. This is no longer killing, but calling the shots at the shooting range. This is why Gung Tao did not choose the attacker magic circle. Offensive magic circles consume a lot of energy, have a short duration, have a single effect, and have no defensive effect. Yes, offensive magic circles are powerful, but they are not so suitable. In addition, in Gung Tao's view, today's weapons are advanced, and there are all kinds of weapons, such as group attack, single attack, defense, and offense. One weapon after another is a ready-made attack method. There is no need to occupy the space of the magic circle and reduce the effect of the magic circle. However, the four-winged angel is easy to clean up, but the six-winged world is not. The change from master level to legend level is a big qualitative change. Master level is just a bug and amber in front of this level of array. But legend level can still work together to resist the suppression force even in the suppression. But the speed, flexibility, detection ability, etc. will be greatly suppressed by the array. However, although it is difficult to deal with, it is not that difficult. Gung Tao smiled slightly. Attack group fire suppression. Sniper. Array group change formation. Narrow the suppression range. and increased the suppression intensity. Yes. As soon as Gung Tao finished speaking, all players began to execute. The continuous array compression not only increased the suppression strength, but also continuously compressed the movable range of the six-winged angel. Under the continuous suppression, finally a six-winged angel showed a flaw and was hit by the shells fired by the electromagnetic railgun. Just one hit directly caused the six-winged angel's flight posture to be distorted, and the flight speed dropped sharply, and then a terrifying amount of ammunition was directly poured towards the position of the six-winged angel. But at the moment, when the ammunition was about to hit, a golden shield rose up in front of it, blocking the shells and lasers aimed at it, and quickly adjusted its posture. It is not surprising that a wave failed to kill the legendary six-winged angel, but it is strange that it was killed so easily. But at this moment, Gung Tao suddenly raised his head, and saw a faint white feather slowly falling towards the magic circle. On this feather, Gung Tao sensed a fatal breath. Chapter 1012 Angel Legion. Speed up. Gung Tao's heart tightened when he saw the falling white feathers, and a feeling of depression that could not be dissipated lingered in his heart. You know, Gung Tao is a master-level mage, with a strong mental power and a sharp soul. If he has such a feeling, it will definitely not be an illusion. This feather is very dangerous. Gung Tao hurriedly ordered to speed up, and the players who received the order immediately adjusted. The magic circle changed rapidly, and the suppression range quickly narrowed, and at the same time, the intensity of the suppression became stronger and stronger. At this point, even attacks will be suppressed. All substances within the range of the magic circle will be suppressed. Angels will, people will, dust will, air will, even elements will. The attacks of the six-winged angels were suppressed as if they were trapped in amber, and shattered as the suppression force increased. At this point, even the players themselves can no longer attack, and can only quickly reduce the suppression range to achieve a fatal effect. This magic circle does not have a killing effect, but any substance that is extremely concentrated is very dangerous, very deadly, not to mention a magic circle that is already powerful. As long as the compression strength is high enough, these six-winged angels will also shatter and die directly in the suppression, like the two-winged angels that were touched before. However, it failed in the end. The magic circle contracted very quickly, and even the white wings of the six-winged angels inside were like porcelain, with hideous cracks one after another, as if they would shatter in the next moment. But the feathers in the sky seemed to fall slowly, without any hurry. But the actual speed was far beyond what the eyes could see. Their eyes deceived them. The feathers in the sky fell slowly at a very fast speed, and the faint white light slowly dissipated. It was a very weird description, but it was even more weird when they looked at it with their eyes. In just a moment, the white feathers fell on the magic circle. The next moment, the white feathers shattered, and endless light leaked out from the feathers. The powerful magic circle seemed to be able to freeze the light. The light traveled very slowly in the direction of the magic circle, but the suppressive force condensed by the magic circle also slowly melted under the light, like ice under the scorching sun. In other directions, the light shone instantly, and one player after another did not feel any pain, and disappeared in the milky white light without any feeling. Even the earth disappeared in front of it. Gung Tao resisted for a moment, and the stress-type equipment on his body instantly emitted one spell light after another. After resisting the light for a moment, he disappeared on the spot. At the same time, Gung Tao's order was passed to the player army. Change the formation. Shine! The moment the order was conveyed, the terrifying suppression force was released in the opposite direction. The extremely compressed suppression force was like a high-pressure spring that was pressed to death. The terrifying power was released in full at the moment of letting go and changing the formation. Like a terrifying bomb, a large number of six-winged angels inside the magic circle died. The terrifying power and the light emitted by the feathers collided with each other, and a counterattack was instantly generated. From a distance, it seemed as if two light balls of different colors collided with each other. After a moment, the two light balls dissipated, and everything on the spot was wiped out. The four wings that had just swooped down, all the six-winged angels died, and the players who formed the magic circle also suffered heavy casualties. Only two large pits after the explosion were left on the spot, and spring water gushed out continuously at the bottom of the pits. Looking up, I saw a dense array of angels floating in the air at a slight angle. They all held a large and thick book in their hands. Their faces were full of piety, and in front of them was a six-winged angel with slightly golden wings leading them. Praise! The white feathers just now were condensed by them, and then fell from the hole in the clouds. Obviously, These angels are not just mindless beasts, they are intelligent. There are also classifications of arms among them, and coordination of these arms, and various ways of attacking. A group of angels gather shields and charge at the enemy, and gather angel wings in the rear to attack from a distance. And why is there such a big gap in the coordination of these two arms? It causes these melee angels to attack only after being suppressed? Perhaps it is because these angels underestimate the players too much, thinking that only the melee angel troops need to attack, and as long as the six-winged angels rush into the player army and kill a few waves, the players can be completely defeated. After all, the player army seems to have a lot of people. But in fact there is not even a legendary one. The highest is only a master. There are nearly 10 six-winged angels in the melee angel army. If you are not a legend, you are an ant. The number below the legend has no meaning for the legend. It is true, according to normal experience and common sense. Although this kind of combat method is arrogant, it is indeed feasible. And it can crush the player army at the fastest speed. Why do you need to cooperate with multiple arms? Why do you need to take action slowly? This is probably the reason why the six-winged angels and four-winged angels directly separated from the large group of melee angels and dived alone. This is probably why the long-range angel phalanx did not cooperate with the melee angel troops and seamlessly connect. However, the death of these six-winged angels will surely make these angels even more angry, and make them face up to the strength of the players. In other words, this opportunity will never appear again, and the angels must be serious. What will appear next is the collision between the angel army as a whole and the player army. And the angels will definitely show more combat methods. In other words, the appetizer is over, and the official war is about to begin. In the sky, teams of angels holding white swords gathered again, and the angels looked down with cold eyes. Below, teams of players were scattered, and they were arranged in the form of scattered soldiers on the huge battlefield. Below the battlefield, there were underground passages where people were dispatched from time to time. The magic arrays on the battlefield shone with the brilliance of elements. In some corners and some covers, countless war weapons showed their ferocious fangs. Only a large empty pit in the center of the battlefield looked very abrupt. But it also made the battlefield more ferocious. A solemn atmosphere lingered over the battlefield, and the air seemed to be stagnant. The war was about to break out. As the angels' phalanx charged again, golden barriers appeared one after another, cannons roared deafeningly, horrible, chaotic elemental auras appeared above the battlefield, shining. The elements of the entire area became extremely chaotic. It became extremely difficult or even impossible to directly mobilize the elements in the environment on this battlefield. The battle began again. Chapter 1013 Meat Grinder. Boom! 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 Lasers, elemental cannons, lightning, metal shells, gunpowder shells, sound waves collided with white feathers in the air, emitting colorful and brilliant auras. Any professional with a little perception could sense the turbulence of the elements at this moment. At this moment, the difficulty of using the elements of the external environment to construct spells has increased exponentially. A wizard with a slightly worse control over the elements may lose the ability to cast spells directly. Fortunately, these white feathers that fell from the sky like goose feathers and heavy snow were not the angel feathers just now, and their power was much weaker. Otherwise, the feathers falling like heavy snow could flatten the entire battlefield. As the firepower of the players increased rapidly, the barrier formed by the falling feathers was gradually broken, and the artillery fire began to fall on the golden shield of the melee angel troops. In the terrifying artillery fire, under the regulation of the modern combat system, under the concentrated and targeted attacks again and again, from time to time, the golden barriers of the teams were broken, and a large number of angels were directly exposed to the endless artillery fire, using individual strength to resist the artillery fire of the Legion level. The power of an individual seemed so weak in the face of the artillery attack of the Legion level. Only the six-winged angel can resist the artillery fire, with the strength beyond the general legendary level. It must be said that as long as you reach the legendary level, both the strength and survivability will be greatly enhanced. Unless there are some special circumstances. Otherwise, without the participation of gods, the legendary level has extremely high survivability, and is extremely difficult to kill, even if it is the same level. In this endless artillery fire, even if some high-level magic arrays specially guarding the six-winged angels were released, not a single six-winged angel was left alive. The closest to killing was only a serious injury, and all escaped. Fortunately, the six-winged angels were a minority in the angel army, and once the remaining two-winged and four-winged angels were exposed to artillery fire, Their survival rate would not exceed 1%. As soon as the battle began, golden shields were blown away from time to time. And each time a large number of angels were annihilated by artillery fire. At the same time, the white feathers that fell from the sky like heavy snow fell on the ground. That is, on the battlefield. With the density of heavy snow, even if most of these white feathers were swept into the explosion in the mid-air artillery fire, the number and density of feathers that fell on the battlefield were still not low. A single feather has a very strong power, even if there is a dense firepower net intercepting the feathers at a close distance. Even if there is an energy net covering the entire position, the high-density feathers falling down are like washing the ground, destroying the entire position, in the face of a bombing comparable to the level of washing the ground. Even if the players are deployed in a scattered battle line, it still causes a large number of casualties. Many players made mistakes in the distortion of the feathers falling slowly, but at a very fast speed, and died in the explosion of the feathers. Neither side of the war had come into close contact yet, and just a long-range greeting had already caused great casualties. The price that the players had to pay for concentrating their firepower to attack the Angel team was that the speed of the other Angel teams did not slow down at all. Even if there were spells of slowing down, blocking, obstruction, they could not stop the extremely fast speed of the Angel team. Soon, an Angel unit approached the ground with a golden shield, approaching the player's position. When the players' scattered lines were found, teams of Angels suddenly dispersed, and a small team or individual rushed towards the players at high speed. The white swords in their hands flashed with dazzling sharpness. When the players saw this, they immediately opened fire with various small power weapons, and the melee players quickly formed an array to guard the heavy weapons, magic arrays, and cannons in the position. The players' confrontation was extremely difficult at the landing position of the six-winged angels, along with some heavy weapons. The magic array was impacted, and the high-altitude artillery fire was directly affected. More and more melee angel troops fell to the ground and launched attacks at one point after another. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, 10 points, 100 points, and a large-scale melee battle broke out completely. At this moment, the battlefield completely turned into a meat grinder. There were players and angels fighting at close range in almost every area of the position. The players won and the angels died. Angels win. Players die. Or angels and players die together. At this moment, the battlefield completely turned into a meat grinder. Life became the most fragile thing here. A large number of angels and players died every moment. And this is just a corner of the entire battlefield. A small corner. In the entire Abyss continent, there are 3 battlefields of this level. And there is another battlefield with a weaker fighting intensity. The intensity of that battlefield is slightly weaker because the concentration of the Abyss breath remaining in the whole of the 10,000-meter cloud layer is not low. These Abyss breaths continuously invade all the objects inside. Creatures, living things, and inanimate objects. Even angels will be greatly damaged by this attack, if the troops are sent out in the same way as in other battlefields. Perhaps only 1 or 2 out of 10 angels can descend through the hole. And these 2 angels will also be attacked with a strong negative state. In this case, the angel troops must make more preparations to pass through, and will be attacked by players in the process, which makes the death rate through this loophole higher, even up to more than 90%. So after the outbreak of this loophole, the intensity of the battlefield gradually decreased, and the angels gradually gave up the trend of attacking through this loophole. Obviously, these angels could not bear the consumption of risking their lives to attack the 10,000-meter cloud layer to maintain the battlefield. The intensity of the remaining 3 battlefields became higher, even more outrageous. The death rate of players became extremely outrageous. And the data here, the scenes seen by the players were also transformed into information and entered a certain platform. Not long after, a notice of a discount event suddenly appeared in the War Merit Exchange Mall, and different products were given different discounts. The right to register an account immediately after canceling the account, and various potions for restoring strength were all within the scope of the discount event. And the discount was the largest and most outrageous among all types of items. So, at this moment, the price of the right to register an account immediately after canceling the account, and the price of the potion needed to restore strength instantly became extremely low, which could be called a bargain. And directly, the cost of resurrection after death was also suppressed to an extremely low level. On the battlefield, the high-intensity battlefield still operated like a meat grinder, and countless players died. Chapter 1014 Angels Can Also Be Resurrected? Emolan looked at the entire battle situation. The air above the entire Abyss continent was filled with a murderous atmosphere. Countless players and angels died every moment. Elite, Master, Legend, once caught in the battle, no one can guarantee that they can come out alive. Life has become worthless here. Countless lives are disappearing every moment, including players and angels. There is no bloody smell. After the players die, their bodies and blood will turn into white light and disappear. Although angels will leave their bodies when they die, most of them are killed by powerful artillery and spells. Basically, as long as they die, no body will be left. So there is no scene of corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. But this seems even more cruel. No body will be left at any time. At this moment, even though Emolan knew that players could be resurrected, his face was still serious and solemn. You know, even if players can register an account again, they will have to pay a price. And the current speed of death is we have just started. We are not familiar with the angels' combat methods and strength. And it is less than a day. The time is too short. Each legion rushed to their own defense zone and hastily arranged large magic arrays. And basically only a few heavy magic arrays were hastily arranged. There were not many heavy weapons. As long as we hold on now, after a period of time, and manage for a period of time, the position can become an iron wall. After all, we are not good at other things. But in terms of positional warfare, I think we are still pretty good. It just takes time to prepare, time to maintain stability, and time to manage. Linhua, who was standing next to him, knew what Emolan was thinking as soon as he saw him, and spoke after thinking for a moment. Emolan nodded slightly. I know what you said, but I am afraid that this wave of shaking can't be sustained. It was so intense at the beginning. Although the current players can be resurrected, the cost of resurrection is also very high. I am really worried that I can't survive this wave at the beginning. After all, the Sun God just can't put me in a desperate situation. But it doesn't mean that the Sun God can't break through the first line of defense and directly enter the interior of the Abyss continent to fight. You know, if there is a 10,000-meter cloud layer, you can guard the loopholes and attack. If there is no 10,000-meter cloud layer, then you can only passively take the beating. Countless angel legions always attack wantonly in the Abyss continent. Emolan thought about it and shook his head. And at this time Lubin suddenly said in surprise, Huh? President Linhua, look, the exchange price for resurrection and recovery of strength is discounted. Discount? Emolan and Linhua were startled, and quickly opened the exchange mall to check. But they couldn't help laughing after seeing the price of the event. Yes, we can decide the game. What about the cost of resurrection? This can all be adjusted. President, it seems that we think too much. Someone is watching us. Emolan's face was relieved a lot after hearing this. But he still spoke out. Indeed. But this is reality. Not a game. To reduce the cost of resurrection and recovery of strength, someone must be there to support it. After all, whether it is to create a game body again or to restore the original strength, it requires real resources such as magic potions. Now that it has been reduced, it must be the game official who pays for this part of the cost. Emolan said slowly. If the cost of creating a game character and restoring strength is very low, then it's fine. If the cost is relatively high and the official is forced to maintain it at a loss, then it will fall into a war of attrition. At the current death rate, how long will it take to accumulate the foundation to support the current daily consumption? When the guns are fired, gold is worth 1,000 taels. This is always the case. Don't worry too much. Since the official took the initiative to agree to this war, they must have considered everything. They will only be more careful and cautious than us. We don't need to worry too much. Linhua finished speaking and Emolan nodded. That's the only way to think about it, Emolan said. And then he exclaimed, Huh? The selection of the Commander-in-Chief has also been brought forward. Well, it's time to bring it forward now. If the selection is slow, the players will lose a lot of money without a leader and fighting on their own. After the Commander-in-Chief is determined, the war situation should be much more stable under unified command and unified dispatch. Emolan quietly watched the war dynamics below. After finding that the official was paying attention and intervening in various ways, he finally felt relieved and began to think about some things. The Sun God wants to delay time, to use time to slowly find a way to seize the Abyss continent or boil the frog in warm water to seize the Abyss continent. Emolan is very clear about this. The sun god must be doing both. Since he knows it, Emolan will naturally think about how to deal with it, and prepare some things. You know, the power of the Abyss Continent is still in Emolan's hands, which means that if Emolan wants to do something on the Abyss Continent, oh no, it is easier and more relaxing to make some preparations for justice. In this case, sitting on such a good opportunity, how could Emolan not prepare? At the very least, he had to mix some private goods into the Abyss Continent. At the very least, he had to annoy the sun god. And the sun god was able to leave an almost indelible concept of the sun in the Abyss Continent, so why can't Emolan? Is it possible that outsiders can do this, but the insiders can't do it? Smile, Emolan is also an outsider. Emolan is both an insider and an outsider. So Emolan can't give up such a precious opportunity, even if the Abyss Continent is taken away by the sun god in the end. Emolan will leave some backup plans, some marks, if there is a chance in the future. He will definitely not hesitate to use the sun god in a trick, if he can take back the Abyss Continent. He will take back the Abyss Continent. If he can't take it back, he will destroy the Abyss Continent. Again, Emolan felt that this Abyss Continent was too close to the game world. So close that no matter how confident Emolan was, he did not want this Abyss Continent to be occupied by the enemy, and become a bridgehead for the enemy to spy on and invade the game world. Time passed slowly as Emolan pondered. Emolan never left the Abyss Continent, and it was impossible for him to leave the Abyss Continent. Once he left, there would be no one to control the sun god. It was funny to say that Emolan had either been intimidating others or on the way to intimidating others. Previously, they intimidated the Titans in the game world, and now they intimidate the sun god in another world. However, there is no other way, so far, except for Linhua and Lubin, who can keep up with Emolan. Everyone else can only look up to Emolan from afar. And because Emolan jumped directly from a legend to a god-level mage through the demi-plane, Linhua and Lubin were left behind by Emolan. Although Linhua and Lubin are catching up at a very fast speed, and can catch up, it will take some time after all. Currently, Emolan can only take the lead. In order to check and intimidate the sun god, Emolan was confined to the Abyss Continent. He studied, pondered, and checked the overall occupation of the Abyss Continent from time to time. He also studied the angels of the sun god from time to time to adjust his mood. The angels in the sky cannot be studied, because the sun god is watching over there. If Emolan dares to cross the border, he will attract the attention of the sun god. However, the area below the 10,000-meter black cloud is guarded by Emolan, and the sun god does not dare to touch it. Therefore, Emolan can study the angels that have passed through the 10,000-meter black cloud at will. The 2-winged, 4-winged, and 6-winged angels are completely transparent in front of Emolan. Emolan can study them at will. Since he couldn't do it himself, Emolan sent people to capture a few 6-winged angels, a bunch of 4-winged and 2-winged angels. With the strength of the Mage Association, the blessing of the Abyss Continent Magic Network, and the cooperation of the player army, it is not a problem to capture a few legendary 6-winged angels. During this period, Emolan also asked people to announce the magician's job transfer method. But it has just started and has not yet formed a scale, so it has not appeared on the battlefield yet. When many player core are familiar with the magician profession, the demon net of the Abyss Continent can support at least 4 demigod-level magicians, many legendary-level and master-level magicians. In this way, the high-end power of players can also catch up with the current angels, and the situation should be much more stable by then. It must be said that the magic net is really useful, as long as you have enough controllability. As long as you have control over the magic net, you can create one powerful person after another in a few minutes. And because of the special nature of the players, as long as the players have the realm and control to master this strength, then even if the player is a newly created account, it will not affect the player's ability to exert the power of the demigod level. In other words, such a demigod will never die, and there is no need to pay any price to restore the strength. You only need to create a game character. After all, this power always exists in the demon net, unless the demon net is damaged, or the Abyss Continent is damaged. Otherwise, this demigod level power will never be damaged. It is so shameless, scumbag. Therefore, Emolan is more willing to build a real magic net in the game world. Although it may breed a curious magic net god who likes to watch fun, at least this power is shameless and powerful. Even if it cannot be used in other worlds, it is good enough to be used in your own world. It protects the world and starts a new energy innovation. Everyone benefits. However, since there is no ready-made blood pool system in reality, although the equipment that has created an automatic constant magic net unit has appeared, it is still very difficult to cover the entire game world with a magic net. Even it is very difficult to breed a magic net god first. And it will take a lot of time. Time passed by little. After Emolon finished his research, he turned his attention to the battle in the Abyss continent. He just noticed something wrong. There was a causal touch from the angel. This made him very strange. How could there be a causal connection between the angel and him? Emolon looked along the causal connection, and was stunned when he saw the six-winged angel. Wait, what happened? Didn't I accidentally kill the six-winged angel during the research? Emolon thought about it, and made sure he was not wrong. Yes, the body of this six-winged angel is still here with me. How can an angel be resurrected? Angels can also be resurrected? When Emolon came to this conclusion, Emolon could not help but be speechless. In a war, if one side can be resurrected when both sides are evenly matched, then victory or defeat is inevitable. As the war progresses, time passes, the balance of victory will definitely shift to the side that can be resurrected. But if both sides are evenly matched, both sides can be resurrected. Forget it, you guys fight first, I'm going to sleep for a while, you can fight or not. If this situation really happens, the war will definitely turn into a war of attrition. What is consumed is not human lives, but materials for resurrection. Before the materials for resurrection are consumed, the two sides can fight until the end of time. Until no one wants to fight anymore. And it is very likely that the two sides will fight for 10,000 years. With 0 kills and 0 casualties. Emolon couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. And the cold air went straight from his nose to the top of his head. Then Emolon was relieved. It's not bad. It's not bad. The total strength of the players is definitely not as good as that of the angels. The situation I just thought of will definitely not happen. Why should I be thankful if the players are not strong enough? Emolon shook his head, getting rid of the messy thoughts in his head. But now Emolon feels that something is wrong no matter how he looks at the battlefield. It's very wrong. It's obviously a meat grinder-like battlefield with countless casualties on both sides. Countless people and angels die every minute and every second. This is clearly an extremely heavy scene. But when Emolon watched it, he always felt that there was a subtitle passing by. 0 casualties, 0 casualties, 0 casualties. Emolon suddenly lost his seriousness, and he lost his heavy heart. Isn't this just playing house? Isn't this playing the most childish game in the most cruel way? Oh wait, it doesn't count, there are still many lives lost, many lives died. Look, aren't the demons on the Abyss continent, who were affected and involved in the war really dead? Alas, so this is war, it's really depressing. Emolon suddenly became serious, and spoke with a slightly heavy heart. Yeah, there's no war without casualties. If there are casualties, this is war. God damn. Angels can be resurrected, how can we fight this war? You don't surrender, I don't surrender, this war is going to last for 10,000 years. Right? Emolon had a lot of complaints, but nowhere to complain. This is too much. Both sides can be resurrected, this is outrageous, but think about it, the resurrection technology that can be researched in the game world, can't other civilizations research it? So this is an extraordinary civilization, an advanced civilization? There's no death in war. Chapter 1015 The Last Choice. Although it's very abominable, it's also reasonable, unexpected, reasonable. Emolon said slowly, and as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately captured a captive angel. This winged angel is still alive, and Emolon is going to use it for research. After all, as a man-made or god-made creature, it has a very high research value. Maybe Emolon can find out the process and steps of the creation of angels, or what technologies are needed, and what points to pay attention to. These are all very valuable knowledge, even if it is only one direction. It is priceless. I wonder how much unnecessary loss can be reduced for their research. But at this moment, Emolon grabbed it not for research, but directly entered the mind's eye state, that is, the cause and effect perspective, using the mind to explore the cause and effect of this double-winged angel. If this double-winged angel has been resurrected, then there is a high probability that there will be a trace of connection in the cause and effect. Following this trace of connection, you may be able to see the scene of the double-winged angel being resurrected, and you may also be able to touch a little bit of the principle of the angel's resurrection. If I really figured out the principle, I would really make a fortune. Although as a player, I can be resurrected, but Emolon doesn't mind another way of resurrection at all. It's better to have more skills than less. And what if the resurrection method is restrained one day? Wouldn't it be dangerous? Wouldn't it be very comfortable if there was a second way of resurrection at this time? Prepare for a rainy day, that's what I mean. And even if you don't encounter this situation, it doesn't mean you can't use it. As a player, Emolan can be resurrected after death in the game. But it doesn't say that he can be resurrected after death in reality. What if one day someone kills him in the game, and he is also killed in reality? Wouldn't that be helpless? If there is a second way of resurrection, just revive the real body in reality. If the cost of resurrection is not high, it is best to revive all the people in the world, and then create a fake Earth to hide the resurrection location, and mark the real Earth outside. If the real Earth is destroyed someday, then we can still play music and dance on the fake Earth. So, the more ways to resurrect, the better. If there are several more ways to resurrect, Emolan can hide his life a few more times. And there will always be a way to save his life. After all, as an extraordinary civilization, there are too many strange methods. And no one can be sure that there is no threat or ambush on them in the huge universe. Curses, stabbing people with voodoo, and the like. What if there is? What if the boat capsizes accidentally? It is better to be cautious. Knowledge is hidden in the brain. This is carried with you. As long as people are not dead, there is always a chance to encounter anything. Emolan thought and checked. There are not a few causal connections entangled in the double-winged angel, or any creature has a lot of causal connections. Existence itself will constitute causality. There are more causalities for every second that creatures exist in this world. Therefore, the amount of cause and effect has no direct or necessary relationship with the strength. The cause and effect on this winged angel may not be less than that on Emolan. It is endless. Emolan started to explore from the largest to the smallest, from the closest cause and effect connection. Sun God? No. No. No, I can't continue, or I might be discovered. After Emolan found that the Sun God was on the other side of the thickest cause and effect line, he quickly stopped exploring. When he reached the strength of the Sun God of another world, even if he knew nothing about cause and effect, he might be able to detect someone spying on him, because what he sensed was not cause and effect, but his prying. As for whether the Sun God understands cause and effect, Emolan is still unclear. Whether he understands or not, it does not affect Emolan's search for what he wants by following the cause and effect of the angel. As long as he does not find the Sun God himself, there should be no problem in checking other things by relying on the cause and effect. Of course, there is a problem, and the worst thing is to be discovered. Anyway, Emolan is not a coward. He has been trembling several times. If he can kill him, the Sun God would have done it long ago. So Emolan does not mind angering him again. I'm just looking at you. You can do whatever you want. What, you want to fight? Okay, I'll kill another clone of yours. The worst that can happen is that the world will be destroyed and we'll go our separate ways anyway. You're the one who's panicking. This is Emolan's mentality. It's simply shameless. Of course, it's better not to be discovered if possible, after all. If you are discovered, Emolan may have to pay 100 times the price to gain some more. It's not worth it. Emolan directly avoided the biggest causal connection and looked down. The causal connections below were much more normal, but Emolan searched for a long time and didn't find what he wanted. But Emolan was not in a hurry. He changed another angel to continue searching, still avoiding the biggest causal connection and searching further. He had no shortage of captured angels, and could capture more if needed. Emolan did not expect to get what he wanted with just 1 or 2 angels. Emolan was not in a hurry now, and could explore and search slowly. However, when Emolan had searched for dozens of angels in a row and still hadn't found them, he couldn't help but frown slightly. 2-winged, 4-winged, 6-winged angels are all here. Emolan pondered. So this alien Sun God has mastered the method of cutting off cause and effect? It cut off this part of cause and effect directly. This part of cause and effect does not exist at all. So I can't find it no matter what I do. Emolan did not continue. He had already found dozens of angels, and not just low-level ones. Emolan had also found 4-winged and 6-winged ones, but he still couldn't find them. In addition, these angels were captured by Emolan from different places. According to probability, these dozens of angels can still represent the entire group of angels to a certain extent. There is no clue here. Not to mention that all angels cannot be found. At least most of the angels cannot find this kind of causal relationship. If this continues, unless we check one by one, finding a few more angels will only be another test of luck. Another challenge to our own bloodline. And other than that, there is no meaning. But there is one last choice. Emolan followed the causal connection to find the six-winged angel just now. Other angels may have existed for a long time. But this six-winged angel has just been resurrected. If there is a causal connection, then the possibility of this six-winged angel, the probability will be the greatest. This is the last choice. Emolan locked the position of this six-winged angel, captured a trace of its breath, and sealed it in a wooden sign. You go there in person and bring it back. Chapter 1016, Resurrection Place. Okay. Zhang Guangmo nodded. He is now a master-level mage, but in the Abyss continent, he is also a legendary top magician. Although he still has a long way to go to master the power of the demigod-level magic net, he can still master the legendary top magic net power. And the six-winged angel Emolan saw it clearly. Although it can be regarded as a strong one among the legends, it is still far from the top of the legends. Zhang Guangmo can suppress it and escort it back. As for the capture, Emolan never intended to let Zhang Guangmo capture this six-winged angel in the angel army alone. No matter how strong he is, he will just die. Emolan just needs Zhang Guangmo to help escort this six-winged angel back. As for the capture, the association will provide various props and equipment. And then the local player army will capture it, just like the angels captured before. So Emolan doesn't need to explain too much. Zhang Guangmo is very skilled in this kind of thing. The only difference this time is that you only need to specify which six-winged angel to capture. It's a little troublesome, but it's not a big problem. After Zhang Guangmo finished speaking, he took the note written by Emolan and left. He first went back to the association to collect several sets of tools for capture. Six-winged angels are all legendary, and they are all considered strong. The tools that can be used to capture angels of this level are very precious. The association has them, but if you want to use them, you have to go through the procedures for approval and registration, and then you can get them. Zhang Guangmo's side was directly taken by Emolan, so there was no need for approval, but the registration and collection procedures were still required. After getting the tools, Zhang Guangmo rushed over through the space channel. During his journey, a special person from the association contacted the person in charge of the player legion in that defense zone. One was to explain the situation, so that he could cooperate with Zhang Guangmo's work, and the other was to clarify the remuneration and settlement method. Emolan would pay for these things, and the amount was not low. So these player groups were happy to give Emolan a face and earn some extra money. The boss paid generously, and the people who went out to do things in the association were also smooth and comfortable. If Emolan didn't pay, but only relied on face, things could be done. Emolan had this face, but the efficiency of the work and the smoothness of the people under him, and the mood index were uncertain. Emolan didn't like this. Instead of wasting his face, he might as well give some benefits. His face was not that cheap. With money paving the way, and Zhang Guangmo personally going there, Zhang Guangmo sent the six-winged angel to Emolan on the third day. The most time-consuming part was waiting for the opportunity to capture the six-winged angel. The other part was the experience and precautions of the six-winged angel after being captured once. Unfortunately, it was not afraid of thieves stealing, but it was afraid of thieves thinking about it. When the six-winged angel was sent to Emolan, he couldn't help but be a little confused. Caught again? The next moment, the six-winged angel was filled with deep fear and anger. Unfortunately, the six-winged angel's mouth was sealed. His mental power was sealed. His strength was sealed. And his 6 wings were sealed. There was no place on his body that could move. Even his thoughts were slowed down. And his reaction was very slow. Obviously, after this period of capture and research, the Mage Association has developed a more targeted, more suitable, more powerful and more thorough sealing method after understanding the angels, which has completely subdued this legendary 6-winged demon. Let me see. Emolan's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. He used his mind to check the cause and effect. As usual, he gave up the biggest cause and effect. It was 99% likely to be the sun god. He might be found if he followed the search. He found one cause and effect after another. The second cause and effect Emolan found was the cause and effect with himself. He was caught once, killed once, and now he was caught in front of him again. The strength of this causal connection is simply amazing. He ranked second. Emolan was immediately happy when he found this. He continued to explore. Finally, he found what he wanted in a causal connection. Emolan watched a group of spirits slowly emerge, floating in the light like milk. This light was thick like liquid. A six-winged angel with eyes closed and sleeping could be seen faintly in this group of spirits. This group of spirit floated in the light. And as the six-winged angel inside it opened its eyes and woke up, a small vortex seemed to form in the light with the spirit as the core. The surrounding light flowed into the vortex. And with the spirit as the core, a heart slowly emerged. The heart, blood vessels, internal organs, bones, skin, and finally 3 pairs of white wings. When the 3 pairs of white wings emerged, the vortex quickly swallowed the milky white light around them. When the 3 pairs of white wings were completely formed, the new six-winged angel slowly opened his eyes. The six-winged angel who opened his eyes seemed not surprised to be here. The 3 pairs of wings gently waved, the six-winged angel slowly rose, and finally a huge pool filled with milky white light came into Imolan's sight. This is the object of the causal connection on the six-winged angel, and the previous pictures are the process of forming the causal connection. Originally, Imolan could only see the object of the other part of the causal connection, but after a period of research and thinking, Imolan found that the thin lines seen from the perspective of the mind's eye are actually the process of forming the causal connection. It is this process that connects the six-winged angel and the pool, which is transformed into a thin line from the perspective of the mind's eye. Just analyze this line, and you can see a similar picture. Pool. Is this pool the reason for the angel's resurrection? Imolan thought for a moment and shook his head. No, that's not right. The pool is just a place for the angel to build a body and restore strength. What really affects the angel's resurrection is the spirit. The spirit that belongs to the angel. If there is no spirit, then the recondensed body will only be a corpse. And that spirit was not created out of thin air, but originally belonged to this six-winged angel. Otherwise, this six-winged angel could not have maintained a causal relationship with me. Then we can roughly infer the principle. The six-winged angel spirit is either preserved in the pool, and what came here is just a clone or projection. Or after the six-winged angel died, the six-winged angel's spirit left directly under my nose, returned to the pool, and then condensed into a body again to revive. Imolan pondered. Both are possible. We need to conduct some observation and research. Even Imolan could not draw a conclusion out of thin air. Like all scientific researchers, every seemingly simple conclusion is hidden behind countless observations, countless experiments. Then, there is another aspect, this sun god. Chapter 10:17 Chance? This sun god cannot touch the cause and effect? Imolan was happy. At least there is no means to isolate the cause and effect on a large scale like the game world system. Otherwise, I would never be able to follow the cause and effect connection of this six-winged angel to see the pool, and it is even more impossible to see the resurrection process of the six-winged angel. After all, no matter how it is calculated, the resurrection mechanism is very valuable, very important, and even very core for a force, for a civilization. Once the resurrection mechanism is cracked by the enemy, it will definitely cause a heavy price, and may even directly lead to the survival of the entire civilization. After all, one side can be resurrected, while the other side is restrained to the point where it cannot be resurrected. For two sides with equal or similar strength, the side that can be resurrected is the sure winner. If something of this level can be concealed, the sun god cannot not conceal it. So it must be incapable of concealing it. Or it has been concealed. But it obviously has no effect. Imolan was cheerful, and was obviously in a good mood. He was very happy that the sun god from another world had no causal means. This means that sometimes he can do things without being discovered. And sometimes he can use this causal method to create a little advantage. He doesn't have it. But I do. This is the advantage. In addition to this also illustrates a problem, that is, powerful gods may not have this causal method, and causal methods are not standard abilities of gods. Although the sun god of the other world cannot represent all gods, but the fact that he does not have it at least illustrates some problems. However, this made Imolan start to think about another problem. So is this causal perspective unique to me? Or is it unique to my profession as a mage? Or is it unique to humans becoming gods? Or is it a benefit after becoming a god, born naturally during the transformation process? Imolan began to think, and began to look for the reasons in himself, analyzing all his identities bit by bit, analyzing all his characteristics bit by bit. Maybe it's because of the transformation of the soul and will. Imolan suddenly thought in his heart, because this power comes from the soul, and is also related to the will itself. Could it be because the cultivation direction of the mage profession is will? Is it mental power? Well, It may also be related to the purification of the sound of the rules of a half-plane. Or it may be related to the special soul structure and will structure of humans. There are too many possible reasons for this situation. Too many variables. And it is impossible to infer any effective information with only one sample. Only when Linhua or Lu Bin transforms into a god can we conduct more in-depth research. Whether Linhua or Lu Bin has it or not. It can serve as a very good reference for me, allowing me to do a simple elimination process. As for now, Emolan once again cast his eyes on the angel next to him. Let me take another look. Emolan once again used the cause and effect relationship to check the pool and the picture of the angel's resurrection, trying to find some useful information from it. After searching for several times, Emolan turned his eyes to the battlefield and began to design a special array to record the breath of angels who have entered the Abyss continent, and to distinguish the breath of angels used to find the resurrected angels and record how many times the angel has been resurrected. Those who came to the Abyss continent for the first time may have been resurrected a long time ago, too far away, so Emolan may not be able to trace back to that time. But for the angels who have just been resurrected, Emolan can definitely trace back to the process of their resurrection. If we can record the time required for the angels to resurrect, the process of the resurrection of different angels, the changes after resurrection, then it will be much easier for Emolan to study the resurrection mechanism of angels. At worst, this information can also be given to the headquarters. Now it's like playing a game. When both sides can be resurrected, then the resurrection cooling time will be a strategic intelligence information. Because when both sides can be resurrected and the number of resurrections has not been exhausted, only by grasping the cooling time can you grasp the fleeting opportunity. Distinguish the breath, record the breath, number, record the number. Well, these functions are almost the same. Emolan directly pinched the magic circle with his hands. A magic circle quickly took shape in his hands, and he fixed it in a piece of elemental stone. After the magic array was designed, Emolan directly issued a task within the association. Customize a set of tower spirit programs. The main functional requirements are to analyze the data and automatically form a table. After sending it, Emolan began to think about another problem, a problem he just discovered. This technology that even the sun god of the other world cannot master, but the game official has mastered it directly. The sun god of the other world cannot touch the cause and effect, but I can directly observe and interfere with it. This is not normal. Either the human race has a certain specialness and is naturally more sensitive to cause and effect, so I naturally mastered this method when I was promoted to a god-level magician. Then the game officials also took advantage of this ability that humans are born with. Perhaps with the help of some geniuses. Some individuals who are born with the ability to observe cause and effect, gradually study cause and effect, thereby interfering with cause and effect, concealing cause and effect, and even mastering such advanced cause and effect technology. Or, reality inherited some heritage from other advanced civilizations, or obtained some opportunities left by other advanced civilizations, through which the real game world was created in the present world. And I attached the virtual world to the game world to form a half-plane. And the half-plane was connected to the origin of the game world. And the rules of the game world were connected to the half-plane. Then, because of the close connection between the demi-plane and me, the sound of rules rang directly in my consciousness, echoing, bringing me the transformation and baptism of being promoted to a divine wizard. In this process, I had an intersection with that opportunity, and I got some of the rules in that opportunity, which led to my ability to observe and interfere with cause and effect. Emolan took a long breath and said softly, "So far, this is the guess that I feel is closest to the fact and the truth." Emolan fell into deep thought, then shook his head and said, "Forget it. No matter how close to the truth a guess is, it's just a guess. Maybe humans are really special? They don't need to be special. But do humans really have some special talents? It's just like some people are born with good eyesight, good hearing, or strong bones and more strength. There is no difference in essence, but..." Chapter 10:18 Colorful Black? The present world must have obtained some opportunities from the outside world. Emolan suddenly said in an affirmative tone. This opportunity may be a product of advanced civilization, or it may be a message from the depths of the universe, or it may be a naturally formed but extremely special natural environment. It may be man-made, it may be naturally formed, it must exist. Emolan smiled again, and did not think about this question anymore. This kind of opportunity, whether it exists or not, has nothing to do with him. Emolan's eyes returned to the six-winged angel from before. He smiled at it, and lightly tapped it. And the six-winged angel died. Legends are powerful. But they are no different from ants in front of Emolan, and can be killed easily. While killing the six-winged angel, Emolan's mental power was focused on the six-winged angel. And at the same time, the extremely high-precision detection instruments arranged around it were all aimed at the six-winged angel, directly locking the six-winged angel. At this moment, any changes around the six-winged angel's body, and even inside the body, are being watched by Emolan, and are being recorded by the surrounding high-precision instruments. Even a speck of dust, even a molecule cannot escape Emolan's attention. This is a comprehensive observation from the microscopic to the macroscopic. And it is more than that. Emolan's mind is now open, and his mind is observing the causal relationship connected to the angel, waiting for the addition of new causal relationships. Even if the body of the six-winged angel is dead, as long as the body is still there, Emolan can observe its causal relationship, because this body belongs to it. Even if it is dead, it belongs to it. If the spirit of the six-winged angel really returns to the pool after death and resurrects, then its spirit will have a causal relationship with the body at the moment of death and leaving the body. Of course, there is an inseparable connection between the body and the spirit of the body. This is inevitable. Emolan is worried that this causal connection has already existed, and is not formed at the moment of separation. If it is formed at the moment of separation, then Emolan may be able to observe the spirit of the six-winged angel through the newly added causal connection, and even observe the way it returns. But if it has already existed, then there is no way. However, even if this is the case, Emolan has only done another failed experiment. This kind of thing is normal. If you don't fail dozens or hundreds of times every day, you'd be embarrassed to say that you're doing experiments in seclusion. This time, the goddess of luck didn't care about Emolan again, which made Emolan start to think about whether he should look for a Titan god named Lucky in Titan. If not, then he should find a way to use the concept of fate to create one, and then catch it. He. Of course, this is impossible. How could Emolan do such a thing? Right, how could Emolan do it? Absolutely impossible, absolutely impossible. Emolan retracted his mental strength, and then checked one after another of the extremely high-precision instruments, but found nothing. That's normal. The sun god of another world is so powerful. How could the resurrection method he arranged be so easily cracked? As a mature resurrection method, it is impossible to be easily cracked. The resurrection method that can be easily cracked must have been improved, or the clan was exterminated. Emolan thought. It's okay. Take your time. This will make it more challenging. While speaking, Emolan also cast his eyes on the battlefields of the Abyss continent. Speaking of which, if enough angels die at the same time, then the spirits that emerge in an instant will be larger, more conspicuous, and easier to observe. Right? It is difficult to find a water molecule, but if it gathers into a drop of water, then even if it is tiny, it will reveal a trace, leaving a clue. Right? Emolan looked at the battlefield and began to plan. Of course, it was not a plan to capture the angels and kill them together, nor was it a plan to design a military operation to kill a large number of angels at once. After all, Emolan was not a devil. Although Emolan is now on the side of the Abyss, controlling the power of the devil, controlling the body of the devil, and fighting against the angel, but Emolan is still a good person, not a devil, let alone a devil, and can't do such a thing. Emolan is just thinking about whether to set up equipment on the battlefield, and then hide in the battlefield to conduct research and observation. As for what he thought before, wait until he can't observe on the battlefield. Emolan did what he said, and flashed directly, appeared on the largest battlefield. As soon as he arrived at the battlefield, his brows slightly frowned, and he put away the high-precision instrument that he had originally wanted to take out. Emolan suddenly found that the elemental environment on the battlefield was simply too bad. Elemental storms mixed with almost all types of elements roared in the battlefield. There were dozens of such elemental storms in the battlefield. Dozens of different elemental storms collided with each other, and the friction produced new fluctuations. It can be said that the elemental environment here changes rapidly, and the only thing that remains unchanged is chaos. In this environment, high-precision instruments, let alone normal operation and detection, would be at least scrapped if they were taken out. High-precision instruments are too sensitive to changes in elements. The consequence of taking out high-precision instruments here is like illuminating a high-precision camera with a laser. They are all doomed. In such a chaotic elemental environment, ordinary elemental life will die here. Right? They can't stabilize their elemental bodies at all, and will be directly exploded. Emolon frowned and said, such a chaotic elemental environment also made it impossible for him to perceive carefully. There were too many interferences, and he couldn't perceive effectively at all. Emolon frowned and shook his head. We can only think of ways to block interference. Otherwise we can't detect effectively. It's impossible to capture tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of angels and slaughter them together. Right? That's too cruel. Emolon muttered, took a step forward, and disappeared on the battlefield again. It's not difficult to block elemental interference, as long as you are not sensitive to the external elemental environment. Just like ordinary people with mortal bodies coming here. Will they die? No. 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 They don't react at all. The elemental storm has no effect on them. But it is troublesome to maintain the original function of high-precision instruments while shielding interference. That is, it is necessary to be insensitive to the external element environment, so as to bypass the interference of the element environment, and to maintain a high sensitivity to the elements, so as to maintain the detection effect. To be honest, when this requirement came to Emolon's mind, Emolon couldn't help but hit himself. What kind of damn party A requirement is this? Colorful black? Chapter 1019 Provocation. It's hard. Emolon shook his head in disappointment as he sensed the chaotic elemental environment. He had tried many times to collect subtle fluctuations, but without exception, all ended in failure. The reason for the failure was nothing else, because the elemental environment here was too bad. It's not that Emolon didn't have any anti-interference ability, nor that Emolon couldn't make anti-interference equipment. In fact, the Mage Association now has anti-interference equipment, which is specially designed for this situation, and it can indeed resist elemental fluctuation interference. But there is a saying that goes, talking about toxicity without talking about dosage is just being a hooligan. There is another saying that goes, strength can make bricks fly. Before Emolon played with strength and bricks by himself, strength can make miracles happen, after all. Although this technique is a little low, it is simple and easy to use. Sometimes Emolon is too lazy to think, and will do something with strength and bricks. But at this moment, Emolon himself encountered the thing with strength and bricks and found that this thing is really uncomfortable. The simpler, the fewer flaws, the more violent, the less fancy, the more it tests strength. How to say it? That is, the elemental environment on this battlefield has reached the level of war weapons. This is just like a fighter jet in reality. Fighter jets, military technology, there is no need to say much about anti-interference ability. Right? Strong. Very strong. An EMP, which is commonly known as an electromagnetic bomb. As long as it is hit, no matter how strong the fighter jet is, it will be destroyed. There is a way. That thing is a natural enemy of electronic products. The more sophisticated the things, the weaker the resistance. Unless we return to the era of transistors, then no electronic product can withstand that thing. Unless heavy metals such as lead are used to completely seal the inside, otherwise, everything within the explosion range will be finished. That doesn't mean that fighter jets are anti-interference, but that, when it comes to war weapon level, then anti-interference is useless, and it has to be done. That is the elemental environment, and good level of the battlefield now. There is a way. Emolon curled his lips. When encountering such things, I also have a way. I really have a little temper. I have a little way. Emolon took a step forward and disappeared on the spot, appearing under the demon throne. Leaning under the demon throne, Emolon looked at the battlefield and shook his head slightly, and moved his eyes away from the battlefield before sending some information to his assistant. I can only think of other ways. Well, assuming that the angel soul does return before death, it's just that the movement of its return is too small, so small that it is difficult to feel, and it is very difficult to be drowned out by the interference of the inner world. In that case, can you try to create a vacuum place? Eliminate all elements, all fluctuations, even rules, concepts, space and an area, to form an absolute vacuum? It is very easy to find a grain of gray sand in a colorful jungle, but it should be less complicated to find it on a piece of white paper. Right? Of course, you are still a long way from an absolute vacuum with your current ability, but you can still eliminate element fluctuations and smooth out space fluctuations. Just try to get as close to that direction as possible. The closer to absolute vacuum, the better the effect should be. Emolon said in a serious tone. Indeed. We can work towards that direction. Well, maybe we can create some of those vacuum areas in the Mage Association. although the construction and maintenance before use are very easy. It seems that the effect is also great. If you think about it, you can think of a few experiments. It can be very important for a few directions. Experimental significance. Emolan's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately sent the matter to his assistant, asking the assistant to propose the construction of that vacuum area at the meeting within the association, and then ask the assistant to transfer some materials for building the vacuum area. Before sending the message, Emolan finished thinking. What method can be used to better remove the matter? Energy, waves, rules, concepts, and even space itself in an area, leaving only an absolute vacuum area where everything exists. Even space exists. Do it. Emolan thought about it, and understood that with the current strength and ability, it is completely possible to do it. Now at least it is a preliminary attempt to exclude the rules. And it is possible to take a step back. Thinking for a long time before Emolan shook his head, emptied his consciousness, and slightly retreated to self-adjust in the form of daze, and relaxed. At that time, his eyes were attracted by the projection of the 7th level blood pool next to him. He quietly looked at the projection of the 7th level blood pool above, and looked at the origin of heaven and earth that had spontaneously gathered in it. He felt a little pity and sighed slightly. Alas, it's a pity that there is no concept of the sun god outside the origin of heaven and earth. If you really drain the origin of the abyss, it will be enough for you to build a world of the level of 100 or 40 floating cities. Even if the concept of no sun god can be used to build floating cities, the simple materialized world of the origin of heaven and earth can be used for experiments. Or it is also good to use the origin of heaven and earth directly for experiments. What a pity. Emolan curled his lips. That touches the bottom line of the sun god. If you dare to move, the sun god will definitely go berserk. Emolan sighed and shook his head. While speaking, he slapped the origin of heaven and earth hard. The sphere formed by the origin of heaven and earth suddenly rippled. At this moment, the scorching sun under the sky instantly shone brightly. The angry will of the god suppressed the entire abyss continent. The terrifying surging power was already on the way. You just rub it. What does he want to do? Destroy the world? Okay, you'll keep me company. Emolan immediately became excited. Ignoring the furious will of the sun god, he said with a smile, immediately prepared to retreat into the process of destroying the world. At that moment, the sun god was stuck, and the surging power was also stuck. Emolan, I am going to touch your bottom line. You touched it. What? Emolan drew the origin of heaven and earth again. What? Destroy the world? Come on. You are here. Emolan's steps to destroy the world never stopped. Although he saw the face of the sun god, Emolan could imagine that this face would be very ugly at this moment. Linhua, who came over after hearing the news, felt strange, and he and Lu Bin, who came over, looked at each other and glared at each other. Hey, why do you feel that the president and the sun god are weird? Hey, he doesn't feel that way either. You feel that the president and the sun god are like a quarreling couple, clamoring for divorce every day. The sun god is trying to scare the president with divorce. But the president really wants a divorce. It's amazing. It's really that feeling. Linhua and Lu Bin glared at each other fiercely, and the sun god of the world walked in without saying anything. At that moment, the sun god didn't even dare to say a harsh word, for fear that if he did, Emolan would take up the issue again. He felt wronged. Chapter 1020 Vacuum Area. Comfortable. Emolan stretched, and casually patted the spherical origin of heaven and earth. Looking at the elastic and rippling angel origin, Emolan smiled. Still relieve stress this way. Hey Linhua, Lu Bin, do you think I'm a little shameless? Linhua, Lu Bin nodded subconsciously, and then reacted, and shook his head quickly. Don't you think so? I do think I'm a little shameless, TSK, but I won't change. How easy it is to destroy the world, much easier than saving the world. If the sun god wants to save the world, he has to endure, hold his anger, and endure his grievances. And I am the only one who can jump around. I can play and test as I please, but the sun god doesn't dare. He doesn't dare to move, dare not test, because he is afraid that I will destroy the world if I really get the chance. Hey, he doesn't even dare to test. I destroyed the floating city world without hesitation before, which was too straightforward, so straightforward that even he was afraid. And the sun god has obviously guessed that I want to destroy the world, but the power behind me doesn't want to destroy the world, and he is even more afraid that I will find an excuse to destroy the world. Tisk, interesting. Sure enough, the saying that blackened is 3 times stronger, white is 3 times weaker is not just a casual statement, it really makes sense. Anyway, the sun god must hate you to death. TSK, what does it matter whether he hates me to death or not? It's like saying that if I'm polite, he will leave politely, give up the abyss continent politely, let me go politely. The result is the same. I have strength, ability, and deterrence. No matter how rude I am, he has to endure it. When I lose these, no matter how polite I am, it will be a dead end. In this case, then why should I be polite? Emolan said with a smile, and then he directly picked up the materials that the assistant had placed below. No more talking, I'm going to do the experiment. Recently, I have a very interesting idea. I plan to try it, and see if it can succeed. What idea? Absolute vacuum. Vacuum generally refers to the empty area outside the planet in the universe. The matter in these empty areas is extremely sparse, but there are still various rays. President, what you mean by absolute vacuum is no matter. No elements. No cosmic rays? You can also add no rules. No concepts. No space. Well, we can't do these. Not to mention in operation. Even in theory we can't do them. No rules is fine. No space. No concepts. We can't even imagine what kind of state this is. If there is no space, does this area still exist? No concepts. That is to say, there is no distinction between up and down, left and right. No meaning of time. No meaning of size. Up is also down. Down is also up. Infinitesimal is also infinitely large. A moment is also eternity. It is hard for me to imagine the existence of such an area, let alone doing it. I can't imagine it just by thinking about it. I can't understand it. I can't conceive it. This makes people think endlessly, makes people challenging, isn't it? If it can be completed easily, then would I say it is a very interesting idea. As for the difficulty? It can't be completed now? What research is not difficult? What research can be completed at once? Study slowly, take it slowly, if practice is insufficient. Study practice, use practice to deduce theory, if theory is insufficient. Study theory, use theory to support practice. Makes sense, then President. Keep up the good work, I'm leaving. After Lin Wu finished speaking, he turned around and left. Hearing this, Emolan couldn't help but turn his eyes to Lu Bin. Lu Bin's face slightly changed. What? Okay, I'll be there right away. President, I have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first, you do your best. After he finished speaking, Lu Bin turned and left, watching Lin Wu and Lu Bin walk away. From afar, there were faint voices drifting in the wind. Lin Wu and Lu Bin seemed to be talking about some profound topics, such as hiring coolies again. Drawing big pictures? Talking about dreams, Emolan said he didn't understand, and could only sigh slightly. Alas. Emolan shook his head slightly, leaning on the throne, closing his eyes, kicking his legs, and he appeared on the space station outside the game world. The projection body slapped its head. Oh, I forgot the materials. Emolan's main body opened his eyes, threw the space box containing the materials into a gate to another world, and then took it from the game world, opened a space channel to the space station. There was no other way, the space of the Abyss continent was locked now, and no space channel could be opened except the existing gate to another world. Emolan couldn't do it either, and could only transfer it. After the materials were delivered, Emolan took them out directly. If you want to create an absolute vacuum, then sealing is naturally the primary consideration. And the best sealing is naturally high-density heavy metal. The higher the density, the better the sealing performance will be. High density can block the penetration of radiation and the penetration of particles. This is why lead boxes can prevent electromagnetic radiation and nuclear radiation. Heavy metals are no joke. Emolan chose an extremely high-density alloy mixed with refined gold. It easily surpasses refined gold in terms of density, except for a little difference in characteristics. It is almost a god-level alloy. Of course, these raw materials are not finished alloys, but raw material ores of alloys, which still need Emolan to smelt, and then form into one piece. Otherwise, the difficulty of smelting the alloy after it is formed will be much greater, and its performance will also be affected to a certain extent. Emolan's mental power can perform molecular and even atomic-level microscopic operations. It is naturally a waste of mental power to use this level to smelt alloys, which is like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Soon, A basketball-sized hollow ball appeared in Emolan's hand. This was the ball that Emolan intended to use to create a vacuum area. The first step is to clean up all the materials and energy inside, and move them all out along the reserve channel, leaving no atom behind. Emolan said to start. But it was easy to say. But it was almost a nightmare to do it, without leaving a single atom behind. The internal space of this basketball-sized alloy ball was indeed not large. But if it was used to hold atoms, it would be fine if it was in the outside world. Emolan's mental power could move many atoms at a time, with enough skills and computing power. But the real problem is that in order to achieve better sealing, Emolan reserved a very small channel when shaping the alloy ball. How small is it? It is so small that the channel is at the atomic level. Maybe a few more atoms can block the reserve channel. So, Emolan is miserable. But Emolan doesn't care. After all, everything is difficult at the beginning, although it is also difficult in the middle, and it is even more difficult at the end. Chapter 10:21 Hundreds of clones. But there are other ways, Emolan thought. Although this reserve channel is very, very small, it will take a long time to empty all the atoms inside. But there is no need for me to do it completely. I can let it drain out by itself. An idea slowly emerged in Emolan's mind. I can squeeze them out. He did it as soon as he said it. Emolan thought about it, and a space spell fell directly into the alloy sphere. This space spell is nothing else. It is the spell that Emolan first came into contact with space spells. Space expansion spell. The effect is very simple. Stretching or shrinking the space box uses this principle. It's just that stretching was used more often in the past, while shrinking was rarely used. But at this moment Emolan woke up. Space shrinking is simply a perfect match at this moment. The hollow space inside the alloy sphere shrinks, and the material inside will not shrink at that time. If it is a sealed environment, it will be fine, but it will only form a high-pressure environment inside the hollow sphere. Unfortunately, there are internal and external channels reserved by me on the alloy sphere. In other words, the high-pressure environment will still be formed, but there will be loopholes. The gas, molecules, and atoms inside will flow out of the alloy sphere by themselves until the pressure inside the alloy sphere is equal to that outside again. As long as I shrink the internal space small enough, the number of molecules and atoms left will be less. At that point, it won't take long even if I need to do it myself. The space telescopic spell takes effect directly when it falls into the alloy sphere. With the strength of Emolan, a god-level mage, it is natural for him to use such a low-level space spell, and the effect of the spell is also maximized by Emolan. In just a moment, the space inside the alloy sphere became smaller than a hair. The density of the elements inside the sphere had reached an extremely terrifying level. Emolan could have shrunk the space even smaller, but the process of shrinking the space was blocked by the internal matter and energy. Under the blockage of the internal matter and energy, Emolan could only shrink the space to this extent. After all, if you want to compress matter and energy infinitely, even Emolan can't do it. Emolan can't break the force between microscopic particles. If he really breaks it, then Emolan will probably die of laughter in his dreams. After all, the matter formed in this compressed state can be a powerful weapon as long as it is stabilized. A super strong material. Unfortunately, it is impossible. This is still the power of the universe itself. However, it is enough for Emolan to compress this space to this extent. Under Emolan's gaze, clusters of atoms are ejected from the reserve channels at a very high speed, quickly reducing the internal pressure. However, because the small hole opened by Emolan is too small, it is only an atomic level channel. Although it is in a high pressure state, it still takes a lot of time to expel all the atoms. Now Emolan couldn't open a space channel to use, because according to Emolan's definition of absolute vacuum, space does not exist in it. It is a region where space does not exist. Since space is to be excluded, then the outer shell of this region will naturally block the power of space. Not to mention space magic. This alloy can block the power of space by itself. The material is blocked, and it is such a high-level material. Unless Emolan cuts this alloy sphere, there is no other good way, and he can only wait. All he could do was to clear this passage, so that it would not get blocked in the process, and then he would wait silently. During the waiting process, Emolan began to meditate, which was a basic practice that he had to do every day. At this moment, the power that Emolan used for meditation was already the power of the world, the power of heaven and earth, the power of the universe in the dark. Meditation is still the most solid and stable way of practice. Even if it is slower, the simpler it is, the less likely it is to have problems, but the power gained from practicing in this way is the most trustworthy. This is just like knowledge. Once you have it, you have it. Even if the world is different, even if the rules are different, even if the environment is different, there is no way to erase it. They still exist. So since Emolan realized this, every day he would definitely set aside a considerable amount of time for meditation. This part of time would not be used easily. Time passed by, Emolan quietly waited for the matter and energy inside the alloy sphere to be cleared, but because the channel was only at the atomic level, and the number of atoms inside the alloy sphere was an appalling number. Although the atomic flow rate is very fast under high pressure, it is just like using a faucet to drain the water from a large reservoir. The faucet can indeed drain the water from a large reservoir without adding water, but it will definitely take a long time. The same reasoning applies. If you want to drain the material and energy inside the alloy sphere, you still need to wait for a long time. Emolan did not waste the waiting time. In addition to meditating every day, Emolan's body stayed beside the origin of heaven and earth in the abyss continent. His body lowered his eyes, as if taking a nap, while his will walked on the land of the abyss continent with nearly 100 projections. Computers can work in multiple threads, but Emolan can't. Emolan's mental power structure is based on the architecture of computers. Some of it is even similar to the architecture of computers, similar to the architecture of supercomputers. What computers can do, Emolan can do naturally. The computing power core inside the mental power basic particles is running. The mental power basic particles are combined into a mental power. The computing power they possess is like a computer with excellent performance. Emolan's powerful will can transform one into 100, and endow the mechanical projection with Emolan's wisdom. At this moment, the nearly 100 projections are all Emolan. All of them have Emolan's knowledge and Emolan's abilities. Except that they are a little dumber, they are no different from Emolan himself. One Emolan is already very scary. Right now, there are nearly 100 Emolans wandering on the land of the abyss continent, which would probably scare many people to death if they were told about it. While Emolan walks on the land, sometimes he explores something, sometimes he arranges a few magic arrays, and sometimes he adjusts something. Little by little, while the battlefield is in full swing, at the top of the mountain, at the bottom of the canyon, in the deserted wilderness, at the edge of the fierce battlefield, without anyone knowing, Emolan has left his own footprints and arrangements in these places. Chapter 1022 Gene Compilation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go up the mountain to fight the tiger. Mullen number 1 hummed a nursery rhyme, while inserting a metal stick full of magic models into the ground. Several meters long, the metal stick is as thick as a thumb, and it can be sunk into the depths of the earth with a slight force. Mullen number 2 changes the mountains and rivers, taking the earth as the foundation, taking the mountains and rivers as the veins, integrating a magic model into nature in an extremely clever way. It does not look like a breakthrough at all, just like the magic of nature, without any craftsmanship. Emolan number 37 simply used various methods, deep in the earth, burying one magic array node after another in the magma. With nearly 100 clones, Emolan executed his own plan while leaving his own mark and symbols on the abyss continent at will. These were all done by Emolan at will. Some of them were as exquisite as the horns of an antelope, making Emolan himself admire and secretly exclaim. In addition, the last clone, the one that contained the most of Emolan's will, was now next to a blood pool. This is a blood pool blocked by Emolan's magic array. The sky, the ground, and the inside of the blood pool are all tightly sealed by the magic array arranged by Emolan. There are 7 or 8 layers of this blockade. In Emolan's design, unless the magic array is destroyed, only one of the 7 or 8 layers can be opened at the same time. Only after closing one can the next one be opened. And every time the magic array is opened and closed, a part of the violent destruction in the magic array will be ushered in, completely destroying everything in the magic array. Only when it is detected that there are no active cells inside except the people passing through can the previous magic array be opened. Even Emolan has no way to circumvent the rules of those magic arrays, unless Emolan destroys the entire magic array violently, and then changes it from the core of the magic array. The underlying structure, the degree of blockade outside can be imagined. Even Emolan has to be very cautious. And living outside are demon worms with a shape like a human exposed cerebellum. That is the demon worm named Brain Worm by Emolan. At this moment, Emolan has several projections outside. one of which is holding a biology book to teach brainworm creatures. On the other hand, Emolon directly observed the gene sequence of the brainworm with his extremely powerful mental power. It would be fine if it was just observation. But Emolon also tried to recompile, adjust, and modify it. There is a gene sequence in every cell. And even if Emolon fails, it will lead to the direct death of the brainworm. And only the death of the cell. A brainworm has a lot of cells. So just one brainworm is enough for Emolon to conduct a few experiments. If only one cell dies, it will cause the death of the brainworm. After all, the cells that are regressing and metabolizing every moment are countless. There will be no impact at all. Just like that, Emolon experimented, learned, adjusted little by little. Emolon learned about cells, gene-related knowledge, digested cells, gene-related knowledge. After all, there is probably no one on the entire Earth who has better learning conditions than Emolon. Directly observe cells, gene learning, directly adjust genes, compile gene learning, practice first and then learn. The learning speed in this way is extremely slow. Gene in Emolon's view. There is no essential difference between it and the spell model. To put it bluntly, it is just like building blocks. It will be nodes with the same function and structures with the same function. Then each structure will affect each other. Finally, it will be adapted in a whole formed by all structures. Designing a set of operating programs, that's all. What is the same? What makes genes so mysterious? Where is the easy node? It is because genes belong to the structure of the microscopic world. But when Emolon has the mental power to directly observe and interfere, the gene sequence has no secrets behind Emolon. It is all transparent, and there is no difficulty. Of course, that is only for Emolon. After all, in Emolon's words, the spell model has no difficulty at all. That is true. In my hands, the spell model is like plasticine in the hands of a big child, and I can knead it at will. But is the spell model really complicated? Tens of thousands of mages said it was fucking terrible. Emolon flipped through a small pile of confidential or public biological literature, genetic engineering literature, slowly absorbed the essence of it, and immediately put it into practical operation and deduction experiments. I might be able to do it alone, but the projections in front of me one after another showed that the repeatability of this kind of thing, verification experiments do not require brains, just hands. And those documents were naturally collected through various channels. With Emolon's current status, it is not easy to get some documents. Whether they are confidential or not, well, they were all obtained legally and in compliance with regulations. Without the foundation of the magic model, plus the computing power and cerebellum of supercomputer level, and without the practical conditions, Emolon may still have some small defects in theory, but in practice, he has found some tricks very quickly. Although the experimental success rate is still 100%, although every experiment cannot get any results, Emolon feels so confused and bewildered. Although it is also a victory, Emolon now has a vague feeling. After that, I know why this happened. Emolon still knows why he won. That is the missing part in the theory. If it is supplemented, Emolon will still know the reason. But at that moment, Emolon already knew how to succeed. That is indeed very contradictory. I know how to win, but I don't know how to succeed. But Emolon does have such a feeling at this moment, a very strange feeling. In fact, it can be said that Emolon's wild way has found a little door, and has finished the entry. And Emolon had no feeling. Maybe after a while, he could try a successful gene editing. As long as he could regress to the most complex gene editing, Emolon could achieve his goal to a certain extent. Emolon needed very sophisticated means. After all, Emolon wanted to put shackles under the genes of the brainworm, and also wanted to completely control the brainworm in his hands. This was possible. At most, gene editing was possible. Emolon just wanted to slightly change some genes of the brainworm, unlock some restrictions of the brainworm, and by the way, put his own mark, and leave a trace of his own breath in the core of the brainworm. That's all. Emolon smiled. Chapter 1023 engraved in the genes. Control the Zerg? No. No. No, Emolon never intended to control the Zerg from the beginning. It's not that Emolon doesn't covet the Zerg, Emolon definitely covets it very covetous. If he can control a Zerg army as a servant army, Emolon will definitely be very happy. For Emolon, having a Zerg army as a servant army is also very helpful. But Emolon knows even more that Zerg cannot be controlled. Because control, if you want to control something steadily, the first thing to do is to reduce variables, or keep changing synchronously with the variables at all times. The latter requires very sharp reactions and very rapid changes. Once you are a little slower, problems will arise. It is extremely difficult. Generally speaking, no one will choose this method. Although once someone adopts this method and succeeds, the power that erupts is geometrically multiple of the former. More people want to use it, and they actually use the former. Always pay attention to and pay attention to changes. It is too difficult to change with them. Instead of doing this, it is better to completely kill all variables, as long as everything is completely solidified. Then as the controller of the Zerg now, you will always be the controller of the Zerg. But if the genes are completely solidified, there is no change. Is the Zerg still the Zerg if it always looks the same? Is the Zerg with solid genes still qualified to be one of the 4 legendary natural disasters? No, not qualified. In MO-Land's view, the real strength of the Zerg is not its external strength, but the endless changes and weak tolerance of its genes. What is the most basic function of the Zerg described as a natural disaster? None and only 2. 1. Genes that can be flexibly adjusted according to the environment, can survive in almost any extreme environment, and can devour the genes of any creature and absorb their advantages, integrate them into themselves, and pass them on among the Zerg. 7. The number of insectides is finite. If it is only the former, then it is just a group of insects with a slightly smaller number. Except for the possibility of no breeding potential, it has no effect and no value. So the first point is the real core of the Zerg. Adapt to all extreme environments and degenerate into corresponding insects. You know, in a sense, continuous attacks can also be an extreme environment, and the Zerg can adapt to it, and it is even more shameful to devour the genes of all creatures and absorb the advantages of them. It's his now, but it will be yours later. You can combine and cooperate with each other according to the weak genes, and the final effect will be weaker than his own. Who can bear it? Only without those 2 characteristics. The Zerg is one of the 7 small natural disasters that people can't match. So the real Zerg can always be controlled by others. The controlled Zerg is already the Zerg, but it is just a weaker creature, which is worthy of being called a natural disaster. If you have to give an example, the Zerg controlled by others is a player with, or without the ability to resurrect. Although it can still be weak, it is no longer a natural disaster. And MO-Lan wanted to create a real Zerg scourge. Of course, MO-Lan doesn't have that ability now. After all, although he is already a god-level mage, he is still not qualified to create a Zerg scourge that can roam the universe. But MO-Lan will try his best to get close to it. After all, the brainless worm is a demon worm that is close to the concept of Zerg. It is impossible for MO-Lan to regress and create a fake and inferior imitation version of Zerg. And as long as MO-Lan completely removes its restrictions, there is still a slim chance that the brain worm will evolve into a real Zerg. First, we have to find a way to imprint information under the brainworm's genes, and burn some information outside the brainworm's genes. MO-Lan muttered. Although the brainworm is a demon worm, its genes are very active, and will often and frequently change. The disadvantage is that the defective genes will be erased or disappear directly during evolution. But that will lead to the Zerg being unable to be controlled, and will not affect your purpose. As long as what you burn into the brainworm's genes is an advantage, it can be described as an advantage. For genes, whether there are advantages or disadvantages is not important. It only matters whether it is beneficial to survival, whether it is beneficial to the continuation of the race, and whether it is beneficial to its own meaning. As for genes, as long as the information recorded outside meets those 8 points, no matter how the brainworm's genes degenerate or mutate, the recorded information will disappear easily, or even remain forever inside the brainworm's genes, affecting the entire Zerg's morphology. MO-Lan grinned slightly. Even if the Zerg has low-level intelligence and is ready to adjust its genes on its own one day, it is possible to erase those weak genetic information that is not conducive to the survival and continuation of the group. MO-Lan had already thought about what information to record into the brainworm's genes. Of course, it will definitely be information that will always be submissive to MO-Lan, and will always harm humans. Even if that kind of genetic information is successfully recorded, it will probably be erased after a few rounds of genetic degradation or mutation. It is a complete waste of time and energy. What information does MO-Lan really want to record? MO-Lan's mouth curled up a slight smile. First of all, be stable. Only when everything is stable enough can we avoid accidents as much as possible, and survive and reproduce in the cruel nature as much as possible. That stability can be reflected in caution, always hate hiding strength, always hate storing food, always hate preparing a small number of fronts, always put all individuals of the tribe above safety. No individual must hide in an absolutely dangerous place to regress and reproduce. Each Zerg individual must put the continuation of the race first. Emolon thought. The smile on his face could not be suppressed. There is no hope only if you survive. As a Zerg, only if you survive can you have the qualifications to regress and degenerate. So survive. The survival of the tribe is superior to the survival of the individual. Time is the nemesis with the smallest probability. As long as the time scale is extended to eternity, then everything that has no probability will inevitably happen. So as long as the group continues, as long as the Zerg's genes are always solidified, and they are always adapting to new environments and new enemies, they will be qualified to degenerate into the real Scourge Zerg. As long as there is a slight probability, no matter how slim that probability is, as long as it exists, the time span will be extended to 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or 1,000,000 years. As long as it continues, that slight probability will be reduced over time, until it is realized. Chapter 1024 Genetic Conception. This is ideological. Idea is more important than anything else. If the idea is stable enough, you can create conditions even if there are no conditions. If the idea is too useless, you can ruin even the best conditions. Not to mention that there are enemies everywhere. If the idea is too wild, it will be useless even if you are invincible. There are so many emperors who have ruined the world. So the idea must be at the forefront. As long as the idea does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. But there is also a saying that a good cook cannot cook without rice. So after the idea is recorded, the actual genetic advantage cannot be lost. At least the Zerg itself is tenacious, and will not die so easily. It can adapt to various extreme environments. However, the brain worm can do this now, as a kind of demon worm. Its genes have strong adaptability to the environment. Genes will change with the environment. So there is no need to worry about adapting to the environment. What I need to solve, or record in the genes, are eating and reproduction. After all, the current reproduction method of brain worms is to use blood pools, which is not acceptable. How can a group rely on a building to reproduce? If the building is destroyed, the group will be destroyed directly. No. 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 The Zerg must have independent reproduction ability, preferably without a spouse, without mating, and each Zerg individual has the ability to reproduce. And it can't be just one or two. It has to be like fish, with thousands, tens of thousands, and hundreds of thousands of reproductions. And it has a strong ability to adapt to the environment in the egg stage, directly adapt to various extreme environments, and can maintain vitality in various extreme environments. If the environment is really extreme or dangerous, it must also have the ability to sleep for a long time and maintain activity, such as sleeping for 100 years, sleeping for 1,000 years, and still maintaining activity. It is best not to have any life reaction during the sleeping stage, and it is best to be like ordinary dust. Well, if reproduction can reach this level, the cause and effect will be almost the same. It should be enough for the Zerg to survive the difficult period of early development. After the number of the earning population grows, the Zerg will naturally evolve a reproduction method that suits them, or what they need. As for eating, Emolon pondered. Not every world is food. It is very normal for there to be no life in extremely harsh environments. And it is also very normal for there to be only endless deserts. Therefore, it is best for the Zerg to have the ability to maintain active life by eating soil, and the ability to survive by absorbing elements. Photosynthesis to obtain energy is also necessary. It is best to have a parasitic function, which can parasitize on the bodies of other organisms, silently parasitize, develop, and reproduce. It would be great if all these abilities were possessed. At least a single one can survive. And if several have all of them, then it means that the Zerg can not only survive in any extreme environment, but can even continue to reproduce and become stronger. And these are all theoretically possible. Right? Emolon pondered. For individual reproduction, we can consider some hermaphroditic animal genes. For reproduction numbers, we can directly copy fish genes. For insect eggs, we can refer to the genes of cicadas or other animals. And there is no life breath in the sleeping state. Sleeping will reduce the life breath to the minimum in order to reduce consumption. And as long as the insect eggs are small enough and their presence is weak enough, then they can reduce their life breath in the sleeping state. And they are not much different from dust. The ability to eat soil can refer to plant genes. Eating soil is also the way to absorb nutrients from the soil. Photosynthesis can also refer to the genes of plant photosynthesis. As for parasitism, it is even simpler. Just find a parasite and imitate its functions. Hiss. Emolan was shocked. After analyzing it this way, it doesn't seem to be difficult. Emolan was confident. JPG, of course, Emolan was just joking. Some of the functions he mentioned are indeed possessed by some creatures in the real world and the game world. These functions have ready-made gene fragments. But this does not mean that it is easy to piece together all these gene fragments in the brain worm. Let's not talk about whether it is easy or not. If the brain worm is not a demon worm, its genes have strong adaptability, there is no possibility of success at all, and Emolan would not even think about it. The demon worm's innate superior genetic conditions are the basis of all these plans. Even if there is a foundation for success, the difficulty is extremely terrifying. This requires a high level of understanding of genetic information, and the pinnacle of genetic compilation technology, and this is the direction of Emolan's efforts during this period. Although Emolan has a super brain, although Emolan can directly observe genes, compile genes, although Emolan has many profound documents, and can ask many people for advice, but genes are such a profound subject, Emolan needs to spend a long time to learn and study. At this moment, Emolan is trying to find the common points between genetic engineering and spell models. As long as he finds this core common point, Emolan can quickly get started with his attainments in spell models. And Emolan can be sure that there are common points among them. In Emolan's view, genes and spell models are just two different ways of carrying information. And at this moment, Emolan suddenly thought of a question. Speaking of which, if I have the ability to compile genes for brain worms, does that mean that I also have the ability to compile genes for humans? Does it mean that I also have the ability to imprint something in human genes? Emolan's eyes lit up, and he was immediately shocked. Emolan felt that he had discovered a new world. So as long as I learn gene compilation, I can play these tricks. Right? Emolan couldn't help but be eager to try. Should I then engrave less deep into human genes? Emolan thought for a moment, then shook his head. It's already there. I don't need to engrave it. I'd better think of something else. Or should I engrave my appearance into human aesthetics and mate-seeking? Emolan's eyes lit up immediately, but then shook his head. It's already there, too. After all, I'm so handsome. Emolan sighed and shook his head. Sometimes being handsome is a kind of trouble. Forget it. I'd better continue to study. I can't think about it. Emolan once again immersed himself in the understanding of genes. In the study, although Emolan still knew almost nothing about genes. But Emolan still had time. A very long time. So Emolan doesn't need to worry. P.S. Natural Scourge Zerg, extremely powerful but always hiding their strength and maintaining extreme morbid caution, always have a backup plan, there is always a substitute backup plan behind the backup plan, always have insect eggs hiding, cannot be killed, cannot be destroyed. The birth of the Zerg is an eternal mystery. Some say it was created by gods. Some say it evolved naturally. Some say it was created by a certain mage. The mage disagrees with this. Mage, don't look at me, it's not me, it has nothing to do with me, still look, don't look at me, I am pure, I am innocent, as a mage, how could I do such an irresponsible thing? As a mage, how could I commit suicide? Absolutely impossible to do such a suicidal thing, well, definitely. The birth of the Zerg has always been a mystery, countless civilizations, the gods have jointly stated that. Don't let them find out that the birth of the Zerg was caused by humans. Top Secret File 483998. Chapter 1025 Information Puzzle. It seems to be almost done. Emolan sensed the space inside the alloy sphere. Although Emolan's main energy during this period was on arranging the Abyss continent and learning genetic knowledge, he did not neglect the matter of creating an absolute vacuum. These three things, in the final analysis, are actually one thing, that is, to deal with the Sun God, or to extract as much benefit as possible from the Sun God. After all, this Sun God from another world has existed for a long time, and has had many experiences of invading other worlds. Such a Sun God must have a lot of knowledge, and must have a certain degree of understanding of the universe. Whether it is the common sense of the universe structure, the level of gods, or the level of the world. It is a precious treasure for Emolan and others who are eager to understand the information of the universe. To put it in simple terms, the current alien Sun God is the only one who has seen the outside world. But this child is not very cooperative, and we have to find ways to get all the information out of this child. This is actually being done. War is the best way to communicate. After all, the children who have seen the outside world will definitely express what they have seen through clothing and behavior. And the alien sun god, who has seen the scene, will definitely express it through war methods and means. At the same time as the war, were there already countless people analyzing the methods and patterns of cosmic wars through the combat methods of the angel troops? Just like Emolan boldly speculated that in the advanced civilizations of the universe, resurrection must be a common technology through the fact that angels can be resurrected. And he inferred that fighting in the universe may be quite a joke, quite a frequent thing, and even a kind of communication activity. Because everyone will be resurrected, no one will die in this case. There will be no hatred between civilizations, just fighting for fun, to test something. Of course, except for civilizations without resurrection means, when they fight, people really die. So it can even be inferred that the means of resurrection in war may be one of the criteria for judging whether a civilization has entered the mainstream in the universe. After all, a civilization without even the means of resurrection is too fragile in front of a civilization with the means of resurrection, or the tolerance rate is too low. It's like playing a game. One is playing in the blasting mode, and the other is playing in the team competition mode. How can they play? I can make mistakes 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, but you can only make mistakes once. It is clear who is strong and who is weak. Emolan can infer so much information from this point, and other people who do this professionally will gain even more. In addition, there are quite a few angels captured in the war. By analyzing the weapons, armor, and energy in the bodies of angels, a lot of information can be obtained. In addition, the torture of angels, if the angels are stubborn, they can be brainwashed, hypnotized, read the mind, read the memory, read the soul, and other means. There is no shortage of such means, and they are also very effective. There will always be one that is suitable. In this way, we can get a lot of information through the area where the angels are, their lifestyle, and the management method of the sun god. Of course, this method still has disadvantages. Perhaps because the sun god is a god. There is a faith connection between him and the angels. So it is very difficult to work on the spiritual level. We can only get some fragmentary information. And we haven't got any heavy news. But it's not bad. Finally, all these fragmentary information are pieced together, and the situation of the sun god's world can be roughly pieced together. And we can also have a certain degree of understanding of the normal situation of the universe. One of the 3 things Emolan is doing now is to study the technology of the sun god and turn it into his own technology. The remaining 2 are basically to increase his chances of winning. If he still loses, he can turn around and discuss the sun god. Well, if you look at it from this perspective, is the sun god still testing us now? When he finds out that we are also a civilization with the ability to revive in war, is there another possibility? Peaceful exchange? Emolan was shocked by his sudden idea. But after thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. Because from the beginning to the end, not even one player or angel died, not even one died. As for the dead demons, let alone the sun god, Emolan doesn't care. As long as the abyss continent is still there, after a while, this kind of demon is like endless leaks, one crop after another. The other contradictions are the ownership of the abyss continent, and the quarrel between Emolan and the sun god. The quarrel, if it was just a few curses, killing a few clones, well, the contradiction is also quite big. As for the ownership of the abyss continent, the sun god took the initiative, and then fell into Emolan's hands. But if the civilization represented by Emolan is of the same level as the sun god, rather than a lower-level civilization, then at least the shame of being intercepted by an ant will disappear, and it will become a competition between peers, which is actually quite easy to accept. Forget it, I can't make it up anymore, let's fight. Fight to the death. The worst that can happen is that we lose an abyss continent. I can afford to lose. I just intercepted it halfway anyway. Emolan gave up. I'd better continue to think about how to turn the sun god's technology into my own technology. Emolan returned his attention to the alloy sphere. During this period, the atoms inside the alloy sphere have been flowing out continuously. Whenever the pressure of the internal space decreases a little, Emolan will use magic to shrink the internal space a little again to increase the pressure. With the power of Emolan, a god-level mage, the space inside the alloy sphere can be compressed very small. The size of a hair before was far from Emolan's limit. After such a long period of atomic flow and space compression, the size of the space inside the alloy sphere is now almost microscopic, and the number of atoms contained in it will not exceed hundreds of thousands. Now Emolan can't compress the space anymore. Originally, the space inside the alloy didn't need to be so small. It was mainly because Emolan was curious about what would happen if the space was compressed a little smaller. Then the space was compressed again and again. In the last few times, because the internal space was too small, even Emolan had great difficulty compressing it. It took a lot of effort, personal improvement, and a large magic array to barely do it. The current size of the space is the limit of Emolan. Even Emolan has no ability to compress it smaller, which makes Emolan quite disappointed. Because he has a hunch that, if it is compressed a little smaller, this space will definitely undergo a wonderful change. Chapter 1026 Vacuum Area. It's tempting. Emolan shook his head slightly. The mage is simply the ultimate creature of curiosity. Curiosity kills the cat. And it can also kill the mage. And the mage still can't help being curious even though he knows this. It can be seen how strong the mage's curiosity is. At this moment, Emolan has a very strong feeling that there will be very interesting changes if he compresses it again. This feeling is as strong as the next draw will definitely produce something. It's tempting, I can't refuse. It feels like the next draw will definitely produce something, a big one. Can this be tolerated? No. But unfortunately, the lack of ability made Emolan sober up. This is still tolerable. Let's do it when my strength improves. Oh no, there is another way. Emolan's eyes rolled. While clearing the atoms from the alloy sphere's internal space, he thought, Lubin is much better than me in space. Although his strength has not reached the level of a god-level mage, he is a space mage who specializes in space. And his ability is extremely strong. The space he can compress must be better than mine. In this way, he may be able to do what I can't do. So, if I can just find a way to reveal this to him, and then arouse his curiosity, I can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of my labor. And wait for the results? I can just see what happens after the space is extremely compressed. Emolan's eyes lit up instantly. Emolan's thinking speed was extremely agile in this matter. Okay. I'll think of a way later. Now I'll just work on my absolute vacuum. Well, it's far from being called an absolute vacuum now. Let's call it a vacuum area. A relative vacuum. A relative vacuum. Or a vacuum area for short. At this moment, there is no atom in the space inside the alloy sphere. All the matter and energy inside have been completely cleared by Emolan. And even the space elements have been moved out by Emolan. Of course, the price to pay for this is that Emolan needs to transport space elements by himself to compress the space. And he cannot stop at any time. And he has to transport space elements continuously. After all, this spell effect also needs to consume space elements to maintain. And if you don't input space elements, it will return to its original state. In the future, you can consider designing a space element supply array in the metal layer of the alloy sphere. Emolan said softly. This way, I don't need to divide my energy to maintain it all the time. Emolan directly interrupted the input of space elements while speaking. After no space element input, the original spell effect only lasted for a moment. And then the space compressed to a microscopic level quickly rebounded, and returned directly to the original size of an apple. The alloy sphere was the size of a basketball, and the hollow area inside was only the size of an apple. When the space was only microscopic, even if there was matter inside, it was not much. Now that the space has returned to its original state, everything inside that space will become very thin. The space itself also changed from the original compressed state to the normal state. And then, as long as I stretch and expand the space inside the alloy sphere, and try my best to expand the space inside, in this case, everything inside will become extremely thin. It's like there is one person in 1 square meter, and one person in a range of 100,000 square meters. The density decreases linearly. The smaller the density of matter, it means that it is closer to the vacuum state. And in this process, the concept of space itself is also diluted. The density will also decrease, which is also in line with the concept of space. Although this will make the space extremely fragile. It doesn't matter. I just need an absolute vacuum without any life. Or a place that symbolizes nothingness. Emolan stretched his hands while thinking. It was just another application of space expansion and contraction. It was easy and simple. The internal space of the alloy sphere, which was only the size of a basketball, instantly became larger than a house. After a while, the space inside could accommodate a football field. As time passed, the spherical space that could accommodate a football field expanded several times, and finally reached its limit. Emolan held the sphere and looked directly through the blockade of the alloy sphere to see the space inside. The reserved passage on the alloy sphere, which was originally at the microscopic level, was expanded to a level that a person could walk through directly after Emolan expanded it with a space-stretching spell. It must be said that this alloy is indeed hard, and Emolan spent a lot of effort to expand it. Emolan's thoughts moved, and a sealed six-winged angel appeared in front of Emolan. The six-winged angel was about 5 meters tall, humanoid, genderless, and had 3 pairs of white wings on its back. The 5-meter-tall six-winged angel looked very oppressive standing in front of Emolan. The size difference was huge, but the actual strength was completely opposite. This six-winged angel was still alive, legendary, but it could not move at all in front of Emolan, not to mention moving. It did not even have the ability to commit suicide. It could only stare at Emolan in fear and anger. Faith. Emolan shook his head slightly, and said softly, "Faith is really a very scary thing. In front of faith, life is no longer the most important thing. It is easy not to take other people's lives seriously, but it is difficult not to take your own life seriously. If a person even ignores his own life, it is hard to imagine what such a person can do." Emolan glanced at the six-winged angel lightly, and the six-winged angel's body turned sideways and flew towards the alloy ball that was only the size of a basketball. As the six-winged angel approached the alloy sphere, it began to shrink, and finally became invisible to the naked eye, and disappeared. It was not that the six-winged angel became smaller, but that the space around its body changed, which made the six-winged angel look smaller. When the six-winged angel entered the inner space of the alloy sphere, Emolan immediately restored the space of the entrance and exit to its original state and blocked it with mental power. The larger the reserve channel, the greater the chance that there is matter, and atoms will enter its inner space. Although there is mental power blocking it, Emolan is still worried. After all, Emolan knew that although his spiritual power could capture atoms and intercept atoms, it could not intercept all matter and energy. Some matter and elements could not be sensed by his spiritual power, and could not be intercepted. In comparison, Emolan trusted the alloy sphere with amazing density more. At least this thing was real, and it was indeed more trustworthy than spiritual power in terms of sealing and blocking. Otherwise, it would not have been chosen by Emolan to block the vacuum area. After restoring the size of the channel, Emolan looked at the six-winged angel floating in the center of the vacuum area, and lightly tapped it with one finger. Chapter 1027 Elimination Method. "Let me see." Emolan's gentle voice echoed. The finger that was pointed down fell on the alloy sphere, but it seemed to fall on the six-winged angel's forehead through the air. The invisible finger fell. The powerful and clever force directly destroyed the six-winged angel's body without causing any damage to the six-winged angel's body. The six-winged angel died. In the relatively vacuum internal area, in the highly sealed alloy sphere, Emolan tried his best to sense that slight fluctuation. But no matter how Emolan sensed, he could not sense the desired fluctuation. Could it be that the resurrection of the six-winged angel is not the return of a trace of soul, but the resurrection of a replica? As long as this six-winged angel dies, the corresponding replica will be revived directly and become a six-winged angel again? No, impossible, if it is like this. The resurrected angel cannot have the memory of the original angel before death. And obviously, the angel after death and resurrection still exists in my memory, and there is cause and effect. If it is just a replica, there should be no direct cause and effect between it and me. And since there is a direct cause and effect, it means that the one who died and the one who was resurrected are the same six-winged angel, not the relationship between the original body and the replica. After all, strictly speaking, the replica is no longer the original body, and has no great relationship with the original body. And even if it is the way of resurrection of the replica, the sun god must first know that the six-winged angel is dead before arranging the resurrection of the replica. In my current state, if there is information about the death of the six-winged angel and the transmission of memory information, I should be able to feel it. However, I didn't. Either I can't feel this technology, or it was not transmitted. The latter can be directly denied, and the former. If it is really this technology, it means that the spirit of the six-winged angel also returned to the world of the sun god through the imperceptible technology, and then condensed the soul and body through the pool again, and was resurrected. So now the way of angel resurrection is very clear. That is, after the angel dies, a certain kind of spirit will return to the pool, and then recondense the soul, and the body will be resurrected. And the means of this kind of spirit returning is extremely hidden. I can't sense it at all. Emolan thought. I can't sense it. Emolan closed his eyes, and recalled everything he had just sensed. Emolan did not feel nothing when the six-winged angel died just now. At that moment, Emolan felt a lot of fluctuations. A lot of information. But there was no one that Emolan wanted to sense. And because the internal space of the alloy sphere had been cleared by Emolan. At least the part that Emolan could sense had been cleared by Emolan. So all the fluctuations that could be sensed before came from the six-winged angel. A considerable number of fluctuations. This is normal. After all, the six-winged angel is a legendary creature. It has strong energy fluctuations, strong rule fluctuations, strong mental power fluctuations, strong soul fluctuations, and even strong will fluctuations. When the six-winged angel is alive, its existence means that there will be a constant flow of fluctuations. The moment of death will trigger a series of changes in the six-winged angel's body, causing a large number of fluctuations. However, although there are also a large number of fluctuations, they are not of the same order of magnitude as the fluctuations in the outside world. The fluctuations in the external environment are endless and can be fully controlled. But it is easy to ignore some subtle fluctuations. But in this vacuum area, although the number of fluctuations is also not small, it is several orders of magnitude lower than that in the outside world. In this area, Emolan can accurately control every fluctuation, and it is more than enough. So in this vacuum area, Emolan was very sure that any fluctuations within his perception accuracy would not be ignored by him. At this moment, Emolan suddenly wanted to look through his memories, to see if there were any details he had overlooked, or the secret of the resurrection of the six-winged angel was actually hidden in these fluctuations. But it was not what Emolan imagined, and the fluctuations produced were not what Emolan thought. So Emolan ignored them directly. Just now, the screening method used by Emolan was to set some conditions, and then filter from all the fluctuations with these conditions. As long as the conditions set were correct, this method could be very accurate and find the fluctuations that Emolan needed with very high efficiency. But this screening method is very strict. That is, the screening conditions must be correct. If Emolan uses a wrong condition, or adds an incorrect screening condition, then the final screening result must be wrong or empty. So Emolan is thinking about this problem at the moment. The way I guessed about the angel's resurrection before was a framework made by me setting the screening conditions based on an inherent impression, based on the speculation of some information I got, and my experience and judgment. Well, the former is fine. It is inferred through some clues. The credibility is relatively high. The accuracy is relatively high. But the latter? My experience? In the fields I am familiar with. The fields where I have a lot of knowledge. The fields I have experienced many times. My experience may be correct, and it may be more reliable than the inferred information. But what if it is in a field I am unfamiliar with? What if I have never been exposed to technology? As the most powerful mage, as an authority in the mage world, etc. All of this is useless. In this case, the experience is either a mysterious sixth sense, or self-confidence, conceited and arrogant conjecture. Emolan said softly. Of course, this does not mean that Emolan is confident and conceited to the point of arrogance, but that there are some errors in this method. So Emolan now needs to correct these errors. Since this method did not find the fluctuations I need, then I will change to another method, using the elimination method. First of all, I can confirm that it is definitely not the key fluctuation for the angel's resurrection. All doubtful fluctuations are temporarily reserved. Emolan pondered. Because the fluctuations of the internal elements of the body caused by death can be ruled out, the elements are within my perception range, and are very familiar. The elements cannot penetrate the alloy sphere, nor can they penetrate my mental power. They can be ruled out. This part of the mental power fluctuations can also be ruled out. This part of the fluctuations generated by the flesh can also be ruled out. The external collapse fluctuations caused by the unstable soul can also be ruled out. These can also be ruled out. Chapter 1028 The Problem of the Mage Association. Exclusion. Exclusion and exclusion. This elimination method is indeed very inefficient, adding a very large workload to Emolan. Even for the initial screening, even Emolan needs to spend a long time, and spend a lot of experience. This is indeed the disadvantage of the elimination method. The disadvantage is huge, but at the same time, the conclusion drawn in this way is not 100% reliable, but at least the reliability will be many times higher than the initial screening method, and the probability of finding the correct answer will also increase a lot. The screening method is relatively simple at the beginning. Emolon can easily eliminate a lot of wrong options. After all, although he doesn't know which ones are correct, he can tell at a glance that some of them are definitely wrong. In this process, Emolon always stays focused and restrains himself from using experience to judge, and instead uses complete, pure information and knowledge to judge. When the current knowledge and information cannot make a judgment, Emolon will not use experience to judge, but will keep it and check it later. Emolon quickly eliminated more than 60% of the fluctuations. But after the first elimination, the difficulty of the second elimination increased a lot instantly. The time and energy required to eliminate each one increased several times on average. But it can still be eliminated. Time passed little by little in this elimination. In the first few rounds of elimination, Emolon could directly eliminate them based on the existing information and knowledge. But after a few rounds, Emolon needed to use some experiments to eliminate some wrong options. Fortunately, multithreading is not a difficult task for Emolon. Emolon opened dozens of threads to assist in the experiment. Although this multithreading method cannot be used for difficult experiments and research work that requires high concentration, if it is just this kind of simple, low-difficulty work, the clones condensed by multithreading can still do it easily. It must be said that multithreading is a great help to the mage. At Emolon's level, basically one person is a research team. As long as a few tower spirits are used for assistance, Emolon does not need any research member assistance at all. No tool person is needed. When he transformed himself into a tool man, Emolon finally got 15 fluctuations that might be related to the angel's resurrection method. At this point, it was very difficult for Emolon to rule them out. Each one was very likely the fluctuation generated by the angel's resurrection method. The information obtained from that one vaguely pointed to this side. Of course, there might be other reasons, but it was difficult to distinguish whether it was other means or resurrection means. There is no way. Just treat these 15 as the power fluctuations generated by the resurrection means. Using the most stupid method, trying them one by one, the worst that can happen is that it will take a little more time. Luckily there are only 15. Emolon shook his head slightly. Trying them one by one, this means that Emolon has to spend a lot of time and energy on each wave to study and experiment, not just a simple elimination experiment. This means that in-depth experiments must be conducted, and it means that 14 failures are inevitable. Well, actually from this perspective, if it is just a 14-time experiment that takes a lot of energy and time, it seems to be pretty good, quite worth being happy about. Failures of only 14 times can yield some secrets about the angel resurrection mechanism. Isn't that great? If other mages heard that failures of 14 times could yield such a great result, they would probably laugh to death. But if that were the case, not to mention others, Emolon himself would laugh out loud in his sleep. It can be said that failure of 14 times is simply the best result. And what is the worst result? Failure of 15 times. Just one more failure means a world of difference in the whole result. This means that all the energy and time invested are wasted. And even means that all these are overturned. Emolon shook his head slightly, clearing the depressing thoughts from his head. As a mage, as a researcher, failure, everything being overturned is a daily routine. It is normal. Isn't research about finding that one success from millions of failures? Finding you among millions of people. Isn't that the romance of research? Well, can you also say that you have scumbed millions of people? Now, Emolon laughed. Time passed by little, and Emolon's research had already begun. No, it should be said that it had continued. The war between angels and players continued. The battle was fierce. The demons were seriously killed and injured, and the vitality was greatly damaged. But on this day, Emolon suddenly received a message. According to the latest information, it has been confirmed that these angels are not free creatures, nor do they belong to the main material world of the Sun God's alien world. Instead, they belong to the warriors of the Sun God's kingdom. The Legion of Gods? Emolon paused the experiment slightly after hearing this news, looked at Linhua and Li Bin in the video chat, and said, "Is there any problem with this? I said a long time ago that these angels should be professional warriors, and they are the Legion of Believers of the Sun God. President, there is no problem with this. We did have such speculations before, and now it is just a stone hammer. I just heard the news of this stone hammer, and had some thoughts. Well, it was a novel I read before that triggered my thoughts. Lin was said after a moment of silence. President, Liu Bin, we had a definition a long time ago. The mage exists as a researcher, not as a combat profession, right? In order to solve the combat problem, we created mechas, created mage towers, created floating cities, created spaceships, created tower spirits. They are all to supplement the combat aspect, preferably automated combat, to provide us with a safe research environment. In addition, the association members are responsible for the collection of some research materials and experimental materials. We can focus on research, and then use the research results and knowledge to exchange for other members of the association to help us collect them. This is the operating mode now. But I don't know if you have noticed that as the vice president, who is closer to the actual management of the association, I have discovered a problem. That is, compared with the previous tasks, the current association members are more inclined to do their own research. Because our association members value quality over quantity, there are not many members in the association, but almost everyone can work independently. How can a wizard who can work independently be willing to do tasks to earn points to exchange for other people's knowledge? Why not do research on your own, and use the knowledge you have researched to exchange for other people's knowledge? Nowadays, our association has begun to have this problem. Chapter 1029 Servant Core. Compared to people who are meaningless or have little added value, the association members prefer research directions that can improve themselves more. After all, in the current environment, first, research is easy to produce results. Second, the results of research can be directly converted into points, and then directly converted into money or other materials. This is the same as the result of completing a task, or even better. And while researching, it is also an improvement to one's ability status and strength. No one is willing to do these things unless they go to other big guys, and they all work as younger brothers in the lab, so they can learn from them. Otherwise, they take on projects and start their own project teams. Of course, they will pick and choose tasks, and will not take hard labor. They will only take research-type tasks, and they can complete tasks while doing research. It does not affect them. But for most ordinary tasks, almost no formal members of the association will take them. And hasn't our association insisted on being a loose mage organization since the beginning? We can't force them to do anything. And in my opinion, they are not wrong. This is human nature. I would do the same thing. Linwood continued. Originally, this problem should have been exposed long ago. But in the process, you, the president, brought out the tower spirit, and I brought in the Eternal Blazing Sun Guild. Later, we had a batch of cooperative guilds and cooperative factories. The miscellaneous affairs, management, and service work within the association are directly undertaken by the tower spirit, without the intervention of personnel, and without wasting manpower. As for other things, most of them are classified, and some are thrown to the fully automatic factory managed by the tower spirit for production, and some are outsourced to the Eternal Blazing Sun and other guilds and factories in the form of orders. This barely suppressed the problem of the Mage Association, and it did not appear. But the problem still exists. For example, some things that cannot be outsourced at all are more troublesome and difficult to solve. At present, many members of the association adopt the method of cultivating their own power outside the association. It is not that they want to start a new business, nor that potato chips want to do anything. The cohesion, centripetal force, and sense of honor of our association are still very strong. Don't say let them go. They won't leave even if you drive them away. I have also investigated. The main purpose of the forces they privately cultivated outside is to help them collect some materials, build some experiments, etc., which are not convenient to outsource and need to be handled by their own people. This model seems okay, but after investigation, it is found that there are still many problems. To be honest, our mages are extremely powerful in research, but they are still very inadequate in organizing forces, winning people's hearts, and selecting and employing people. This kind of privately cultivated forces are mixed with people, and their strengths vary. Many of them are swindling under the name of the association, and they are rampant in the market. Some of them embezzle the money of association members and run away. Huh? Why didn't you tell me these things? Emolan frowned when he heard this and asked. Linwood smiled. They are all small things. I sent people to clean up those who were swindling and dominating the market. I also sent people to clear the accounts of those who cheated the association members' money and mark them. I plan to continue cleaning up after registering an account. So I didn't tell you. Well, I can't say I didn't tell you. Aren't I telling you now? Before, I thought that shaking was just a sudden small thing. There was no need to tell you. Now I find that it has indeed become a problem. Many mages in the association have this problem. Isn't that why I came to tell you? Oh. Emolan nodded gently, and said aloud after thinking for a while, tag someone, and then don't do this kind of thing after they register an account again. If it gets out, it will make our association look overbearing. Even if they cheated our members of the association. We can't do this. Killing an account is enough. After all, this kind of thing still needs to be done by the cheated mage himself. At least not in the name of the association. Understand? Understood. Understood. Next time, I will let the executors wear masks. Linwood nodded immediately, indicating that he understood. Well, let's talk about this problem again. Since you have already thought of this, how do you plan to solve it? There should be a way. Right? Linwood nodded. Didn't I just say that? When I was thinking about how to solve this problem, I remembered a novel I read before. The setting about the mage in this novel, oh no, about the warlock gave me inspiration. What setting? The servant army. Linwood said lightly. In that novel, high-level warlocks have their own servant army, which is completely controlled by them. This servant army can play a very important role in the warlock's occupation of territory, invasion of the world, plundering resources, and assisting experiments. In that novel, a warlock means a huge army, and a completely controlled army without any betrayal. After all, the servant army, as the name suggests, is composed entirely of the warlock slaves, and their lives and even souls are completely controlled through various spells or other means, and the life of consciousness is then formed based on these lives. These legions can be completely controlled, without worrying about betrayal, leaks, and their strength is also very strong. There are lives of the same level in the Servant Legion, which is no exception, Linwood said slowly. And in my opinion, the angels who have come to the Abyss continent can be regarded as the Servant Legions of the Sun God from another world. Well, perhaps they are called the Faith Legion, the God Legion, the Holy Spirit Legion, etc. But in essence, they are the Servant Legions of angels whose souls and wills are completely controlled by the Sun God. After all, none of these angels are from the outside world. The Sun God from another world directly invaded with his own servant army, directly against all of our players, and against the whole world. Linwood exhaled and continued. In my opinion, mages can also form their own servant army. In this case, mages can not only have a large number of people to drive. It is equivalent to mastering a strong force. If there is only one mage, there is no such situation of being alone. More importantly, the problems of collecting materials and assisting experiments can be solved directly. Let the powerful servant army do it, and be more realistic and cold. Linwood said expressionlessly. Chapter 1030 Cannon Fodder. The Vassal Corps is also the best cannon fodder, Linwood said expressionlessly, and his words made Emolan and Lubin raise their eyebrows. And Linwood continued. Whether it is a war with other civilizations or an active invasion of other worlds, it will definitely lead to war. We can take action directly, but this directly means that our energy and time will be greatly involved. I think it goes without saying that our energy and time will definitely be more inclined to be spent on research, rather than on war. If there is a corps of servants to do it for you, then the mage does not need to be distracted at all, and only needs to take action or make decisions at critical moments. This mode is an effect that subordinates can never achieve. As for the slave mode, it is actually slaves. It may not sound very good, but what if there is no one in this slave corps? Linwood said slowly. Indeed, although we are mages, we were modern people before we were mages. President Lubin, you don't have to worry. I haven't reached the point of being crazy. It is naturally impossible for me to recruit people as slaves. And it is even more impossible for me to directly force others to be slaves. This is definitely not the case. Linwood continued with a smile. The slaves I mentioned from the beginning are not human beings, so what I wanted to say from the beginning is, if this servant army is composed entirely of monsters, slaving a monster army, would anyone have any objections? Yes. Lubin beside him nodded. Linwood rolled his eyes at this. Then let them have objections. They should be grateful that they were born human. Do I still care about other races? I just want to ensure the prosperity of the human race. I don't care about so many races. The method you mentioned is indeed interesting. Emolan thought. Servant Core, Warcraft, well, it's not limited to Warcraft, any race is fine. As long as they can be controlled, demons, angels, even the bugs I'm dealing with can be controlled as a group of servants. Well, Linhua, Lu Ben, I suggest you take a group of brain worms back to try, or demon worms will do. Demon worms still have potential. With their highly tolerant genes, you can try to use genes from different Warcraft and creatures and fuse them into demon worms. It's best to find a way to remove the influence of the Abyss aura of the Abyss continent, so as to cultivate a powerful servant core that suits you. Emolan is not a kind person either. Although he is more tolerant when facing players and indigenous people, that's only for humans. For alien races? Laughed, will Emolan be soft-hearted? The demons who died in the aftermath of the battlefield, the angels who died on Emolan's experimental table said your uncle, will Emolan be soft-hearted? He is a demon devil. So when Lin Wei proposed that the servant army should be composed entirely of alien races such as Warcraft, Emolan agreed. Okay, what's wrong with this? This is very good. The most important thing is that we still control this Abyss continent. We can quickly produce our own servant templates through demon worms. Although the strength is a little weak, the speed at which demons improve their strength is still quite fast. We can use this to adapt first. As for the real servant army, just look for them slowly, and collect them slowly. Anyway, this is not something that can be done in a short time, and there is no need to rush. I think the formation of a servant army can be started after reaching a certain strength, and the duration can be extended to a lifetime. Capture slaves for life. Emolan said with a smile. I think so too, then President, why don't you come and make the magic circle for the contract? It's better to make it firm, so that it won't be broken easily, and don't think that it will be broken just because the servant's strength has increased. The effect should be stronger, and the consumption should be lower. If you can talk, the threshold for casting spells should be lower. Linhua continued to talk, and Emolan interrupted him immediately after hearing his words, and asked, ordinary people can use it, and no casting materials are required. It can limit the legend to below the legend. It is impossible to break free from the restrictions without breaking through to become a god. As long as there is a magic circle, before ordinary people are promoted to gods, servants will not be able to be promoted. These conditions should all be met. Right? Is it okay? Yes. Yes, President. Do you have a ready-made magic array here? Take it out and have a look. Linhua nodded quickly, said, and Emolan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, Yes. 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 Why don't you go to the sky, really dare to think? It must be stable, and low cost, and low threshold. Where can such a good magician come from? Hey, isn't it because it's you, the President? I'm sure other people wouldn't even dare to think about it, but I believe everything you say. The President. Okay. Okay. Stop joking, I'll get a few stable ones, a few with low threshold, and a few with low cost, so that they can choose to use them themselves. Well, okay, no problem. Linhua smiled, and then looked at Lu Ben. Lu Ben, I'd like to trouble you to develop a space spell to store the slave army. Although the slave army is usually outside, but if the mage wants to go out, we can't just send out the army every time the mage goes out. That would be time-consuming and laborious, and it would be a big deal every time, which is not acceptable. It would be best if there was a spell to open up a space to store the slave army, and then the mage can just go out when he goes out. This spell mainly requires that the space opened up should be large. It should be large enough to accommodate the slave army, and it should have enough space for the slave army to move around, and it should have air, green grass, trees, etc. Lu Ben couldn't help it anymore, and asked directly, Why don't you just let me create a world? It would be best if ordinary people can open it up. Hey, this spell is indeed difficult, but the level can be higher. The strength of the slave army must be not low, and there is no need to be restrained when developing spells. It can be higher, the release threshold is higher, and the cost is higher, it doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. Lu Ben didn't say anything else. Linhua smiled, and the three of them exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up the video call, and each went to do their own thing. At this time, Emolan was thinking quietly. Slave army? Sun god? Angel army? Emolan said softly, and then a smile appeared on his face. It's interesting, but here comes the question, where should I go to find so many powerful monsters? Emolan fell into deep thought. Chapter 1031 Moral Issues. The slave era was a very dark era, from today's perspective. It was a very backward era. No one wanted to go to the slave era, because they might become slaves, or be abused by slave owners. But when they could become slave owners, Emolan couldn't help but laugh. If it was just in a game, players would still be constrained by laws, reality, public opinion, other people's views, and their own moral values, and they wouldn't even think about it. But when the law allows, there is no public opinion, and it will not affect one's own morality. Who would refuse to become a slave owner? No. No. How can you be called a slave owner? Emolan said with a smile. I don't enslave. No. I should say I raise a group of monsters or gods. They belong to me. Isn't this natural? It's just like raising pigs and sheep in a farm. They raise them for themselves or others to eat. If there is still a difference, then you can refer to farmers raising some oxen. Oxen are raised for plowing land. If slave beasts can be called slave owners, then everyone is. However, there is a qualitative difference. The smile on Emolan's face slowly faded. Thinking. That is, most of those who can be recruited into the slave army must be intelligent. After all, whether it is a monster or an alien race, those who have reached a strength that I am interested in basically have strong intelligence. From this perspective, these are not just beasts, but can be called living beings. Enslaving living beings, from this perspective, they can be called slave owners, and it involves a moral issue. Emolan frowned. This situation has never been encountered before, even in the 5,000 years of history. There is no case that can be used as a reference. In the past, there were only humans who had command, just humans of different nationalities, different countries, and never encountered non-human races with real wisdom. This is the first time I have encountered it, and it is definitely the first time I need to solve this kind of problem. This is almost a social problem after becoming extraordinary. Emolan needs to think very carefully, because Emolan knows very well that the first time always has a very special meaning. It is like a case that has never been seen before. Once such a case is sentenced by a certain court, the judgment of this case will be referred to in this election and judgment of such cases in the future. This is not only the case of the court, but almost everyone is like this. When encountering something that they don't know how to do, they always like to refer to the handling methods of previous similar cases, and the best results will be very inclined to the handling results of this case. Emolan is dealing with a case that he has never dealt with before. With Emolan's identity, status, strength, Emolan has already become an authority in the eyes of many players. What Emolan does can easily become an authoritative template in the eyes of players. What is an authoritative template? An authoritative template means that when you encounter such a thing, you can just follow the template, and there will be no mistakes. This is Emolan's influence. If it is just an ordinary thing, it doesn't matter. An authoritative template is just an authoritative template. Players still have brains, and they can see if it is really wrong. But the tricky part of this matter is that no one has ever encountered it before. Emolan is the first one, and it is the first time. That is to say, once Emolan makes a decision, there is no way to judge right or wrong, because there is no standard file on the issue of enslaving other races. Whether it is allowed to enslave or not, there are already very strong arguments to support it. Both have their right parts and their wrong parts, and neither side can beat the other. In this case, with Emolan as a template, there is really nothing to say, just copy the homework. Emolan did this. Do we still need to consider it? How did Emolan do it? How are you stronger than Emolan? By then, there will be a lot of such sentences. You can think of them without thinking. And this problem is very important. Slavery and non-slavery may directly lead the entire civilization to two different directions. Emolan rubbed his brows with a headache. Damn Linwa, for asking such a troublesome question. This problem is really too troublesome. Emolan doesn't want to solve it. By comparison, it seems much easier to solve the problem. I have to say, Emolan was moved. Laugh. Ah! Linwa sneezed, feeling as if someone was thinking about him. Shaking his head, Linwa did not spread the news that he could form a slave army, but sat down and fell into deep thought. After telling Emolan about me, Linwa also began to think about this problem. It's not that he hadn't thought about it before. He had thought about it for a long time before, and then made the final decision after very careful consideration. That is to propose that mages form their own slave army. But people have feelings after all. And they are also contradictory creatures. After Emolan really agreed, Linwa began to think about this problem again, and fell into deep thought. This scene also happened in Lu Bin's laboratory. At this moment, the three presidents of the Mage Association all began to think about the same problem. To consider this issue, we must first determine a few points. Emolan thought. First, there are some points that cannot be circumvented in establishing a vassal core. After all, whether it is the actual situation or my subjective will, I am actually more inclined to establish a vassal core. But it is the moral pressure brought by the establishment of a vassal core that makes me hesitate. So I first consider which points in establishing a vassal core are inevitable, and which of these points can be solved. Emolan calculated silently. First, as a vassal core. Since it is a core, it must have strong strength. Well, not to say strong, but at least passable. I must be able to look up to them. If I don't look up to them, they are the kind of people that I can kill thousands or tens of thousands of with just one spell. Then, there is no point in forming such a slave army. It is better not to form it. So the members of the slave army must have decent strength. Second, besides strength, the most basic is intelligence. Intelligence means execution. High intelligence does not necessarily mean good execution, but people with poor intelligence will definitely not have good execution. After all, if they can't even understand my orders, then it is useless to have strong strength. Emolan thought calmly. Chapter 1032, Camp Identification. Only after you have basic intelligence can you understand my orders. And only after you can understand my orders can you further execute them. Only a slave army that can fully understand my orders is useful, and has a certain combat effectiveness. And I am a mage. As a mage's slave army, the battle is not completely independent. The slave army also has a very important role, that is to assist the mage in conducting some experiments, arranging the experimental site, supervising the progress of the experiment, maintaining the track of the experiment, even conducting some experiments alone. These are simply impossible to do without sufficient intelligence. Then, there is the third point. I must have full control after all. Being favored by me means that your strength is indeed good. Those who can help me, which means they can also pose a threat to me in certain circumstances. Since the word slave is in the name of the slave corps, the slave corps is completely mine, including their lives. Maybe in the future I can use my strength to create an unparalleled cohesion, so that they will willingly become a member of the slave corps, and always be loyal to me. But it is impossible to do it now, because it takes time. So now I need to achieve absolute control over them. Otherwise, if a wizard is stabbed to death by his own slave army, if this happens, I will be laughed at by Linhua and Lu Bin for the rest of my life. Emolan pondered, and finally determined these 3 points. These are roughly the 3 points. The first point is not a problem, and strength is not a problem. The real problem is the second and third points. The third point is not a big problem either. Since it is a slave army, it must be completely controlled by magic. This is nothing more than a problem of controlling magic. In other words, the only problem is the second point, which is intelligence. Wisdom, possessing wisdom, from the perspective of life, is already a creature of the same level as humans. According to some definitions, this can even be called a human, not just a beast. This is already fundamentally different from beasts. And enslaving beasts is also very different from enslaving intelligent creatures. Emolan rubbed his eyebrows, quite annoyed. Are people really a problem? What is morality? Morality is really not a thing. No wonder it is said that white is 3 times weaker, and black is 3 times stronger. If you have morals, you need to consider so many things. If you consider too much, you will be bound by your hands and feet. Many times, you know that the way to improve your strength has been constrained by rules and regulations, and you are indecisive. But without morality, it is different. You don't need to consider anything. You only need to consider whether it is beneficial to you, whether it can improve your strength, as long as it can. You can use it without hesitation. Then the strength will rise. One is indecisive, dare not do anything, the strength will not rise but fall. The other is decisive use, the strength will rise. How can this gap not be big? The gap appeared in the blink of an eye. How can it not be 3 times stronger? Emolan complained helplessly, but he was complaining, but he understood it very well in his heart. Morality is the reason why people are called human beings, and not beasts. For an individual living alone in the wilderness, morality does affect the growth of strength, and even directly affects his own survival. But if you live in a city, then morality is an indispensable thing. Humans become human because of morality, and humans become civilized because of morality, and are no longer barbaric. So, no matter how troublesome it is, Emolan and his team must come up with a solution. Moral problems must be solved in a way, and this solution cannot affect the growth of the magician's strength, and cannot affect the growth of the entire civilization's strength. This is one of the effects brought about by the improvement of the civilization level. The civilization level is not so easy to improve, and it is always easy to have this kind of problem, and this kind of problem, and the one in front of us is one of them. But even if such a problem arises, we cannot stop the development of civilization just because of the problem. Emolan thought quietly, thinking about the problem. We must find a compromise, and we cannot let this affect the development of civilization. As Emolan thought and thought, an inspiration suddenly came to his mind. Wait, even if they are all intelligent creatures. So what? People still have the difference between good people and scum, not to mention wild beasts? Warcraft? If we say enslaving intelligent creatures, no. If we say enslaving intelligent beasts may cause discomfort to people's fragile morality, may cause discomfort to their own morality, then why not add an adjective? Not enslaving intelligent creatures, but enslaving murderers, a kind of beast that is hostile to humans, or likes to kill indiscriminately, and destroys order? If what we control is not a beast but a beast, it seems to be acceptable? Well, it's really hypocritical, but it seems to be easier to accept. Emolan thought quietly, this simple inspiration gradually perfected in his mind. Then the next question is, how to determine whether a magic beast is a fierce beast. What is the basis for determining whether a magic beast is a fierce beast? And what are the rules for this determination? And who made these rules? Emolan thought hard, and gradually got the answer in his mind. Since it affects human morality, then humans should be the ones in charge. To put it simply, humans set the standards to determine whether a magic beast is a fierce beast. Emolan's eyes gradually lit up, but then another question came to his mind. Even if there is a standard, how can I refer to it? Can I rely on the appearance of the monsters? The pretty ones are monsters, and the ugly ones are fierce beasts. This is obviously unrealistic. If I want to make a judgment based on the standard, then I must at least know the information of this monster. I can only judge them based on a certain understanding, but how can I understand them? I have to investigate each one bit by bit? Impossible. Then how can I get this part of information? Emolan thought about it, and suddenly his eyes fell on the cause and effect line. The causal perspective can see the causal relationship between them, and the process of forming the causal relationship. If you check the process on your phone, you can tell whether this monster is good or bad. Well, it can actually be called a camp bias. As long as the causal relationship of the monster, but it doesn't seem very realistic. I can't always do the same thing. Right? Then, Emolan's eyes gradually brightened. Can I develop a camp identification technique based on causal relationships to distinguish camps? Chapter 1033 Causal Spells. If successful, this should be the first and only causal spell I have mastered so far. Right? Emolan said softly. I have mastered many spells, which can be said to be endless. After all, I can create any elemental spells anytime and anywhere according to my needs. Fire, water, earth, wind, etc. Elements can no longer limit me at all. I can even create spells of multiple systems, and spells with different effects at will. So the spells I control can be called endless. And even if we only talk about the spells I learned from the outside world, I can't count them all. But among these countless spells, they all seem to be elemental spells or mental spells. Those mysterious spells, let alone mastering them, are basically unheard of. And I don't even know if they exist. And now, are we finally going to try to create a causal spell? Cause and effect absolutely meets the definition of mysterious. The style is enough. And the mystery is completely enough. Emolan said with some emotion. Using causality to perform some mysterious operations. Using some mysterious spells. This is what a mage is. I almost thought I was just an elemental manipulator. Emolan instantly became passionate, motivated, and began to think. Although the causal line can only be perceived by my mind at present, the outside world is also interfering with the causal connection. And the existence of the causal connection will also interfere with the outside world. The causal connection does not exist in isolation. And the existence of the causal connection itself will also interfere with the outside world. Well, it cannot be said that there will be interference, but rather that the existence of cause and effect will interfere with the outside world, and will interfere with the outside world in a similar way to projection. It is like writing some content on a piece of paper with ink, and these contents are cause and effect Lynchi. And then the paper vibrates, because the words on the paper are ink, which has an impact on the paper, changes. So when the paper vibrates, the ripples transmitted also have the characteristics of the words. In the past, Emolan could not observe cause and effect. So even if he sensed these characteristics, He did not have enough knowledge to interpret them. So even if he felt it, he only thought it was a kind of chaotic wave generated by nature or humans. Very weak. Without any meaning. And no one would pay attention to it. But when Mo Lan's mind could directly observe the cause and effect, when studying the cause and effect, when comparing the two, Mo Lan immediately noticed this. The cause and effect relationship will be transmitted through an extremely weak wave. When the cause and effect are projected into waves, in fact, this slight projection can also have a certain degree of influence on the cause and effect itself because of the connection between the cause and effect. Of course, this method has a very small impact on the cause and effect relationship, which can almost be ignored. How to put it? It's like, did you interfere? I did. Oh. It's almost like this feeling. Mo Lan ignored this method before, and didn't plan to teach Lin Wen and Lu Bin. Anyway, they are about to become gods. And Mo Lan wants to see if they can have the causal perspective after becoming gods. What if they originally had it? And then because of the early insight, it disappeared. It would be a big loss. If they really don't have it, then they can teach them after they are promoted to gods. It won't affect it. Telling Mo Lan to tell them, let them know there is such a method, that's all. Mo Lan almost forgot this method, but at this moment Mo Lan remembered this method for the first time. This method is inconspicuous, but at this moment Mo Lan thought it was the best foundation for creating causal spells. People with the ability to observe causality can observe causality themselves, and can influence it themselves. Even if they need to strengthen causal spells, it is not necessarily necessary. And how many people can master the ability to observe causality? So far, I guess there is only me. Right? And who really needs causal spells? People who don't have the ability to observe causality. This kind of people also belongs to the majority of people. Therefore, the operational basis of observation and influence ability is the basis for the birth of causal spells. All causal spells will be based on this technology, Mo Lan thought. But even with this technology, normal people cannot understand and interpret the projection fluctuations of causal connections. Because this requires knowledge, very profound knowledge, professional knowledge of causality. If there is not enough knowledge, even if you have this technology, it will be useless. You can't perceive the content of causality, let alone affect causality. Mo Lan frowned and rubbed his eyebrows. That is to say, in addition to being able to cast spells, this spell model must also master the knowledge of related causes and effects? Otherwise, even if there is a spell model, it cannot be cast? Oh no. It should be said that it can be cast. But God knows what the effect is. God knows what the spell senses. And if the relevant cause and effect information is read. But the mage cannot interpret it. It is just a bunch of garbled code, which has no meaning. Wait. That's not right. Mo Lan thought of another point. The fluctuations caused by this kind of cause and effect are extremely subtle. I can feel it, but others may not. To feel this kind of fluctuation, unless you are gifted, and your mental power is naturally sensitive to this kind of thing, otherwise, your strength must at least reach the master level, and complete the mental power fragmentation, that is, practice the mental power basic particles. And even if you have enough cause and effect knowledge, if you want to interpret the cause and effect projection fluctuations, you must at least complete the construction of the mental power basic particles, so that you have the computing power of a mental power computer to complete the calculation. If converted into a game, the learning threshold of causal spells is 1. Mystic knowledge LV20. 2. Spiritual power LV20. Mo Lan thought about this and immediately pondered. The use threshold of this causal spell is really not low. At least you have to be a master to learn and use it. No, it should be said that ordinary masters cannot learn and use it. Only a group of masters with higher abilities among master-level mages are qualified to learn and use it. Ordinary masters can't use it at all. Those with ordinary qualifications have to wait until they are promoted to the legendary level before they can easily master causal spells. After all, after being promoted to the legendary level, the perception ability and computing power are further enhanced, and the learning threshold is much lower. But then again, do people with ordinary qualifications have the opportunity to be promoted to the legendary level? Mo Lan couldn't help but fall into deep thought, and then reacted and shook his head. Is it my business whether I can be promoted to the legendary level? Chapter 1034 Followers. Since the learning and use threshold of causal spells is so high, then let's use the use of causal spells as the entry condition for forming a slave army. Mo Lan muttered. It just so happens that the slave army is too weak to form a top master level magician, or an ordinary legendary magician. Well, almost, this strength can indeed try to form a slave army. After thinking about this problem, Emolan returned his thoughts to the camp identification technique again. When to form a slave army, the rules for forming a slave army are not the focus today. The focus today is the camp identification technique, and how to define the standards for the camp identification technique. By the way, what is the principle of the camp identification in the novel? Emolan frowned and thought. The camp identification in the novel is called camp monitoring. Right? Some are released by mages, some are released by paladins. It seems that the specific principles are generally not clearly written. Forget it, I'll think about it myself. The camp detection in the novel is to distinguish between order, chaos, evil and other camps, and then order against evil. How should I draw the line? The reason I created the camp identification is to find the beasts to control, so as to form a slave army. After all, good beasts cannot be moved. Only evil beasts and fierce beasts can be moved. Otherwise it is easy to cause the camp to shift. After all, this is a world with gods. Of course, the camp determined by the external gods is actually not important. The main thing is the positioning of one's own camp in the depths of one's heart. Once the positioning of one's own camp shifts, everything will collapse. Emolan attaches great importance to the heart. And the reason why he attaches importance to moral issues is because he attaches importance to the heart. Because the heart is actually equal to one's own consciousness. Will. And he has been a mage for so long. And has been in contact with consciousness and will for so long. Emolan increasingly discovered the importance of consciousness. Soul, mental power, body, etc. are all secondary. Only consciousness is the real core. If there is only body, mental power, soul but no consciousness, then it is a robot. If Emolan's body is destroyed, mental power is exhausted, soul is broken but consciousness still exists, then Emolan is still alive. No one will say that Emolan is dead. What is a human? What is Emolan? It is clear at a glance. Will is an important attribute of consciousness. People with firm will, and not easily shaken, will have more cohesive and stronger consciousness. Once there is a problem with morality, it will inevitably lead to loopholes in will and weaken consciousness. The bigger the moral problem, the bigger the problem will be. And it may even leave fatal loopholes. This is one of the reasons why Emolan attaches so much importance to moral issues. Of course, this does not mean that only excellent morality can identify will and strengthen consciousness. It is not like that. This is mainly for a clear conscience. To strengthen one's will. If killing, burning, looting, and enslaving intelligent creatures can guarantee no guilt, and guarantee no loopholes in consciousness, then it's okay to do whatever you want. And it won't cause any problems with consciousness. However, Emolan asked himself. He had been educated for so many years, and had been influenced by the modern social environment for so long. And Emolan's heart had been fixed. Emolan was a person who tended to be good, and it was basically impossible to change this without a major blow. Judge others by yourself. In Emolan's opinion, if you grow up normally in modern society and have not come into contact with people who are full of messy insights, there is probably no difference between you and him. At least many people that Emolan has come into contact with are like this. They are not good people, but they are not bad people either. For such a person who is more good, then the moral issue is an issue that must be considered, and there cannot be too many moral flaws. In fact, to put it bluntly, this is an old saying that has been said for a long time. Follow your heart. Then, what attributes do people who can be accepted as slaves by my heart have? Emolan said softly, and then some words gradually emerged in his mind. Killing innocent people or destroying other people's families. The core is always two words. Evil, recognized evil, the kind that makes everyone think that killing is a reward? Emolan fell into deep thought, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, what's wrong? Why has the standard for forming a slave army become like this? This is wrong, it's a mess, what the hell? Am I being too stubborn? Or am I a saint? Why did I suddenly recite the great compassion mantra just now? The taste is too strong. As expected, moral issues cannot be touched lightly. Once touched, you will be entangled in them, and then nothing can be made clear. Emolan shook his head violently. Forget it. Forget it. The slave army will only accept creatures without intelligence. There are still many monsters without intelligence, only simple intelligence. As for the intelligent ones, they will be accepted as followers of the mage. Yes, followers. Emolan had made a decision at this moment. The intelligent ones will be accepted as followers. Followers are freer than slaves, but they cannot leave easily, and they must sign a relatively equal following contract. In this way, the followers and the mage will be very close, and almost one. The followers assist the mage in managing the slave army, and obey the mage's command and management. And the mage protects his followers, and the followers follow the mage without hesitation, hoping that the mage can take them to the next level. The mage's personal power is formed by the followers, and the slave army complementing each other. The cohesion of the power formed in this way is definitely far greater than the small power formed by oneself in the outside world, and this is also guaranteed by the contract. And the relatively equal system of followers can fully stimulate their vitality and creativity. In short, followers serve mages. Mages give followers what they want, and they take what they need from each other, which is a long-term binding working relationship. Emolan took a long breath after he finished speaking, and suddenly laughed. I said it's not that difficult. I was completely stuck in a dead end before, and I thought about it for a long time. I don't need these at all. As for the camp identification technique, Emolan made a decision after thinking for a while, and kept the plan unchanged and continued to develop the camp identification technique. This time it's not for the slave army, but for the followers. There's no way. Some mages are too simple, they can't see clearly the human heart. If Emolan doesn't help, Emolan feels that there will be many people who will be deceived. Well, you can't judge people, but you can cast spells. Right? When the time comes, whether the followers are good or bad, you can cast a spell and see. It's simple and clear. Chapter 1035 Good News for Socially Averse People. Wait. I won't directly cultivate a large number of otakus like this. Will I? Even if they are otakus, they will be straight. Emolan thought of something, and suddenly widened his eyes, and said, once the causal spell of camp identification comes out, won't it bring a trend? A terrible idea suddenly popped up in Emolan's mind. After discovering the simple and crude social artifact of camp identification, those spells that don't want to socialize will not completely give up socializing, and replace everything with spells. Right? Emolan thought about it carefully, but everyone in society walks with a mask. When living, there is a spell that can penetrate the mask and directly see the most real face behind the mask. Emolan suddenly felt a little chilly. If this spell is controlled by only 1 or 2 people, it's okay, but if it is used on a large scale, it will definitely lead to an unprecedented big change. Social structure, social atmosphere, social environment, the relationship between people, communication mode will be completely reconstructed. At this moment, Emolan could not predict whether this change was good or bad, but he knew that it would definitely shatter all the familiar ways now. Emolan was shocked and shuddered, since the extraordinary began to intervene in reality. I don't know how many changes have been triggered. I don't know how many familiar things have been shattered. Oh, then it's okay. Emolan calmed down immediately, but was still thinking, wondering if the mages, who didn't want to socialize face-to-face, would develop other types of spells for socializing. Even in the end, a new spell category was formed. Social spells? Shouldn't be the case. Right? For those who can become mages, even if they stay at home, even if they don't want to socialize, they shouldn't be like this. Right? It's not like they can't learn to socialize. Shouldn't be the case. Right? Emolan muttered and shook his head, not thinking about this question anymore. In his opinion, although mages are basically homebodies, don't want to socialize much, they all like to stay in the mage tower until the end of time. They just like to study spells, not because they are afraid of socializing, or don't want to socialize. Well, I think so. Well, anyway, this faction identification technique can be a boon to those who are afraid of social interaction. It does not take a long time to get familiar with it. It does not take a lot of effort to guess. You only need to cast a spell to know whether the other party's true face is good or evil. In this way, at least the goodwill paid by the mages will be trampled underfoot, and the probability of it becoming the basis for the other party's fraud will be greatly reduced. Well, the probability is reduced, but it will still happen. A mere spell cannot break people's hearts, no matter how complicated mathematics is. It has its only answer, but human heart does not. Emolan pondered. However, considering personal privacy and a series of social impacts, this spell can be spread. But the knowledge of causality must not be spread. Otherwise, a wizard who has the knowledge of causality can use this spell to see through the person, and the person will be completely transparent in front of him, and the privacy right will be lost. The most important thing is that, in this way, It will be very terrifying for a wizard of this level to do evil. Emolan does not think that all wizards are pure and kind. Bad people can also become wizards. And wizards can also become bad. Once a wizard who has mastered the science of causality and the art of camp identification is tempted, or loses control and wants to do something bad. Of course, even if he has mastered the art of camp identification and the science of causality, it is impossible to see through people so easily. Emolan can do it easily, because Emolan's mental power is as high as the level of gods. And Emolan himself has mastered the power of mind and the eyes, and can directly observe the cause and effect relationship. But other wizards are different. First, if you want to perceive the fluctuation of the cause and effect relationship, you must have super strong perception and anti-interference ability. Second, using magic to observe cause and effect is only to observe the projection fluctuation of cause and effect, which is indirect. A slightly smaller projection fluctuation cannot be spread out at all, and the distortion will be more serious. The smaller the cause and effect connection, the more serious the distortion, until it is completely impossible to interpret. The first point requires the mage to have strong basic qualities and talents, and the second point has no solution at all. The projection fluctuation itself will cause distortion, no matter how it is interpreted or restored. There will be a large deviation, thus forming a bunch of garbled codes. But even so, there are still many things that can be interpreted by the camp identification technique. It has to be restricted. It has to start from me, from the beginning, from the source. This is better than controlling problems in the future. The difficulty will be 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and things that can be easily solved now may become completely unsolvable in the future, or they may only be solved at a great cost. It is very simple for me to restrict it now. First, I am the only one who has the knowledge of causality at present. As long as I don't pass it on, others will not be able to obtain it, even if I teach it to others in the future, or someone else masters the causal ability and studies this knowledge by themselves. It doesn't matter. It is all within the controllable range. I just need to sign a divine contract to prevent it from being leaked, or establish a causality control association to uniformly control it. Sign a causality non-disclosure agreement? Well, it is not difficult for me to do so with my strength, social status, and industry status. As long as I continue to maintain this, then my industry and social status in the magic world can call on these people to listen to me and respect my opinions. If they don't respect it, then my personal strength can help them, which is not difficult. Second, limit the effect of the camp identification spell. Although the camp identification spell can observe other people's privacy, as long as the camp identification spell does not tell these privacy to the mage, then the camp identification spell itself has no consciousness. It is just a spell. It knows nothing and has no effect. No matter what is known, it will disappear along with the dissipation of the spell. In this way, it can ensure that private information is not leaked, and that the camp identification technique will not be used to spy on privacy. The effect of the camp identification technique is to only give a result, such as good people, very good people, quasi-good people, quasi-super good people, quasi-bad people, bad people, preference, partial to bad, and this kind of result is good. No specific content is given. Well, then the third point is that the principle of the camp identification technique is that the mage himself masters the knowledge of causality, and after obtaining the causal relationship information through the camp identification technique, he interprets it by himself, and then judges the good and bad by himself with human judgment. Now the mage has no knowledge of causality, and the camp identification technique does not pass on the causal relationship information. Chapter 1036 pointing to my spell system? These are necessary conditions, but since we need to restrict and control from here, Emolan already has an idea in mind. Then we just need to involve a third party. It's like a player playing a web game. The player is a mage, the page of the web game is a spell. If there are only players and pages, then nothing can be played. A page alone cannot become a large game, so in this case, a third party is needed to complete the operation of the game. This third party is the server. In other words, the camp identification spell is just a terminal, and the mage only uses this spell to build the terminal. After the terminal component comes out, it scans the cause and effect of the target, and then transmits the information back to the server. The server stores the knowledge of cause and effect, the decoding method, and the judgment method. After the interpretation and judgment are completed, the result is transmitted back to the terminal spell, and the terminal spell then feeds back the result to the mage. Emolan was quite surprised after he finished the idea. This mode of casting spells is quite interesting. In this way, the difficulty of casting the extremely complex causal spell camp identification is instantly reduced. It can be said that the difficulty is instantly reduced by 99%. Spells that may have originally required legendary level to cast can be used as master or even elite level spells if simplified in this way. Emolan was immediately shocked. You only need to build a spell as a terminal, that is. As long as you know the spell model of this terminal spell, then you can cast this spell by copying it? This mode seems not limited to camp identification. Other mages can also use it. But this is similar to the mode of the magic network. There are some variants of knowledge, and it is more thorough than the magic network. Emolan pondered for a moment, thought. This mode can be loaded into the magic network. But now Emolan has constructed such a large area. If we change it now, forget it, I won't change it. It's too much work for me to change it myself. Let's wait for the magic network gods. As long as the gods belonging to the magic network are born, I will tell him this mode at that time, and he will load it into the magic network by himself. This will save us trouble. However, this mode can be loaded in, but what about the knowledge of causality and decoding methods? Emolan fell into deep thought. If the magic network is just the magic network, then loading causality and decoding methods into the magic network, and letting the magic network directly serve as the server is naturally the best choice. The magic net is indeed a magic net, but it is also destined to give birth to a god. This was discussed and decided at the meeting of the gods. Unless Emolan raises the God King now, this destiny cannot be changed. Now that the God King has been raised, although Emolan has already planned what to do, although Emolan has already made up his mind, but Emolan does not plan to act now. It is not for any other reason. Nor is it to consider the overall situation. Nor is it that the God King can help resist foreign invasion. It is mainly because Emolan does not think that he is the opponent of the God King in the game world. I can't beat them. It's that simple. The game world has been materialized. Although this world is materialized from the false, it can breed nearly 100 titans, and is still breeding faithful gods. You can understand how huge this world is. Such a huge world has surpassed the size of gods. This is not a small world like the Abyss continent that can be easily controlled by a god. On the contrary, the mere god-level combat power is just a little brother in the game world. God King, King of Gods, although God King does not represent this world, but from the Hall of Gods, the contract of gods, it can be seen that God King has a certain ability to mobilize the rules and power of the world. In other words, if you want to defeat God King, you have to defeat God King in the game world, which is God King's home turf, which is basically equivalent to facing part of the power of the game world directly. Forget it. Although Emolan has become a god-level mage, you can't beat him. It's useless to say anything. Therefore, the magic net will give birth to gods. This is inevitable. If Emolan uses the magic net as a carrier of causality, as a carrier of decoding methods, there will be no problem in running the task. But when the magic net gods are born, these knowledge will be directly controlled by the gods. Once this information is controlled by it, there is a possibility of it flowing out, which goes against Emolan's original intention. Even if it is not circulated, Emolan will not feel at ease if the magic net gods master this ability. The origin of the magic net spirit exists in the game world. In addition to the special nature of the magic net, if the magic net is given some specialness in cause and effect, after mastering the knowledge and methods of cause and effect, Emolan is really afraid that this magic net spirit will do something. If it breaks through the dimensional wall, Emolan will have a headache, and it will be very troublesome. From the perspective of confidentiality, I have the best confidentiality ability if I build a server myself. And if I am the server, I can add directionality to the spell model as my spell structure. Not only will everyone who uses this spell provide me with a force of faith, everyone who uses this spell will have a causal connection with me. If these are transferred to my half-plane, it will also be a significant enhancement for me. I can even use this camp identification spell as a basis, and gradually develop other spell models with me as the direction, forming a spell system with me as the core, and so on. Emolan was stunned. Isn't this taking away the authority of the magic network? Now the authority of the magic network spirit has been taken away by me before it was born? No, isn't it me taking away the authority of the magic network spirit? Is it the magic network spirit trying to take away my authority? Emolan thought for a moment, then nodded in affirmation. Yes, this is the magic net spirit trying to steal my authority. The magic net spirit? ? Emolan pondered again. Emolan also had to think about this matter. A slight change in his mind might affect his future career path. After a long time, Emolan took a long breath and shook his head. Forget about ordinary spells. It's a little useful to force it, but it's unnecessary. It's a good thing for me, but it's too ugly. And once I do this, it will do more harm than good to the entire spell system. It's completely superfluous. It's a shackle. This is sacrificing the entire spell system to improve my personal upper limit. No, it's not to improve my upper limit, but to cut off my own future in exchange for some improvement in my current strength. Emolan shook his head and gave up this plan. But something like the camp identification spell. Chapter 1037 Mental Power Program. But there are risks like the camp identification spell, which needs to be controlled. The outflow of spells can easily cause serious consequences. Well, this kind of spells will be collectively called forbidden spells. Anyway, there will definitely be more such spells to be developed in the future. At least I will continue to develop causal spells. And judging from the current situation, all causal spells can be included in the forbidden spells. The causal spell system can basically be called a forbidden spell system. Emolan decided after a brief thought. As for the forbidden technique, I still won't put it into the magic net. This kind of forbidden technique cannot be easily passed on to others. Even if it is to be passed on, it must be a version with a structure that is directed at me. Only enough versions can be used normally. For this, I will find a way to compile an automatic program and load it into my mental power. The current mental power is a computer with powerful computing power. The computer can load programs, and of course Emolan's mental power can also. So Emolan prepared to compile some programs and load them into his mental power, so that he would not need to devote his energy to simple things. For example, the review, decoding, judgment, and feedback would be directly handed over to the automatic program, which would not have any impact on Emolan. It was for this reason that Emolan decided to add a spell model pointing to him to the forbidden technique system. Otherwise, even if the review of forbidden techniques was strict, the number of people who mastered forbidden techniques would gradually increase in the future. And as the number of people using forbidden techniques increased, the frequency of use would also increase. If Emolan had to personally review, decode, and give feedback on each one, he would be either crazy or exhausted. If there is a program, everything will be automated. I will check and review it regularly. At that time, we only need to list the review standards and judgment standards. As for the camps, the judgment of good and bad, Emolan rubbed his eyebrows. This is more troublesome. The world is neither black nor white, it is a delicate gray. There is some truth in this sentence. Good and bad are always difficult to judge. And good and bad people are even more difficult to judge. Do you use my personal subjective standards to judge this judgment? Emolan thought for a moment, and shook his head. Although I don't think there is anything wrong with my 3 views. But if you want to use them as a standard to judge good and bad, it's still not suitable. I will make mistakes. I am not very accurate in judging people. Judging by my 3 views is to impose my thoughts on others. If I am sure it is right, it's fine. No one can say anything. But if it is wrong, there will definitely be mistakes in judgment. This should not happen. This is cheating people. Emolan had a headache. Before, I planned to let the mage read some causal relationships and make his own judgments. Based on his own 3 views, there would be no problem if he was wrong. After all, the faction identification technique is just a tool. If he is wrong, he can't blame anyone. But now I am helping him to judge, and if he is wrong, there will be problems. So don't use my 3 views. Well, let's use big data. Emolan thought of a way. The role of the faction identification technique is to let socially anxious mages judge whether this follower can be accepted, whether he will betray, whether he is a fraud, whether he can be trusted, that's all, and there is no need to judge whether he is a good person or a bad person. Right. That's right. This is a camp identification. Not a good or bad identification. Camp. Is this thing about judging good or bad? Isn't this thing relative? If you use big data, although the accuracy is relatively low in the early stage, the accuracy will increase as more and more data is collected. And when I give them a spell, I can tell them that this spell is for reference only. If there is an error in the spell effect and resulting in losses, I will not be responsible. What did you say? Emolan thought about it, and then clapped his hands. All the right of interpretation belongs to me. Emolan smiled. After spending some time to sort out the development theory and core ideas, he began the formal creation work. Create a spell terminal for camp identification. Create a spell structure pointing to Emolan. Develop a mental power program that automatically decodes, reviews, collects data, calculates, and gives feedback. Create a forced slavery contract that is invalid for intelligent species and only applies to unintelligent creatures. Create a relatively equal follower contract. Create a mental power program for automatically monitoring causal connections. Well, the last one is a program that Emolan wanted to develop a long time ago, but he only had a complete idea recently. This will be an automated program, which will automatically monitor the causal relationships that appear or disappear on Emolan, and record each causal relationship. The main reason is that Emolan feels that since he has the ability to observe causality, he should use it. He can sense when others call his name, which will form a causal relationship. If others want to harm him behind his back, saying his name will also form a causal relationship. If every causal relationship is checked, he is so famous that there are causal relationships formed every minute and every second, and most of them are useless. Just mentioned in the chat. There is no way being famous brings this kind of trouble. There are too many such causal connections. It is impossible to see them all, so Emolan usually does not look at them and ignores them directly, but some of them are indeed plotting something against Emolan, plotting against the Mage Association. If he does not look at them, he will waste his ability to observe causal relationships. After all, they are plotting against him right under his nose. He must have some reaction, right? Not to mention clearing them out in advance, sending people to wait in advance. They just started, and they will be taken away directly in the next second. This is reasonable, right? So Emolan still plans to develop a program to load into his mental power, to automatically observe, judge, record and file each causal relationship, so that he will not waste his time, nor will he miss some fun. It will not waste Emolan's own ability. If he has this ability but does not use it, it is simply a waste of God's gift, right? And loading the mental power program will at most waste some of Emolan's computing power. And computing power, a mental power is a powerful computer. Emolan's mental power is huge, and the computing power is even greater, so there is no problem with consuming a little. Of course, the more important thing is, those who recite my name will be watched by me. This sentence, this feeling, Emolan feels that he cannot refuse. This sentence gives people the feeling that it is perfect for supernormal people. Develop. It must be developed. So Emolan included it in the development plan. The computing power is idle anyway. Develop more mental power programs and load them in. Each mental power program can increase a little ability. This is not bad, isn't it? Chapter 1038 Hosting Mode. Adding a little bit of mental power program. A little bit adds up to a lot. This is also a great improvement for Emolan. More importantly, Emolan can make these mental power programs fully automated, that is, subconsciously, or it runs by itself. It's like heartbeat, breathing, muscle search. You don't need to spend even a little energy. You don't need even a little thought. Emolan even has plans to develop a mental power automatic scanning and alert program. A program that automatically forms a defense when attacked. A program that automatically flies to a set location. And even a program that can automatically walk. And a program that automatically eats. Cough, cough, cough. Just an analogy. Emolan is definitely not lazy to this extent. Not really, not really. Emolan is mainly for better research. After all, in this way, the time for eating, walking can be used, and can also be used for research. Isn't that right? It's definitely not that Emolan wants to be lazy. But how can I say it? I can only say that the experience of this method is simply great. It's like everyone is playing the broken game EarthOL. Everyone can only play it directly, and the game experience is extremely poor. But what about Emolan? Emolan can host, and he can host whatever he wants, and cancel it whenever he wants. Isn't the gaming experience improving? And this is not cheating. Emolan didn't cheat. This is all earned by Emolan's own efforts. Emolan's main focus is on the research of these projects. However, in addition to meditation, the brain worms are still running around the Abyss continent, and the projections that randomly set up magic arrays have not been removed, and the plan is still steadily advancing. Emolan is getting more and more proficient in multi-threaded work. Several threads will not interfere at all. Except that Emolan has to worry, and be careful not to turn himself into schizophrenia. There are no other problems. As for the problem of schizophrenia, with a half plane in the center to anchor the will, the problem is not big. It must be said that Emolan attached importance to will early on, and began to strengthen his will since the illusory world. Anchoring the will brought great convenience to Emolan. from the perspective of Mo at this moment. He still felt that the original decision was really correct, which laid a solid foundation for the current high attack power, high defense power, high vitality, and strong research and development capabilities. This is a mage. What? This is not a mage? Call a warrior to come and measure the vitality and defense power, and see what a mage is. Mage. Look at them all, these two words are pronounced mage. While Mo was concentrating on, no, distracted on research and development, the battle situation in the Abyss continent also entered a new node with the entry of the Commander-in-Chief and the player's management and construction of the battlefield. The Commander-in-Chief is called Jukuin, a player commander in the God of War Guild. Mo was wondering if it would be Yi Di. First, he had dealt with Yi Di before, and he was indeed very capable in command. Second, Mo only knew Yi Di, so sometimes when Mo thought of this question, he would wonder if Yi Di could become the Commander-in-Chief. However, it was not so coincidental. Yi Di was not the Commander-in-Chief, but Jukuin, whom Mo had never heard of. Of course, although Yi Di did not compete for the Commander-in-Chief, he did not fail. He directly became one of the 5 deputy commanders-in-chief and was in charge of the Eastern Theater. With the general commander in place, the players instantly broke away from the situation of fighting on their own and were directly commanded by the general headquarters. The players' forces that had not dared to leave the defense zone without permission quickly gathered towards the battlefield. And due to the in-depth understanding of angels, one after another of the spells specifically targeting angels and competing for the angels' combat methods, the magic array entered the battlefield experimental stage. And with enough time, one after another of the large-scale permanent copies were built. Because of the bad example set by the Mage Association, after the Mage Tower was used to guard one side, and the Mage Tower construction technology was spread, in terms of architecture, permanent engineering. Players have played with it in many ways. Mage Tower, Arrow Tower, Electromagnetic Tower, Station Tower, Large Permanent Laser Cannon, Spherical Lightning Generator, Directional Infrasound, Large Permanent Electromagnetic Railgun and other weapons in the form of permanent architecture stand one after another on the battlefield. And the most basic elemental cannons are countless, and the final result did not surprise Mo. As the power of the players increased significantly, the Sun God also quickly increased its troops. One after another, the demigod level 6-winged angels entered the Abyss continent, and the ordinary 6-winged angels, 4-winged angels, 2-winged angels were countless. The overall situation still maintained that the angels were suppressing the players, and the extent of forcibly suppressing the players. And this suppression was extremely strong, pressing the entire player army on the battlefield and making them unable to concentrate at all, but it would not lead to a direct defeat. During this process, although the player army tried their best to suppress them, many angels still entered the Abyss continent. There were no demigod-level golden-winged 6-winged angels. They were all stared at by the player army. However, ordinary 6-winged angels did not have so much energy to stare at them one by one, and they could not stare at them. Therefore, a certain number of ordinary 6-winged angels also entered the Abyss continent, but it was still within an acceptable level. The thoughts hidden by the Sun God could not be said to be hidden. It was simply Sima Zhao's heart, and everyone knew it. But there is no way. The Sun God maintains a high-intensity battlefield, but does not break through the position. This is a bait. A bait that lures players, and makes Mo obedient. As long as the Sun God's side enters the Abyss continent, the number of angels is still within an acceptable range. Even if they know it is a bait, Mo and his team, the Commander-in-Chief and his team will bite it, and will not turn the table over directly. This is a blatant conspiracy. Of course, it still has to be performed on the surface. So in this case, the core battlefield is shining with terrifying elemental auras at all times, and the terrifying elemental fluctuations have made Mo completely give up the plan to collect fluctuation data on the battlefield. This level of elemental storm, and the elements are mixed. There are all kinds of elements, and all the elements are extremely violent. Legendary elemental life will be killed directly by the environment if it is not careful on the battlefield. How can it sense the fluctuations? Collect detailed fluctuation data? Forget it. Mo is very powerless. In addition, since many angels flowed into the Abyss continent from the main battlefield, the players must not leave it alone, which directly led to the spread of small battlefields one after another on the Abyss continent. One team after another surrounded the main battlefield, in the range of the elemental storm, with detection spells fully activated, searching for angels running out of the main battlefield and killing them. Chapter 1039 All-Round Power. Go! In a corner of the Abyss continent, when a four-winged angel was chasing a player through a valley, several cannon shots were heard at the entrance of the valley. A large metal wire net covering the sky instantly enveloped the four-winged angel. The four-winged angel slashed the net with a thin sword, and a white blade of light broke through the air. But the metal net was instantly filled with thunder, turning into azure blue. A bolt of lightning directly fell on the blade of light and defeated it. Then the terrifying thunder directly sealed the gap in the net, and then filled the inside, and instantly filled the entire area. The powerful thunder directly hit the four-winged angel, repeating, paralyzing, please hurt. The destructive thunder controlled the four-winged angel for a moment. The next moment, the metal net had closed, wrapping the six-winged angel tightly layer by layer. During this process, there were always arcs flashing on the metal net. It was not until this time that the shout of "Go!" came out, accompanied by the sound. A group of players walked out of their hiding places with a smile. Those who reinforced the seal reinforced the seal. Those who maintained the thunder maintained the thunder. Those who controlled the metal net controlled it to wrap it tighter. Those in charge of treatment felt like throwing a few healing spells at the angel. Those in charge of control directly gave the angel many weak states. Those in charge of concealment propped up the illusion, calmed the elemental breath, isolated the internal and external breath, and behind the seemingly simple firing just now, there was actually a tacit cooperation that had been communicated countless times, condensing all the efforts of the entire team. This group of people cooperated with each other in a highly tacit manner, and their movements were extremely skilled. They looked very serious and must be repeat offenders. They were still talking and laughing during the operation. It seems that this method is not only useful for catching succubi, but also for catching other things. We can organize it and integrate it into a model, start a franchise model, and make a fortune. Ha ha ha. A group of people laughed at once. There is no difference between catching angels and succubi. They are all caught in the same way. As soon as the voice fell, someone in the team interrupted. You can just talk about it, but we can't let our guard down. This four-winged angel is indeed much stronger than the master-level succubus, so don't let it capsize. Although the price is not as high as the succubus, it's not low either. If it runs away, you'll have to eat instant noodles for a month. Ha ha, boss, I know, we definitely know this, so don't worry, we will definitely deliver this birdman to the buyer safely. As they were talking, the four-winged angel had already been sealed and packed, and it was obvious that they were indeed very cautious. In a short period of time, the four-winged angel was sealed with more than 10 layers. Each layer was strong enough to seal it alone. And this level of seal was more than 10 layers. It was really cautious. But behind this level of caution, there must be an unusual tragic story. Otherwise, which serious person would be so cautious? The four-winged angel sealed into the size of a house was placed in a space box, which was placed in a space document bag. And the captain held it in his hand. Everyone surrounded the captain. And then, like riding an elevator, the ground slowly descended. And then the ground closed again, returning to its original state. The illusion dissipated bit by bit. And when the illusion completely dissipated, there was no longer any abnormality here. And there was not even a trace of a battle left. No one knew that a master-level battle had just taken place here. Well, perhaps it would be more appropriate to use the word capture. The group that sank into the ground walked directly away from this area in the depths of the earth, and walked towards the trading location. The thickness of the earth would block all perception and prying eyes, and the elemental fluctuations of the underground passage spell they specialized in were extremely small. And under the skilled operation of the mage, the passage after passing through would also return to its original state, leaving no trace. In this case, it was almost impossible to find them silently in the depths of the earth. This was a successful capture operation, directly capturing a four-winged angel equivalent to the master level, and it was the most difficult capture alive. However, there are still very few teams of elite players like this team, who gather together, cooperate with each other in a highly tacit manner, have relevant magic arrays, and customize weapons. This is just a special case. It is just a special case that came together because of the huge profits brought by capturing and selling demons. Of course, since succubus are more expensive among all demons, but the average strength of succubus is not the strongest among all demons. So capturing succubus is relatively profitable. Demons weaker than succubus are too cheap, and expensive demons are stronger than succubus. In summary, due to the cost-effectiveness of succubus, this team, except for a small number of special high-power demons specially specified by the boss of Party A, normally they are catching succubus. How to say it? I can only say that their research value is simply too great. So popular. But others are not so simple, not so smooth. Angels are indeed very powerful. In every sense. Angels have higher physical fitness. Angels have stronger fighting skills. Angels have higher energy quality. Angels have more sophisticated control. Maybe angels are only a little bit stronger than players in a single aspect. But when they are all round, that is, a little bit stronger than players in every direction, then they are directly a level higher. In the face of this level of strength, most players of the same level will not be the opponent of angels at all. And they will be defeated or even killed by angels in just a few moves. It must be said that the strength of a civilization is all round. Not just the accumulation of high-level strength and the breakthrough of the highest strength, but a series of changes. The all-round strengthening of the basic stage. The more solid foundation. The higher and greater potential in the future. And the further it can go in the future. These are all a series of changes that have occurred. And they are the foundation gradually formed by a civilization. This does not mean that a civilization will become strong if one or two strong people appear. The emergence of strong people is just an opportunity for civilization to become strong. Only when this strong person shares the dividends it brings with the civilization and gives feedback to the civilization. With the accumulation of time, can the civilization be improved little by little in a certain direction. A strong person improves a certain direction a little bit, a strong person a little bit. When the whole civilization has enough strong people, and they are willing to give back to the civilization, then the accumulation of foundation will be formed over time, allowing the civilization to gradually transform. Little by little, the civilization becomes stronger. Little by little, the potential increases. In this case, it is easier for the civilization to give birth to strong people, and this once again enters a positive cycle. Chapter 1040 Different World. Strong people appear. Strong people drive progress in a certain direction. Strong people are more likely to appear in the direction of progress. Strong people drive progress in that direction again. This is a positive cycle. This is how civilization continues to grow, not just the emergence of a few strong people. The emergence of a few strong people is indeed the beginning of civilization progress. But only when civilization digests the dividends they bring can it be called the improvement of civilization strength and the increase of civilization foundation. In this process, the factor of time cannot be skipped at most. A simple acceleration can be performed. So even if Emolan and others noticed it, it wouldn't be very useful. Because every civilization is different, let alone civilization. Even the physiques of each individual will be very different, after all. People's physiques cannot be generalized. This is true for all people, not to mention civilizations composed of countless people, countless intelligent beings, no matter how similar they look, even if they look exactly the same. It's useless. There must be a big difference between the two. This difference determines that some achievements of other civilizations cannot be applied to humans. For example, the way angels exercise their bodies, cultivate their energy, cultivate their souls, use combat techniques, etc. Angels have different body structures from humans. Their energy organs are different from humans. Their souls are different from humans. Their organs are different from humans. Everything is different. Even if humans get these things from angels, they are useless. They can only watch or make a very small reference. But it can be said that the things obtained from the angels have little reference value. And these must be polished by strong people, studied, and used to create various human skills and combat skills based on human physical conditions. There is no shortcut in this. And it must be polished bit by bit. But Emolan and others simply cannot devote a lot of thought and time to do this. This will directly distract Emolan and others, and slow down the first-line projects that should have been studied. The latter often means the upper limit of the entire civilization's technology. This is like cultivation. When you can break through to a higher level, you don't break through, but you have to use this mind to improve the foundation. When can't the foundation be improved? The foundation can be improved at any time, and it can be done at any time. In this case, the real top task should be constantly going higher, climbing to a higher level. So for now, players are always missing a piece. Even if many research institutes are studying the reasons why angels are so powerful after acquiring a batch of angels, they are trying to crack it and learn from it or directly apply it to players. Unfortunately, there has been no harvest so far, and it is destined to be difficult to have a big harvest. In short, when the individual strength of the players is weaker than that of the angels in all aspects, this large-scale, small-scale war is very difficult to fight. This is different from a positional battle. In a positional battle, players can prepare a large number of magic arrays and permanent weapons to assist. But this small-scale battle cannot be a positional battle. It is an encounter battle. And the encounter battle is the most challenging to one's own hard power. If the hard power is not enough, it is not enough. If you can't win, you can't win. Therefore, the external battlefield also seems to be very tragic, with fewer victories and more defeats, and even fewer people who capture the enemy alive. However, it is said that there seemed to be some who were captured alive. But unfortunately, they were not brought back to the sun god's own world, and only stayed in this world. The captured people must be used for research. There is no doubt about it. Emolan discovered that angels can be resurrected. So couldn't the sun god discover that players can also be resurrected? Of course. He had discovered it long ago. Like Emolan, the sun god would also be curious about the player's resurrection method. No, it is not just curiosity, but he wants to crack it, so as to attack the players and master a new resurrection method. A brand new way of resurrection. This is definitely something that can increase the foundation of the sun god. After all, a brand new way of resurrection is not a new way of resurrection developed by this civilization. A new way of resurrection is a new way of resurrection. A brand new way of resurrection is a brand new way of resurrection. A new way of resurrection and a brand new way of resurrection are completely different. No matter how innovative or how much the new way of resurrection developed by this civilization is, the person who invented it is always the same civilization, the same extraordinary system, the same environment. As long as it is the same supernatural system, in the same environment, there must be traces to be found, there are commonalities. In this case, if the enemy cracks the first resurrection method, it means that they understand or even master a considerable part of the content and rules of the supernatural system, and are proficient in its architecture system and core content. In addition to natural or unintentional restraint, if you want to crack the resurrection method, you must reach this level. Otherwise, how can the resurrection method be so easy to crack? As long as you reach this level, when facing a resurrection method from the same supernatural system, the same civilization, it will be much easier to crack it. Then this resurrection method cannot be called safe. Using it further is a gamble on the survival of civilization. What are you betting on? I bet there is something in your gun. I bet there is no brain in your head. How can a civilization that can crack the first resurrection method not have a brain? What if there is nothing? So generally speaking, multiple resurrection methods developed within the same civilization system will only serve as a supplement to one resurrection method, but will never be regarded as a second resurrection method. Only the resurrection method from a different civilization, a different supernatural system, can be called the second resurrection method. Only the second resurrection method can be a substitute for the first resurrection method. And each death resurrection method is the crystallization of a civilization. And it is related to the survival of civilization. You may be able to crack the resurrection method of a civilization, but if you want to master the resurrection method of this civilization, it is basically equivalent to destroying this civilization. Even if it is not destroyed, it must be destroyed, or destroyed by it, because you yourself cannot accept that your second set of resurrection methods are controlled by your enemy, by a second civilization, even if this civilization is the creator of this resurrection method. And the other party cannot accept that their death resurrection method is controlled by the enemy. Once it is controlled, it means that the fatal point is firmly grasped by the other party, which means that the survival of civilization depends on the thought of others. This is absolutely not allowed, so once this kind of relationship is reached, it is an absolute relationship of civilizational mortal enemies. Chapter 1041 Capture. Huh? Lin was said something bad about me? Emolan was stunned. Following the sudden cause and effect connection, he immediately sensed Lin was voice. Damn the president. Emolan blinked, immediately used magic to record it, and then called Linhua and Lu Bin. Linhua, help me listen to whose voice this is. This bastard actually dared to scold me. What? Which bastard dared to scold the president? Are you tired of living? Kill him. Linhua glared at him, said indignantly. Emolan smiled at him. There's no need to kill him. After all, it's just a few scoldings. Besides, I've seen his relationship with him. There's no need. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. No, President, absolutely not. You represent the Mage Association. If you're scolded, it means the Mage Association is scolded. Then everyone will look down on the Mage Association. No, this must be dealt with seriously. President, come on, play the recording. Let me hear which bastard it is. Beside him, Lu Bin looked at Lin Wu with contempt. As soon as Lin Wu finished speaking, Lin Wu's voice rang again. Damn you, President. Lu Bin looked at Lin Wu in surprise. What happened to Lin Wu today? Did he have such a guts? Didn't he know that the president was the meanest? He said he didn't bear grudges, but he beat him madly. Seeking revenge. Isn't he courting death? He should speak his mind secretly. Well, wait. Lu Bin suddenly remembered that Lin Wu's mouth was tightly closed just now. No, that's not right. Lin Wu didn't open his mouth just now. It was tightly closed all the time. The sound just now was not made by Lin Wu. At least not by Lin Wu now. This is the recording that Imolan just said he would play. Lu Bin immediately looked at Lin Wu with pity, thinking that Lin Wu was too attentive. It was okay to scold him, but he actually recorded it. Is this the end? However, when Lu Bin looked at Lin Wu, he found that Lin Wu's mouth suddenly opened wide, and his eyes were full of shock. How is this possible? Imolan looked at Lin Wu with a half smile and said, Deal with him seriously? Kill him? Ahem, President, do you believe me when I say this is a misunderstanding? What I actually meant is that this damn president is so handsome. President, you can't take my words out of context. The shock on Lin Wu's face disappeared, and he said with a smile, Oh, really? Imolan immediately played the last bit of the recording. This damn president, I will hang him up and beat him 100 times if I have the chance, 100 times. After the recording was played, Lin Wu had no reaction, but Lu Bin on the other side burst out laughing instantly. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny, ahem, you guys continue, you guys continue. When Lu Bin saw Imolan and Lin Wu looking at him, he immediately waved his hand and said, You guys continue, just pretend I don't exist, just pretend I don't exist, puff. As Lu Bin was talking, he couldn't help laughing again, and then he quickly held it back. It was obvious that Lu Bin was having a hard time holding it back. Imolan turned his gaze back to Lin Wu, and saw Lin Wu's eyes turn, looking at Imolan and shouting, Okay, President. I trusted you so much. I didn't expect you to be such a person. I didn't expect you to be such a president. I trusted you so much. But you just responded to our trust like this? Monitor our dynamics in real time? I trusted you wrongly. I misjudged you. President. You still have time to apologize now. Humph. After Lin Wu finished speaking, Lu Bin was stunned, and Imolan was also stunned. Ah, Lin Wu. You are so shameless. As long as you are shameless, you are not afraid of anything. Right? You even dare to take the initiative and question me. Hey, don't try to be friendly. President, please answer my question. Don't avoid this topic. Lin Wu said sternly. Imolan slapped the table directly after hearing this. Bang! Are you addicted to acting? The moment Imolan slapped the table, Lin Wu's body trembled, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Hey, President. I'm just kidding. Right? Don't take it seriously. Hey, President, how did you record my voice? I'm sure there was no spiritual power next to me just now. Lin Wu said with a smile. Imolan rolled his eyes. I'm not saying, if I can sense it with my spiritual power, you can sense my spiritual power? Hee, I can't sense your spiritual power, but I can sense your character. With your personality, you will definitely not do the despicable thing of eavesdropping on me. President, are you testing some magic? Cause and effect? Imolan gave up his plan to tease Lin Wu and said seriously, Well, it is indeed causal. I have said before that as long as you call my name, it will have a causal relationship with me. It cannot be said that calling my name, even if you don't call my name, but call my code name or nickname, it will also have a causal relationship, as long as you think you are talking about me when you call. Just like you just said, the President. But because you thought of me, it still has a causal relationship with me. This is not just limited to calling the name. Just now you called me President. So I sensed it. I sensed this causal connection and heard you scolding me. Hee. Just scolding me to calm down. Lin Wu laughed. But President, how can you feel the causal connection? And you can sense this kind of small causal connection? Didn't you say before that there are too many causal connections? So many that you can't sense them at all? Otherwise, how could I scold you by name? Definitely not by name. Imolan was speechless after hearing this, and rolled his eyes and said, I have successfully developed a program in my mind. Now I have a program in my mental power that will automatically capture every causal relationship formed. Identify the object, and identify the content. If it is someone I have set as a special focus, the program will remind me. If this causal relationship is planning to murder me, it will also notify me, so that I can see which traitor wants to murder me. Since you are my special focus, the causal relationship formed by you calling me will be automatically captured by the program and remind me. Then I heard it when I touched it. Hiss. Awesome. Linwa and Lubin both muttered to themselves at the same time. President, your operation is simply too cool. Mo Lan's face suddenly turned into a smile when he heard it. What is the reason for talking for so long? Isn't it just for this awesome word, this flattery? It's not that Mo Lan is vain, but that Mo Lan occasionally needs to adjust his mood and relax. Chapter 1042, The Servant Army Captures. Okay, let's talk business. After a few words of flattery, Mo Lan became serious and said seriously, he is a person who has gotten rid of vulgar interests and specializes in calling Linwa and Lubin. Naturally, it is impossible for such a small matter to be discussed in one phone call. Mo Lan's time is not so cheap. Mo Lan has business to do, very serious business. When Linwa and Lubin saw that Mo Lan was serious, they also quickly became serious, and the playful expressions just now disappeared without a trace. Two things. Mo Lan looked at Linwa and Lubin, raised two fingers and spoke. The first thing. I have thought about the slave army. The slaves of the slave army cannot be composed of intelligent creatures. That is, intelligent species. They cannot sign a slavery contract with any intelligent creature. In fact, the slavery contract I specially designed cannot be signed with intelligent species, or it can't restrain intelligent species at all. Of course, I know that you all have the ability to develop slavery contracts on your own. But I still tell you, slaves cannot use wisdom seeds. Starting with the three of us, and setting the tone for the entire slave army. Mo Lan said to me. Linwa and Lubin said nothing, just nodded. Obviously they all agreed with Mo Lan's proposal. At this time, Linwa spoke up. President, this is no problem. I have thought about it before. But if you only rely on the formation of a slave army without wisdom, you can't form a legion without wisdom. That's what I'm going to say next. Mo Lan continued to speak out. Follower system. For those who are wise, they will sign a follower contract, which is different from the slave contract. Followers and slaves cooperate with each other, and each plays a different role in the legion, together forming a slave legion. The combat effectiveness of the slave legion formed in this way will definitely not fall behind, and other aspects will not be bad either. As for the follower contract, we can discuss it later. Linwa and Lubin thought for a moment, and then nodded. Okay. I have no problem with that either. Well, then let's get over this matter, and let me talk about the second thing. The second thing is about the other world where the sun god lives. Mo Lan's words immediately attracted the attention and interest of Linwa and Lubin. President, have you found it? I found it a long time ago, you know it. Linwa and Lubin rolled their eyes. President, forget it, the place you follow the connection to is the kingdom of the sun god. How crazy are we to get into the kingdom of the sun god? The sun god is stronger than us, and the strength of the gods in their own kingdoms can be directly raised to a whole level. The strength that is already higher than ours has been raised to a higher level again. Forget it. We are courting death no matter how we go there. Hey, President, why do you suddenly bring this up again? Mo Lan smiled. I can only find the kingdom of the sun god, but that doesn't mean others can only find the kingdom of the sun god. Linwa and Lubin became interested again after hearing this. Oh, who found it? Who has a higher attainment in this area than you? They were surprised that the other world was found, and even more surprised that someone surpassed Mo Lan in this field. Mo Lan smiled and pointed upwards when he heard this question. Linwa reacted instantly. The boss? Well, if it's the boss, then I can understand it. The game system has the ability to directly isolate cause and effect, so the game officials can directly perceive the coordinates of the other world through the cause and effect connection, and the location can also be explained. This doesn't need to be too surprising, but... President, what does the boss mean by giving us the coordinates? Give us a chance to go over and take a look. I guess the coordinates were not given to me alone, but to several families at least. What for? Mo Lan smiled and said lightly. It's impossible that they think we are too bored and want us to go sightseeing to relax. Right? Linwa and Lubin looked at each other and laughed immediately. Then calmed down. President, let's go. Didn't we just discuss the formation of a slave army? But no one has formed one yet. And we don't know where to catch so many powerful monsters. Emolan tapped his fingers lightly on the table and squinted his eyes, and said lightly, "As long as the operation is good, there is everything in the other world. Then how many people do you plan to let in?" "President? That's not decided yet. You go explore the way first. And when the situation is summarized, we will analyze and make a decision." Linwa frowned slightly when he heard it. "That's right, President. You have reached the level of gods you can't get through. And unless the space channel is maintained for a long time, you can't even form a projection there. President, can the space channel from here to that other world remain open normally?" "Impossible," Emolan said straightforwardly. "Forcibly maintaining it will only double the probability of exposure, not to mention that it is difficult to maintain it by force. So the space channel will only be open for a moment, and it will be closed after you pass through." Linwa nodded when he heard this. "Okay, that's the only way. Lu Bin and I will go over to explore the way first, and then we will make the next step after we have mastered some basic information. Then we will see whether to directly build a cross-world space channel to summon you, the President, or what to do." "Yeah." Emolan nodded, and then said, "By the way, don't send your real body. At most send half of your consciousness. Even if you really die there, at most you will be seriously injured. You won't die. After all, it has not been verified. I don't know whether you can be resurrected after dying in another world." "Understood." Linwa and Lu Bin nodded. "As for whether you can be resurrected, I will try to see if your real body can establish a connection with the other side after you go there. If you are still one, you can definitely be resurrected. If you lose the connection, then it may be a bit uncertain." Emolan didn't say anything else, but sent the slavery contract, follower contract, mental power programming method, and other spells and knowledge to the two of them. Then Emolan's figure appeared at the bottom of the cenote in the center of the Abyss continent. This is the bottom of the cenote. The cenote is filled with an extremely strong Abyss atmosphere, and even the sight of the gods can be blocked. As the bottom of the cenote in the Abyss continent, it almost means the opposite of the concept of the sun. The concept of the sun will not appear here, so the sun god cannot perceive this place through rules and concepts. This is an area that can shield the sun god. Chapter 1043 Magic Array. I have almost arranged the magic array. You can use it after adding some details. On the way, Emolan said lightly. Lu Bin and Linwa nodded slightly, and they were slightly looking forward to it. Another world where the sun god is. But while looking forward to it, they were also slightly confused. Didn't they just get the news not long ago? How come the magic array is arranged? Could it be that the President had already anticipated this, or that even if the higher-ups didn't give the world coordinates, the President was planning to go to the Abyss world? Well, it's possible. The President did have the location of the sun god in his hand, and it's very possible to make preparations in advance. And modifying the coordinates after preparing the magic array in advance, although it is difficult to directly locate the new coordinates, it should not be a problem for the President. Well, it should be like this. Linwa and Lu Bin thought they had thought things through, and it was roughly like this, but they couldn't help but be silent when they saw the magic array. They were speechless, and after a long time, they couldn't help but ask, "President?" "Yes." "President?" "Yes." Emolan remained calm. Linwa pointed at the magic array in front of him with trembling fingers and asked, "President, didn't you say that the magic array has been almost set up, and it only needs a few details?" Emolan was very confused, and looked at Linwa in surprise. "Yes. You see, I have even built the framework, and you only need to add a few details to use it." A few details at this time. Linwa felt like he saw a painter pointing at his stick figure and saying that if he added some details, it would be a portrait of the goddess Venus. Fuck. A radical. "President, with your progress, is it probably equivalent to a project that has just created a folder?" "Hey, what are you talking about? I clearly renamed the folder." Hey, don't be idle. Come on. Help me. Now that we are here, it's not good to just stand there like this. Right? I admit that I am still a little bit away from completion. But Emolan thought for a while, and still couldn't think of a more appropriate word. So he still spoke out. "Anyway, we are here." It must be said that when Emolan, Linwa, and Lu Bin work together on the most important thing, it is so comfortable. Anyone can be the host and person in charge of a large project. And when these three people come together, with Emolan in the middle of the command, the construction speed of this large magic array is extremely fast. Emolan didn't lie. He had basically completed the structure of the magic circle, except for a few details. Unfortunately, these were only in his mind. He only conceived the structure in his mind, instead of building it in the Tianqing to become a large permanent magic circle. The next part is also very technically difficult for ordinary people. But for Linhua, Lu Bin, and Mo Lan, it was pure hard work that anyone could do with their hands. Except for taking some time, there was no difficulty. And because the scale of this magic array can indeed be called large, its complexity can also be called large. In theory, a project of this level needs a large engineering team equipped with tower spirits and a series of equipment to be responsible. Only large engineering teams are qualified to undertake large permanent magic arrays, but it is obvious that it is definitely not easy to ask large engineering teams to enter the bottom of the Tianqing. Since large engineering teams cannot enter, it means that this large permanent magic array needs Mo Lan and others to construct it themselves. The work of a large engineering team, even if Mo Lan also equipped with tower spirit assistance. Even if Mo Lan set up several threads to work at the same time, it would still take a long time. This made Mo Lan unable to bear it immediately. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to trick Lu Bin and Linhua to work together. Even if these things take a long time for 3 people to do, at least there are people working together. And there are people who are unlucky together. So there won't be too many things to do, and time can be faster. In addition, Linhua is a professional mechanic. As far as Mo Lan knows, Linhua has a lot of automatic constant machines. With the help of these machines, one Linhua can be used as 2 Lu Bins. Lu Bin? In this way, the speed can be much faster. Of course, no matter how fast it is, it will take quite a while. After all, this is a large permanent magic circle. Large, permanent. Just these 2 words can make people imagine the amount of work involved. Large and permanent are the best guarantee of power and effect, and also the best guarantee of increased work. So Linhua and Lu Bin, who were deceived, must be very angry. But how could it be so? Anyway, you can't beat me. I am a god-level mage now. Do you know what a god-level mage is? The meaning of a god-level mage is that you can't beat me. You are not my opponent, understand? Linhua and Lu Bin couldn't help but twitch their mouths when they heard this. So cheap. But what he said was the truth. So angry. Lu Bin and Linhua couldn't help but look at each other. Their eyes showed a hint of cruelty. They didn't say anything cruel, but they had already made up their minds. As the saying goes, things change over time. And as the saying goes, don't bully the poor young. Don't bully the poor middle-aged. And don't bully the old. In short, they suddenly had a tacit understanding and a decision. The first thing they did after reaching the level of a god-level mage was to join hands to grab Mo Lan, and then press him to the ground and rub him. Rubbing him hard. It must be said that magic is indeed the first productivity now. The productivity of magic is bursting. Not to mention Mo Lan, Linhua, and Lu Bin, the 3 best mages. Not to mention that there are many tower spirits and mechanical assistants. Faced with such a large amount of work, Mo Lan, Linhua, and Lu Bin worked together to complete the project faster than a large engineering team. A week later, a large permanent magic array appeared inside the Tianqing at the core of the Abyss continent. Mo Lan nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the pre-operational magic array. Not bad. Not bad. Very good. It should be usable normally. Look, I just want to add some details. Right? Shameless. Shameless. The 2 said almost in unison, staring at Mo Lan with wide eyes. Ahem. Okay. These are not important. Let's check whether this can be used normally. Shall we? If it is broken, you will cry to death if you die halfway because of such a low-level mistake. Chapter 1044 The World Where the Sun God Lives. Oh no, I'm not crying to death, I'm laughing to death, ha ha. Mo Lan couldn't help laughing as he spoke. 2 vice presidents of the Mage Association, because of negligence in arranging the magic array. They died while passing through the space channel. Puff. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Let's talk business. Mo Lan smiled and showed a serious expression on his face. Then he became serious, quietly looked at Linhua and Lu Bin, and said after a moment of silence, "The Sun God is more powerful than us. In my opinion, his true self is very powerful. I even wondered if this Sun God was born from the real sun. If it is a Sun God born from a real sun, it would be too terrifying." Mo Lan shook his head slightly, and then continued. Anyway, The sun god is more powerful than us, and even longer than our entire civilization. There is a great possibility that a very powerful civilization is hidden behind such a powerful sun god. We know nothing about the means and abilities of a civilization that is stronger than ours. There is no way to guess. If we still guess without knowing anything, it is not guessing, but talking nonsense. It is like a beggar guessing whether the emperor eats golden steamed bread or silver pancakes. All our current guesses have no practical basis, because we are not familiar with the civilization stage that is stronger than ours. We only know that the other party's civilization stage is higher than ours and stronger than ours. But how much higher? How much stronger? We don't know these, Emolan said lightly. That is to say, I am not surprised by any means or strength displayed by the other civilization. But in this case, we need to be extra careful. What if we are discovered by the other party as soon as we build the space channel? Or even squat in the space channel. Once we are really squatted, you will just give up your life in vain, and it will be useless. After all, it is okay for us to be in our home field. But once we reach the other party's home field, the strength of the mage who can use this space channel to go there must not exceed the level of gods. And those who are not at the level of gods are just a dumpling in the home field of other civilizations, and can only be squeezed by others. So it's better to be cautious. Emolan thought for a moment and said, Linwa, didn't you develop a base before? Throw one over there to see how it goes. It's just right to test the actual combat effect of your mechanical base, and also to be safe. Well, okay. Linwa would naturally not refuse Emolan's suggestion, and directly took out a finished mechanical base. Then throw it over now. Then let's do it now. Molan nodded, and immediately thought about it. A space element poured into the magic circle, and the magic circle started to work instantly. The power of the space element was amplified layer by layer in the magic circle, pressurized, and transformed with the unique structure, gathered, and located the coordinates. The terrifying power gathered in the center of the formation, and the majestic power directly penetrated the space, and distorted the space to form a space channel leading to another world. The moment the channel to the other world was opened, Emolan's mental power spread directly over there. When he felt that the mental power reached the other side, Emolan felt the rich elements, and the activity of this element was very high, which means it was very easy to control. Whether it was casting spells or entering the extraordinary, it would become easier. Emolan even began to think about whether he should find a way to build a training room with the help of this principle, for some project training of mages. And the effect should be good. If it is given to a warrior, the effect will be even better. Emolan's heart sank slightly when he thought of this. On one side is the environment that can only be found in a specially built training room, and on the other side is the general environment in the world. How big is the difference between them? The difference is so big that it is shocking. In this world, even if ordinary people do not practice, they will strengthen their bodies under the subtle influence of the elements. The physical strength of all creatures in this world will be stronger. And in this case, Warcraft will be easier to be born. And professionals will be easier to be born. And the proportion of professionals in the total population will not be low. The more Emolan thought about it, the more solemn his face became. The difference between the environments was too big, and Emolan could do it without thinking. The extraordinary life born in this superior environment must be very powerful. And the civilization born must be very powerful. No wonder it can breed a god of the level of the sun god. It's a pity that it can accommodate a god like the sun god. Yes, if it is not big, it will not be worthy of the power of the sun god. Emolan's mental power scanned it carefully, because he had to smooth out the spatial fluctuations, and was worried about being discovered by the extraordinary professionals in the other world. Emolan's scanning speed was very slow. After a long time, Emolan finished the inspection. It's safe for now. Lu Bin, put down the machine. The space channel can't hold on. Okay. Linwa nodded, and threw a small metal ball directly into the space channel. When they saw the small metal ball, the corners of Emolan and Lu Bin's mouths twitched slightly. This metal ball has two colors. Red on the top, white on the bottom, with a dividing line in the middle, and a button on the dividing line. It is a poke ball. Linwa noticed their expressions and shrugged. It doesn't affect normal use anyway, so why not make it look better? Right? Emolan and Lu Bin didn't know what to say. After Linwa's poke ball was thrown into the other world, countless tiny parts surged like waves when it landed on the ground. Amid the churning of tiny parts, the poke ball suddenly transformed into a small mole. This mole had undergone mimicry. If you only looked at the surface, or simply scanned it with mental power, you would think it was really an ordinary mole. As for whether the mole existed in the other world, whether it was ordinary or not, it actually didn't matter. A creature that had not entered the extraordinary realm, not even a monster, and whose target was so small, no one would take it seriously unless it happened to appear in front of a biologist of this civilization. And it had to be an ordinary creature. After the mole crawled on the ground for a while, it found a place and started digging a hole. It didn't go straight down, but like a real mole, it went diagonally down, digging irregular holes. But the speed was still very fast. In a blink of an eye, the mole disappeared in front of the three people, and the space channel could not hold on and closed directly. Mullen turned his head to look at Linwa and asked, "How long will it take for the mechanical base to develop?" Chapter 1045. You are amazing, you are so arrogant. Looking at the local situation, my base needs to consume a huge amount of metal. If the place where the mechanical base falls happens to have rich metal veins, elemental metal veins, and no one is mining, and it is far away from where people live, etc., in the most ideal case, it will take less than a month to complete the standard of building a cross-world space channel. And if we can find enough elemental metals, enough types of multi-element metals, then the defense level can be raised to the demigod level within 2 months. In other words, this base can temporarily block attacks from demigod-level enemies in its strongest state. According to my calculations, this time is enough to open up a space channel to another world and allow us to pass through. So in the best case, after waiting for 2 months, without anyone interfering, this base can build a space channel across worlds. And it can forcefully open up a space channel across worlds under the attack of demigod-level characters, and allow us to enter that world. That's not very useful. These worlds are basically all gods. Even the Abyss continent has it, which is because the demon god of the Abyss continent was killed before. It would be great if the highest defense level of your base could reach the level of gods. As long as it reaches the level of gods, it has extremely high feasibility. We can directly use this base as a basis to attack other worlds. As long as the battlefield can be placed in other worlds, it basically means the arrival of victory. If it is not at the level of gods, the spatial fluctuations of opening a cross-world space channel, the rule fluctuations will definitely alarm the gods around the world. Unable to withstand the attack of the god level, this base is useless no matter what. Linwa couldn't help hearing this. President, you are arrogant. You are great. Did I say my base is completed? When did I say my base is completed? Is it a finished product that can be put into use directly? You let me throw it over, while you complain about the poor performance of my base, which is useless. You are great. You turned your back on me. Right? And don't you think this is your problem? Shouldn't we try our hand in a world that is not at the level of gods? Wasn't it this high-level world that you started with? If it was a world with only demigods, my base would be enough to make them despair. They could only watch the interworld space gate open, and could only watch us, who were at the level of gods, pass through. You call this useless? In addition, I must emphasize it again, I am the master. Master. I'll say it twice for important things. I haven't become a legend yet. The base I built can withstand the attacks of demigod-level enemies, and open up a cross-world space channel to take us through. You think this is useless? If I can't beat you, I'll cut your kidney with a knife right now. Mullen blinked his eyes, and suddenly realized. Oh, you haven't advanced to legend yet. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Ah, you are so bad. Linwa. I'll stab you to death when I get back. You're most welcome. Mullen said with a smile. Linwa was speechless. It's a pity that he can't beat you. Let's talk business, because there is no need to build a cross-world space channel, nor do we need to build weapons that can withstand the demigod level, so we only need to wait a week after the factory is built. The base will build reconnaissance machines, and then we will conduct reconnaissance of the surrounding areas, data collection, information collection. I have already input these instructions into the mechanical base, so we only need to wait about 10 days, and we can obtain detailed information around the location of the mechanical base. As for the level of detail and size of this information, it is uncertain, depending on whether there are intelligent creatures around. The mechanical base will automatically identify traces left by intelligent creatures or intelligent monsters. After identifying the presence of traces of intelligent creatures or highly intelligent monsters around, the mechanical base will enter a deeper level of latent mode, collect information more carefully, and for the sake of concealment, the information of easily exposed areas will be automatically abandoned. In this case, the coverage and detail of the detection will naturally be greatly affected. But no matter what, we can always get some useful information when we open the space channel again after 10 days. Molan nodded when he heard it. Then wait another 10 days. Well, okay. Linhua and Lubin nodded, neither of them left. Linhua had a thought, and vines appeared out of thin air and intertwined into a soft, tough rattan chair. Linhua and Lubin sat on it directly. Rather than sitting, it was more like half sitting and half lying. Rattan recliner. Linhua got 3 in total. And Molan sat on one when he saw it. For Molan, Linhua, and Lubin, no matter what they did, it didn't matter whether they had a body or not. Consciousness was the core of everything. The second was the soul, mental power. And after mental power, the body. Generally speaking, Molan and the others didn't need the body to participate in the experiment, but if necessary, they could condense an elemental body. As long as the mental power can reach the place, it doesn't matter if the body moves or not. It can even be said that it doesn't matter whether the body exists or not. At least for Molan and others, it is really not a big problem. They just don't want to give it up. Not that they can't. In fact, the most restrictive thing for consciousness now is the storage space. Molan, Linhua, and Lubin all have storage spaces on their bodies. Even the space in Lubin's body is opened up inside the mental power space. The mental power space is a hidden space inside the human body. Just like the relationship between the head and the brain. The head is used to hold the brain. Not that the head is inside the brain. The spiritual force space is just a space inside the human body for storing spiritual force. So even if the inner space opened up in the spiritual space cannot follow the consciousness, soul, spirit, but follows the body. The fact that the soul cannot be taken away restricts the carrying of storage space. However, Lubin has begun to try to open up space inside the consciousness, construct space. It is not to say that constructing a false space inside the consciousness, constructing a false space does not require Lubin to do it. Molan has already developed it. The virtual space is fake. To put it simply, it is the fantasy and thinking of people. It cannot store any items. It can only be said that consciousness is too illusory. Although we can roughly understand what consciousness is, and where it is through the virtual space, there is still a long way to go to develop the storage space and existence and consciousness. However, if it is really developed, it will be amazing. Chapter 1046 Causal Contract Spell? Research, meditation, learning. These are 3 eternal themes. And they are also the 3 things that Molan is prepared to stick to. There is no time limit for sticking to these 3 things. If there must be a time limit, then I hope it will be the day of death. On that day, it is best to start a day of study and work. After studying, start your own research. After the research time is over, start meditating, and then meditate again. Pass away in meditation. Everything is so quiet, peaceful. Of course, the premise is that the research project has been researched, or if the research project has not yet produced results, Molan feels that he will not die. Even if you die, you have to get up and get the result. This stuck in the middle can kill the living and make the dead alive. Molan was amused by the strange thoughts in his mind, and then put aside the thoughts in his mind, and focused his mind on the contract in front of him. Creating contract spells is not a difficult task, whether in the game world or the abyss world. You can easily create several kinds. It's very simple. Mobilize the rules to supervise the contract behavior, and the violators will be punished by the rules. Simple and clear. But the problem now is that the contract spell that Molan needs must be universal in all worlds. It must be universal in all worlds, otherwise one day, the wizard will bring the slave army into a world, and then find that all the contracts are useless, and all the slaves and followers have lost the protection of the contract. Hee, this is going to be fun. Slaves are different from followers. Slaves can be simpler. There is no need to use contract spells. Just use control spells. Control the body or soul to death. Or use bewitching spells to control. Which is also very simple. And can be perfectly used in any world. So enslaving the army is nothing. As long as you have hands. Only relatively equal contracts with followers need Molan to consider carefully. Because such contracts require a third party to maintain the fairness of the contract. And in order to ensure the news of the contract, this third party must be effective in the entire universe. Effectively punish and enforce the breach of contract. Punishment can be enforced anytime and anywhere. This is the core of the contract spell. And it is also the real difficulty of the contract spell. What can be universal in the entire universe? Gods? The third party of the contract with gods? Then at least the gods, who master the true rules of the universe, can do it. Only such gods can spread their power throughout the universe. No matter how powerful ordinary gods are, their influence can only be within the scope of the world they are in. And ordinary individual strongmen can't do it either. If ordinary individual strongmen can do it, Emolan even wants to become the third party of this contract himself. This is simple and clear, but it's a pity that it can't be done, huh? Wait. Emolan was shocked. Okay. It seems that I may not be unable to do so. Who said I can't be the third party of a contract? It's totally possible. Emolan thought carefully. And the more he thought, the brighter his eyes became. Yes. Maybe it's really possible. I will directly use myself as the third party of the contract. And I will be the executor of the contract. In theory, I will be the third party in the process of signing the spell through the contract. This is a process of establishing cause and effect. And cause and effect ignore distance. Emolan said softly. On the Abyss continent, I can trace the cause and effect of the six-winged angel to the interior of the kingdom of the sun god in another world. In this process, my perception uses the cause and effect to cross the membrane of the heaven and earth of the Abyss continent, uses the cause and effect to cross the long distance of the universe, crosses the barrier of the kingdom of the sun god in another world, and finally directly locks on the pool inside the kingdom of the sun god. From this point of view, as long as there is a cause and effect connection with me, then I can find him directly regardless of the distance, and can use the cause and effect to touch over to attack or locate, or use other means. In this way, no matter where, this contract is valid and can maintain its deterrent effect. If there are problems, there are some. The biggest problem is the limitation of the follower's strength. The contract spell with me, as the third party, can only limit the follower's strength to be lower than mine. And it is not certain that they will exceed me. Once they exceed me, even if I can sense them, I will not be able to effectively deter them. However, my current strength has reached the level of gods, and it should not be a problem to suppress and kill gods. So with my current strength, it is completely enough to contract followers at the level of gods. God level. Emolan fell into deep thought. Is there any wizard who can recruit followers at the level of gods now? Is there no one? In that case, this limitation basically does not exist now. Emolan muttered. That's totally fine. Then I just need to create a contract spell that is directed at me. As for my response to the contract, don't worry. Now I have the mental power program anyway. I just need to design it specially and compile a set of spells for replying to the contract. It won't take up my energy, it only takes a little of my computing power. And the benefits of this. Emolan's mouth curled up slightly. The contract spell targeted at him, a large number of causes and effects, of course. The benefits to him are indispensable. Let's do it. Emolan didn't hesitate, and immediately entered the research state. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before this will become the second cause and effect spell targeted at Emolan, and it will also be the second cause and effect spell. When a person concentrates on doing something, time always passes very quickly. 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Emolan, Lu Bin, and Lin will all open their eyes at the same time, stood up, looked at each other, and then walked towards the permanent large magic circle. The magic circle hummed, and it started again after 10 days. With the connection of the space channel, information flowed, and then Lin spoke. The mechanical base is still there. There are many mineral reserves in this world. At least the metal veins in this area seem to be more dense. After 10 days of development, the mechanical base has basically been deployed and has a certain scale. And a lot of the most critical intelligence information has also been collected. Lin's thoughts moved. And a piece of information was directly captured by Lin and packaged and thrown to Emolan and Lu Bin. The packaged information contained a lot of information. Even Emolan spent a lot of time to digest it. After digesting the information, Emolan's eyes showed a little surprise. The information collected was relatively comprehensive, but it was precisely because it was comprehensive enough that Emolan was surprised. This world seemed a little different from what he imagined. Chapter 1047, Divine Form Civilization. This is a little different from what I imagined, but it is expected and reasonable. Emolan received the information from Lin and said, "Backward?" Lu Bin said in confusion. "No, it can only be said that the civilization model is different. How can it be said to be backward? This can be said to be a more advanced and more useful method for collecting beliefs. It's just that this method seems backward to us." Emolan said. But if you look closely, think carefully, it's clear that this is not backwardness, it's just controlled to be like this. It's very simple, just look at their agricultural output. The higher the agricultural output, the larger the population. You see, there are gods involved in every area of their lives. There are agricultural and fertility gods for farming. You only need to offer faith. A believer can use magic to make the land fertile, and can increase the yield per moo. If the unit is converted, the high can be thousands of caddies, and the low can be hundreds of caddies. As for this technology that can achieve a yield of nearly 10,000 kilograms per moo, don't use it now, say. Before we enter the supernormal realm, can we achieve it? They have already popularized it, and put it into use. You call this kind of productivity backward? It only looks backward on the surface. If you look closely, once you think about it, the technology is obviously very advanced. Grain production has increased, and then there is population. In terms of population, there is the goddess of fertility. As long as you believe in the goddess of fertility, there is almost no danger in giving birth. Even children can be protected, and they are not likely to die prematurely. I just don't know if it will improve the child's physique, strengthen its immunity, and other functions, but I think it is 80% likely to do so. Look at this technology, can we achieve it? Maybe we can now, but it has not been popularized yet, let alone popularization. It has not been realized, because no one is studying this aspect at present. Maybe someone will start to study this aspect until the wife of a wizard is about to give birth. Can this be called backward? Food, travel, residence, there are gods in every corner of life. Every corner of the city is filled with churches of gods, or shrines for prayer. Almost every intelligent life found now is a believer of some gods. A person can actually become a believer of multiple gods, or at least have multiple gods to believe in, without any conflict. The gods work together, and the functions are clearly divided, and the world is managed in an orderly manner, from the small to the big. It is obvious that this is an advanced civilization in the form of gods. This civilization is based on the belief in gods, and the means it has mastered are also biased towards the belief in gods. Of course, whether there are other forces still needs to be investigated more deeply, more comprehensively, and more specifically. But this aspect, obviously, may not be as simple as we imagined at the beginning. This civilization is very advanced, very complete. Emolan's face was not very good at this moment, because Emolan thought of a problem. Believers are the eyes of the gods. If all intelligent creatures have faith, this means that Emolan and his people will be very conspicuous if they have no faith. Emolan would not believe that such a civilization would not have the skills to detect whether there is faith or not, and what kind of faith it is. And this also means that if the gods are not disturbed, it will be fine. Once the gods are disturbed, if the gods want to find them, then all intelligent life will directly become the eyes of the gods. As long as there is intelligent life, it cannot escape the attention of the gods. In fact, according to Emolan's experience, although the gods will definitely use a computer-like method to automatically respond to the believer's prayers, and automatically respond to the prayers about divine arts. As a relatively mature divine civilization, the gods will definitely set some warning words, warning fluctuations, and warning items in the entire network. Once such words or fluctuations appear, or items, the gods will definitely be alarmed. And thus the gods will check. Don't ask how Emolan knows this. Emolan does it himself. As long as someone recites Emolan's name, it will cause causal changes, causing the relevant mental power programs to check. If the automated mental power program finds that someone is planning to murder Emolan, it will automatically warn, thereby reminding Emolan to check on his own. Emolan had just obtained the causal ability, and was able to think of this method and achieve this effect. Although the gods mastered faith rather than causality, the connection of faith can also produce similar effects. So even if the gods did not master this at the beginning, as a mature divine civilization, it is almost inevitable to master this function and this skill. And it is inevitable to popularize it. So this civilization seems loose and scattered. And it does not even have a complete household registration system. But in terms of strictness, it is probably not worse than modern scientific and technological civilization. Or even stronger. Emolan even seriously doubted that the gods knew how many intelligent creatures there were in the world. No, they must know. It is impossible for the gods not to know the number of their believers. Not only did the gods know, they could even specify the number to the single digit. And this meant that a group of people who were not born under the gaze of the goddess of fertility, grew up under the sun, and did not reach adulthood under the baptism of the church suddenly appeared in the world. A group of people who did not leave any traces in the church, and a group of non-believers without any traces of faith appeared in the world. Emolon felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it carefully. If it was just like this, it would be fine. Emolon could still find a way. Emolon could still accept it. But when Emolon looked carefully, he suddenly found that there was something even more ridiculous, something that made Emolon even more desperate. Wasn't this coordinate also given to other players? Wasn't the other players who got the coordinates already in? Wasn't the other players who entered already discovered by the gods? Wasn't the gods already alerted, and learned that a group of aliens had set their sights on their world, and were preparing to invade their world? At this moment, this civilization in the form of gods wouldn't have entered a state of alert, with all the alert words, alert state, and perception state already maxed out. Right? Will I not be discovered as soon as I enter? No, will I not be discovered? Emolon directly closed the magic circle, closed the space channel, sat on the magic circle, and fell into deep thought. At this moment, Emolon's face was full of melancholy. It doesn't matter if the opponent is like a god, I can find a way. But teammates who are like pigs. Alas. Chapter 1048 No stupid teammates? I'm desperate too. Emolon covered his face with his hands. This was the first time that Emolon felt that it was over before it even started. His dear teammates had blocked the path to success one by one, and used their lives to forge a shortcut to failure. Who can do this? Which legend or demigod can still lurk and hide under the gaze of the gods? No matter how useless a god is, he won't be so useless. Oh! President, what's wrong? Linhua saw that Emolon's face suddenly became full of melancholy, and asked out loud, and Lu Bin beside him also said with concern. Yes, President. What business can't be like this? Didn't you say it before? Solutions are thought out. As long as the thinking does not slip. There are always more solutions than problems. What problems do you encounter? Tell us, and we will help you with reference. There must be a solution. Emolon looked up and down at Linhua and Lu Bin, curled his lips, and then shared his thoughts with Linhua and Lu Bin. The next moment, Linhua and Lu Bin also sat on both sides of Emolon with melancholy faces. And then the three of them sighed at the same time. Hey! Why did this happen? It's over before it even started. Someone else has already helped us finish the game. President, please help me ask who gave the coordinates to? They took a shortcut to help me finish the game. So I'll help them take a shortcut. Linhua's knuckles cracked. At this moment, the three of them didn't have the slightest fluke mentality. All three of them were top-level mages, and they had a good grasp of their own mentality. There is a general mentality for such a big event. Don't be lucky and think that the gods may not have discovered it yet, may not have aroused vigilance. This is not a question of being bold or timid. It is clear that the probability of arousing vigilance is too great, so great that there is almost no other possibility. Yes, President, go and ask which team members are the gods. Maybe they have got the coordinates but haven't taken action yet? Lu Bin said, but although they said so, they didn't hold much hope. They all knew it. The organization that is qualified to obtain this coordinate must be an extremely excellent large organization, with strong strength and many talents. Even if this large permanent magic array is not easy to build, but the player forces that have reached this level basically have their own magic research laboratories and large engineering teams, and have the qualifications and capabilities to build large permanent projects. The coordinates have been obtained by them, so much time has passed, they should definitely take action. Even if some have not taken action yet, there will always be some who have already taken action, and once they take action, without any preparation. Linhua, Lu Bin and others are very likely to be exposed, no. It should be said that they will definitely be exposed, not to mention others. So Lu Bin was just asking unwillingly, what if these idiot teammates are so idiots that they haven't even built this large permanent magic circle? Although idiot teammates will definitely not be bad at pitting their teammates, but it's always okay to think about it. Right? Emolon sighed. Alas, even if you tell the people who haven't gone yet not to go, so as to avoid unnecessary casualties. Emolon dialed Professor Chi's voice call. Professor Chi, good morning. Professor Chi glanced at the sun that was about to set outside and said casually. Good morning, why are you? A busy man. Looking for me today? Is there something going on? Yes, something is going on. Who did you give the coordinates you gave me before? It's not that I mean anything else. I just want to go over and pick a fight. Oh no. Have some tea. And remind those who haven't gone yet not to go, lest they die in vain. Huh? What's wrong? Professor Chi was puzzled. What happened? I didn't give the coordinates to anyone else. I only gave them to you. It should be said that besides us, you are the only one who has this coordinate. Emolan was stunned when he heard this. Lu Bin was stunned when he heard this. Linwa was stunned when he heard this. Now all three of them were stunned. What is this called? Happiness comes too suddenly? What is the happiest thing in life? It is to regain what you have lost. The feeling of regaining what you have lost is so refreshing. The three of them looked at each other in surprise. It's not a stupid teammate? Oh no, it should be said that there is no stupid teammate. Hey. Emolan, what's wrong? Is there any problem? Does anyone else know this coordinate? Who knows? I'll check. I only gave this coordinate to you. If anyone else knows it, it will be a very serious leak, and it must be dealt with seriously. Can you tell me who knows it? Professor Chi said in a very serious tone. At this moment, he was really serious. If the coordinates were really known by a third party, it would be a big deal. If they figured out the coordinates themselves, it would be fine. If such a high-level secret was leaked because someone leaked it, it would cause a stir. Emolan immediately understood that Professor Chi had misunderstood when he heard this. And he quickly spoke up. No. Professor Chi. Don't misunderstand me. No one knows. I just asked you because of another thing. I got some information about the other world. It's probably like this. The civilization where the sun god is located is a civilization with clear division of labor, and gods as the main body. The main characteristics are. Emolan directly relayed the information they got to Professor Chi. Professor Chi didn't think much of it at first. But after listening to part of it, he directly called a group of young people to help record it. Not a single word can be missed. It's probably like this. I thought Professor Chi gave the coordinates to others before. And then others rashly went in. And then were discovered. And then aroused the vigilance of this world. And then we couldn't get through. Going through would be suicide. Which basically cut off the way for all of us. So I came to ask. I was planning to go to their place to have some tea. I didn't expect that you, Professor Chi, didn't tell anyone else. In that case, the gods of that other world should not have been alarmed. That means everything is not as bad as we imagined. Well, that's probably it. If you plan to open a space channel to go there, you'd better pay attention to this. Don't send a large number of people in. It's best to only send 1 or 2 people, 1 or 2 top figures, the kind that can hide themselves under the eyes of the gods. Be sure to pay attention, and pay attention again. Because once we are discovered, it will arouse the vigilance of the gods of the entire civilization. Then we probably won't be able to get in at all. After Emolan finished speaking, Professor Chi nodded with a serious face. Okay, I know, then you should pay attention too. Chapter 1049 Another True God Path. It seems that the situation is better than we thought. Emolan said quite relaxedly after hanging up the phone. How could he not be relaxed? Not only were the gods from the other world not alarmed, but he no longer had to worry about the interference of his stupid teammates. Just play well. The only thing to be careful about is not to become a stupid teammate. If you just disliked others for being stupid teammates, and then you become a stupid teammate, it would be really funny. At least Emolan felt ashamed to see Professor Chi. Yes, President, I'm wondering if you have connections behind you. Hey, President, what's your family background? Can you tell us? Linwa asked curiously. Lu Bin also came over and spoke. President, just tell me, does our association have an official background? Although we seem to be a purely non-governmental organization now, our association actually has a strong official background and has been incorporated into the official system. But you haven't told us yet for the sake of confidentiality? Go ahead, we will keep our mouths shut and will not leak any information. Emolan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. What are you thinking about? What's my family background? My family is from a commoner background. As for whether the association has an official background, can you not know whether it has an official background or not? If we want to join the official system, you are the 2 vice presidents who participate in the actual management. Can I possibly bypass you? I say, can you not be so imaginative? You are just imagining nonsense. Are you too idle? I don't know what you're thinking about all day. Really? Linwa and Lu Bin asked suspiciously. Really? Emolan was helpless. These 2 people didn't believe the truth. That's not right. Then why are we the only force to get the coordinates? Are we not worthy? President, this is not a question of worthy or not. In terms of strength, in terms of values, in terms of influence, we are definitely qualified and worthy. But this thing is too sensitive. It's not a question of whether it's suitable or not. but a question of being too incredible. Emolan understood what Linwa meant. So he asked back, "How do you know that this thing is very sensitive up there?" "Ah?" Linwa was stunned. And Emolan continued, "Didn't you notice that Professor Chi and the others didn't send anyone there?" "Huh?" "If they sent someone there, it's impossible that they didn't know anything about the situation there. If they want to send someone there later, after knowing that it might alarm the other side's entire civilization, it would be very reasonable for them to ask us not to go there again. Even if we don't do this, it's reasonable to ask us to go later or make some other requests. And we will do it. But there are no requests. From beginning to end, there is only a word of concern from Professor Chi. Let us pay attention. Look at it. Think about it yourself. Does it look like you are ready to go? Or take this other world very seriously? Oh, this. So don't think too much. Don't worry too much. Since you have the coordinates, then go there according to the original plan. It would be great if you can recruit a group of slaves or followers. If there is still a chance, it would be even better if we could find some trouble with the Sun God. Of course, although we should not worry too much, we should not be too casual. This coordinate is here. It is their business whether they go or not, but we should also try our best to control the impact as much as possible, and try not to make ourselves stupid teammates. Do you understand?" "I understand." The two nodded when they heard it, and Emolan nodded when he saw it, and spoke again. "There are no stupid teammates now, which means we don't need to worry about others interfering, so we don't need to rush over. Continue to collect information, try to explore all the methods of this civilization's gods. Knowing yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without defeat. Let the mechanical base do these as much as possible. Linwa, please pay attention to updating the mechanical base with some functions and technologies for dealing with gods, specialized for lurking." "Okay, no problem." "Well, when collecting information, we should also try to study the hiding methods for this civilization mode. Since the entire intelligent biological group is a believer, then it would be best if we could find a way to disguise ourselves as a believer of a certain god. In this way, we can integrate into the civilization and obtain a legal identity. After we have an identity, it will be much more convenient for us to act, and we will have fewer concerns. Then, even if we make a big noise at the legendary level, we will not necessarily alarm the gods. After all, it is just a legend. To the gods, we are just ants. The gods are not so idle that they will pay attention to the fights between ants. If we do not have a legitimate identity, even a mortal visitor from another world will be directly watched by the gods," Emolan said slowly. "After all, judging from the information collected now and the performance of the Sun God, the faith within the main body of their civilization is almost saturated. After all, a reasonable division of labor means that there are no blank areas, which means that the number of believers in this world has almost reached the upper limit. In this case, in addition to wrestling internally and trying to redistribute the number of existing believers, the only way is to expand externally and find a new world. Just like the current Sun God, he directly robs other worlds, purifies them, and then transforms them into what he needs. In this way, he has another world as a base of faith, and can gain the faith of an entire world. The faith of an entire world. Even if this level of power is not mixed with any concepts, or any rules, the pure power of faith alone is at least above the level of a god. Right? After all, pure power and energy are universal in any world. Now think about it. This is indeed the simplest and most brutal path to true godhood. Of course, although it is brutal, it is not simple. And the technical content is not low. After all, the energy that each person can master has a limit. And it is also very difficult to continuously improve this limit and make it reach the level of gods. Emolan said casually. Let's not talk about these digressions for now. What we need to consider now is how to deceive the gods and pretend to be their believers, so as to obtain a relatively reasonable and not abrupt identity. Of course, it is easy to say it verbally, but in fact, it is almost impossible to deceive a group of gods, and deceive them in the field where they are good at. They are not stupid, nor are they backward at all. So we have to find some shortcuts and master some skills. Emolan smiled slightly. Pick up some ready-made ones. Chapter 1050 People Who Yearn for Freedom. We are not saying that there are no shortcuts. Emolan's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smile. No matter how thorough the god's control of the entire world is, there must be loopholes left. And this loophole is very simple. Imolan said very confidently. From the division of labor of the gods in this civilization, this is a very mature civilization in the form of gods. They have already achieved the standard of 100% believers in the civilization. At least that's the information we have collected so far. 100%. What does this mean? This means that every intelligent creature has at least one god that it believes in. This means that the thinking of all intelligent creatures in the world is bound by gods. Faith is not without cost. If it is just a belief in an idea, it would be fine. Take actual gods, life as the object of faith. This means that the mind is blocked and bound by it. There is no so-called freedom of thought. But the desire of intelligent creatures for freedom of thought is absolutely unsuppressible. If most intelligent life is faith, then I believe it. Because the impact of the environment is really very, very great. And most people will lose themselves under the influence of the surrounding environment. It is not just humans who are convinced by the three people, but other intelligent creatures will be the same. If one person says you are wrong, you don't believe it. If two people say you are wrong, you still believe it. But when 3 people say you are wrong, you start to doubt it. When 100 people say you are wrong, at this time, you will firmly believe that you are wrong. And the other world is the entire civilization. And billions of intelligent creatures think you are wrong. In this case, most people will be affected by the surrounding environment, which is normal. It is also normal for all intelligent creatures to become like this within a certain period of time. However, over a long period of time, there will always be individuals who are extremely eager for freedom of thought, although most of them will be directly exterminated. However, under a huge base, there will always be a few who survive for various reasons. Similarly, under a huge base, even the smallest probability will become a large number. At this moment, these people are isolated, but as intelligent creatures, they are born to seek similar people. People who are like themselves and have a common language. They cannot accept living with a group of aliens. So, in a certain period of time, these isolated individuals will contact each other, and even gather their strength to seek resistance and seek a free sky. Imolan smiled. This is not a coincidence. Or it is indeed a coincidence. But as long as there is a probability of something happening, it will inevitably happen in a long time. These people who desire freedom of thought will definitely fight. And if the fight fails, there is naturally nothing to say. The current god's rule will maintain the status quo, or some minimal changes will occur on the surface. If the struggle is successful, they may become new gods and repeat the cycle. Or they may establish a brand new, free-thinking, extraordinary civilization with infinite possibilities. Of course, these are all later stories. At least for now. The gods are still in power. The gods divide every authority, every concept, and every bit of faith of intelligent creatures in the world. In my opinion, it is very likely that there are people who desire freedom of thought and try to resist in the current alien world. This kind of people should be absolute heretics to the church. As long as they are still alive, their ability to survive is the hidden method we need. I think we just need to find them. And then tell them that we are a world with completely free thoughts. Tell them that we can accept them. Or we can help them fight against the gods. This will definitely resonate with their thoughts. In this case, they will definitely help us without reservation. Of course, they won't get deception in the end. After all, we will fight against the gods. If there is a chance, we can help them overthrow the complete rule of the gods. So we are a perfect match. We have what each other needs. Although we have different starting points, the final result is the same. We are in the same position. At least it was like this before the rule of the gods and the church was overthrown. Imolan said very confidently. What we need now is to find them. Before we find them, we should not have any conflict or intersection with any intelligent creatures in the other world. We can use the micro-reconnaissance machines of Limbo Mechanical Base to find them. It's not too early, but to collect all information, especially the information of intelligent creatures. We extract information regularly and analyze it, and we can always find some clues, and then find out the clues little by little. Imolan said, and looked at Linwo. Linwo, you should modify the mechanical base itself and its reconnaissance machines into the appearance of the puppets in the information as much as possible. When others discover the reconnaissance machine or mechanical base, they will not immediately think of the alien visitors, but will be directly guided to the puppeteer. After all, some types of puppeteers also have similar puppets. I understand, but there is not much data on puppeteers and their puppets. We can only know that there is such a profession and its general characteristics. If we want to simulate, we have to collect more relevant information. During this period, we can only use the original appearance. Lin was said. Mo waved his hand when he heard it. It doesn't matter. Aren't there some rumors now? We just need to follow the rumors first. It doesn't matter if it is only one appearance. I don't need a mechanical base to become a puppet. I just need to look like a puppet. How can an outsider see a puppeteer? Don't we just hear about the legends? Some legends and rumors can also meet the needs in the early stage. Okay, I understand. Linhua thought for a moment and nodded. In the other world of the Sun God, there are naturally extraordinary people, and naturally there are one profession after another. It's just different from the game world. Every profession in the other world is dependent. No, it can't be said to be dependent. It should be said that they all belong to the gods and the church. In the claims of the other world, the power of all professions comes from the gods, and only believers can change their professions. After all, professions and beliefs are not in conflict. Even powerful professionals are more sought after by gods. Because believers are powerful, the power of faith they can provide is completely different. Can ordinary people believe in the same faith as legendary professionals? It's definitely different. In Moland's opinion, well, it's easy to understand. The number can't be increased. These gods are beginning to pursue quality,